You are listening to Dimensional Hotel by Yuan Tong, novel from Novelfire. Chapter 651, Closure. This was the first time Yu Sheng saw such unfiltered anger on Luo's face. Also the first time he had encountered the uniquely colorful language of Algerd. Even if he didn't know what that so-called yuzu bug nest meant, he could feel the impactful force from that sentence on the screen. How to put it? You could say this lady was powerful with her words, and much more cultured than Aaron. Moreover, he deeply understood Luo's anger at this moment. Initially, it was the hidden monastery that discovered the Zolda Black Stone, but they didn't tell me what that thing actually was, just provided me with some information. On the screen, lines of text kept rolling, occasionally mixed with some garbled symbols. They asked me to recommend a researcher whose spiritual talent matched the best to come into contact with that stone. At the time, they hadn't told me anything about Eden, just offered a sky-high price, and I had no reason to refuse. What? Luo's gaze was icy. So you recommended me, didn't you? I kept the spiritual energy data and biological samples of many people here. Your data was the best, and your neural specimens showed an extremely high active response to the Zolda Black Stone. The brain in the tank twitched and squirmed slightly, bubbles gurgling in the biomass solution. So it wasn't me who chose you, it was the Zolda Black Stone that chose you. It was also you who chose that stone. Luo took a deep breath. Yu Sheng looked at the text on the screen, but couldn't help but recall the scene he witnessed at the polluted Black Stone space station. Within the pollution field of the Zolda Black Stone, Luo's spiritual body stood quietly in the lab. The souls of everyone around had been twisted and infiltrated by the power of the Dark Angel, yet her figure remained clear and stable. Now everything made sense. Aaron stood up from Yu Sheng's shoulder, struggling to pat a mechanical limb behind Luo, the little puppet's tone uncharacteristically tinged with sympathy. You're kinda unlucky, huh? Luo's mechanical limb twitched subconsciously, perhaps still having a bit of PTSD from the red-eyed evil dwarf. While Aaron seemingly didn't react, the little puppet thought for a moment and then shifted her tone. But on the bright side, if it weren't for this incident, you'd still be a black spot warlord, right? No chance to reject darkness and embrace the light. Luo gritted her teeth. Then I should thank you and your world bridge. Aaron, you're welcome, we're sisters. Yu Sheng coughed softly from the side, interrupting their pointless exchange. Ask this brain one more thing besides the transaction agent and a delivery location it connected with. What else does it know about the hidden monastery, especially that cult's hiding place? Luo immediately nodded and turned back to continue communicating with the brain in the tank. Taking the opportunity, Yu Sheng began to further confirm the condition of the entire deep rock fortress, meticulously examining the structure of the facility with the connection of blood. To his disappointment, this fortress seemed to hold little value for him. It was purely a hiding place. At best could be a house for perverts. Most zones of the fortress were for old Kaiou's residence and recreation. Warehouses and exhibition halls were commonplace, mainly to satisfy his twisted and cruel hobbies, as for production and research facilities. Yu Sheng couldn't quite figure them out. But that was normal. After all, this secret hiding place, no matter how large, was just a rat hole dug out from an asteroid. Its local planetary system was even more barren and desolate than Luo's territory. The only advantage here is its distance from all flight paths, and the surrounding dangerous gravitational fractures, making it fairly safe and concealed. Most of old Kaiou's assets, including factories, mines, trade stations, and the accompanying security forces, were certainly elsewhere. This should be left for Luo to handle later. As a black spot warlord, she should be quite familiar with this internal struggle-eat-everything-up culture of the Black Spot Enterprise. Over an hour later, Luo finally completed her interrogation. Under the extreme nothingness brought by sensory deprivation, the prolonged torment from the distortion of time, and the growing pressure of fear, the brain soaked in the tank exhibited high cooperation. Old Kaiou even began showing signs of personality collapse during his answers. His former arrogance and swagger all transformed into weakness and pleading. His consciousness of resistance disappeared without a trace. I've told you everything I know. The simple display screen showed line after line of green text. Yu Sheng noticed that the garbled symbols at the end of those lines were even more than before. The jumping pixels seemed to showcase an avalanche occurring on the consciousness level. Luo, please let me out of here. I can serve as your mechanical servant, even as a wetware host. Luo, are you listening? Luo interrupted his rambling. One last question. A response appeared almost instantly on the screen. Okay, I'll definitely answer, definitely. Luo took a soft breath, typing her question into the interactive system word by word, as if trying to turn those words into spikes, nailing them one by one into old Kyo's brain. The things you took from me at the time, where are they now? The screen once more filled with a large mass of garbled symbols, then old Kyo's response. His fear and caution seemed soaked into each line of text. Your spinal bone is on display shelf 127 in this room, your skin. That piece of skin was improperly preserved. I later threw it into the recycling furnace. As for the organs that were cut off, the organs. Luo's face was grave. Where are they? A large number of bubbles suddenly appeared in the tank. The surface of the brain twitched violently, as if rationality was making its last struggle. But emptiness and pain soon overwhelmed rationality. Old Kyo's memory broke through the barriers constructed by fear and caution, turning into text output on the screen. I fed them to that assistant named Sue. I know she once helped you the day I learned you got promoted from Ursula's lab. I tricked her into eating your heart and liver. Luo's breathing noticeably halted for a moment. The mechanical limbs behind her twitched slightly, and tiny electric sparks surfaced on their surface. Where is Sue? Dead. It was an accident. It really was an accident. Every character on the screen trembled violently, and garbled symbols frantically scrolled at the end of the paragraph. I sent her to repair the reactor. For some reason at that moment, Luo's expression became extremely calm. She just stood there quietly, watching the shriveled brain soaked in the storage tank with a face as calm as water, letting time slip by. Tiny sparks flickered on her mechanical limbs, tracing along the connecting cables into the tank, jumping between electrodes and nerve bundles. Minutes later, lines of text began to refresh faster and faster on the monitor next to the tank, interspersed with a large amount of garbled text, the fragmented sentences filled with pleading. A few more minutes passed, and those words could barely form sentences anymore, with chaotic symbols occupying almost the entire screen, and brief curses and dreamlike gibberish appeared among the pleas, along with a lot of meaningless repeated single characters. The biomass solution in the tank was tinged pink, with bubbles foaming frantically as if boiling. The text on the display disappeared, leaving only the occasional error symbols. The consciousness in the tank had shattered, leaving only dying murmurs drifting like a ghost through the temporary circuit formed by chips and brain nerves. Luo slowly turned her head, her starlight-like eyes flashing with a glimmer. She looked at Yu Sheng. Boss, I want to handle the wrap-up myself. Okay, Yu Sheng nodded even before she finished speaking. Then we'll wait for you outside for a while. Thank you, Luo lightly nodded. Yu Sheng responded with a hum, but suddenly stopped before leaving with the others, as if remembering something and reminded, by the way, clean up well and don't take too long. Changfer is still waiting for you to go back and grill mushrooms with her. Okay. Yu Sheng then left the hall with Hu Li and the others. They stayed outside for a while until Luo sent a message, and only then did they return. The tank was already empty, with a lingering pungent, burnt smell in the air. The last cell of old Kyo had vanished from this world. Yu Sheng looked at the now empty tank, then at the seemingly calmed golden-haired elf next to him and rubbed his chin. You didn't eat it, did you? Luo, who seemed to be silently contemplating something, almost burst out at this point, her eyes widening as she looked at Yu Sheng. How could that be? I'm not a pervert. Before she could finish, Erin interjected, shaking her head. But Yu Sheng often picks up things to eat outside. Luo. Yu Sheng quickly waved his hand. No, I've never done anything so perverted. At most, I've eaten solid things and I make sure to cook them when possible. Luo, if you... I burned that thing. Luo finally couldn't hold back, her eyes widened, her neck slightly flushed, and her expression was a bit hard to maintain. You guys know you can't do this, my emotions are all over the place. But Yu Sheng only sighed lightly, quietly looking into the eyes of the argled elf in front of him until she awkwardly began to avoid his gaze, and he slowly said, Because this is the time when you can't let your emotions run wild. A single old Cairo is already troublesome enough. Luo hesitated for a moment, seemingly just now realizing something. It wasn't until then that the mechanical limbs behind her, which had been restlessly swaying, finally slowly calmed down, and the dense electric sparks crawling on the surface of the living metal slowly dissipated. As a faint sound of metal deforming filled the air, they gradually retracted into Luo's body, reforming a silver skin that extended from her neck down to her waist. Thank you, she said softly. You're welcome, we're all friends. Chapter 652, Liberation. Display stand number 127. The soft sound of mechanical sliding echoed as the display stand hidden in the ceiling compartment slowly descended. The items on the rack shimmered with a soft white light, reflecting in everyone's eyes at the scene. It was a piece of carefully treated and processed spinal bone, a thing Luo lost in this fortress many years ago. She stood quietly beside this artifact, her expression complex and indescribable. For a moment, Yu Sheng even thought she might cry, but such fragility perhaps had dissipated from her life many years ago. She remained standing silently, breaking the silence softly after a long time. Ah, it really is here. Erin sat on Yu Sheng's shoulder, turned her face to look at the piece of spine, then turned to look at the golden-haired elf beside her. After a while, perhaps unable to withstand the oppressive atmosphere, she finally couldn't hold back. "You're not thinking of putting this thing back, are you?" "How could I?" Luo's emotions suddenly became disjointed again, looking at the little puppet with a face full of difficult expressions. Who can put their head back on after unscrewing it? "Me," Erin said confidently. "I can put it back on even if it's snapped off. Want me to snap one off for you now? But we'll need another body. This one doesn't work. It's broken and needs Yu Sheng to glue. Oh, by the way, Marin's nanomachine swarms don't stick." "Luo, why do you have to take her so seriously?" Yu Sheng sighed next to her, waving his hand at Luo. "All right, take it down quickly and take it with you. At least it'll put an end to one of your worries. But then again, I'm also curious about how you plan to deal with this." Luo opened her mouth, but her expression quickly became tangled. "I haven't really figured it out. I've been planning for many years how to completely get rid of old Cairo, planning to take back what belongs to me. I've envisioned everything except what to do after that. Besides..." She paused at this point, her gaze inadvertently wandering over Yu Sheng and the others, with a subtle expression. "The current situation isn't quite what I had planned over the years. I never thought I'd come back in this form one day." "Plans often can't keep up with changes." Yu Sheng was more at ease. "If you have no idea for now, talk about it later. I'll find a box to pack it for you. You can put it in the dormitory in the valley later." Saying this, he casually opened a door, found a cardboard box from the basement of number 66 Wudong Road, and gave it to Luo while explaining. "This box was originally intended to make a bed for Erin, but she didn't want it. I think the size is just right." Luo looked at Yu Sheng, then at Erin, and then at the cardboard box, finally accepting this gift with an almost astonished expression. She felt that her emotions today, indeed, couldn't be more disjointed. Yu Sheng watched Luo pack up the piece of the spine and then seemed to concentrate slightly as if perceiving something. After a moment, he spoke again. "Besides, I found a group of people in this fortress who don't seem like combat personnel. When old Cairo's troops began attacking, I sealed off the area they were in. I guess you might want to meet them." Luo was taken aback for a moment, but in the next second she reacted, realizing what Yu Sheng meant by non-combat personnel. "Should I arrange for a few mass-produced puppets to bring them here?" Yu Sheng looked into Luo's eyes. "Those people are safe, just a bit nervous because of the sudden base lockdown." Luo took a gentle breath. "No, I want to see them myself." "All right, we'll go together." The group then headed toward the exit of the hall. As they passed the now-empty biomass tank in the middle of the hall, Luo suddenly stopped in her tracks again. She looked at the now-empty tank and the screen next to it that had gone dark, her expression inexplicably tinged with some emotion. Actually, in the end, old Cairo still got what he wanted. Yu Sheng looked back. "Why do you say that suddenly?" "After being cut off from the mind for a while, the perception of time gets greatly extended, and the fear and pain I inflicted on his neural circuits would have increased exponentially. He only sought a quick death then. Death, for him, was a wish fulfilled." "What, do you regret acting too quickly?" "Of course not." Luo immediately shook her head. "I've waited too long for this day with no hope for any more variables. Delaying even a second would be irresponsible to the years of waiting, and to be honest." She slowly curled her lips, finally showing a delighted smile on her face. It was really satisfying to burn that thing. The lower core area of Deep Rock Fortress was the laboratory section of the entire base. The corridors and rooms here were tightly sealed with layers of security systems. The residential area was entirely within the range of the sentry cannon's firepower. The Living Metal Control Center and Transformation Center were the central hubs of the entire region. Instead of calling it an experimental facility, it was more fitting to call it a massive prison with attached laboratories. At this moment, in the connecting hall at the edge of the laboratory area, more than a dozen figures in white lab coats were anxiously gathered, staring at the high wall at the end of the hall. "Humans, elves, beastmen, demon subspecies," Various different faces from different homelands. The only thing in common was the fear and tension on their faces at this moment. A series of huge explosions had shaken the entire facility not long ago, and it seemed something significant had happened outside the isolation walls. However, no one knew what was happening outside. After a brief power outage, some cloned soldiers had appeared in the living area, instructing everyone to remain quiet, but soon after, it seemed they received orders from higher-ups and hurriedly left the corridor. That was the last time anyone saw them. Afterward, the entire laboratory area was sealed, not like before by the security system, but in a physical sense of sealed off. Some brave souls ran to the end of the corridor in the living area and unexpectedly found that the gates there had disappeared. All passageways seemed to have transformed like living things, then grown together, sealing the path to the outside completely. The elevator seemed to be malfunctioning as well, with the display on the door bizarrely showing, "Not finished yet, don't move," continuously, while the surveillance system on the ceiling was wildly jittery, though the sentry cannon had retracted into its dark slot, something that had never happened before. The sound of hurried footsteps came from the side. A tall male Argold elf in a lab coat ran over from the hallway on one side of the hall. He jogged up to the dozen people and stopped in front of a small figure with distinct feline features, a Gepulo girl, slightly out of breath. "Momo, I just took a look at the communications station, and the equipment there is locked out as well. It seems to be cut off from the main system. Also, there's airflow on the vent side, but it seems like something is blocking the middle of the duct, too dark to see, looks like vines or something." "Momo, what do we do now?" Another young Argold spoke nervously. "It looks like something happened in the base. Those soldiers haven't come back, how about we?" "No," the Gepulo girl with short, light brown hair immediately shook her head, her ears twitching slightly in the air. "All passages are blocked. Breaking into the vents would trigger an alarm, and we don't know what's going on outside yet. We don't have the activation key for the shuttle either." Suddenly, a slight tremor came from behind the high wall at the end of the hall, interrupting everyone's conversation. The tremor occurred several times, seemingly something was restarting, and then came the slight friction sound like living metal squirming. The lift gate at the bottom of the high wall suddenly lit up green, and the rolling text on the gate's display changed. With the best eyesight, Momo bravely took 2 steps forward, seeing that the text on the screen read, "Now it's finished." Her ears twitched a bit. Before she could figure out what exactly was happening, the elevator doors suddenly opened. An Algredian, a human, a robot dressed like a star maid, and a foxman with many tails. All unfamiliar faces. Tension, bewilderment, and confusion. Luo was the first to walk out of the elevator, seeing the more than 10 figures gathered in the hall, each with a similar expression on their face. Those laboratory uniforms, burned into her nightmares over the years, appeared glaringly stark and pale under the lights, and the smallest, seemingly weakest figure stood in front of everyone, appearing to be the leader here. It was a Gepulo girl, with short light brown hair and matching light brown cat ears, but she only had one ear on the left side, with the right ear replaced by mechanical structure. She stood in front of the elevator, seeming to muster all her courage, the fur on her tail all puffed up, her hands clenched into fists in front of her, her right hand gleaming with a metallic silver shine. Luo walked straight towards her. "What's your name?" she asked. I'm Momo," the Gepulo girl instinctively answered. Her racial talent seemed to make her acutely perceive a certain, intimidating aura from Luo, one of a predator who had survived internal struggles within the Black Dot group, but this aura wasn't entirely terrifying, possessing a touch of friendliness within its strength, leaving her a bit puzzled. "I'm the laboratory assistant here." Luo looked up and down at the Gepulo person in front of her, then lightly nodded, patting her on the shoulder. "Don't be afraid," she said softly. Aaron ran over from behind, first rummaging through Hu Li's tail, then running over to Luo while carrying a round object, and threw what she was holding to the ground with a proud yell. "Old Kaio is dead." The round mechanical skull rolled on the ground, making a loud sound. Momo flinched twice. The first time was because she just noticed Aaron. Earlier, the small puppet stood on the ground blocked by one of Hu Li's tails, and no one had seen her. The second was when she realized what the round skull was. "Old Kaio is dead," Luo said, looking at everyone, repeating every word again. Chapter 653, New Recruits. Old Cairo is dead. When this news hit the crowd, everyone's first reaction was disbelief. The Gepulo girl named Momo and the prisoners behind her repeatedly confirmed the authenticity of this information. They circled old Kaio's mechanical head for a long time before daring to run and deliver this news to others hiding in the rooms and laboratories. Soon, more people in lab uniforms rushed out from various places to the hall to confirm the situation. It was quite a while later that people started cheering, waving whatever objects they could find, and shouting, while others began to cry quietly. All of this gradually turned into an infectious clamor. In the end, the Gepulo girl, who had lost an ear and part of her body, had to run to maintain order. She even had to assign people to tie up some overly emotional inmates and inject them with tranquilizers to prevent their excessive excitement from burning out their sanity and stop them from self-harm. She handled these tasks with ease and clearly held high prestige among those present. Mechanical head cut from old Kaio's main body was left on the ground. Initially, many people steered clear of it, but soon Momo was the first to kick it in front of everyone. Noticing that neither Luo nor Yu Sheng stopped her, the act quickly spread. Once the first bold person kicked it, there was a second and a third. People kicked the head around until it smashed against the wall, becoming deformed. These people seemed unaware of what old Kaio's true body was. Perhaps after Luo escaped control, old Kaio never revealed his brain hidden in the life support tank to any laboratory assistant. To the people here, that terrifying mechanical head represented old Kaio. And now that it had been unscrewed by a group of invaders announcing old Kaio's death, then old Kaio was indeed dead. Luo stood quietly nearby, watching the scene without intervening in the people's celebration and without speaking for a long time. It wasn't until Yu Sheng approached from the side that she quietly said, "This is the scene I once dreamed of witnessing, and they finally experienced it." Yu Sheng nodded towards the Gepulo girl running around, seeing a reflection of yourself in her. "Not exactly the same. Back then I didn't have her energy. Gepulo people are always a bit more optimistic than other races, and she probably hasn't been here that long," Luo slowly said. "And this place isn't quite the same as I remember. After all, 200 years have passed, and this place has changed significantly." Yu Sheng chatted with Luo for a few more minutes before they saw a few people walking towards them, with Momo leading them. They seemed to have just calmed down from the excitement, realizing they hadn't figured out the origins of this group of strangers. "Excuse me, you are?" Momo raised her head, carefully looking into Luo's eyes. Luo glanced at these people, opened her mouth, instinctively wanting to say she was a senior project manager of the Black Dot Group, which was the identity she had publicly shared with those surrendered clone soldiers outside. But the words stopped suddenly, as if she remembered something, and she quickly changed her tune. "You can call me Luo, a member of a travel agency organization. Also." She stepped aside, pointing to Yu Sheng. "This is my boss." When Yu Sheng heard Luo's self-introduction, he raised an eyebrow. Now understanding, a smile appeared on his face. Sure, you can just call me Yu Sheng." As soon as he finished speaking, a small puppet hopped onto his shoulder. "I'm Aaron, the second in command of the travel agency." "I'm Hu Li," the fox girl joined in, pointing to the silent Luna beside her. "This is Luna." Momo blinked, seemingly taking note of each person's name, though she had never heard of the travel agency organization and still couldn't figure out who these people were. Yet she cautiously refrained from asking further, maintaining a gentle and awaiting instruction demeanor. "Boss, could you please open a door?" Luo turned to look at Yu Sheng. "I want to transfer these people to Blackstone Station." Yu Sheng nodded, thinking this was indeed the case. Just as he speculated, Luo had specific arrangements for these people. They would have no more entanglements with the Black Dot Group in the future. "I've already explained the situation to Moran over there. She'll soon send the nearest person to Blackstone Station for support," Yu Sheng said, turning around and casually pulling a door into existence. As the door opened, the ecological leisure area of the Blackstone space station appeared on the other side. "Moreover, I see that many people's health here is not very good. Moran will arrange a team of doctors to treat them. The erosion and symbiosis of living metal are irreversible, but at least other injuries can be salvaged," Luo nodded, with a look of gratitude. "The medical technology of the Feiyu Star domain is very renowned." With that, she turned and waved to Momo. "Gather all the people in this area and walk through this door. Soon someone will support you on the other side and provide treatment. Just follow the arrangements." Several Algredians looked at each other in confusion, and many faces showed hesitation and unease. Evidently, the door that appeared from thin air and the hall on the other side with the style of the Black Dot Group made them a bit nervous. At this time, it was the Gepulo girl who stepped forward first. Momo went to the door, turned her head, and looked at a tall Algredian youth. Alan, you take Lion and Babadian and call everyone over. We now all follow the arrangements of Miss Luo and Mr. Yu. Okay. The tall elf youth quickly nodded, and then hurriedly ran with the two people towards the other end of the hall. After you go over, you can rest in the hall, just don't run around. Food and drinks in the hall are available. Luo thought for a moment, and added a reminder from the side. Also, you will see some soldiers over there, wearing Black Dot Group equipment. Don't be afraid when you see them, they won't harm you. Momo prudently didn't ask more questions, just nodded slightly. The personnel transfer didn't take long, and soon all the people in the laboratory area were gathered and passed through the door leading to Blackstone Station under Momo's command. The number was even fewer than Yu Sheng had predicted, totaling around 100 people. However, the condition of these people was far worse than Yu Sheng expected. The first dozen people gathered in the hall, along with the 30 or 40 people who arrived one after another upon hearing the news, were already the best in condition among them, even though almost all of them were disabled and carried the weakness of reconstructive surgery and various aftereffects, but at least they could move freely. Those who came later were mostly brought by companions, and there were even a few Algredian people on their last breath placed in life support tanks, already maimed beyond recognition. Hu Li was deeply worried when she saw the last batch of sufferers come out. Even though Luo assured her personally that the life support devices on these people were sufficient to hold out until the arrival of the surgical immortals from Shuji, she still used a pile of healing and life-sustaining immortal techniques on everyone before allowing them to pass. Once Momo led the last batch of prisoners through the door to Blackstone Station, the illusory door slowly dissipated in the air, and Luo finally exhaled gently, her always tense body starting to relax slightly. She turned to Yu Sheng, bowing especially solemnly. "I'm sorry, boss, I acted on my own." "Oh, it's okay, I'm just curious how you plan to settle these people." Yu Sheng, who hadn't spoken this whole time, finally asked. "Keep them all at Blackstone Station." "I know old Kairo's preference as well. He has high standards for his creations. Lower life forms are unworthy as his experimental subjects. And to be honest, his living metal symbiosis technique indeed requires high aptitude in spiritual talent and a developed brain neural network for the transformation targets. These people must have been carefully selected by him, and then abducted or deceived from various parts of the universe, either having outstanding spiritual talent or possessing certain knowledge skills. Only in this way could they serve as laboratory assistants here." Luo explained seriously and sighed gently. "Blackstone Station indeed lacks manpower now. I successfully infiltrated the local database when I returned to the base before, and found that many of my surviving scientist teams had already been directly transferred by company orders. Even if I go back now, it would be difficult to reclaim those people from other managers. As for the remaining ones, they need careful screening. After all, from what old Cairo confessed, he had been targeting me for a long time, and such severe intelligence leaks at Blackstone Station couldn't have happened without internal help. Who knows to what extent this infiltration has reached over such a long time. Now, even though old Cairo is dead, those who have betrayed in the past are no longer trustworthy, especially since Blackstone Station is docked at Shuji, and we often deal with people sent by the Special Service Bureau, so I have to be very cautious when contacting former subordinates. Indeed, from a certain perspective, the people we rescued from under old Cairo are much more reliable than those who once worked at Blackstone Station," Yu Sheng agreed. "At the least, no matter who they join, it's impossible for them to throw in with the Black Dot Group again. The only drawback is that they all need training," Luo added. "But with so many people, there's bound to be a few who can quickly be put to use." Yu Sheng said nothing, merely nodding slightly. "Next, we should tally up what we've gained from this trip," he exhaled, thinking as he spoke. "Especially with old Cairo's confessions, the Venerate Saints Monastery's machinations might be something big this time." Chapter 654, Tracking the Address, Seeking the Trail. In the management room of the core area, Luo Zheng stood on the control platform that old Cairo once used to monitor the entire base. Her several mechanical limbs extended from her back, connecting to nearby terminal devices, while a multitude of ever-changing holographic projections hovered around her. Some displayed dizzying data and graphs, while others showed the current situation inside and outside the base. Old Cairo left a delivery location for trading with the hidden monastery, along with 2 secret lines for contacting the hidden monastery's contact person. She lifted her head and looked at Yu Sheng, who was standing nearby with arms crossed. Her golden star-like eyes gleamed with the microlight of data flow, But I have reasons to doubt the accuracy of this information. Knowing him, even if pushed into a desperate situation seeking a quick death, he would definitely find a way to set me a trap. Those 2 secret lines are likely warning routes pre-agreed with the hidden monastery. Once rashly activated, the contact on the other side will probably realize something has happened to old Kaio. Nearby terminal devices hummed. Luo had already connected herself to the fortress's database, browsing through the vast sea of local logs and materials while organizing her thoughts. As for that delivery location, the coordinates should be real. I found matching preset jump coordinates in the navigation system of a freighter shuttle docked inside the base, but heading directly there might alert them. Once I've sorted out the control system here, I plan to first launch a stealth deep space probe to investigate the situation over there. Could that delivery location be close to the control planet of the hidden monastery? Aaron, curious, asked from atop a nearby terminal, would we find the hidden monastery's base there? If those zealots have even the least bit of caution, they wouldn't. Luo glanced at the mischievous little dwarf beside her. Such contact points must be far from their main base, and judging from old Kaio's descriptions, I don't think there's much trust between him and those hidden monastery sect people. They must be wary of each other, which aligns with the rules here in the dark meteor domain. Erin drew out her tone. Wow, so that's how it is. Who knows if she truly understood? Luo subconsciously cast several glances at Aaron, unable to hold back. Also, you're sitting on the equipment's heatsink, isn't it hot? Aaron, wow. The little puppet startled belatedly, jumping off the terminal in surprise, darting swiftly onto Yu Sheng's shoulder. Yu Sheng immediately felt one side of his shoulder warm up. He pressed the restless little figure shakily balancing on his shoulder and thoughtfully began. When I first connected my consciousness to this base, I seemed to see old Kaio communicating with someone. Although I couldn't hear clearly, it was likely someone from the hidden monastery. Can you find records of that? Hold on, corresponding communication logs found. Luo's eyes flashed with light. As her immense processing power linked to the base database, her expression grew somewhat stiff, and even her speech seemed mechanical. Communication contents have been erased, auto-executed by the system based on certain security protocols, attempting to recover contact information, searching for more similar communication logs. As she spoke, the surrounding terminal devices buzzed loudly, and faint electric sparks danced over the surface of her mechanical limbs. In just a moment, visible heat began to rise from her head. Aaron was startled upon seeing this, shouting, "Hey sis, your heatsink is clogged too." Before the little puppet finished yelling, the living metal covering on Luo's back suddenly wiggled, and numerous heat dissipation grills opened spontaneously from the connection points of her mechanical limbs, releasing heat hotly. My heatsink is concealed. Luo's eyes soon returned to normal, the mechanical vibe fading from her. She glanced at Aaron, her gaze shifting to Yu Sheng. I found the communication records you mentioned. The content was thoroughly erased, but old Kaio clearly didn't anticipate his entire base privileges would be taken over. Other traces remain in the system, including the forwarding node registration list. Yu Sheng, unable to grasp the technical details, asked directly, "Can you use this to pinpoint the person he was contacting?" After speaking, he added, "I see it done like that in movies. After making a call, the scientist on the other side goes tap 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 on the screen, tracing along the wire to pin the person down." Luo's expression became subtly intricate. When dealing with the people from the travel agency, she often experienced the same helplessness as a late-stage Homo sapiens encountering her primate relatives in the tropical rainforest. But she quickly adjusted her expression. After all, as a researcher, she was accustomed to interacting with those of lesser cultural sophistication. Moreover, the illiterate across from her was her boss. He didn't understand science, but at least he respected science. Well, sometimes what he did wasn't quite respectful of science, but at least he respected scientists. Maybe. The more Luo thought about it, the more nuanced her feelings became, but she patiently began explaining. Each faster-than-light communication array in the dark meteor domain is camouflaged. Even if the information from the relay node can be successfully restored, it would certainly be paired with several layers of false characteristics. Additionally, the Venerate Saints Monastery has its own set of communication facilities and sovereign broadcast devices. Decrypting their internal encryption is. She suddenly stopped, looking up at Yu Sheng and Aaron with their clear, bright eyes. Hu Li's eyes weren't clear, her gaze seemed hungry. Luna wasn't listening at all. As a country-maiden saintess with basic education consisting of 16 years of farming in the countryside, spending all other times hacking away at barriers in the cognitive barrier, Anything beyond basic arithmetic was beyond her academic ability. She ordinarily operated the otherworld in purely by instinct. Luo let out a long sigh. I can decrypt it, just give me some time. Then she thought for a moment and decided to explain further without giving up. In just a few days, I can reverse engineer their real coordinates based on the signal patterns from those relay nodes. Cross-calculating will help locate the hiding place of the Venerate Saints Monastery. As long as one effective address is found, the rest is easy. Well, that's great. Aaron became excited. Just in time, we can also arrange with Ironclad Expression. When we hit the bastard monastery, we'll go as the vanguard and have Ironclad Expression gathering troops from behind. Yu Sheng caught something from Luo's previous expression, feeling a bit apologetic and exceptionally sincere. Well, understand that the average cultural level here at the travel agency is indeed limited. Our most cultured person here, pointing at Hu Li, is still just waiting for meal time. Upon hearing the word meal, Hu Li's ears perked up with a ding. But upon noticing there's no indication of a meal starting, she grunted softly and buried her head into a pile of tails. Next are the things old Kaio left behind after his death. They not only include this base, but also those trade lines, factories, shipyards, and security forces scattered across the dark meteor domain, Luo said while browsing the asset list in the database, moving on to the next topic. I plan to completely transform this deep rock fortress, dismantling all those nauseating labs and exhibition halls inside. Of course, before that, we need to transfer it to Blackstone Station, since this location is too remote and deep into the dark meteor domain, not a suitable place to establish a stronghold. This process might require your assistance, boss. As for those surrendering clone forces and the few local ships, leave them to Lane for reorganization and processing. He has experience with that. If everything goes smoothly, this part of the force can completely convert into my private troops, circumventing the Black Dot Group. Regarding the factories and trade lines, although I'd like to absorb them all, unfortunately, my current appetite is limited. Swallowing them whole might instead become a gigantic problem and easily catch excessive attention from the corporation. Old Kaio has many industries linked to other Black Dot project managers or special commissioners, some of whom I am also connected with, so I can't overdo it. So the best approach is to directly hand over this part of the industry to the corporation for redistribution. After redistribution, I think I can legally acquire some of the assets, and it may even help repair my value rating within the Black Dot Group to some extent. Luo stopped slowly at this point, revealing a thoughtful expression before continuing after a moment. The commotion on the gray dwarf star should already have alerted spies within the corporation to investigate. The news of old Kaio's death can be temporarily concealed, but my return likely has already reached the higher-ups. This is also an opportunity, although not entirely as expected. I can officially return now. There's a problem here, Yu Sheng interrupted while listening and pondering. Once the Black Dot Group starts processing old Kaio's legacy, his death can't be hidden. The Venerate Saints Monastery in the dark meteor domain should be very well informed. Once they know something happened to old Kaio, then many intelligence pieces we have about the monastery might become ineffective. At the very least, they'll be increasingly vigilant. So we must play this strategic delay, Luo said with utmost seriousness. I will use various reports and document procedures to stall the corporate's investigation into the gray dwarf star and this internal conflict, delaying as much as possible the subsequent process initiated by the board of directors, so the information remains within the confidential level within the Black Dot Group. Meanwhile, we must find and infiltrate the monastery's homeland before then. Once we succeed, even with your means, boss, any reaction from the monastery will be in vain. Chapter 655, These doctors are quite something. What a sin. These few elves placed next door in Algierd might not even be adults. I fear they've just left school and have been abducted. Bone-devouring Immortal frowned, looking at the several Argold elves brought before him. Victims rescued from old Kaio's laboratory, transferred from Deep Rock Fortress to Blackstone Station, and then urgently moved by Moran to Shujimo City. Those in better condition were sent to the mansion's physicians, while those in worse condition were brought to their trio's courtyard. Withered Court Elder, Blood Young Master, Bone-devouring Immortal, though they had once strayed from the right path and were suppressed by Kaiyan Feng Ling Mountain in the Demon Suppression Tower, aside from their evil cultivator identities, their cultivation levels were indeed profound. Placed in the borderland of Shuji, they were top-notch masters and their methods also had some connection to blood manipulation. Having studied Yu Sheng True Monarch's Holy Blood, for days they were brought in to care for the wounded. Several sick beds were aligned in the hall, their edges covered with spirit wood and spirit stone, displaying mysterious runes that flickered with regulated illusory light. Layers of spiritual energy enveloped the hurt and injured, stabilizing their vitality, beginning the gradual repair of their physical damages, while small wooden blood-colored puppets flew around, crafted by Blood Young Master as blood puppets. They could seize vitality but also protect lives. Withered Court Elder examined the most severely injured, a young silver-haired elf, outwardly intact but carried in a life-preservation container straight from Blackstone Station. Upon arrival, he had already lost consciousness entirely. Withered Court Elder used divine sense to scan, finding the elf's organs were nearly hollowed out, just a circulating system of living metal keeping him hanging on, and the fusion between metal and flesh having clearly gone awry, with the living metal beginning to consume surrounding flesh. If we had come 2 days later, even I couldn't have saved him, Withered Court Elder said, stroking his dry beard, his face scrunched up. Even now, rescuing him might cost vast longevity. Reconstructing organs is easy, but healing damage to spiritual sense essence is hard. My, such vicious methods. Blood Young Master, monitoring the medicine cauldron nearby, turned back with a laugh, shaking his fan. Really unexpected, Withered Court Elder finds anyone else's methods vicious, when years ago you crafted puppet corpses. Withered Court Elder broke into a cold sweat on the spot, alternating glances to check around, then rushed to the medicine cauldron. What nonsense, if true monarch hears. Midway he realized, eyes wide. Wait, almost fell into your trap. Back then, did I ever lay hands on innocent juniors? I targeted the enemies who came to kill me. Didn't I have the right to kill them first? Master Yuan Hao said my methods were extreme, I'll admit to that now, but otherwise self-proclaimed upright. As opposed to you deceiving men and women, causing so much mess, even demon beasts from the moat went to seek immortal throwing complaints at you. Blood Young Master's iconic gentle smile almost broke along with the fan, his mouth twitching. Is that the same? I was sincere to all of them back then. Besides, my cultivation was on the love-fate path, even splitting soul and refining heart, reducing cultivation, splitting true soul incarnations to avoid flaws in sincerity. Indeed, one of your own incarnations later went to complain against you. Both of you forgot you were originally one, Withered Court Elder said, stroking his beard, glancing sidelong at Blood Young Master. Don't give me that look. I heard it from Liu Mu Taoist in the adjacent cell. Blood Young Master turned red, becoming somewhat angry. I just made a mistake. Mistake here? Your mistake was causing chaos in just one place. Withered Court Elder smacked his lips. You could at least change spots for deception. Bone-devouring immortal, clad in a blue skirt and wearing an iron mask, walked to a chair, eyes glistening, watching them banter, before a muffled voice emerged from under the mask. Be careful revealing secrets, you two, lest something unsaid from back then gets reported by Mo City Lord, dragging us back for years of punishment. Withered Court Elder and Blood Young Master glanced at her. Didn't you always want to go back and be confined for 500 years? Bone-devouring immortal hesitated, eyes flickering, thoughts unknown, then evasively said, I don't want that anymore. Hearing Senior Yun preach in that valley is better than listening to those demons and malicious creatures in the demon suppression tower. Blood Young Master and Withered Court Elder exchanged a subconscious glance, muttering. Did she ever listen to Senior Yun? Last time I went to listen, she wasn't there. You believe her? She's always the first to flee Senior Yun's teachings, less patient than those puppets. She just spends time in the town, mingling with little children. Last time there, I found her squatting, making mud pies with kids, childishly. Oh. Underneath bone-devouring immortal's iron mask came the sound of chewing metal squeaks. Momo stood nearby, slightly nervous, uneasiness present, observing the scene in the room, her one remaining cat ear twitching at moments. This Gipulo girl who recently escaped old Cairo's lab was still somewhat muddled up. She had been cluelessly transmitted with others to a Black Spot Group space station, where plenty of people from Feiyu Star Domain and Boundary Special Service Bureau intervened. Eventually, they all boarded immortal boats sent to this perpetually rainy planet where people claiming to be true monarch's subordinates healed them. Those worst off were transferred here, but the trio before her hardly seemed like proper doctors. Exactly how, she couldn't articulate. Momo's condition was relatively fine, especially compared to others. Her living metal and artificial neural tissue were still stable, which was why she was previously chosen as laboratory assistant. Originally, she was supposed to rest elsewhere, but undeterred by concern for severely injured peers sent to courtyard, she came over on her own. No one stopped her along the way. The people here were very friendly, and after understanding the situation, some even pointed her in the right direction. The three strange doctors were actually quite polite. They didn't kick her out, just asked her to stay in a spot where she wouldn't be in the way. The man wearing an iron mask even gave her some pastries. The Gyprolians generally have short stature, making Momo feel as if she had been mistaken for a minor. The bone-devouring immortal raised her head, gazing at the cat-eared girl standing not far away with a somewhat dazed expression. The girl's ears and tail looked like a local cat demon's, but she knew the girl was a Gyprolian. Many, many years ago, she had taken her daughter on a trip to Terra, where there were plenty of Gyprolians. "Come over," the bone-devouring immortal gestured with her hand. Momo's mechanical ears and normal ears twitched simultaneously, and after confirming, she cautiously walked over, slightly confused. No matter how friendly the people around her were, she was accustomed to being cautious in this way. This situation might persist for quite a while. "Since you're here, I'll give you a checkup too," came the muffled voice from beneath the iron mask, as the bone-devouring immortal motioned Momo to sit on a nearby chair. Then, she began chanting a spell and used her divine sense to examine the other's body. A subtle blood scent wafted from the mask's gaps, to which Momo was extremely sensitive, causing the fur on her tail to fluff out uncontrollably. "Relax," the bone-devouring immortal said lightly. "You have some stagnant poison in your organs, but it's no big deal. With proper medication, you'll recover here after some days." Momo nodded nervously, then glanced at the few hospital beds. "Them. When you see us begin to argue, it means your friends have mostly stabilized," the bone-devouring immortal explained, seeming to notice Momo's tension, and added, "Don't worry, we're not bad people now." Her words had just fallen when the withered court elder walked over and cupped his hands before Momo. "We are righteous cultivators under Yu Sheng, true monarch." "Can't you stop emphasizing those last few words every time?" the bone-devouring immortal frowned. "Each time you stress that, it sounds even more suspicious." "He's afraid he'll forget," Blood Young Master said, shaking his fan as he approached. "Last time, when people from Feng Ling Mountain came to check Mo City's reconstruction, he just passed by the central court for a look, then ran over, stood up with a bang, and shouted, 'Report,' startling them. This time it was the withered court elder's turn to flush red as he pointed at Blood Young Master, glaring. You were trembling like a leaf, not daring to lift your head, which I saw me run over." Momo raised her head, looking at these three strange guys before her, feeling at one moment there was something frightening about them, an aroma of blood and violence, yet at another moment they seemed merely strangely characteristic good people. This conflict in her feelings made her even more confused, though soon her internal struggle was interrupted. A phantom door suddenly appeared not far away. After the door opened, Yu Sheng came leading the travel agency staff and a certain second-hand scientist from the Dark Meteor domain. Before the door dissipated, the withered court elder and Blood Young Master had already flashed forward in a blur, fearing they might be a moment late, bowing simultaneously. "Reporting to Yu Sheng, true monarch, all patients are out of danger." The bone-devouring immortal couldn't hold it in, burst into laughter. Then she rose from her chair, waddled over, and bowed gracefully. "What commands does the true monarch have?" Yu Sheng, upon entering, was startled by the two sliding kneeling heroes, and finally waved his hand in helpless amusement. His gaze then fell on Momo not far away. "I'm here to find this. What's this cat's name?" Luo reminded him nearby. "She said her name is Momo." "Oh, here for Momo, to inquire about some things." Chapter 656, Momo knows quite a lot. Momo sat somewhat nervously on the chair in the reception room, her tail drooping from the armrest, tense and unmoving. For a Gyprolian, this chair seemed a bit too wide. She tentatively placed her hand on the armrest but quickly withdrew it. This motion only magnified her inner unease. Across from her sat the figure who claimed to be a spirit realm detective from the Boundary Land, but who was respectfully referred to here as Yu Sheng, true monarch. Beside him was an argled elf suspected to be a high executive of the Black Dot Group, someone who appeared to be an artificial saintess from the hidden monastery, and a nine-tailed fox demon. A small puppet, black-haired with red eyes and only a few dozen centimeters tall, was running around the table. Erin suddenly leaped in front of Momo, her crimson eyes staring at the tense Gyprolian girl. "Hey, don't be nervous. The environment here is very safe. Though there was once a dark angel problem, now the ground below is full of angel remains, but they've all been neutralized now." Yu Sheng highly suspected that this little thing said this deliberately. He didn't need any evidence. So he lightly coughed twice, picked up the small, mischievous puppet from the table and stuffed it into Hu Li's tail, then nodded to Momo. You've more or less understood our situation by now, so let's talk about you. How did you become? Old Kaio's laboratory assistant. How long have you been working in that fortress? About 10 years, but I can't remember the exact days, Momo replied hastily. I initially followed a scientific team to track a lone star operating in the dark region, but our ship encountered an incident while passing through the stargate of the Great Cross Nebula. The Nora force field enveloping the ship ruptured during the jump, and we were flung near the dark meteor domain. Most people died on the spot. I barely repaired the ship's power and life support systems with the remaining engineers, but as we tried to restart the engines, the Sky Attacker pirates traced the distress signal from our ship. We didn't know we had reached the dark meteor domain then, and when everyone realized it, it was too late. The pirates raided the ship and took everyone. The leader of that Sky Attacker fleet originally planned to keep us on the ship as slave labor to supplement his loss of personnel from a previous incident. But he was allergic to cat fur and later found out I was a technician, so he eventually sold me to Old Kaio. And then I stayed in that base ever since. At that time, there were actually a few others bought by Old Kaio along with me, but they all died one by one, leaving only me. Aaron sprang out from Hu Li's tail, peeking over the edge of the table. What do you usually do? Have you come into contact with Old Kaio's business? Usually, Momo's intact ear twitched as she recalled. Most of the time, I help Old Kaio with experiments related to living metal or cooperate with him on tests using myself, and also keep an eye on the production line of the living metal factory. When he goes out, I'm in charge of managing the laboratory staff, mainly to prevent any unexpected material loss. As for business, I haven't had much contact with it. He doesn't trust others, especially when it comes to trade lines. He handles those alone with only an AI assistant to help him. It's a model he personally adjusted with strong computing power but a simple mind, ensuring it won't betray him. However, once I saw Old Kaio in the server room threatening the system fiercely, telling it not to steal his money. It looked like he was talking to himself, but it was quite scary. Damn, this guy is seriously nuts, Yu Sheng said, holding his forehead. Good thing we're doing justice today. Luo sighed and then looked at Momo more seriously. Have you come into contact with any of Old Kaio's other business dealings, especially with those? She intended to say suspicious characters, but upon second thought, she realized that in the lawless dark meteor domain, those words might encompass 99% of intelligent beings within 1,000,000 light-years, so she changed her wording. Those mystical ones who seem like imposters. Momo blinked. Are you referring to the Venerate Saints Monastery? Luo and Yu Sheng were taken aback, unexpectedly exchanging a glance. Yu Sheng spoke first. You actually know. Yes, he doesn't hide it from us in this matter, especially since we can't escape or contact the outside world, Momo nodded. His attitude towards us is like dealing with experimental animals, so while confining our freedom, he paradoxically lets us know quite a bit. Sometimes, he even talks to us about all sorts of nonsense, rambling on neurotically as a way of relieving pressure. But I only know he's secretly in contact with people from the Venerate Saints Monastery. I don't know the details. Oh, sometimes he would even openly curse the people from the monastery in front of us, calling them stingy and hypocritical, with demands that grow with each request. At this point, Momo suddenly stopped, pondering for a moment before looking up at Luo. Ah, he recently mentioned your name. He talked about some laboratory incident related to you. It seemed to make the Venerate Saints Monastery very unhappy, which put a lot of pressure on him and made him quite displeased. Luo frowned slightly. At this moment, Aaron had climbed back onto Yu Sheng's shoulder and casually asked Luo, when your laboratory exploded, it's equivalent to clearing the evidence. Why wouldn't the hidden monastery be happy? Because they can no longer steal data from you. Luo seemed thoughtful. I find it strange, too, the accident at the Rift Laboratory. By that time, all my core data should have already been transferred by the mole. How could those religious fanatics still? Halfway through, Yu Sheng seemed to have thought of something, suddenly spoke up. Wait, could it be like this? When Old Kaio handed over your core data to the Venerate Saints Monastery, he might have bragged too much to raise the price, boasting about the stolen stuff, and those fanatics believed him. Based on Old Kaio's information, they activated their rift generator, and right after they started it, there was a big explosion on your side. Hidden monastery folks turned and looked. Oh dear. Speaking this, Luo also realized, and the two spoke in unison. Can't shut it down. The room suddenly fell silent. Everyone exchanged glances, and then their expressions became interesting. Even Aaron, who's not the brightest, and the fox girl focused on their food, realized what was happening. Luna's shell was more reserved, so it didn't show on the outside. Then Huli clapped her hands together. Hey, now it connects. The hidden monastery has been active frequently because their rift equipment is out of control, and the reason for the loss of control is the errors in the data old Kaio provided, causing the Gate of Eden to be unable to close. And that thing is likely using the Dark Angel as a power source, so the awakening process of the angel has possibly become uncontrollable, thus they're pressuring old Kaio. The result of the pressure is old Kaio had to take over my assets immediately. This incident might have bypassed the standard company process. Luo quickly continued. I was already suspicious before. How did old Kaio take over the base right after my incident? He acted so hastily that he didn't even have time to deal with the most profitable mines and trade routes, but kept looking for my hidden disaster recovery databases. Anything else? Yu Sheng turned to look at Momo. What else do you know about the collaboration between the Venerate Saints Monastery and Old Kaio? There's a planet called the Saint Realm. Old Kaio has cursed about this place several times behind its back, Momo thought, speaking while pondering. That seems to be the Venerate Saints Monastery's capital. Once old Kaio cursed furiously, said those inferior beings are stupid and short-sighted, placing that whatever gate on the capital star, once the gate collapses someday, not a single one will escape. At that time, he wouldn't be able to find anyone to demand payment. The room instantly became even quieter than before. After 2 or 3 seconds, Yu Sheng finally exclaimed, They built that thing on their capital star. Whoa, that's a bit sensational even for cultists, I'm serious. Even Aaron reacted, her small puppet eyes widened. I always thought they were welding detonators and sawing light bulbs. God damn it, they're welding beside a gas station. This doesn't make sense, Luo frowned, puzzled. As someone who also has always been welding detonators and sawing light bulbs, and recently managed to saw one to explosion, a seasoned, unlucky guy, she couldn't fathom the cultists' reasoning. Shouldn't such dangerous things be put far away? I even specifically built an independent space station for Zolda Blackstone. How dare they just start messing on their home planet? Don't say that, you're not much better than them. Yu Sheng waved his hand, not being polite at all on this topic with Luo. Then he stroked his chin and threw out a guess. I have a thought about this. Could it be related to some of their doctrines? Aaron thought for a moment but didn't understand, so she poked at Yu Sheng's head. What do you mean? Like putting sacred objects in holy land, or completing the final step of the ritual on the Divine Mother planet. Just for that, put this angel technology that could explode at any moment beneath their feet. Aaron couldn't understand. Aren't they afraid of blowing themselves up? Yu Sheng clapped his hands. That's what you said. Without doing something extreme, how could cultists stand out, especially in the dark meteor domain, a place full of talents? Without exterminating their entire family, how could they ascend? Momo blinked her eyes, looking at this odd group in front of her. She didn't know exactly what happened, but she could feel that the intelligence she provided was useful, and this somewhat relaxed her. Useful information should mean no ordeal to suffer. Just thinking this, several lines of sight suddenly turned directly towards her again. Yu Sheng looked at the cat-head girl across the table with anticipation. What else do you know? Chapter 657, Symptoms Regulatory Onboarding Process. After that, Yu Sheng and his group asked Momo a whole bunch of questions about the Deep Rock Fortress. As someone who has survived in old Kaio's laboratory for 10 years as a laboratory assistant, this Japulo girl indeed knows quite a lot, some from old Kaio's inadvertent revelations in front of the assistants, and some from her keen observation and speculation. Unfortunately, her knowledge about the Venerate Saints Monastery is limited, as old Kaio's collaboration with those cultists wasn't so intimate, and old Kaio wouldn't reveal the details of these transactions to the lab assistants. The good news, however, is that Momo knows a lot about the factories and laboratories under old Kaio's name. Plus, her years of work in the lab, even if forced, have granted her expertise in technologies related to living metal and implants, both useful to Luo, indirectly benefiting Yu Sheng. After all, the business of living metal alone is huge around the dark meteor domain and the Argelade star realm. To be honest, maybe it's preconceived notions, but I've always felt living metal isn't a good thing, Yu Sheng muttered while stroking his chin. After all, I only know 2 cases related to living metal. The modifications on you and Luna's distributed life system, and those behind these technologies aren't good people. I can only say the technology itself is fine. It depends on whose hands it's in, Luo shook his head. The deep diver armor lining of the Special Service Bureau is made of living metal, while the Algredians use it to make high-end robots. This technology was originally created by the Black Dot Group and was promoted across civilization circles hundreds of years ago. Technically speaking, even the living metal technology used by the Hidden Monastery to create artificial saintess originated from the Black Dot Group. As for old Kaio, he's a pervert and a scoundrel, but he is indeed one of the top experts in this field. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived so long in the harsh, competitive environment of the Black Dot Group. Even in a place with a high density of mad scientists like the Black Dot Group, scums like old Kaio are rare, and the people who loathe him can line up from the South Cloud Cross Star Gate to the Amora Fault. Is that so? Yu Sheng raised his eyebrows in surprise. I thought people like him were the norm at your company. No way, Luo exclaimed, eyes wide open. While the Black Dot Group indeed has a lot of divine beings, at least most of them are only mentally spellbound. Their research directions extreme, theories dangerous, and are crazily obsessed with subspace and black spirit ability. Aaron was stunned halfway through listening, slipping off the table with a thud, then climbed back up, eyes wide. There's not a single good word here. But these traits are somewhat complementary when describing mad scientists, Luo shrugged. At least compared to a pervert who takes his brain out and floats it in a jar, the danger of others in the Black Dot Group is limited to academic fields. Yu Sheng quickly waved his hand. You better not let Bailey Ching hear this, or she'll say your ideological reform is insufficient and find excuses to give you a gastric lavage. Luo frowned in confusion. What does this have to do with a gastric lavage? The last time I had one wasn't it because of eating poisonous mushrooms? Then it's better you don't know. Momo hunched down, sitting on the opposite side of the table, rarely daring to meet the eyes of the people opposite, but her ears twitched slightly, listening intently to their conversations. Relaxed, free, harmonious, and friendly, though sometimes the discussion sounded strange, this atmosphere. She hadn't felt it for a long time. This group is very interesting, definitely not the kind of people like old Kaio, even though there's a black spot warlord among them, an artificial saintess, and a cursed puppet. Only the furry-looking nine-tailed demon fox and the somewhat pale Yu Sheng appeared like good people from the outside. But she dared not say this out loud. In short, now we know the Hidden Monastery's capital planet is called Saint Realm, matching what the Great Sage shouted before casting in the underground garage encounter. And it's known they built the Gate of Eden on Saint Realm. Yu Sheng's voice woke Momo from her wandering thoughts. Further speculation suggests they possibly moved the so-called shadowless skeleton Dark Angel from the Adar giant pit to Saint Realm, unless they have a way for the Dark Angel to power the Gate of Eden at a distance. Let's assume the most dangerous scenario. If the Gate of Eden and Dark Angel are both on that planet, action must be cautious in the future. A Gate of Eden that might explode any time is scary enough, with a shadowless skeleton lying there that might wake any time, plus the cultists on Saint Realm are definitely the most extreme. Driven into a corner, they may just prematurely collapse the gate. Erin widened her eyes, spread her arms. Sounds like we're seriously screwed. A fluffy big tail quietly extended from the side, wrapping around Yu Sheng's arm, rubbing back and forth. Yu Sheng raised his hand to pet the fox's head, looked around. So I need to discuss this thoroughly with Bailey Ching when I return. It's unrealistic for us alone to attack a church country, possibly with dozens of sovereign planets. But the council directly pressing with an army may just provoke those cultists into blowing things up. Balancing this is tricky, perhaps trickier than the inference star body incident. He paused for a moment, pondering before his gaze fell on Momo. Lastly, it's about your matter. Momo's relaxed tail suddenly stood up again. Me. Don't be nervous, Yu Sheng waved his hand. It's about your future arrangements. Do you have any thoughts about your future? Future? Momo seemed never to have considered this question, or rather, having just escaped with her life, she hadn't had the chance to think about it. Reminded by Yu Sheng, some confusion and uncertain tension about the future finally appeared in her eyes. After subconsciously pondering for a few seconds, she hesitated to speak. I haven't thought about it. Maybe try to find a way to go home. It's been 10 years, and I don't know if those colleagues who were captured by the Sky Attacker pirates with me have managed to escape. Maybe everyone thinks I'm already dead. And besides. While speaking, she raised her already mechanized right hand to touch the ear that had been replaced with metal parts on her head. These things are all marked with Black Dot Group's logo. Some branches of living metal have fused with my central nervous system. Even the immortal law of Feiyu Star Domain can't safely remove them. With these, I'm afraid it'll be hard to find a job on a research ship again. Most legal institutions wouldn't let a black dot modified person into a laboratory. Isn't that just perfect? Yu Sheng laughed, raising his hand to point at Luo. Her lab is short on people, and she doesn't mind your modifications. She has even fewer original parts than you. Momo only then belatedly reacted and immediately looked at Luo, but there was a trace of hesitation in her eyes. Seeing the situation, Luo quickly spoke up before Momo could finish. My place is a legitimate unit. It's a registered scientific research space station in both Boundary Land and Feiyu Star Domain. Whether it was an illusion or not, Yu Sheng felt that this elf elder sister's tone at the moment had a bit of the vibe of a slippery trio shouting, "We are on the right path," like a sewer rat suddenly having a legitimate position, eager to weld the work badge to her forehead. Momo was startled by Luo's sudden shout, her cat ears and mechanical ear pinned back tightly against her head, and then she recalled the three seemingly storied doctors from before. However, her thoughts had just started to scatter when Luo interrupted with a string of words. Sign a legitimate contract, 4 days on, 3 days off, 1 month of paid vacation each year, benefits equivalent to a level 2 scholar of Terra or a star scholar of Algridian star realm. Comprehensive occupational insurance, and we can handle residency and ID documents for Boundary Land or Shuji. If you later find your family and decide to live at home, we can solve the commuting problem for you, with transit taking 3 to 6 seconds. Momo, she's telling the truth. Yu Sheng nodded. Don't forget how you got from old Kairo's laboratory to Shuji. This 3 to 6 seconds includes the time it takes to turn the door handle and say goodbye to colleagues. The cat's eyes lit up. Seeing this, Luo pressed her advantage. You can bring others who escaped from that laboratory to join as well. The workplace is on that space station you've seen before. You're all familiar with each other, and the other colleagues are either star scholars from Algerd or research personnel from Boundary Land. There might even be some naturalized scientists who escaped from the Black Dot group, making for a very healthy and comfortable working environment. Momo pondered for a moment and finally spoke. We really sign a formal contract, and those benefits. Of course, the entire onboarding process is formal. Luo's eyes curved up with enthusiasm, surprising Yu Sheng a bit. We can process the procedures now. Okay, Momo seemed somewhat dizzy but retained basic caution. But I must read the contract carefully before signing it. Of course, Yu Sheng nodded with a smile, extending his hand to the side, but first. Luna approached, raising her hand to strike. Yu Sheng lifted his arm, and a floating blood orb drifted in front of Momo. Drink this first. The scene fell silent for a moment. The next second, the poor Gypro girl let out a meow and sprang up, assuming a high-difficulty posture of standing on the chair's back with her body arched and her tail fluffed up like a plush stick. Wasn't it said to go through formal procedures? Even Luo couldn't hold it any longer. No, boss, you can't do this. At least wait until she's signed. Chapter 658, Luo Missing Home. In the end, Momo still signed. She had more than one reason for signing, of course. One reason was Luo's persuasive eloquence. Additionally, she really didn't have many options now, and she still remembered the scene when Yu Sheng and his team rescued her and her friends. Honestly speaking, although these people seemed a bit strange. Maybe more than just a bit, she could feel their sincerity and friendliness. Of course, there was another reason, which was that after Yu Sheng created a blood sphere, a small puppet immediately flew up to munch on Yu Sheng's head, and the two of them got into a lively tussle. Watching from the side, Momo slightly analyzed and felt that the villains' group probably didn't have this kind of style. All right then, for now, you'll stay here at Moran to recuperate. Once your health is fully restored, report to Black Stone Station. Luo stood up from the opposite side of the table, extending her hand towards Momo. We will later inform you how to use the teleportation gate within the space station and the situation over at the hub station. In any case, since you've signed with Black Stone Station from today, I'm your boss. Momo looked at the hand extended across from her, hesitated a bit, lifted her right hand to reach over, but suddenly stopped halfway, seeming to want to retract it and use her left hand instead. Luo directly grabbed the metallic gleaming hand and gave it a good shake. Her smile was exceptionally bright, and Yu Sheng even thought he had never seen this elf smile so brightly since he knew her. Half a day later, high orbit of Shuji Blackstone Space Station. With the powerful, self-healing effect, this gigantic space station that was once nearly dismantled had almost fully recovered its functionality, and its appearance had completely returned to its original state. At a certain edge of the disc-shaped shell of the space station, Luo, along with Aaron, Luna, and Hu Li, arrived at an observation deck overlooking space. A vast platform enveloped by an invisible protective force field and artificial gravity environment, extending dozens of meters from the main body of the space station, completely basking in starlight. Standing on it felt like stepping directly into the universe. This was Luo's favorite place. Aaron looked up at the vast and endless universe, the distant starlight reflecting in her scarlet eyes, and the small puppet became happy, sincerely praising the golden-haired elf beside her for the first time. Wow, it feels like I'm going to fall in. Luo, you've got some design sense here. Algredians love stars. Luo squinted her eyes, a serene and gentle smile on her face. Although my ability to listen to the stars has mostly vanished, I think deep down I should still be an Algredian. Aaron blinked and thought, though deep down Luo was still an Algredian, her core had been taken out. Saying that might get her punched. Even with the solid head of a little puppet, she held back the urge to say something snarky. So she seriously thought about it and decided to change her approach to comfort her friend, walking over to pat Luo's leg. No worries, your core's been found. Luo blanked out slightly, looking down at Aaron, and for the first few seconds didn't react. Her high level of competence and cultural literacy hindered her from keeping up with this little thing's thinking process. By the time she finally reacted, Aaron had already nonchalantly slipped behind Hu Li. Just then, a flash in the distant space interrupted her train of thought. Hey, it's here. Aaron instantly ran excitedly to the edge of the observation deck, crashing into the invisible safety barrier, bouncing back entirely. But the next second, she flipped over, got up, and continued waving vigorously at that flash. A giant space rift was unfolding in space, with flickering, unstable light and shadows. The next second, those light and shadows started to flip, just like when the Otherworld Inn conducted a transfer, and a massive real entity began to cross vast spatial distances to arrive here, almost in a blink. The rift began to outline the shape of the deep rock fortress. Aaron's eyes sparkled, the swirling spatial ripples reflected in her scarlet pupils. The world bridge was truly beautiful. She happily thought, and then the sentiment quickly vanished from her not-so-bright mind. Immediately following was Yu Sheng's voice in her mind. Oh damn, I'm exhausted. Teleporting this thing is much more difficult than teleporting the Otherworld Inn. It almost cost me half my life. Aaron was a bit curious. Hey, didn't Luo say this was a mobile fortress, and that its hyperlight core could help relieve your stress or something? Well, the point is the hyperlight core has to be usable. Uli headbutted like a rocket from the core area to the launch channel. When I went down there just now, there was a fox-shaped hole several meters high on the hyperlight core. The navigation equipment cabin was also punched away by her. When I got inside, only a couple of cooling fans were spinning on the ground. Yu Sheng's voice sounded half dead and half alive. I dragged this powerless thing from the dark meteor domain to the orbit of Shuji. At least Blackstone Station had some power back in the day. All right, let's not talk about it for now. I need to rest a bit in the fortress control room here, and reinforce some structures. A few areas collapsed again during the teleport. He paused for a moment, then added, Got to remind Hu Li to control herself a bit next time she drills holes in buildings. After all, you never know which part we might reclaim back as our asset. She's tearing up our own property here. Aaron, wow, you're so righteous. Yu Sheng didn't respond to this, probably truly exhausted. After a long while had passed, Yu Sheng finally completed the emergency reinforcement and core reboot process for the Deep Rock Fortress. Once the fortress's orbit maintaining system was successfully online and stable, he opened the door and arrived at the stargazing platform. By this time, Hu Li was so bored she was lying on the ground drowsing. Seeing Yu Sheng push open the door, she suddenly perked up and jumped up excitedly, enthusiastically rushing over with her tail swaying a trail. While her ears drooped on either side of her head, her face bore an awkward, silly grin. How to describe this look? It's like leaving a Samoyed alone at home to watch the door, and after half a day you return to find the sofa ruined, the walls broken, water gushing from the sink, a trail of flour bags from the kitchen to the toilet, and a pile of ripped pillows in the corner. The Samoyed hears you and runs over, wagging its tail wanting to snuggle next to you while its ears droop, wanting to hide to the side, torn between guilt and excitement. Pretty much the expression Hu Li had at that moment. Yu Sheng looked at the fox girl's expression, feeling both amused and helpless, realizing that Aaron hadn't held back and told her what he had been rambling about. Just be more careful next time, he casually stroked the fur behind her ears. You always crash with such a big hole, it's really hard to fix. Hu Li nodded her head vigorously, suddenly cheerful again. Luo suddenly clapped his hands, staring wide-eyed at the great demon fox in front of him. Ah, so those holes at Black Stone Station were caused by your collision. Yu Sheng and Aaron looked at Luo in surprise and spoke in unison. You just realized. Luo, it proves that scientists have great minds, but they don't necessarily react quickly. Seeing this, Yu Sheng coughed twice, breaking the awkwardness while changing the topic. Anyway, I've brought you the Deep Rock Fortress, but I'm controlling this entirely by instinct, so you'll have to fine-tune the operating system later, as I don't understand the professional stuff. Also, if there's anything you need help with in terms of personnel or supplies, just let Moran know. Besides, I've left a door in the fortress's control room that leads to the Valley Teleportation Hub, making it easy for you to come and go. Luo nodded quickly, temporarily setting aside the matter of Hu Li's headbutt, causing a penetrating injury at Black Stone Station. After that, Yu Sheng explained to Luo about the Deep Rock Fortress's situation and the arrangements for Black Stone Station and Boundary Land in the coming period, as well as some actions concerning the Venerate Saints Monastery. Once everything was arranged, he directly opened a large door on the observation platform. The other side was the living room at number 66 Wudong Road. Luo suddenly thought of saying something, took half a step towards Yu Sheng, showing a hesitant expression. Yu Sheng stopped curiously. What is it, anything else? Luo thought for a moment, then shook his head. No, it's not a big deal. I'll wait until the Venerate Saints Monastery's matters are resolved. Originally climbing onto Yu Sheng's shoulder, ready to go home together, Erin suddenly turned her head, with her slightly eerie doll eyes staring straight at the golden-haired elf. Being stared at by the red-eyed evil dwarf made Luo feel uneasy, instinctively saying, "WH, what is it?" "If this were a TV series, you'd be dead, I tell you." The little doll jumped down from Yu Sheng's shoulder, looking up at Luo in front of him. "Just by uttering that line, you'd definitely die in slow motion in the second-to-last episode." Luo still didn't understand. "WHY?" "Raising flags." Erin put her hands on her hips. "If you want to do something, just say so, but never say something like, 'I'll get married when XXX is done.' Just keep it to yourself if you truly mean that, and I'll pretend I didn't hear." "What the heck? I just wanted to take leave. Take leave to visit home." Luo made a hard-to-control expression. "We're too busy lately, and the hidden monastery matters can't be delayed, and I still need to crack the communication logs left by old Cairo, so I said after the busy period I'd talk." "Then just say it straight." Erin jumped up and kicked Luo's leg. "You scared me thinking you'd also bleed out. Ow, it hurts, your leg is made of iron." The little puppet jumped and hopped, cursing. Luo lifted his skirt, exposing his legs covered in silver-white alloy. "Not iron, it's harder alloy." Yu Sheng paid no mind to the noisy commotion Erin caused, only silently gazing at Luo for a moment before suddenly speaking. "Because you saw Momo." Luo quieted, nodded gently after a moment. "She said she wanted to try contacting her family first. It's been 10 years since she's returned, her family must be very worried," she said slowly. "And I haven't been back in 200 years. Yu Sheng felt a lot of curiosity, but staring at Luo's expression, he ultimately asked nothing. "All right, pre-approved, after wrapping up the hidden monastery's matters." "Thank you, boss." Chapter 659, Yu Sheng's Delivery Plan. After sending Hu Li and Aaron back to number 66 Wudong Road, Yu Sheng didn't delay and sent a message to Bailey Qing to confirm she was in the office. Then he directly opened the door to the Special Service Bureau. Bailey Qing, seated behind her large desk, looked up from the files she was reviewing with sleepy eyes and watched Yu Sheng as he entered. "I heard you guys pulled off another big thing." Yu Sheng casually grabbed the chair he had become accustomed to and spoke offhandedly. "Yeah, we ran into a psycho, had to carry out justice on behalf of the heavens." Then he suddenly reacted, looking with surprise at the humanoid dragon opposite him. "Wait, how do you know? I haven't told you yet." Reported by the staff stationed at Fairy Tale Valley, Fairy Novel suddenly mobilized a large army, with half the parents going out to war, followed by masses of mass-produced errands suddenly teleporting from where they stood, vanishing into a space rift, later followed by a slew of injured puppets teleporting back, smelling of gunpowder, Bailey Qing said calmly. "After asking Little Red Riding Hood, I got the gist of it, not to mention that there was an excited snake demon over there, grabbing people to tell them about her sweeping performance on the battlefield." "Oh right, I forgot about that." Yu Sheng tapped his head. "I'll have to go back to the valley later." It seems like you're getting busier, Bailey Ching remarked with a touch of empathy, although her expression remained unchanged. Just a little bit more than me. Yu Sheng, did this expressionless dragon just make a joke about herself? But Bailey Ching didn't wait for his reaction. She quickly continued. Since you're back, tell me what happened exactly. So far, I only know you encountered a black spot warlord and fought him, and the fairy tale kids only know it was lively, while the snake didn't even know who she was fighting. Yu Sheng promptly cleared his throat, composing his expression, and looked seriously at the other party. The black spot warlord we captured is the guy who secretly stole information from Luo's lab and sold it to Venerate Saint's monastery. He went by the nickname Old Kaio. We got a lot of intelligence from him. In the following period, he told Bailey Ching everything that happened in the Dark Meteor domain, including the status of the victims rescued from Old Kaio's lab. As they had to get identity paperwork processed through the Special Service Bureau, many were unregistered outside, and the past incidents involving Luo. Bailey Ching didn't speak for a long time after listening. I've always known she was a different kind of black spot warlord, but I never imagined she had gone through these. After a while, she slowly said, This does explain a lot of her peculiarities. In a way, Luo is strong, Yu Sheng thought for a moment, commenting with a sense of admiration. I don't know if there are any similar cases in the Black Dot group, but for her to persist till now, it's not something an ordinary person could manage. Spare her some trouble in the future. She's turned over a new leaf now. Bailey Ching raised an eyebrow. When have I troubled her? The last stomach wash times. It was the medical department's unauthorized decision. Yu Sheng, let's discuss the situation with Venerate Saint's monastery, Bailey Ching said, shifting the topic with a straight face. You mean they built a large rift device called Gate of Eden on their capital star and possibly put the Dark Angel Shadowless Skeleton on that planet too, just to open a passage to a new world? Sounds a bit absurd, but the intel is likely true, unless Old Kaio has the leisure to make up a fantastic story for his lab animals. No, it's not absurd at all, very consistent with my understanding of those hidden monastery sect members. Bailey Ching calmly shook her head. They're unlike angel sect believers, the latter being a state of mindless madness, but hidden monastery. They're a highly organized, goal-oriented insanity, with every plan being highly destructive. The only good news is, this time their destruction might really befall themselves. Provided they don't drag everyone down with them. A dark meteor domain can't hold back an awakened dark angel, and who knows what kind of monsters might rush out after that gate crumbles, Yu Sheng pondered, touching his chin. Regarding my concerns, what do you think? I mean the possibility of them becoming desperate if the Special Service Bureau Army pressures them heavily. Bailey Ching didn't immediately respond. Instead, she pondered for half a minute. They will surely do that, no doubt about it, she slowly said. But to destroy the hidden monastery, we must gather a large army, so the operation must catch them by surprise, seize control of the Gate of Eden before they respond. Perhaps we can split forces. One contingent to attack their border, but not too heavily just to divert attention, then send elite squads to infiltrate the Saint Realm planet. Yu Sheng nodded as he listened. My view, too, is to first eliminate the threat of the Gate of Eden, and then mount a formal offensive against the entire hidden monastery territory. Sounds like an almost impossible mission. Bailey Ching lifted her eyelids to look at Yu Sheng, but before she could finish, he was already smiling. Extracting a planet-sized parasite from the core and blowing it up is also an impossible mission. The feasibility of specific matters can only be known after going over there. Bailey Ching pondered. True, after all, we currently know almost nothing about the Gate of Eden, let alone how to seize control or shut it down. What did Luo say? After all, it originated from her technology. I did ask, but there's too little information, so she can't make any judgments now, Yu Sheng confessed. Mainly, the hidden monastery wouldn't possibly reveal such information to Old Kaio. But Luo said the principles are universal, plus the data previously collected by the Special Service Bureau. She can attempt to restore parts of the critical parameters of the Gate of Eden. That's as far as we can go for now. Bailey Ching rubbed her forehead. In the end, we still need to get direct data on the Gate of Eden. Yu Sheng didn't speak for a moment, and after pondering for a while, he suddenly asked, How's the message about the angel catalyst spreading? Any movements from the hidden monastery? The message is spreading smoothly, and it's certain that the hidden monastery has already noticed this information. Bailey Ching nodded. The Special Service Bureau's early warning system has recently detected some unusual probing signals near the border regions and several special space jump points. which are quite likely secret scouts from the hidden monastery observing. At this point, she shook her head again. But the bad news is they're more cautious than we thought. Even though the situation with the Gate of Eden might be dire, they aren't reckless enough to storm into the Special Service Bureau's territory and snatch it. The key thing is, we can't blatantly send this thing out. That would make the purpose too obvious. Yu Sheng stroked his chin. I see it differently. Bailey Ching. The key is not how to send it, but who sends it, Yu Sheng said as he mused. If I were a thief, and you, as a police officer, suddenly came over one day with a bag of goodies and said, "Look here," I'd definitely turn around and run. But if you were a tough guy with a scar face, one eye, and 2 arms tattooed with cuttlefish, and you told me you had some good stuff, I'd at least take a look. Bailey Ching's eyelids visibly twitched, perhaps amazed by Yu Sheng's outstanding cultural analogy. You mean? Old Kaio, Yu Sheng raised an eyebrow. He has business with the hidden monastery. But old Kaio is already dead. The hidden monastery doesn't know, Yu Sheng smirked. At least not yet. Moreover, old Kaio has enough reason to talk new business with them because he just messed up the last deal. Bailey Ching pondered. Can we pull it off? What do you think is the success rate of doing this? It won't be worse than now, Yu Sheng shrugged. The hidden monastery is hesitating, but we don't have much time to waste with them. Who knows when their Gate of Eden will explode massively? After all, those cultists might just pull a self-destructive act any moment. Bailey Ching believed Yu Sheng had a point. So she casually pulled out a few instant coffee sachets from a nearby drawer, slurped them down with warm water, and after refreshing herself, she spoke seriously. Now we should discuss a more secure implementation plan. Fairy Tale Valley, Teleportation Hub Hall. A door leading to the Black Stone space station was quietly pushed open, and after 2 seconds, a head cautiously peeked out from the door. A furry cat ear and a mechanical cat ear twitched twice in the air, as Momo looked at this unfamiliar place with caution. The catgirl's vertical pupils showed a trace of surprise. In the vast hub hall, door after door stood, yet the entire hall still felt a bit spacious. Occasionally some doors were opened. People from Shuji, Feng Ling Mountain, or the Special Service Bureau appeared in the hall. Apart from them, the largest number visible here were those mass-produced puppets running around with mini-mops or carrying brooms. The catgirl gasped softly. Behind her, there seemed to be some urging, and only then did Momo summon courage and walked out of the door, followed by Luo through the door from behind her. Impressive, huh? This place is the real headquarters of the travel agency. You'll be even more surprised outside. Luo patted Momo on the shoulder, a touch of pride in his voice. By the way, don't provoke those red-eyed puppets here. They're in charge of maintaining order at the headquarters. Provoking them will be very dangerous. Momo hurriedly nodded. Also, don't provoke the old man walking around with a back scratcher. Provoking him will be very dangerous. And don't provoke a giant female snake demon. Anyway, also very dangerous. And don't provoke some who look like little kids. Kids, provoking them is also very dangerous. Chapter 660, The New Cat. Her new boss, a former Black Spot warlord, owner of the Black Stone space station, and a big shot with an elite guard, seems to be at the bottom of the food chain in this mysterious organization called the Travel Agency. The cat was very shocked by her discovery. However, the new boss himself didn't seem to be aware of this, and Momo soon discovered that the dangerous people the boss mentioned were actually quite friendly. At least those black-clad puppets running around were very friendly. They even looked quite cute, although their eyes seemed somewhat dim. Are they all replicas of that Aaron lady? Watching another squad of mass-produced puppets push mops as they scurried across the hall, Momo couldn't resist asking out of curiosity. Replicas of people? Luo thought for a moment, hugging her arms, and slowly said, in essence, they're about the same. But if you have to say it, they more closely resemble mass-produced shells. Coming off the production line, Erin is an Alice puppet, and these are spare bodies that my boss created for her using some strange methods. The controllers behind them are all Erin. Alice puppet? Momo was greatly surprised, waving her hand above her head, but the Alice puppets I've seen weren't this short. Before the cat could finish, Luo covered her mouth. Hey, don't say that in front of her, she'll fly up and bite. Momo's eyes widened as she forcefully nodded while being muffled. Luo finally let go, glanced around warily to ensure that the nearby mass-produced puppets hadn't noticed their situation, and then breathed a sigh of relief. She nudged Momo's back. Stop standing idly, follow me, I'll show you around this place. Momo obediently followed behind the new boss, passing through the gigantic hub hall, along a short corridor, and through an ancient, solemn-looking door that resembled some kind of relic from an old civilization, finally reaching the exterior of this enormous pyramid. The view before her opened up dramatically. A massive valley, a river running through its bottom, farmlands next to the hub, and an oddly picturesque town, along with distant towers, forests, a starport, and the floating entrance to an alternate dimension. All these things surpassed Momo's imagination before arriving. Initially, upon hearing the words, travel agency headquarters, the upper limit of what she could imagine was a grand building or something like the big guy of the Blackstone station. She thought these were already extravagant, yet all her imaginations evidently couldn't compare to a truly independent space. Just then, another buzzing sound passed overhead. Momo, surprised, looked up, only to see a mass-produced puppet flying across the sky, clinging to a little sword about the size of a dagger with both hands and feet, body hanging beneath it, technically flying by being carried by the sword. "Puppet flying in the sky, boss," exclaimed the out-of-town cat. Luo glanced up and nonchalantly said, "Oh, that's sword flight. You might occasionally see that scene." Momo's eyes widened. Sword flight, but that's not how it looked when I saw Miss Mo Ran do it in Shuji. She was standing on the sword. Luo, that's what it looks like after falling down. Momo blinked, not having a chance to process what this meant when she heard a commotion not far off. She turned and jumped up. The puppet got stuck in a tree. Unfazed, Luo led the out-of-town cat towards the fairy tale town. "Don't worry, puppets often get caught in trees or fall into pits. Someone will come along later with a stick to poke her down." J-Giant, a giant walking by the riverbank. "That's Snow White's Thunderbolt Titan. Why are there armored vehicles in the town?" "That's Dorothy's command vehicle. She should be just returning from joyriding now." "And there's a dragon falling from the sky. The Dragon Slayer is practicing gliding. No worries, Jack's beanpole will catch him. Hey, stop staring at the sky, watch your step, a puppet just passed by." "Oh, sorry. Omo was constantly surprised as she hopped up countless times from the hub pyramid to the fairy tale town on that short route. Her tail fluffed up and never settled down. Frankly speaking, she's not of the overly panicky type. At least among the Japrolians, she was known for being quite calm and collected. However, she couldn't help but feel disoriented by this place's topsy-turvy nature. As a professionally trained deep space technician, she had never seen anything like it. Upon entering the town and seeing a human child no older than 6 or 7 riding a 2-meter-tall shadow giant wolf rampaging down the street, she was utterly stunned. Then this imaginative Japrolian girl quickly realized one thing. There might be a reason her new boss is at the bottom of the food chain here. "Next time you lead others to this place." Luo was unsurprised by Momo's reaction, knowing this was a process every newbie had to go through after entering this valley. So after giving a rough introduction to the town's situation, she continued speaking matter-of-factly. "The fresh air here is good for the body. Once your friends recover enough to leave the hospital, they can move here to continue recuperation. Of course, my boss knows you'd like to visit home. It's definitely possible, but there will always be a place for you to stay here. Don't worry, this town never lacks vacant houses. The kids from fairy tales build them when they have free time, treating it like playing with blocks. Aside from this town, there's also a starport near the Black Forest. Although the ships docked there look a bit like stuff from the hidden monastery, they actually belong to the travel agency. Where did they come from? My boss bought them, of course. Also, don't go near the tower to the north with the black space rift floating above it." "Huh. No, it's got nothing to do with the Forbidden Zone or any cursed tower. That place is under construction. Snow White and the long-haired princess are planning to turn it and the alternate dimension above it into a play area for kids. Of course, they told my boss it's a training ground where kids can strengthen their bodies. You want to know what's dangerous about the play area and why you can't go near it? The demons inside the play area are real? Why there are demons in the play area, don't ask me. It's the long-haired princess's idea. She can summon the demons she's slain in that tower. She usually uses them to work out, half-kills them, and then lets the kids exercise." "Momo." Just then she noticed Luo suddenly stopped walking. A chubby-looking tabby cat had appeared out of nowhere and was leisurely strolling towards them. Behind it followed 2 old men with ingratiating smiles, carrying cans of cat food and dried fish. An inexplicable sense of tension suddenly welled up in Momo's heart. For some reason, she tensed up as soon as she saw this tabby cat. Then she watched as it came up to her, sniffed around, circled her twice, and then looked up to stare at her. Its vertical pupils held a scrutinizing gaze. Then it nodded and said in a deep male voice, "New here." Momo nearly jumped onto Luo at that moment. The shock she received even surpassed seeing a giant dragon fall from the sky. "The cat can talk, ah." Luo hurriedly held the startled Jipulo girl. Calm down. It's just a talking cat. Haven't you gotten used to it by now on this trip?" The king looked up at the still frightened Momo with a face full of exasperation. Such a fuss from the Jiprolians. With a flick of its paw, the two flatterers holding treats vanished into thin air, only to be replaced by the figure of a woman in a white robe. A summoned, holy daughter of the kingdom, who raised her staff and pointed at Momo, hitting her with several powerful calming techniques. Then the holy daughter gracefully bowed to the king, and her image slowly faded away, bringing back the two flatterers. Momo calmed down, though the calming techniques had quite an effect, leaving her gazing blankly for about 5 or 6 seconds before she finally snapped back to reality, looking at the king with a peculiar expression. "I forgot to remind you," Luo's voice came from beside her. "Don't mess with any cats around here, you can't beat them." "Momo, I'm the king," one of the animals raised by the orphanage. The king lazily stretched. "We currently have 2 animals here. Besides me, there's a snake who's acting as a slide for the kids in the square right now. Now it's your turn. Where are you from?" Luo quickly introduced. "The boss entrusted me to take care of her. Her name is Momo. We brought a group from the Dark Meteor domain this time." After giving a brief overview of Momo's situation, the king nodded solemnly and his expression seemed to soften. Then you're one of us. No need to be formal, make yourself at home. Actually, there's another of your kin here. You two should meet." Momo blinked curiously. "My kin?" "Over there," the king gestured with his paw to the other side of the street. "That's the one doing rehabilitation training with the big guy." Momo looked up and immediately saw Lingdeng, who was accompanying the recovering Su Jiali on a walk in the town. Lingdeng, sensing a presence, turned her head and saw Momo standing across the road. The 2 cat heads immediately headed towards each other without hesitation, completely forgetting their respective bosses and the injured leader. "All right, no need for you to guide them anymore." The king lazily raised an eyelid at Luo. "Cats will handle their own socializing." Luo had a feeling there was something off about what the king said. Meanwhile, Momo and Lingdeng, having quickly confirmed each other's friendly intentions, had already pulled out a small box from their pockets. "Here, comrade, try this. It's really intense, Meow Tilda." "What is it?" "Catnip, it's the best from the boundary land, Meow Tilda." "Well." Chapter 661, A Fleeting Life, Half a Day. Momo increasingly felt that this was a very strange place. The sky lacked a sun, but it was clear and bright. It was said that outside the boundary land it was winter, but in the valley it was as warm as spring. The mountains on both sides of the valley were layered and continuous, yet part of the mountain abruptly had a giant gap where a dense black forest appeared, as if it had been awkwardly cut in. The forest extended from the mountain pass to the edge of view. He didn't know how big this space really was, for there seemed to be many strange, extended spaces connected to it, and the black forest beyond the mountain pass was just the most intuitive one. The northern tower could lead to an alternate dimension called the Omen Divine Temple. A giant beanstalk grew out of the mountain fog into the air, and a small path cut directly through the mountain barrier. It said to lead to a magical realm ruled by the Cat King, a realm bigger than the valley itself, but only the king, his servants, and cats could see its entrance. "We can't get there. I've tried before, Meow," Lingdeng said lazily beside her. "The king says Jiprolians are Jiprolians, cats are cats. Their souls are not quite the same, tilde. Momo listened intently. She could understand some of what Lingdeng said, but not all, especially when it came to this valley, where most of it she couldn't understand. But at this moment, she didn't mind the parts she couldn't grasp, because the place itself felt like a bizarre dream to her. At the town's end stood a very large castle, and she and Lingdeng were now lying on the castle's rooftop. Although there was no sun, this didn't stop them from basking in it. Jiprolians loved rooftops. In their homeland, many would even plan a small spot on their house's rooftops specifically for sleeping under sunny skies. She hadn't slept under a clear sky for 10 years. Momo thought, if this really were a dream, at least let her lie on this rooftop a while longer. "That big guy you saw just now is my boss, Meow, a very powerful human," Lingdeng spoke again nearby. This spiritual, energy-powerful compatriot was a member of the Special Service Bureau. She worked as an attendant to a powerful deep diver, an enviable job in Jiprolian society. Not long ago, he had a fight with an artificial saintess, and just a few days after he was alive and kicking again. Super strong vitality, meow. Momo mumbled in response, her mouth lightly biting a small stick. This stick was made from the tender branch of a plant called Valera, said to grow only in a small wetland on a colonized star controlled by the boundary land. The stick was soaked in the highest-grade extract of catnip. This was a specialty of the boundary land, the purest and strongest mint stick in the universe. In faraway Terra, in the independent city-state of Gyprolians, a small box of this brand's, mint sticks, was nearly equivalent to an ordinary person's weekly income. But in the Special Service Bureau, this item was distributed freely as part of the employee benefits to the spiritual servants, with enough quota even to treat friends. The reason for this benefit was that high-quality mint sticks could enhance a Gyprolian's spiritual energy. Anyway, the great Gyprolian spiritual energy master and catnip connoisseur Cosette said so, meow. Awesome tilde, Lingdang turned over, lightly pawing Momo's arm with her tail, then stretched her hand out to gently touch the mechanical ear on Momo's head. Does it hurt, meow? No, Momo instinctively dodged but soon relaxed. She hadn't interacted with compatriots like this for a long time, so many things required readjustment. It just feels a bit numb sometimes, and there are some noises in my head. But once accustomed, it doesn't bother much. Can probably be repaired, meow, Lingdeng said seriously. The Special Service Bureau's medical technology is advanced. Over in Kaianfeng Ling Mountain, there's technology to regenerate bodies. If all else fails, you could try Boss Yusheng's various strange spells. Last time someone named Aaron fell from the sky and shattered. I saw her companions dig up some clay, mix in a few drops of blood, and patched her right up, meow tilde. Momo hesitated a bit, then shook her head. In the Feiyu Star domain, some very skilled doctors checked me out. They said my body is very stable now, no need for treatment. Besides, the living metal has balanced coexistence with my central nerve system. Forcibly removing it and regenerating might affect the body adversely, and more aggressive, thorough treatment options might exist. But I feel that if I do that, I wouldn't be myself anymore. Didn't expect you to be quite conservative, Lingdeng, holding a mint stick, squinted in the daylight. But you do what you think is best. Changing your mind later is perfectly fine. The boss often says so. Life's margin for error is quite high, meow. When he says it, he doesn't add meow. Momo thought for a moment, then sincerely thanked her. Thank you. You're welcome, meow. Lingdeng waved generously, then seemed to remember something, casually commenting. In past years, life's been quite tense, hasn't it? Still not relaxed now. Momo hesitated. Yes, but why suddenly bring this up? Because you don't add meow when you speak. Momo was a bit stunned. Gyprolians, when under stress, don't meow, Lingdeng said, pulling another mint stick from her little box and handing it to her new friend beside her. Here, chew another. Consider it a celebration of new beginnings, meow. This place, it's a good place, tilde, once you're done. I'll take you to be a guest at the Cat King's cat climbing frame. There are tons of cans. Momo stared blankly at the mint stick handed to her, hearing the other's lazy voice. It took her several seconds to react, as if waking up in shock, taking the item instinctively, yet afraid making any large movements would shatter this bizarre but tantalizing dream she didn't want to wake from. But she didn't wake up. Everything was real, with the mint stick giving a solid feel in her hand. Thank you, Momo said softly, then hesitated a bit and added, meow. Little Red Riding Hood raised her head, looking at the castle roof not far away. From this angle, she couldn't see anyone on the roof, but as the wind blew through the street, she could smell the fresh scent of fur conditioner and the aroma of catnip. Prepare those houses on the east side of the town in advance. Each can accommodate 4 people. Use this standard for arrangement. She turned her head, casually saying to the golden wind rolling grass beside her. Soon, many employees from Blackstone Station will be living here. Our town is really going to get lively. All right, tidy up the houses, arrange accommodations, take care of the kids at home, and keep an eye on those limbless mass-produced puppets coming back from the front line, preventing any unfinished ones from running around. The long-haired princess slowly gathered her massive shield of hair for solitude, mumbling with a lifeless expression. During the fight, you all went, but all the aftermath work is handed to me for dealing. Nonsense, wasn't it your choice not to participate? Who told you to owe so many papers back then? Little Red Riding Hood glared at the long-haired princess. Look at you, already a senior in high school. Since you know I'm a senior, don't arrange so many tasks for me. Cinderella has been as free as anything these days. Little Red Riding Hood said nothing. She just calmly looked into the long-haired princess's eyes until the latter started feeling nervous. Then she helplessly waved her hand. All right, go call Cinderella. You don't need to worry about arranging the dorms. Go back and study." With these words, the long-haired princess was relieved, and the next second she ran towards the other end of the town, her golden hair streaming. Got it, I'll call her right away. Then I'll go find someone knowledgeable to ask questions." Listening to the distant yelling, Little Red Riding Hood felt something was off, but hadn't figured it out yet when the wind-rolling grass already ran out of sight. Then suddenly, a phantom door appeared nearby, completely interrupting her train of thought. The door opened, and Yu Sheng emerged with Luna. "I just got back from the Special Service Bureau," he greeted Little Red Riding Hood casually. "Has Luo come here?" "Yes, she came along with that Momo Japrolian person," Little Red Riding Hood replied while shaking the image of a big golden shadow out of her mind. "Momo is on the castle roof, along with the spiritual servant brought by Sujiali. As for Luo, she said she's taking a walk by the river. She mentioned she's been organizing some materials, so she's here to relax a bit. Are you looking for her?" "No rush, I'll head to the Puppet Production Center first," Yu Sheng waved his hand, "to check on the repair status." By the woods a distance from the town, beside the river, the vegetation was lush, and a patch of grassland was specifically cleared out, a few stones piled on the open area forming a wind-blocking structure. Between the stones, freshly gathered firewood was stacked. The long-haired princess was holding a twig, seriously threading mushrooms onto it. Luo sat across from her. In all fairness, a black spot scientist is indeed more knowledgeable than a poor student, so the long-haired princess felt justified while skewering mushrooms, even thinking that she wouldn't panic even if Little Red Riding Hood stood in front of her now, because when she said that, she could even pass a lie detector. Of course, if Little Red Riding Hood really came, she'd quickly run away. A spiritual fireball was tossed into the woodpile, and the campfire crackled and began to burn. Luo and the long-haired princess looked serious. "I think the main problem last time was that the mushrooms weren't cooked. Ordinary spirit mushrooms aren't that potent," the long-haired princess said earnestly. "Luo, indeed. This time I got 2 exorcism and detoxification pills from Mr. Yuan. Later we'll take the pills first, then eat the mushrooms, definitely no problem." "Luo, indeed." And then the second spirit mushroom tasting event by the golden-haired duo began. Chapter 662, Problems Facing the Puppet Army. Inside the teleportation hub pyramid, the alchemy laboratory used for mass production of puppets was bustling with activity. A large number of damaged puppets, withdrawn from Deep Rock Fortress, were lined up in the hub pyramid waiting for repairs. Hundreds of alchemy platforms in the hall were occupied, each with an errand staring up with dead fish eyes. Among them were seriously injured, ones missing arms or legs, while many others yet to queue were quietly gathered in a corner of the laboratory. Many intact, mass-produced puppets were busily working around those alchemy platforms, skillfully attaching spare limbs made of clay onto the damaged puppets. When the bodies were repaired, the puppets would immediately join in to help repair other companions, rotating in shifts like this. A subtle scent of blood permeated the air as a diffusion device was installed in the corner of the hall. The thin red mist emanating from the device split into hundreds of strands, surrounding the alchemy platforms. With this technology from the Demon Suppression Tower's skating trio, the amount of blood needed for repairing and manufacturing mass-produced puppets was further reduced, and production efficiency was more than doubled. Thus, the originally cumbersome alchemy ceremony was now integrated into an impressively efficient assembly line, yet the efficiency of this line was still far from ideal. Theoretically, as long as raw materials were sufficient, the efficiency of puppets producing puppets could be infinitely enhanced. Currently, what limits the expansion of the Aran army is the size of this alchemy laboratory. Yu Sheng never anticipated that the place he built with a bigger is better mindset would become inadequate so quickly. "I have to admit, this efficiency is really high," remarked Yu Sheng leisurely as he walked amidst the rows of alchemy platforms, looking at those mass-produced puppets with dead fish eyes. If Aran really got going, she could probably fill this entire valley in no time. He initially wanted to liken the puppet army's expansion speed to cockroaches, but the words got stuck in his throat. After all, the place was filled with mass-produced Arans with tiny little hearts, and he feared they might bite if provoked. Luna quietly followed behind Yu Sheng. As they passed one of the alchemy platforms, she slightly paused, her gaze landing on it. A half-body mass-produced puppet lay quietly on the platform. Its scarlet eyes appeared somewhat dull. This unlucky fellow had half its body blown apart by the soldiers under old Cairo's command with a heavy particle rifle during the previous battle, but managed to teleport back to the hub hall just in time, looking pitiful. As if the main consciousness sensed the gaze upon it, the half-bodied puppet suddenly twitched, its dull eyes turning towards Luna, emitting a somewhat sluggish voice. "What are you looking at? Never seen a half-body before." "Half-body, is that the meaning?" Luna said slowly, also reaching out to poke the half-body puppet's belly, 33 centimeters. C-type buckle. "You bastard," Aaron immediately cursed, but because the body was so damaged, not even the cursing came out fluently, so she urgently called another intact puppet over to curse on her behalf. "I atashat you %%. And why are you mimicking me?" Luna, however, wasn't angry. "I'm not mimicking, I always stutter." Yu Sheng couldn't bear watching from the side, feeling that the scene of a malfunctioning robot bullying a half-body puppet was too bizarre, so he hurried over to smooth things over, then turned with a slightly puzzled expression to the Aaron lying on the platform. "Really, is it necessary to repair this half-body?" "Life needs to be economical." An intact puppet nearby rolled its eyes. "There's still half left, can't just throw it away." Just when Yu Sheng was about to ask something else, he heard the sound of footsteps from behind. Turning around, he saw lower half of an Aaron staggering like a headless fly, running towards them, literally headless, with nothing above the belly. The half-body puppet jumped twice but couldn't reach the platform. Then, two nearby intact puppets came over, grabbed its legs, and tossed it up onto the alchemy platform. Soon after, several intact puppets followed up onto the platform, skillfully assembling the two halves of the puppet body together, applying clay to the gap at the waist. The faint threads of bloody mist in the air gathered around, and within a few breaths, the two halves were seamlessly repaired, even the clothes on the puppet body were mended. Newly repaired, mass-produced Aaron sat up from the platform, hands on hips, looking at Yu Sheng. "See, it's repaired now. At least the materials weren't wasted." Even Yu Sheng was shocked. "This really works." "The Alice puppet, quite amazing, right?" Aaron joyfully hopped down from the platform, making room for others, and boasted with her head held high. "Let me tell you, that's not all. Before you arrived, my record was cobbling one together out of parts from 7 bodies. Yu Sheng, remarkable assembly job." As they spoke, he caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye of another damaged, mass-produced Aaron being tossed onto the platform by a companion. Then a bunch of puppets gathered from all directions, some holding arms, some carrying legs, and others with clay and wire, climbing onto the platform to start assembling the injured companion. After a while, a fully repaired Aaron crawled down from the platform and strolled off to help elsewhere. Yu Sheng's gaze moved past the neatly arranged platforms towards the corner of the hall. A large number of damaged puppets were still lining up obediently, waiting for repairs. Many of them were severely damaged, given their small size of 66.6 cm. A random shot could leave them in pieces, to the extent that some couldn't even stand, so quite a few puppets were simply heaped together. Nonetheless, these heaped-up broken puppets weren't idle. They kept moving around, sometimes even rummaging through the junk pile to find still-functioning limbs to compare against themselves, seemingly pre-matching possible replacement parts. In the vast hall, the soft clicking sounds of puppet limbs being assembled and the footsteps of puppets coming and going blended together. When no one was talking, these were the only sounds. To put it this way, if this scene were outside and someone saw it, there would be enough people calling the police to line up from Wudong Road to downtown and back for 2 more laps. Even in a game, this would at least be the second-to-last level's boss fight, where you could die 10 times if you didn't have a guide. "This scene is somewhat bizarre, let me tell you." Yu Sheng's mouth twitched as he looked down at the small puppet at his feet. "Can't you fix this issue with the artistic style?" "You still care about the art style?" The small puppet was instantly shocked. "You didn't worry about that while you were growing wild in Deep Rock Fortress." "Yu Sheng, how can that be the same? There are a bunch of kids in this valley. What if one of them, out of curiosity, comes over here and gets scared by you?" "Well, I don't think you need to worry. What they've seen is generally weirder than this." Aaron waved her hand nonchalantly. "Instead of worrying about this, I think you should be concerned about 2 other things. First, the space in this alchemy laboratory is clearly already inadequate. We just went out for 1 battle, and it wasn't even a full deployment, and we already have to queue to heal the wounded. How are we going to manage when we actually invade the hidden monastery's headquarters?" "That's true. I've already been considering finding another place in the valley to serve specifically as your puppet production base." Yu Sheng stroked his chin. "I think the clearing by the edge of the Black Forest is pretty good. Isn't it that recently the valley has more and more puppets, and the hub pyramid and town area are almost saturated? I plan to build a puppet town by the edge of the Black Forest, and then put the new production facility right next to Puppet Town. That way, it also resolves the transportation problem. Aaron's eyes immediately lit up. Wow, Yu Sheng, your conscience has finally been found. You're finally going to build a house for my puppet army, right? I've been nagging you for so long. So many of the mass-produced puppets can only squeeze together in stacks in the warehouse during standby or go crash at Fairy Tale Town. I'm the second in command here, and I don't even have my own base at headquarters. The small puppet couldn't stop babbling as soon as it opened its mouth, and the sound of its prattling made Yu Sheng's head feel like it was swelling. He hurriedly waved his hand vigorously. Stop, 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 no more harping. Haven't I not found the time? Besides, you didn't have that many numbers before anyway. Let's not talk about that now. Didn't you just say there were 2 things? What's the other one? Oh, the other thing is that the reserve blood you left in the laboratory isn't much. Aaron stroked her chin, her little face quite serious. In fact, it should have already run out. The only reason we still have it is because the diffusion device those 3 evil cultivators made had an unexpected effect, greatly increasing blood utilization. But even with that, the remaining blood is only enough to refill the diffusion device 2 more rounds, and it'll probably be gone after repairing the damaged bodies here. Yu Sheng's face twitched involuntarily, his tone strange. Already used up. I left so much last time. Aaron placed her hands on her hips. How do you think I amassed a force of 6 regiments? Yu Sheng, that was all my hard work. Aaron, yes, yes, indeed. Looking at this silly little thing, Yu Sheng sighed, clicking his tongue. Well, earlier I was thinking the only limit to the puppet army was the production facility's scale, but now a new bottleneck has appeared. Facility size is easy to deal with, but the raw materials on me are hard to manage. Aaron drew out her tone, speaking in an annoying voice. Hard to manage, eh? So the 2 of them began to worry together. Chapter 663, A Bit of Distance from Others. Regarding Yu Sheng, the restriction of facility size is easily solved. This valley has plenty of space, and there are also many subsets and secondary spaces connected to the valley. Allocating a special area for Aaron to carry out production is an easy task. But material constraints pose a big headache. The materials needed for mass-producing puppets are mainly divided into 2 parts, conventional and unconventional. The conventional part is clay, or any moldable base material, and alchemy materials. The former can be found abundantly in the valley, and the latter can be bought in any desired amount from outside, which is not a problem. However, the unconventional part consists of the spiritual fox mysterious iron for the puppet skeleton and spiritual blood as a catalyst, and the supply of these 2 things has long been an issue. In comparison, the problem with spiritual fox mysterious iron is actually not severe. One reason is that Hu Li can produce ample amounts of it as long as she is well fed, and everyone knows Hu Li's appetite when it comes to food. Another reason is that the amount used is actually not large. Small amounts of mysterious iron in the skeleton do not actually provide structural support for the puppets, but only serve to grant them spiritual power, allowing them to emit Aaron's beam and have a certain degree of growth potential, such as learning sword flight from Mr. Yuan. A puppet only requires a tiny bit of spiritual fox mysterious iron, and if it's really impossible to supply it, Aaron can produce a no-spiritual ability version without the mysterious iron skeleton. These mass-produced shells only lose remote capabilities and growth potential, but they can still manipulate threads. Such mass-produced puppets can still act as auxiliary units or worker bees in the valley. But if the blood supply for the catalyst is insufficient, there's no solution. After all, this isn't something that can be achieved by mere effort. Another Aaron just completed repairs and climbed up from the alchemy platform, a small puppet sitting on the edge of the platform, arms crossed, with a serious and contemplative expression, emitting an aura of having many ideas but not understanding them. Honestly, Yu Sheng did not expect this little thing to come up with any ideas, but he still curiously, and out of politeness, asked, "Do you have any ideas?" He didn't expect Aaron actually had an idea. "Do you think we can exploit a bug?" Yu Sheng looked baffled. "Exploit what bug?" The small puppet seriously replied, "You know, the blood that flows out of your body, isn't it still your blood?" "Yu Sheng, I'm starting to have a bad feeling about this. Let's do this. First, match you with a blood type, then find a suitable blood source from outside. Over at Shuji, there are definitely countless people willing to line up to donate blood for you. Then, transfuse into your left hand while simultaneously releasing it from your right hand. just like this it passes through your body. As the little puppet spoke, it clapped its hands. Hey, doesn't that establish a production cycle? A production cycle? Are production cycles used like this? Yu Sheng found the little thing's idea astonishing, but he felt a bit out of sorts. Did you learn this craft from those con artists who make fake talismans, then claim they were blessed by immortals after a trip to the bottom of Cayenne Feng Ling Mountain? Erin crossed her arms. So is this a good idea or not? I suggest we think of something else. Yu Sheng's eye twitched twice. Don't even mention whether your self-deceiving process would work. I'm also not too sure if my blood type match is even compatible outside. I still have some self-awareness regarding that. Erin quietly uttered a tusk, then crossed her arms and resumed pondering. But it seemed the previous idea had exhausted her thread, and this time she couldn't come up with any other plan. Yu Sheng, on the other hand, seemed inspired by the open-mindedness of the little puppet, and after a moment of thought, he suddenly came up with his own idea. Maybe we can exploit another bug. Erin opened her mouth. There's another bug. I remember we summarized the pattern of my blood and death, right? Yu Sheng said while recalling. Normally, when I die, my body will reset, and any direct traces related to my death will also be wiped out, like the blood left at the scene and the memories of on-site witnesses. Erin listened intently with a somewhat subtle expression. That's true, but what exactly do you want to say? Blood left at the scene of my death will disappear, but in two circumstances, the blood that flows out of my body will not be affected by such retrospect effects. Yu Sheng shook his head ponderously. One situation is when the blood was released before the death event began, because this blood is not causally linked to my death event, so it isn't affected by the trace removal effect. The blood stored in the blood tank is preserved this way, and the other situation. Yu Sheng touched his chin, seriously contemplating. The second situation is when it is used up, or transformed before the death event ends, he slowly began. For example, when I died, I happened to spread the fungal carpet, just like back at Blackstone Space Station, where I died on the spot, but my blood had already infiltrated the environment. And although that death event was erased later, my infiltration effect on the space station did not disappear. This is how used blood won't be retrospectively erased, but preserved as an established fact. Admittedly, this topic is somewhat eerie, but Yu Sheng was not bothered due to his regular experiences, and with no one in attendance possessing a normal worldview able to challenge him, his flexible thoughts began to expand unabashedly. Erin's expression became increasingly peculiar. What exactly are you trying to say? Connect a tube to my body and direct it towards that thing, does it have any chance? Yu Sheng raised his hand, pointing at the diffusion device in the corner of the hall. Then you go all out on production, and I'll just bloodlet till I die. Making a point of blood already used won't return or refund. Erin, Yu Sheng. The two of them started staring at each other, neither speaking. Half a minute later, the little puppet finally exclaimed, Are you a human? Yu Sheng thought for a moment, nodded. I think I am. Erin, and you can still kill on the spot every 30 minutes. When you put it that way, it does sound a bit weird. Yu Sheng touched the tip of his nose, his scattered thoughts slowly gathering. Then he spoke just like Erin did earlier. But just say if this is a good idea or not. Then I also suggest we think of something else. Erin's little face scrunched up. She sat by the alchemy platform, arms crossed, swinging her little legs. Even if you hang a couple of bags of saline the next time you let blood. As soon as she finished speaking, Luna slowly nodded beside her. Finally heard a living idea. Yu Sheng said nothing more. After that unsettling brainstorming session, he seemed to suddenly transcend a mental block deep in his mind. Some previously subconscious doubts arose from the depths of his heart. After a brief distraction, he looked up, his gaze falling again on that diffusion device in the corner of the wall. Thin wisps of blood-red mist were emanating from the device, slowly drifting in the air. It looked like blood, smelled like blood. It was warm and red when it flowed out of the body. Vibrant yet symbolizing death blood. Yu Sheng raised his hand in front of his eyes, quietly staring at his palm as if his gaze penetrated the skin, seeing something crimson flowing inside, like liquid life, flowing death, an amorphous cycle of life and death. What on earth is the principle here? He muttered. What on earth is this thing? Suddenly Erin heard some vague sounds. Those sounds had no source, as if reverberating directly in her mind. She saw Luna also suddenly raise her head, as if hearing the same sounds, and immediately after she noticed Yu Sheng's figure becoming a bit blurred. Inside that human shell, it seemed something else was overlaid. Dark like a pitch-black shadow. A black shadow slowly seeped out from around Yu Sheng's silhouette, diffusing in the air. But suddenly that death-like black thing disappeared instantly, along with the memory of witnessing it also fading from the puppet's mind. Yu Sheng only stared blankly for a few seconds, quickly coming to his senses, lowered his hand and shook it. "All right, this isn't something I can figure out right now," he said casually. "For now, the issue with raw material constraints can't be completely solved, but there are ways to mitigate it. At worst, like you said earlier, mix some saline into it, since not much is needed anyway." The little puppet swayed back and forth on the platform, exaggeratedly lamenting. "Oh, in the future, I'll only be able to use diluted materials to build my mass-production machinery." Yu Sheng felt that Little Thing's tone and actions were particularly provocative, but with so many of her around, he's probably outmatched. Let's first check out the Black Forest area." He touched his nose. "Go pick a site for your puppet town and finalize the location for the new puppet production center." "All right." A moment later, near the Black Forest, Yu Sheng stood on a large tree stump with a mass-produced Aaron on his shoulder, hands on his hips, looking at the open terrain ahead. Strictly speaking, this open terrain was also part of the Black Forest. It had forcibly expanded a large area on a corner of the original valley, and the terrain was flat, perfect for construction. In fact, the children of fairy tales had already built a logging and sawmill facility at the edge of this open terrain on the side near the Black Forest, and the timber they used to build their houses was mostly transported from here. A hard road ran through the middle of the open terrain, passing by the logging and sawmill facilities, and continued into the Black Forest, ending at the cottage where Hunter and Squirrel lived, while its other end led to Fairy Tale Town in the center of the valley. Additionally, there was an intersection in the middle of this main road, leading to the starport. The terrain was open and flat, with existing roads, backed by rich forest resources, and close to the starport, allowing Puppet Town's power needs to be directly solved from the starport, provided you have Sun pull a cable. "Here it is," Yu Sheng clapped his hands. "Let's get started." "Aaron, all right." Chapter 664, The Planning of Puppet Town. An idea emerges, and the earth moves according to the mind's command. On the open ground at the edge of the Black Forest, a soft rustling sound suddenly breaks the surrounding silence. The soil and stones instantly melt, transforming into something with soft undulations as if it possesses life. Vast pieces of land are leveled accordingly and form general blocks and foundation structures as per Yu Sheng's plans. A new hard road extends to the main road leading to the lumber mill and deep into the Black Forest, with a surface made of hard and flat stones. A trench is drawn from the forest, soon widening into a small river that winds through the town outskirts. After this, Yu Sheng begins to generate various large and small platforms within the newly planned blocks, marking them with different functions: residential areas, warehouses, puppet production facilities, independent repair centers. He even plans a small park, accompanied by a modest-sized plaza, right beside the newly drawn small river. Even though mass-produced puppets don't really need recreational facilities, after all, Aaron, who's controlling everything in the background, is already busy binge-watching and gaming every day. Yu Sheng still thinks that since they're building a town, it should have everything it needs. Otherwise, it'd just be a bunch of neatly organized storage boxes standing there, and he'd rather build a giant warehouse to stuff all puppets into. However, it's clear that Aaron has a tiny bit of mistrust regarding Yu Sheng's taste and architectural abilities. After some building foundations appear, she immediately reaches out and tugs his hair. Hey, why not stop here, just get the foundations done and leave the rest to the all-capable Sun." Yu Sheng furrows his brows. "That would be too slow. If I build it for you, it'd be done in no time." "Building a bunch of toilets, huh?" Aaron, never one to hold back, retorts. "Or maybe creating a whole themed landscape of graves like that tombstone hub." Upon hearing this, Yu Sheng feels a bit embarrassed and hurriedly defends himself. "This stereotype of yours is about enough. Can't my skills improve? Plus, I've learned quite a bit of architecture techniques from Luna over in the Soul Wilderness lately. You know, the cathedral she built with the knights. Even if I've only learned 1/10 of the craft, can't you have some expectations?" Beside him, Luna promptly lends support. "Yeah, right." "Really, is it?" Aaron, being easy to coax, instantly believes him, hesitantly looking at Yu Sheng. "Then why don't you give it a try?" "Let me show you," Yu Sheng says, raising his hand with a flourish, and instantly a half-meter-high building rises from the ground, a row of 1-meter-high houses connecting in rows. The whole ground starts to tremble with intense growth, and countless houses sprout up in perfect order. The small puppet perched on Yu Sheng's shoulder widens its eyes, eagerly watching, only to cry out shortly after. Damn it, your progress is simply row after row of toilets. How dare you say you have 1/10 of the C-type buckle skills? Yu Sheng, wasn't every house supposed to have a viewing platform too? Aaron, that's because you made the roof too big. Finally, Yu Sheng starts to feel a bit embarrassed, scratching his head and mumbling softly. It shouldn't be like this. The effect I envisioned wasn't like this. I imagined rows of small villas extending along the riverbank, a fountain at the town center, and I was even planning to create a set of statues, though I haven't decided on the statue's content yet. Just admit it, your craftsmanship is capped at matchbox level, Aaron expresses in distress. Please take those row house toilets back. Waking up to find 99% of my body lying in such a place would depress me. It feels like life has no meaning, do you understand? Just as she finishes speaking, Luna adds a jab. Actually, like row after row of urns. Aaron, take them back immediately. I see it vividly in my mind. So Yu Sheng's freshly created puppet apartment rows don't even get connected to utilities before becoming a part of the earth again, leaving him quite dejected. Although those tiny houses were built according to Aaron's height, they are still much bigger than urns. I think you should just be responsible for building the puppet production and repair facilities beside the town, Aaron sighs, pulling Yu Sheng's hair. As for the puppet town's architecture, just leave it to me, and I'll do it myself. Yu Sheng is momentarily stunned, turning to look at the small puppet on his shoulder. Yourself? How are you going to do it yourself? Just by building it normally, getting Son to bring some cement and bricks. There's a lumber mill and sawmill nearby, and I can borrow a batch of craftsmen from the king for help. Aaron counts off the tasks on her fingers one by one. I also have enough manpower, 6 regiments of troops with more than half idle right now, plus it's convenient for puppets to tailor the dimensions according to their own builds while constructing. The most crucial point is, do you know how to build? Yu Sheng finally can't help but ask. It's not as easy as stacking bricks, and it might collapse if done improperly. Aaron blinks. I can search for tutorials on the garden network. Upon hearing this, Yu Sheng feels this little thing is highly unreliable. But then again, the kids from fairy tales built a fairy tale town through whimsical solutions. The king has an entire kingdom's worth of professional craftsmen, and Son with his engineering team is always ready to assist. So Aaron's antics shouldn't lead to too much trouble. Moreover, even if a 1-meter-high brick wall collapses, how much noise could it make? Even if she builds a 2-story building, it's only as tall as a person. Suddenly, Aaron keenly turns her head, staring straight into Yu Sheng's eyes. Are you bad-mouthing me? Why would I badmouth you? Yu Sheng's expression remains unchanged. I'm just curious, do you already have some plan in mind? Aaron scratches her head. A genuine trace of contemplation and seriousness appears on her little face. A little bit. She muttered softly, and in her mind a scene was swirling. It was a city that seemed to be built by the sea, where peaceful and nostalgic streets were lined with various shops. Warm lights glowed from displays, and nearby houses had black, pointed roofs. There was a very tall clock tower, steam pipes ran through the district, and puppets and attendants strolled leisurely along the streets. This was a scene she saw in the garden network, the gathering place of the Alice puppets. She liked that place and met many friendly friends there. It's just a pity that the sisters she met on the garden network are spread across the universe, each busy with their own things, making it difficult to meet in reality. Otherwise, she could introduce Yu Sheng to her sisters. Aaron laughed happily. Simply imagining a few things made her immensely joyful. She wanted to create a miniature Alice puppet gathering place in reality. It might be impossible to relocate the entire city, but at least she could restore Alice and Duncan's antique shop and a few surrounding blocks in her puppet town. Then she would post pictures on the garden network to show off. Just thinking about it made her happy. Yu Sheng noticed the silly smile suddenly appearing on the little puppet's face. He didn't know what happy thought popped into the little one's mind, but he didn't ask. He just raised his hand and patted her hair. Let her do as she pleases. After all, this is her town. All right then, let's leave it like this for now. I still need to carefully plan the production center and repair center, as these facilities involve more complex matters. We can't just muddle through like we did with the alchemy laboratory in the pyramid. Yu Sheng sighed lightly, then turned to look in another direction. I should also check on Luo and discuss matters related to the Venerate Saints Monastery with her. What? A phantom door slowly dissipated beside the bonfire on the riverbank. Yu Sheng looked expressionlessly at the 2 red-eyed, golden-haired individuals nestled in the grass. The long-haired princess was holding a skewer of grilled mushrooms and was grinning foolishly. She didn't move when she saw Yu Sheng appear and even poked the golden-haired elf next to her. "Hey, I'm telling you I saw my brother," just like he's actually here. "I even saw little people," Luo said with half a mushroom in her mouth, her face showing the same silly grin as the long-haired princess's. "This place is full of little people. Little Red Riding Hood always urges me to read and do papers. Do you think I can make up for my grades by reading for a few days? I drifted through over half of my high school years," the long-haired princess rambled. "She's a college student, but she's always running back and forth, and after graduating she'll surely do the same old job, huh?" Reading is useful," Luo tapped the long-haired princess's head with a stick in her hand, "but what's more important is to look carefully. Hey, why do I feel like there's really a little person in front of me? Red eyes, red-eyed evil dwarf. I have to say, I even saw Sister Luna." Luo thought for a moment, rubbing her head. "Why does my head ache a little? Are the mushrooms really cooked?" "Long-haired princess, how about we try stewing next time? I always feel like I've had enough grilled ones." "Indeed," Luo said, then rubbed her head again. "My head certainly does hurt a bit." Erin withdrew her fist from Luo's head and looked up at Yu Sheng. "What should we do with these two? I feel it's exhausting to communicate with them." Yu Sheng was dumbfounded at this moment, looking at the two golden-haired individuals for a long time without speaking. He heard the little puppet's words, and his mouth twitched slightly. "How should I know what to do? Why does this seem worse than last time? What did they eat?" "There must be something stronger than spirit mushrooms." Erin kicked Luo's arm lightly. "If it doesn't work, we might have to get their stomachs pumped." Just as the little puppet said this, the bewildered Luo was suddenly jolted awake. She looked up and exclaimed, "Hey, boss!" and Erin. The golden-haired girl next to her also suddenly sprang to life, jumping up, "Brother." It seems the effect of the spirit mushrooms had worn off. Yu Sheng looked at them expressionlessly, awake now. The long-haired princess chuckled foolishly twice and raised a skewer of mushrooms to Yu Sheng. "Brother, it's delicious." "Yu Sheng, long-haired princess, I'll go back and catch up on my homework." Chapter 665 Breeze blew through the valley, carrying with it the fragrance of soil and grass. The light was perfect, and a hint of roasted mushroom lingered in the grassy thickets by the riverbank. The little fish tossed into the river a long time ago had grown quite a bit, and sometimes you could see schools of fish gathering by the stone nests by the shore. When someone moved nearby, the startled fish would splash the water loudly. Yu Sheng opened the back door of the Special Service Bureau's kitchen and snuck out with some kebabs, fruit, and a few sweet potatoes. Then he dug into the pile of campfire left by the long-haired princess, wrapped the sweet potatoes in tin foil, and buried them in the hot ashes. Next, he piled up the remaining branches nearby, lighting a small fire beside the hot ashes to slowly roast the kebabs. He handed a skewer of roasted chicken to the golden-haired elf beside him. Luo took it and thanked him, blew on it hard, then took a bite and immediately widened her eyes in surprise. "Boss, you got skills. Do you know how much effort it took to feed Hu Li before signing the Strategic Cooperation Agreement with the Special Service Bureau's cafeteria?" Yu Sheng raised an eyebrow. "That's just the tip of the iceberg." Erin squatted near the fire, poking some acorns she'd just thrown into the fire with a long stick. She suddenly looked up at Luo and asked, "Aren't you an elf? Do elves eat meat?" "There are many types of elves. Argled elves aren't so particular." Luo glanced at the little puppet. "What we're eating is quite normal. If you have the opportunity to learn about Terran elves' dietary customs, even Hu Li might find it hard to stomach." Erin blinked. "Hey, don't say I completely forgot about that." Yu Sheng looked at Erin, then at Luo, not knowing what they were talking about, couldn't help but be curious. "What's up with the Terran elves? What about their dietary customs?" Before he could finish speaking, Luo leisurely replied, "Boss, have you heard of raw intestine sashimi?" Yu Sheng was completely stunned. However, Luo continued with the second half of the sentence. "After eating stew pancake, they use raw intestine sashimi to cleanse the palate." "Yu Sheng, let's discuss some earthly topics instead." Holding on to the chicken skewer, Luo laughed. She didn't know when, but she gradually adapted to the relaxed and slightly sneaky vibe within the travel agency crew, no longer as cautious and tense as she initially was around Yu Sheng, although she was still startled by Erin suddenly popping out of nowhere. Regarding the plan to use old Kaio, the group traitor, as a cover to send forged angel catalyst into the hidden monastery's lair, the greatest risks are simply twofold, Luo said slowly. Either the cover Old Kaio is exposed and the hidden monastery notices that the real Old Kaio has died, or the angel catalyst is revealed and the hidden monastery has special means to identify the authenticity of the catalyst. She casually tossed the leftover skewer into the fire, watching as the bamboo stick slowly burned, curled up, and continued to speak thoughtfully. Regarding the angel catalyst, we can only rely on the Special Service Bureau's processing technology, and the ingredients you added, boss. As long as those two are reliable, there's a high chance the fake catalyst will fool the eyes of those hidden monastery followers. After all, from the existing data, they haven't fully mastered the power of the angel catalyst, and considering the varied nature of dark angels, they should also be unable to completely identify catalysts, relying on various traits to indirectly determine authenticity. The easiest place for things to go wrong is still with the Old Kaio issue. Creating a puppet is not hard. We've got plenty of Old Kaio's metal shells, and Momo and I are familiar with Old Kaio's mannerisms and behaviors, plus some adaptability. As long as it's not prolonged communication, we can still deceive the hidden monastery's contact. After all, their relationship likely isn't that close-knit. The real difficulty is we don't know if Old Kaio has any other codes or identification methods when communicating with the hidden monastery contact. I've restored some communication keys from the Deep Rock Fortress system, but this can only ensure we can contact the hidden monastery. What if there are other agreements between them during communication? Even just a keyword, a specific noise. One slip-up and our plan gets exposed. Hearing Luo's analysis, Yu Sheng slightly furrowed his brow. He casually lifted Erin, who was getting closer to the fire, and placed her farther away, slowly speaking. Such things can't possibly be recorded in the system logs, but given Old Kaio's cautious nature, he would definitely have similar agreements with the other side. Luo nodded. After all, it's working behind the group's back and leaking critical data from the Pioneer Laboratory to outsiders. Old Kaio obviously knows the risk if such behavior is exposed. Erin sidled up to the fire again, poking it with a small stick, getting closer, because the stick was burning shorter and shorter. Yu Sheng casually picked up the little puppet again and placed her to the side, picked up a longer stick nearby for her to play with. Would any of the experimental lab assistants we saved know about this? Momo said she doesn't understand, but maybe someone else might. Impossible, Luo shook her head. Old Kaio is a madman with both insanity and rationality. He might share some inconsequential things with the laboratory slaves for relief, but when it comes to his core safety, he wouldn't reveal a single word. Yu Sheng frowned deeply, listening and sucking his teeth. Regardless, we have to act quickly. If we wait too long, exposure could occur before execution, and news of Old Kaio's death will spread by itself, and no one knows if the hidden monastery and Old Kaio have a similar, regular contact agreement. If the other side suddenly calls, no one at Deep Rock Fortress answering would also be a problem. Perhaps we really should have interrogated him more at the time. Luo's face showed a grimace. But I really... How long do you think you'd need to interrogate him for Old Kaio to truly spill everything? Yu Sheng lifted his eyelid. Given his type, if he genuinely opened up before dying, that would raise more problems, and if there's any oversight, it's only that I should have used dead communication to interrogate his soul. Though I doubt whether that guy even has a soul left. Luo paused, looking at Yu Sheng's face for a long time as if trying to read something from it, but ultimately just sighed and whispered, "Thanks." Yu Sheng waved his hand. "I'm not trying to comfort you either." At that moment, Erin finally managed to scoop the few scalding acorns out of the fire. Happily, she tossed aside the charred stick, raised her hand, and with a sharp whoosh, the Omen Wandering Star flew in from the direction of the teleportation hub. Then the little puppet, focusing on smashing the already charred acorns with the Omen Wandering Star, absent-mindedly muttered, "Why do we have to follow the rules and contact the hidden monastery? If you don't know the code, just forget the code." Yu Sheng instinctively spoke. "Wouldn't that just immediately expose that Old Kaio is in trouble if we connect?" Erin tilted her head back, her eyes bright and unthinking. Then let Old Kaio be in trouble while making the call. Yu Sheng was taken aback by the words, then suddenly seemed to realize something, turning his head to look at the golden-haired elf beside him. Luo also turned his head almost simultaneously. The two exchanged glances, as if both thinking in the same direction, and Luo was the first to speak. "Right, the initiative is actually on our side. As long as we throw out the bait of the Angel Catalyst." "Yes, as long as the Angel Catalyst bait is real enough," Yu Sheng followed up, The specific state of Old Cairo is whatever we want it to be, right? Aaron kept the omen-wandering star in a position to smash the acorns while blinking at the two in front of her. Huh. We can come up with a script, Luo's mind raced. Make Old Cairo's emergency contact reasonable, so urgent that there's no time to care about communication security, so urgent as to lose all composure. Yu Sheng, isn't the angel catalyst itself a reason? This thing can lose control at any minute. If necessary, we can even add some dramatics from the Special Service Bureau. Aaron, Aaron, you're amazing. Yu Sheng's eyes lit up, turning to pick up the little puppet and held it in midair. I thought you were just messing around with the fire, but you've been helping us come up with ideas all along. Your 6 parallel processing units really come in handy. Aaron, Yu Sheng vigorously rubbed the little puppet's head, happily placing her on the ground beside them, then stood up from beside the campfire, brushing the grass and dirt off his body, and said to Luo, let's do it this way. You get the communication channels and the technical aspects for disguising the trade sorted out as soon as possible in the next 2 days. Besides the fake Old Cairo, we also need a shuttle for trading with the hidden monastery, and this shuttle also needs to be well disguised. I'll go back and work on the script, which I'm good at. As he spoke, he brushed aside the hot ash pile, pulled out the roasted sweet potatoes, and placed them in a bowl, which he had also snagged from the Special Service Bureau's canteen, and collected a handful of freshly roasted meat skewers and fruits, turning to leave. Luo was taken aback for a moment. Hey, aren't these for me? They're for Hu Li. She loves roasted sweet potatoes, Yu Sheng said matter-of-factly. The skewer earlier was mainly so you could taste the seasoning. And besides, you've already eaten a bunch of roasted mushrooms. You'd better take care of your stomach with the little original organs you have left. Hey. Luo instinctively stood up, but before she could say anything else, a skewer of roasted meat was already in her hand. Just kidding, these are for you. Then her vision blurred for a moment as Yu Sheng headed out the door. At the scene, besides herself, there was only Luna still lost in thought not far away and Aaron, still looking bewildered. Luna would soon tend to the vegetable garden, so she didn't leave with them. Aaron, using a mass-produced body, also didn't leave. Luo spaced out for a few seconds, clutching a skewer, and sat back into the grass, looking up at the sky. Let's rest for another 10 minutes. The sky is still very blue. She smiled, leisurely gnawing on the skewer, and glanced at Aaron, who seemed still in a daze. Honestly, it's surprising to realize you understand things so well, Luo sincerely admired. I'll admit I underestimated you usually. Aaron pondered this, proudly puffing out her chest. Of course, I'm quite amazing. Then she stuffed the charred acorns she roasted into Luo's hands and curiously asked, by the way, what did you mean by the code you were talking about earlier? What's it for? Luo's HUD. Chapter 666, Long-Awaited Stirring. Today, Boundary City is fiercely cold. The city had another bout of snow a few days ago, and today, it's starting to melt. Last night, the old city district was swept by a cold wind that dropped the night temperature to below -20 degrees. The strong wind combined with the drop in temperature meant that Yu Sheng didn't see many pedestrians on the street earlier today when he went out. But staying at home is still warm. Though the principle is unclear, number 66 Wudong Road has underfloor heating. Just like the house's water and electricity, Yu Sheng has never figured out where the heating in this big house comes from. However, he long since stopped worrying about that. A phantom door appeared out of thin air in the living room, and Yu Sheng returned home from the valley with steaming baked sweet potatoes in hand. He placed them on the coffee table, while his mind was still pondering matters of the hidden monastery and the angel catalysts. He casually called out, Hu Li, I brought you something tasty. Instantly, he saw a fluffy large tail emerge from behind the sofa, swaying around near the armrest, groping around without finding anything. Then 2 pointed ears perked up from behind the sofa's backrest, followed by the fox girl poking her head out. She looked dazedly at the baked sweet potatoes on the coffee table, stretched out her hand, and said in a soft, lazy voice, Savior, I can't reach tilde. Lazy you. Yu Sheng couldn't help but laugh, and went around the sofa to feed Hu Li the sweet potatoes. When she saw him approaching, she simply sprawled on the ground completely, a pile of large tails forming a cozy nest around her. You seem to enjoy lying on the ground more and more lately, Yu Sheng said with a subtle expression, especially lying here. The floor is warm here. Hu Li yawned widely, slowly peeling a baked sweet potato, clearly not hungry but still able to eat infinitely. Underfloor heating is a good thing, Owl. I remember you aren't afraid of the cold. Yu Sheng casually sat on the floor next to Hu Li, pulled a big tail over his legs, and rubbed it leisurely. Whenever it snows, you dash outside with excitement. Last time after it snowed, I took you for a walk, and you made snowballs the whole way, eating 2 for every 3 you made. Snow is great, underfloor heating is great too. Hu Li happily ate while her eyes narrowed. It's snowing heavily outside, you can play out there, and when tired, come back and lie on the warm floor, plus there's tasty food. Life is good. As she spoke, she turned over, resting her head on Yu Sheng's leg, nuzzling twice. A tiny static spark jumped at the tip of her ear, making a slight crackling sound. The only downside is that the underfloor heating makes it too dry. There's always static electricity. The demon fox girl shook her ears, the fur on the back of her ears fluffing up slightly. Yu Sheng laughed, imagining the scene she described, and for a moment the nervous tension from dealing with chaos like cultists, angels, and black spot warlords eased. Being around Hu Li is like this. She's always in a relaxed state, carefree once her belly is full, with no high aspirations or complicated thoughts. She's surrounded by a warm, slightly lazy atmosphere, a stark contrast to the noisy Aaron. Of course, Hu Li in a fight is a completely different sight. Sometimes Yu Sheng finds it hard to connect her stockpile of fox carrot armaments with her usual sleepy self. But then again, in this travel agency, it seems no one has a normal pattern. Yu Sheng's thoughts wandered aimlessly. Then he shared with Hu Li what he had discussed in the valley with Luo, mentioning it was all prompted by Aaron's reminder. Hu Li sucked on her fingers, half awake as she opened her eyes. The wise appear foolish, Awu. Yu Sheng reminded, the phrase is the wise appear foolish. For her, it's almost the same, Hu Li yawned. Anyway, I don't think she thinks that much. When you guys were discussing in the valley, she was here watching short videos, laughing until she fell off the coffee table twice. How could she have spare brain power to think about those things? Yu Sheng. So that's how it is. Just as Yu Sheng was also getting infected by Hu Li's post-meal drowsiness, and starting to drift off surrounded by a bundle of warm fox tails, a sudden loud crash resounded from the direction of the second floor. The drowsy Hu Li perked up instantly, her ears standing up as she became alert like a vigilant beast, looking in the direction of the noise. Yu Sheng's reaction was a bit slower than the fox girl's, but he quickly identified the source of the sound. He met the fox girl's gold-red eyes. The room with the mirror. Both of them sprang up and dashed to the second floor. Upon reaching it, they saw the blonde Aaron coming out of the master bedroom. The little puppet hadn't even put on shoes, and when she saw Yu Sheng, she ran over. Yu Sheng, there was a huge noise in that room at the end. I was gaming and thought I blew up your computer. Yu Sheng grabbed the blonde Aaron and put her on his shoulder. As he briskly moved towards the end of the hallway, he quickly said, "It sounded like something crashing into a wall. Aaron, call the other bodies over and stand guard outside that door. We'll check inside." Several black-haired, red-eyed Aarons quickly emerged from various spots like the attic, master bedroom, and basement, gathering in the second-floor hallway. Yu Sheng carried the little puppet's blonde main body, and along with Hu Li, reached the door at the end of the corridor. He placed his hand on the doorknob, but didn't rush to open it, instead carefully sensing the situation behind the door. Everything was as usual. Inside number 66 Wutong Road, nothing had changed, and no suspicious aura emanated from behind this door. However, cold wind was blowing out through the crack of the door, making Yu Sheng feel a bit cautious. Then he carefully turned the doorknob and pushed open the door. What lay before them revealed itself to the three of them. Tiny snowflakes fluttered and danced within the room, drifting down as if piercing through the roof and walls directly into the chamber. When Yu Sheng pushed the door open, he could see snowflakes dropping directly from the ceiling, and as they entered, a thin layer of snow had even accumulated on the ground. The warmth from the floor seemed unable to melt the snow, as if it lay in a parallel world. Yet the chill brought by the snow undoubtedly filled the room, creating an exceedingly contradictory and eerie feeling. "Oh my," Aaron softly exclaimed, her sapphire eyes wide open. "This room has been calm for quite some time, and now it's suddenly so disruptive." Yu Sheng remained silent, furrowing his brows, his gaze slowly sweeping around. The ground covered in a thin layer of snow, with thicker snow gathering in the corners, and a scattering of snowflakes cloaking the wall opposite the window, with mottled contours suggesting that before the loud sound was heard, this internal snowfall had persisted for a while. Yet Yu Sheng was certain that until he opened the door, the room had been perfectly normal. But isn't not normal the inherent nature of this bizarre room? Besides the visible snow, there wasn't any other unusual item in the room. No mysterious metal parts, nor fragments of the omen banner. Yu Sheng cautiously made his way to the center of the room, his steps producing a slight crunching sound on the snow. For a moment, he even had an illusion, feeling as if he might tread this layer of snow straight into another world. He glanced back, seeing Hu Li releasing clusters of foxfire, the eerie blue flames slowly floating up to the ceiling, whereas the snowflakes descending through the ceiling appeared to completely ignore the scorching demon spirit fire, passing straight through the flames without showing signs of melting or evaporating. The mirror hangs quietly on the wall opposite the door, and within the mirror is sheer darkness. Yu Sheng slowly approached the mirror, seeing his shadow reflected in it, appearing extremely blurred. He furrowed his brows tightly. Ever since the World Bridge incident ended, this room had maintained a remarkably peaceful state, to the point that Yu Sheng had almost forgotten about the mirror. So why is it suddenly active again at this moment? After hesitating for a moment, Yu Sheng cautiously raised his hand, reaching towards the blackened mirror. Hu Li's voice immediately came from beside him. "Savior, be careful." Aaron quickly followed up. "Just so you know, if anything seems off, I'll pull you back immediately." Yu Sheng didn't speak, just nodded slightly, his fingertips already touching the cold mirror surface. What will he see through the mirror this time? A remote otherworld covered in ice and snow, a lost world floating in the gaps of time and space like the omened divine temple, an extranational void surrounded by angels, or memories of a dark angel, the ruins left by exotic gods. Tension swirled within his heart, but aside from the cold touch on his fingertips, the mirror showed no change. Yu Sheng furrowed his brows, hesitantly withdrew his hand, and leaned forward to carefully scrutinize the mirror. The blackened mirror seemed filled with black ink, without any extraneous colors or contours visible. Even the room's other items couldn't be seen within that darkness. Only his own vague shadow seemed to float within the pitch-black mirror, exceptionally eerie. Yu Sheng turned his head, glancing at the small puppet perched on his shoulder. Aaron's form was nowhere reflected within the mirror. Hu Li approached as well. Her form was also absent in the reflection. "Our shadows aren't visible." Hu Li furrowed her brow, noticing the anomaly in the mirror. "Something's off," Yu Sheng muttered, placing his fingers on the mirror once more, slowly probing. "Although this thing has always been sort of peculiar, this time seems different from the previous ones." His movements abruptly halted. Hu Li immediately perked up her ears. "Savior, what's wrong?" "There's a crack here." Yu Sheng's voice turned particularly solemn as he concentrated on the mirror, finally discovering the almost imperceptible crack running across the entire surface. "The mirror is broken." Chapter 667, Reflection. To be fair, too many strange occurrences have happened in the room at the end of the second-floor hallway of number 66 Wudong Road. Yu Sheng is somewhat accustomed to them, to the point that whatever appears in this room doesn't really surprise him anymore. Even if he opens the door to see two magnetic force experts battling Darth Vader, he can accept it, as long as they help tidy up afterward. But even if two magnetic force experts were indeed battling Darth Vader in this room, the impact they could bring to Yu Sheng is likely less than that one crack on the mirror at this moment. The crack is thin and shallow, set against a pitch-black background, making it difficult to observe with the naked eye even when leaning in close. Only from a specific angle can one see that thin crack running through the entire mirror from bottom to top. Yu Sheng recalled hearing a loud crash downstairs just moments ago. Could that have been the sound of the mirror cracking? Hu Li leaned forward to the mirror, her pointed ears gently quivering in the air. As she saw the crack, the demon fox girl's golden-red eyes showed signs of seriousness and tension. Savior, the mirror has cracked. What should we do?" Yu Sheng didn't speak, merely taking out a small knife from his pocket. That was a bloodletting knife crafted from Luna's blade. He cut a wound on his palm with the knife, then tried pressing his hand against the mirror. Aaron and Hu Li watched the scene nervously together. Blood spread across the black mirror surface, as if it had been dropped into some solution. Black-red ripples spread in the darkness, while a faint noise started to hover at the ear's edge. Yu Sheng felt a sudden dizziness, not yet able to understand the sounds around him, when everything around him suddenly plunged into darkness. Everything vanished, and he seemed to be falling into boundless nothingness. This descent lasted for an unknown duration, until he felt himself regaining control over his body and the falling stopped. The dizziness gradually faded away, and Yu Sheng shook his head, raising his eyes to survey his surroundings. He saw distant, twisted starlight, not emptiness in the darkness, but infinitely distant stars that gave the sense of being in space. Yet those starlights were so far away they appeared, embedded on a curtain at the world's end, all warped and elongated, bearing twisted and rotating shadows like an unreachable vortex, like the culmination of the entire world. Meanwhile, all of these starlights were concentrated behind Yu Sheng. Only when he turned around did he see the culminating vortex formed by the stars, while in front of him there was nothing but endless darkness. Yu Sheng frowned and instinctively reached out toward that endless darkness. At the next second, he realized it wasn't an endless darkness. It was a high wall, a barrier as smooth as a mirror, infinitely towering and wide in all directions. The scene should have been immensely oppressive, an almost infinite, high wall standing before oneself, while all the stars in the world rotate and converge on the other side. It's a situation where a tiny individual would undoubtedly feel a suffocating pressure. Yet, at this moment, Yu Sheng instead felt an inexplicable, comforting, and pleasurable sensation rising from deep within. He felt as if he had returned home, lying in a familiar, eternal, and tranquil resting place. He even unconsciously stretched, literally lying before that endless high wall, comfortably gazing at the darkness before him, then turning to glance at the starlight of the vortex culmination. He saw light currents operating among the starlights, saw shadows like flames flowing in the star river, saw some stars being born, others being corrected, new parameters being infused into the cosmic background radiation, then revised and altered. After an unknown amount of time, he saw some reflections start appearing on that boundless, high wall. Certain knowledge quietly flowed into his mind, allowing him to comprehend the happenings before him. New universal laws had become effective, and among all things in the universe, the mapping of information was gradually completing. Yu Sheng saw familiar things among the projections. That was the first time on the otherworld in ship entering warped space during superlight speed transitions. Those massive information structures at the world's foundation he had seen. Laws of tremendous scale supporting the real universe's operation. Notes left by the world's creator in the creator's equations. A bug is a bug, a bunch of bugs can work. This can run, so don't disturb it, can squeeze a couple more balls there. How much sorrow can a person bear, alone needing the universe? What kind of disturbance is outside? Yu Sheng suddenly sat up as if awakened from an eternal and calm dream, a scattered thought converging into complete self-awareness, standing before the high wall, staring at it somewhat stunned. The information structure supporting the real universe still mapped on the high wall, stars running along the paths defined by the structure's laws. But Yu Sheng's mind was consumed with the creator's messages he'd seen in his haze, especially the last line of the message. He instinctively leaned closer to the high wall, as if trying to discern something from the information flow reflected on the high wall. But in that very moment, the entirety of the information flow on the wall vanished, and boundless darkness enveloped the curtain once more. Yu Sheng blinked, slowly retreating a few steps. Within the darkness, he saw the wall again projecting some new things, but they were blurry and indiscernible. He retreated further. It was a vague shadow, Yu Sheng's own shadow. It was reflected in the mirror. An inexplicable sense of caution rose from the depths of his heart, causing Yu Sheng to instinctively continue retreating. The hazy reflection disappeared from his sight. Then he repeatedly kept retreating, getting further and further away from that high wall mirror. After distancing himself several times, Yu Sheng suddenly noticed a slight curve appearing at the edge of the high wall. The curve gradually became the obvious edge of a sphere. Yu Sheng's heart was pounding, and it was only then that he realized it wasn't a high wall at all, but a mirror-like smooth sphere, just enormous in size, and he had been too close to it just before. He continued backing away rapidly, seemingly trying to see the full picture of the sphere, and behind him was that vortex-like cluster of stars. This rapid retreating movement resembled deliberately falling into the vortex formed by the cluster of stars. Time passed unknowingly. Yu Sheng stopped at a balance point between the stars and the darkness. Standing at the edge of the vortex formed by converging stars, he quietly gazed at the spherical object floating in endless darkness. The black star. Or perhaps it was some sort of projection formed by the black star in his conscious world. What are you really? Yu Sheng muttered to himself, furrowing his brow while staring at the pitch-black star. However, the black star did not respond. The pure black sphere just quietly floated in the infinite void, basking in the starlight of the entire universe, yet silently guarding all its secrets. A sense of falling suddenly hit him, and Yu Sheng felt that he had lost control of his body, beginning to plunge into the endless starlight behind him. But at the moment the loss of control sensation hit, countless golden threads appeared at the edge of his vision. Golden lines emerged out of thin air and instantly entwined him, accompanied by Aaron's animated exclamation. "Ah, damn, can't we have once where nothing goes wrong? I've told you this creepy thing, don't mess with it. You're so heavy." In the next moment, the perception of reality descended thunderously, and the surroundings instantly reverted to the familiar room setting. Yu Sheng staggered in the snow, but at the moment of fall, a warm and soft touch enveloped him. He leaned back into a pile of fluffy tails. Next was the sensation of the little puppet tugging at his hair. "Awake, awake yet." Yu Sheng frantically shook off the tiny claws. "Awake, awake, don't pull, my hair falls out easily when I write." Trying to fool a ghost, 3 hours to spit out 2 sentences, then delete half afterwards. Aaron smacked Yu Sheng's head with her little paws. "Besides, you would give up on an ingrown toenail without treatment and go straight to suicide and reincarnation, still worried about hair loss." Yu Sheng knew he couldn't argue with the little thing on his shoulder, so he casually brushed her off, and then his gaze fell on the mirror on the wall. The previously pitch-black mirror had returned to normal, and after the darkness retreated, the room's scenery was once again reflected normally in the mirror, and the tiny crack had healed. "Savior, the moment you pressed your hand on it, it restored," Hu Li said, looking at Yu Sheng a bit worriedly. "But you were standing there motionless, looking dazed, and then Aaron thought something was wrong and pulled you out." "How long was I dazed?" Yu Sheng rubbed his forehead and asked casually. 5 or 6 seconds? No longer," Aaron counted on her fingers. "Mainly your consciousness suddenly vanished." Not really vanished. Your consciousness seemed still there, even without brain death, but I felt your mind was suddenly running to a very, very far place." Yu Sheng slowly furrowed his brow. "To the ends of the world and time." Aaron thought for a moment. "What do you mean?" Yu Sheng offered no explanation, just raised his head thoughtfully. As the mirror returned to normal, the room's snowfall had stopped. Now only unmelted snow remained, with cold air filling the room, uncertain when it would completely dissipate. "I saw the black star," he suddenly said. Aaron and Hu Li both froze, then exclaimed in unison, "Ah! The black star, but likely just a projection in my consciousness. It floated at the universe's end, and for some reason, when I was beside it, there was a moment I felt. Extraordinarily familiar and at ease, nearly fell asleep there." Aaron, damn. Chapter 668, Council. Boundary City Center. The council tower stood tall and imposing, towering at the center of the vast, almost boundless Boundary City. Its scale reaching into the clouds, with hard and upward-gathering lines reminiscent of some monumental structure. Yet this grand building, no one could clearly say when or by whom it was built. Every resident of Boundary City seemed born accustomed to this towering giant tower, believing it naturally should stand in that suitable position. People had no doubt about its existence, nor curiosity about its creation process, even as centuries passed, even as successive generations of Boundary City inhabitants witnessed the council tower's shape transform through the ages. They naturally wove these changes into their normal cognition. The Boundary City inhabitants' natural cognition even extended to the 5 members of the council. Everyone merely knew they governed the city, but it seemed no one ever pondered over the origins and uncommonness of the 5, several of whom never appeared before the public, which also never sparked curiosity. For hundreds of years, the members of the Boundary affairs never changed, their existence as ancient and stable as the tower at the city's center, a firm wedge implanted in Boundary land. Even among countless ordinary people working within the council tower, no one in this city ever harbored doubt about this. Footsteps broke the peace of the upper areas of the council tower, as Bailey Ching, looking as emotionless as usual, walked through the connecting area towards the central elevator. Occasionally, ordinary people working here would respectfully greet her, and though her expression remained unchanged, she would nod in response. Then she passed through the connecting corridor. A small lounge with wide floor-to-ceiling windows lay ahead, from where one could gaze out at the scenery outside the council tower. The vast city stretched to the horizon outside the windows, and overhead, a clear and high sky loomed. The lounge was empty, or rather devoid of ordinary humans. In the corner sat an old computer, its yellowed monitor and creaky case looking completely out of place with the surroundings. On the discolored CRT screen, a classical game from an unknown era was running. When Bailey Ching entered the lounge, this old computer slowly turned its head, and after the game screen flickered a few times, it switched to a crude-lined face from which a distorted voice emitted. Recognizing Council Member Ms. Bailey Ching. Welcome, the current elevator is open. Bailey Ching, expressionless, looked up and down at the old computer before her. Changed to a new look again, it looked stupid. The computer's case emitted a series of creaks, then suddenly puffed out a thick smoke. In the dispersing smoke, an old-fashioned phonograph appeared in the corner, its vinyl record slowly turning as a somewhat shrill voice sounded from the speaker. How about this? Not as good as the microwave last time, Bailey Ching casually remarked before stepping into the elevator at the lounge's end. Behind her, the classical phonograph emitted a series of strange noises, then creaked and twisted a few times, transforming into a purple crystal ball floating on a velvet cushion, from which a muttering voice emerged. Is nostalgia out of fashion these days? A potted plant nearby spoke. She's tired, in a bad mood, the time for hibernation has come, and there's no time to sleep. Working outside is really a drag. Yeah, working outside is really a drag. The crystal ball bobbed up and down. Let's not talk about that. Continue, where were we? Talking about the Black Demon King's army pressing on. Oh right, the Black Demon King's army pressing on, a dark, overwhelming force causing the heavens to change color and rivers to flow backward. Landon I ran at the time, and I, as the kingdom's chief astrologer, climbed the city wall, pointed below, and shouted. No, you just said you were Landon I am the kingdom's chief astrologer. Then you be the chief astrologer, and I'm the Black Demon King. My army pressed on, a dark, overwhelming force. The crystal ball hadn't finished speaking when suddenly a terrifying face appeared on the lounge's ceiling, composed of scorching ashes. It wriggled and emitted a thunderous sound. Shut up! I am the Black Demon King. I've been here listening to you two idiots discuss these stupid topics for 2 centuries. Can't you talk about something else? All right, I'm the princess of the 4th dynasty of the Selen Star, and Ceiling Head, you're my mom. Enough! What did I do wrong to be trapped in this stupid temporal prison, accompanying 2 imbeciles like you? The potted plant couldn't hold back anymore. Could you just insult the crystal ball? I'm just a plant, quietly photosynthesizing here every day. It's always the one starting the topics. Bailey Ching heard the voices behind her, even as the elevator doors closed. Her keen ears could still catch the jumbled conversation. But she was accustomed to it. If the Special Service Bureau headquarters is a tangled mess of space, with chaotic spatial structures running through every floor, then this giant council tower is a deep well of time, with illusions of the old epics hidden in its mysterious central structure. Moreover, these time illusions are not always stable, often tending to spill outward. This is because the entire council tower is built around a special deformation point, which is an echo left from the last epic transition of the boundary land. Similar echoes are not limited to one. The Pale Library in the Special Service Bureau headquarters building is also one, but in terms of scale, nothing in the boundary land, when combined, can compare to the things buried deep within the council tower. Due to the epic transition, no one can now understand the specific meaning of these echoes, but sometimes they seep through the layers of protective protocols and stasis barriers within the council tower. Although they are not very harmful, they can cause some bizarre phenomena in the real world, sometimes memories of the city-state era, sometimes phantoms fallen out of unknown time fragments, and sometimes even people. The council finds ways to control these things that could potentially have a massive impact on the real world, keeping them isolated within the core area of the tower, using layers upon layers of protective measures. It also relies on the collective cognition of hundreds of ordinary people in this building to form an anchor maintaining balance in the core area. Bailey Ching pressed a few buttons on the control panel of the elevator. The modern control panel and screen emitted a faint glow, but flickered unstably as she pressed them, turning into a stone slab carved with mysterious runes at times and a floating magical illusion at others. The walls of the elevator car shimmered with a silvery white light, but as the lights flickered, the silvery alloy walls faintly glowed with a crystal-like radiant beauty. Text appeared on the control screen, and a slightly distorted mechanical voice spoke from the car. Elevator platform, activated, ascending Council Remnant Congress, heading to the next era safe arrival Supreme Sanctuary. Welcome past tense. Bailey Ching was equally accustomed to this chaotic car broadcast. Suddenly, a pair of eyes emerged from the air beside her. Bailey Zhu floated on the elevator wall, bobbing slightly up and down. I don't like this place. I understand, Bailey Ching nodded calmly, but now that they've acknowledged your existence, you don't need to be overly anxious. But they wanted to kill me back then. That's because you almost killed me at the time. Bailey Zhu fell silent, her eyes slightly downcast, showing a somewhat dejected demeanor. At that moment, the elevator door opened. A long hall appeared before Bailey Ching. This hall had an artistic style completely different from the modern style of the other floors of the council tower. It was paved with black marble floors, with tall gray-white stone pillars inlaid with gold patterns on both sides. The stark contrast of black and white colors felt both torn and solemn. The hall had no visible ceiling, only a kind of gray light evenly covering the tops of the stone pillars, illuminating the entire space. Furthermore, the walls around the hall were adorned with countless neatly arranged windows. These windows were narrow and tall, the style reminiscent of classical architecture from a previous era, and the scene outside was a boundless cloudscape bathed in a twilight-like orange-yellow glow. Despite the fact that it was currently noon in the Boundary Land, Bailey Ching walked straight towards the center of the long hall. There was a large round table there. Several figures were already standing by it. One was an old man in a gray robe, hair and beard completely white, face lined with wrinkles, so ancient that it was impossible to judge his age by appearance. He seemed on the verge of death at any moment, as if he had been this old for countless years and could continue to age like this indefinitely. There was also a middle-aged man in a black coat, his appearance noteworthy, yet his face was full of fatigue, with deep weariness evident in his eyes, as if he hadn't rested in 100 years. Then there was a black-haired girl with her eyes closed, her long hair almost reaching the floor, her figure thin and fragile, her skin pale like that of a deceased person, exuding a morbid yet slightly eerie aura of danger. The last figure was an extraordinarily simple and strange robot, constructed from slender steel pipes and simple cranks, gears, and connecting rods, with a multitude of ticking clocks stuffed into its chest cavity as organs, and several crossed but unattached wires as its veins and nerves. Its head was merely a large, fragile-looking old-fashioned bulb. The bulb flickered with faint, unstable light. Bailey Ching approached and sat among them, next to the black-haired girl and the robot. "Ah, the colorless dragon has arrived." The elderly man with white hair and beard trembled as he raised his head and spoke. "So the meeting can begin." Chapter 669, Morona Fault. Once a week, the 5 council members of the Boundary Land gather in the highest hall of the council tower, where they exchange information about their respective domains and discuss various other important matters, most of which pertain to the development and security of the Boundary Land, while the rest concern intelligence from other civilization circles or the movements of certain external destabilizing factors. The routine exchanges and reports didn't take long. The city has been relatively peaceful this period, the middle-aged man, perpetually wearied, spoke slowly. Except for some damage caused by the recent intrusion of hidden monastery sect, everything else is fine. Is there an issue with the mimicked starry sky over the suburban ring? The black-haired girl with closed eyes slightly tilted her head. Her face seemed to always bear a calm and gentle smile, but upon closer inspection, that smile appeared to be merely an illusion. "I've heard that some stars are appearing in the wrong places, and someone has uploaded it online." "It's the star projection that has shifted," the middle-aged man nodded. "It's hard to control, as the starry sky of the Boundary Land is essentially a projected mapping from real universe through the space barrier. The last World Bridge incident affected the space barrier surrounding the Boundary Land. Some mapping paths have been permanently altered." "How was this matter handled eventually?" Bailey Ching asked. "Cognition steering, gradually letting people adapt to those changes in stars," the middle-aged man said, nodding lightly towards the unusual and rudimentary robot beside Bailey Ching. "The glitch handled those circulating online information, not by direct deletion, but by reshaping it into something resembling urban legends. Probably after a few days, the related hype will fade, and then slowly disappear from people's view. The World Bridge incident has ended, but the trouble it brought is far more lasting than the incident itself." The strange robot called Glitch emitted a somewhat off-key sound, with a bunch of clocks ticking in its chest cavity, the bulb serving as its head flickering uncertainly. After all, it made such a big hole. Bailey Ching raised her eyebrows slightly, opened her mouth wanting to say something, but before speaking, she first let out a big yawn. The weary-faced middle-aged man, sitting opposite her, uncontrollably followed with a yawn. "Yawning, it's contagious." The middle-aged man rubbed his forehead hard after yawning. "Hasn't it been years? Haven't you adjusted to your hibernation habit yet?" Bailey Ching was expressionless. Hundreds of years, have you cured your insomnia yet? The middle-aged man awkwardly scratched his nose, while the pale and slender black-haired girl beside slightly turned her head towards Bailey Ching. Isn't adjusting the room temperature helpful at all? Bailey Ching, it's not about the temperature. The elderly man with completely white hair and beard coughed lightly twice. Red can't talk about personal affairs after the meeting. Colorless dragon. Any new intelligence recently regarding the Venerate Saints Monastery? Yes, Chairperson, and this time it's something big. Bailey Ching's tone immediately became serious. Travel agency recently took down a black spot warlord who had secret communications with the Venerate Saints Monastery. If the intelligence is accurate, currently in the dark meteor domain there might be an artificial boundary bridge that could lose control at any time, and also a dark angel that might wake up at any moment. The meeting hall fell silent, and for a period of time, only Bailey Ching's voice echoed in the vast hall. After a good while, finally, a slight crackling sound broke the somewhat heavy silence. Glitch had its head bulb flicker a few times, the filament inside burnt out. It calmly unscrewed the burnt-out bulb from its neck, then retrieved a new one from under the table and screwed it on with a creak. The new bulb emitted a soft and steady light on its neck. Next time, give a heads-up before talking about such scary stuff, it complained. I'll cut off the power first. We have a main fleet currently docked at the starport of Mara IX, the black-haired girl known as Red said after a moment of thought. Ready to move towards the dark meteor domain, just need to confirm the coordinates of that Saint Realm planet. Luo and Yu Sheng are already working on it. Directly pinpointing the exact location of the Saint Realm might be quite tricky, but finding other sovereign planets of the hidden monastery should not be a problem. As long as we can secure a springboard, we can find the location of the Saint Realm from their local broadcasts, Bailey Ching said slowly. But the issue now isn't how to attack. Rather, it's about ensuring the threat of the Gate of Eden is neutralized during the attack. Currently, the only viable approach seems to be sending an elite team to infiltrate the Saint Realm before the attack starts. An elite squad going to cripple the strategic facilities on the enemy's capital star. That's not just any elite team. Kant, whose face was weary, raised his eyebrows upon hearing this. I can roughly guess who you're referring to. The travel agency, them. Who else could it be? Bailey Ching spread her hands. Inference Star Body at least proved that such inconceivably difficult missions are possible in the hands of Yu Sheng. The few council members present didn't speak for a moment, just looked at each other. But to say they looked at each other wasn't entirely accurate, because Malfunction's head was just a light bulb and Red never opened his eyes. Anyway, you get the idea. Yu Sheng, Red's brow furrowed slightly, turning to face Kant, still can't figure out how he actually came. Even the colorless dragon couldn't find anything. What could I find? Kant shook his head, and after being stared at for a few seconds, he finally sighed. All right, I did go down to below to check, but even in the shadows left by the last era, I couldn't find any echo related to Yu Sheng. He really seems like he appeared out of thin air. Appeared out of thin air, yet imprinted in the initial archives of Boundary Land. Red folded his arms, his slender and pale fingers unconsciously tapping his arm. Not a physical entity, not an echo, not an angel, in every way looks human with self-awareness as a human, but the least likely option is also human. At least he's on our side, Kant said. Judging from the information we have, as long as we don't provoke or show hostility, he and his team are reliable friends. Even so, we can't stake everything on one person's success rate. The president's voice interjected from the side, interrupting the conversation between Kant and Red. Next, let's discuss the contingency plans if the travel agency's operation in the Saint Realm fails, and the contingency plan for the contingency plan. Bailey Ching nodded slightly, all right. At the same time, deep in the dark meteor domain, in a place far from all major celestial bodies and bustling routes. Space was lonely, cold, and desolate, with the nearest constant star hundreds of light years away. But it wasn't empty here. Countless fragments of large and small celestial bodies floated in the dark, cold space. These might have once been a complete planet, but for some unknown reason, they broke free from the constant star's grip, wandering into this deep space. Some powerful force shattered this aimless planet, its debris forming a strip tens of thousands of kilometers long in space. Amidst the debris belt, the once blazing core had cooled into an ugly, irregular potato-shaped black sphere. The broken continent plates and mantle layers collided and melded indistinguishably, forming a series of intermittent space mountains. Nearby, a faintly glowing, immensely large rift lay ominously. It was a rift floating in space, its true form invisible to the naked eye, detectable only by sensitive gravity wave radars or subspace detectors. As for those glowing parts, they were merely the phenomenon of light produced when the gas, left after the planet was torn apart, was consumed by the rift, and the actual complete size of the entire rift might have to be measured in light years. It lay there abruptly in the dark space, pressing a fold in the real space that was unobservable to the naked eye. Tremendous and unseen gravitational tides on both sides of the rift incessantly rippled, their intensity enough to tear apart a planet drifting here. This is the Morona Fault, one of the most famous gravitational faults in the dark meteor domain. The universe is vast, deep space is fraught with dangers, some stemming from phenomena like these gravitational faults. Such phenomena are rarely seen elsewhere, yet in the talent-rich dark meteor domain, the locals are even accustomed to their presence. In the areas where faults are densest, these varying sizes of gravitational razors can form a barrier matrix spanning dozens of light years, encompassing several planetary systems within. Rumor has it that some pirate groups wielding witchcraft set up their lairs inside these barriers, relying on the surrounding faults to block adversaries, and their so-called witchcraft is actually the star language talent of the Argold elf. The Algredians' keen spiritual energy perception allows them to avoid the dangerous rift zones, finding safe routes within the faults. It's said that exceptional Algredians can even locate their home planet precisely from several star systems away, without relying on navigation systems. Listening to the stars, seeking answers from the stars, is a talent ingrained in every Algredian's bones. But unfortunately, Luo's essence had been extracted, so she couldn't hear it. She now had to rely on device assistance. A discreet gray-black shuttle emerged from warped space, activating its invisibility system under the cover of gravitational faults. It then hid among several massive celestial fragments, releasing 2 deep space probes. Luo sat in the shuttle's cockpit, her eyes heavy as she gazed into the dark void outside. Chapter 670, The Fish is Hooked. 2 deep space probes detached from the shuttle's cargo bay. The star marker engine released force field fluctuations in the vacuum that cannot be observed by conventional means. In an instant, they disappeared from their original location, and the next second they had already crossed this vast expanse of stellar debris, jumping into the glowing excitation gas cloud on the edge of the Morona Fault. The probes will continue to traverse gravitational faults and find a relatively safe route within. Within the gravity rift spanning several light years, there could be hundreds or even thousands of such invisible routes, but not all channels are stable enough to allow a spacecraft to pass through. Some were only a few meters wide, others maintained stability for mere seconds. According to the information Old Cairo had given, the meeting point with the hidden monastery contact was located within a gravity collapse point in the Morona Fault, with several stable rifts allowing passage through the gravitational fault safely to reach the collapse point. Luo gently squinted her eyes. As the distant starlight shone upon her, she slowly released her consciousness. The 2 deep space probes were directly linked to her thoughts. The data from the sensors was precise and cold. The whispers of the stars and deep space became numerous characters and charts flickering in her mind. This information was quickly processed by her electronic brain and then output into coordinates recognizable by the navigational computer. But it wasn't always like this. She once could directly listen to the voices of the stars, not precise, cold data, but like the gentle sound of the wind or the pleasing crystal resonance. At that time, the entire universe whispered to her. The stars would tell the stories they witnessed and remembered as they slowly twinkled. She remembers staring at the sky in her hometown's old observatory, laying between the huge lens arrays to sleep when tired, being lulled to sleep by the starlight with every dream gentle and kind. Back then, she thought she would become a star scholar, or serve as a star reader navigator on some long-range ship, just like most of the talented Algredians, traveling to one distant place after another under the guidance of the stars. A slight stinging pain came from near her spine, jolting Luo awake from her blurry memories. The electronic brain completed the processing of the probe data. Her gaze landed on the console's holographic projection. A large face appeared on the panel near the porthole. "How's the situation? Any discoveries?" Luo jumped slightly in her seat. "Boss, you always do this. It's going to scare someone to death. I'm telling you, you can't do this." Actually, she wasn't really scared, at least not that much. "All right then, I'll knock next time." Yu Sheng's face slowly transferred to the porthole opposite the driver's seat. "Did you find that collapse point or whatever?" "It's the gravity collapse point," Luo released a sigh belonging to late-stage Sapien, but her mouth slowly curved up. The probe scanned a safe rift leading deep into the Morona fault, matching the navigational information recorded by the shuttle. Inside should be the meeting point, according to Old Kaio, but I haven't detected anything else near the collapse point for now. The hidden monastery likely hasn't set any long-term spatial facilities here, nor does it seem like anyone's tailing. Looks like Old Kaio didn't lie about this matter, Yu Sheng mused thoughtfully. All right then, once the situation at the collapse point is confirmed, come back quickly. Wouldn't want an idle hidden monastery contact to wander over and expose you. It's time for the next step. Understood, Luo said as she swiftly input a few commands on the control console. I'll retrieve the probes first. What? At the same time, high orbit of Shuji, inside the deep rock fortress. In the communication room, housing large communication equipment, several temporary devices connected to the communication instrument were buzzing. Technicians dressed in research uniforms were adjusting device parameters. A tall and burly iron body was standing on the platform in front of the communication equipment. This iron shell's appearance was Old Kaio, but it only had an upper body, while the lower half was fixed onto an engineering trolley equipped with wheels. A multitude of cables extended from the back of the iron body, connecting to the trolley's server interface. Last time, test movement flexibility and speech synthesizer. A technician holding a data terminal stood beside the platform and spoke. The base of the engineering trolley lit up with many flickering lights on both sides. A deep hum emanated from the iron shell of Old Kaio. Then its arms began moving. The upper body performed smooth actions, reaching forward to support the communication platform railing, issuing a hoarse and frightening sound. Testing, 111,111. Momo, who was standing not far away debugging device, instinctively trembled. Her ears instantly pressed tightly against her head. The fluff on her tail went bristling. But suddenly a hand reached over, pressing her head, followed by a peppermint stick being handed to her. Momo looked up and saw Yu Sheng smiling, watching her. Thank you, boss, the Japulo girl said with some nervousness, but as she accepted the peppermint stick, she relaxed slightly, her tail no longer tense. You assembled this iron shell with your own hands, still afraid? Yu Sheng curiously asked. When it's not moving, it's all right. Momo's ears slowly returned to stand erect. She muttered while biting on the peppermint stick. Suddenly moving and then speaking, that's a bit scary. Yu Sheng didn't speak, just reached out to press her head again. That's something he learned from Lingdeng. It's said to quickly relieve the tension of Japulo people. Though the prerequisite is having a good enough relationship, doing this with someone not close would earn hissing and scratching. Then came the low sounds of subdued growling from the side. Yu Sheng turned his head and saw Hu Li standing nearby, her eyes fixed on his hand, with her tail puffed up like a sword tomb. In the moment he was stunned, the fox girl quickly leaned over and nudged her head forward. Savior, pet me. Yu Sheng. He held back a smile for a long time before finally patting the fox girl a few times on her head and scratched the fur behind her ears, which contentedly made her squint her eyes. Aaron was sitting on a machine not far away, glancing between Yu Sheng and Hu Li, then whispered to Luna nearby. It's no wonder people say raising cats and dogs together is easy chaos. This silly fox doesn't have much ambition. Luna silently glanced at the little puppet, then after a while slowly spoke. You're sitting on the exhaust vent again. Aaron's wow. Yu Sheng didn't know why Aaron suddenly jumped off the machine and started running around, but he was used to her occasional neurotic behavior. After Aaron had made her third lap, he casually picked her up and tossed her into Hu Li's arms. Before long, Luo returned from the reconnaissance. Even with the fastest shuttle and a direct route through the Stargate, returning from the dark meteor domain to the high orbit of Shuji shouldn't have been that quick. But her shuttle had been modified by Yu Sheng, and like the Otherworld Inn, getting back was just a matter of opening a door. The only delay was in retrieving probes. No matter how many times I see it, this face is still disgusting. Luo leaned against the wall as he entered the room, crossing her arms as she looked at the Old Kaio, cobbled together from machine shells and an engineering cart, frowning tightly. Yu Sheng waved his hand. But now you've fried his brain, taken over his base, and messed with his business. You can even use his corpse to fool those hidden monastery cultists. Thinking about it that way, doesn't it feel a bit better? Luo raised an eyebrow. Now that you mention it, I do feel quite satisfied. Then she thought for a moment before asking, how's the support work with that ironclad face going? The Special Service Bureau released the information a couple of days ago. Yu Sheng nodded. She's prepared several versions of the narrative, but the core part is the mysterious whereabouts of some debris after the world bridge collapsed. They believe it may have been smuggled out of the territory. The Special Service Bureau has even staged a big show of searching and capturing people everywhere. Luo frowned slightly. She does this so effortlessly, I feel like it's not the first time she's done something like this. Yu Sheng neither confirmed nor denied and glanced at the communications equipment in the room, and the various strange devices installed around. Is this setup reliable? Trust my skills, Luo confidently said, crossing her arms. I once smuggled a set of starport components right under that ironclad face's nose using this kind of protocol. This gear can mask outbound communication signals as the illegal broadcasts that are everywhere in the dark meteor domain. It can also simulate the encrypted channels old Kaio used. Don't worry, I've cracked the data on that part. It won't be detected. Looking at the second-hand scientist's confident demeanor, Yu Sheng nodded slightly and chose not to say more. At this moment, Momo came over. Boss, the equipment is ready. Yu Sheng and Luo instinctively exchanged a glance, then both nodded lightly. Everyone, please leave the communication platform and move behind the marked line, Luo said quickly while heading toward a control terminal. Momo, activate the sound field shielding and jammers and transfer the control of Old Cairo to Operation Console Number 2. Okay. The technical staff in the room quickly moved to designated positions. The lights on both sides of the communication equipment dimmed, and a mechanical limb behind Luo clicked into place at her control console. Meanwhile, at the communications platform, the Old Cairo, made from recycled robot shells, seemed to suddenly come alive, turning to face the holographic display in the center of the room. Calling in progress, deploying camouflage code, signal simulation successful, dark meteor domain superluminal communication array response, ports E17, ES266, ES105. Listening antenna is receiving feedback, streaming to analysis server. Remote signal is enhancing. The fish took the bait. Chapter 671, Life is like a play, all about. The fish has taken the bait. After disguising the communication signal and calling a secret channel in the dark meteor domain, a certain faster-than-light communication array linked to Deep Rock Fortress actually received an unknown feedback signal. The origin of the signal vaguely pointed to a certain deep space between the dark meteor domain and the Great Triangle Nebula, and the encoding method conformed to Luo's recent decryption results. Momo has already activated sound field shielding in the communication room. Within the safety zone, the technicians immediately got busy. Hurry, 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 get the lights in place. Boss, just pay attention to your lines later and don't make big movements. Be careful not to pull off Old Cairo's arm. Effects team, get ready for interference effects later. All units are ready. Received the second handshake signal, communication device ready to power up 5 seconds. All personnel mute, actors on stage. The communication device set in the center of the room emitted a deep humming sound, and a large holographic projection swiftly appeared with trembling lines. The signal from distant deep space, encrypted and disguised multiple times, was transmitted into Deep Rock Fortress and restored into a clear communication signal by Luo's recent decoding method. Those trembling lines formed a figure wearing a white robe, with a seemingly gorgeous palace in the background. The other party's face was processed, covered with a vague blur, and the voice came with a noticeable alteration. Why contact us suddenly? It's not the agreed communication time. Erin suddenly grabbed Yu Sheng's hair, and even within the sound field shielding range, she instinctively lowered her voice. Hey, do you think you can get rid of the mosaic on this guy's face? Yu Sheng, I guess not, this should be processed on the sending end. Erin O. Meanwhile, Old Kaio on the communications platform already leaned forward, pressing his hands aggressively on the guardrail with his signature posture that showed oppression and displeasure. His voice from the chest came out rough and angry. Don't talk about agreed communication time. How many things are you still hiding from me? Yu Sheng immediately gave a thumbs up towards Luo secretly. Emotional, expression on point, movements smooth, and the lines were correct. The hidden monastery priest on the other end of the communicator was clearly taken aback by this suddenly intense questioning. When faced with baseless questioning, one's ability to observe and think evidently decreases. He instinctively opened his mouth. What does this sentence mean? Old Kaio rudely interrupted him. Why not inform me that Luo might be carrying an angel relic? Just that one sentence, any other doubts the priest on the other end might have had were instantly erased. Yu Sheng even clearly saw that the figure in the white robe swayed, and then followed by an uncontrolled low exclamation. "Heaven, angel relic! Do you know what you're talking about?" Old Cairo appropriately straightened up slightly, adopting a convincingly puzzled expression. His tone also became a bit softer. "You don't know." "Of course not." The priest on the other end clearly couldn't suppress the excitement in his emotions. The calm and dignified posture he initially displayed had long been unsustainable. "What exactly is the situation? Didn't you say you were going to reorganize to deal with that woman? Why involve Angel Relic?" Old Cairo adopted a contemplative posture, only speaking in a deep voice after being urged again. "That woman stole something when she escaped from Boundary Land, a Special Service Bureau item." The priest in a white robe on the other side remained unmoved, yet it seemed he took a deep breath. Clearly, he was linking this to the recent intelligence that scouts brought back from Boundary Land. World Bridge collapse, Angel Catalyst scattering at the border, black market cleansing, and the recent search teams dispatched by the Special Service Bureau. It all matched. Old Cairo then continued at the right moment after giving the other party a few seconds to think. "A couple of days ago, I organized another siege. This time, I finally managed to force the woman into a corner. I was about to capture her, but didn't expect her to activate a bizarre device. I didn't know what it was at the time. It tore apart the space right in front of me. The impact when the rift opened killed half my soldiers. Then she escaped through the rift. I simply couldn't stop her. The rift collapsed and left only a black stone on the spot." Old Cairo purposely paused at this moment. On the other side, the priest in a white robe promptly spoke. "Black stone? Where is that thing now?" "Don't hurry." Old Cairo slowed his speaking pace. "I now know what that thing is. In Boundary Land, I have my own intelligence channels, it seems. That thing is indeed very important to you." He finished asking and kept his mouth shut, leaving the rest for the white-robed priest across to fill in. The figure on the other side of the communicator swayed slightly and raised his hand, signaling this side to wait a moment, then seemed to quickly communicate with someone else through the communicator. After a while, the voice from the speaker finally sounded. "We know your intention. Name your price, as long as we can accept it." Old Cairo pressed his hands on the rail again, speaking in a threatening tone. "Name a price. That thing killed hundreds of my soldiers, and it almost took my life." "But that's not our issue. The woman stealing the Angel Catalyst from the Special Service Bureau was unexpected," said the white-robed priest calmly, hesitated a bit under Old Cairo's relentless stance, and then reported a series of numbers. Yu Sheng had no concept of the numbers mentioned by the white-robed priest, but he turned to look at Luo, seeing the golden-haired elf not just with sparkling eyes but seemingly glowing all over. "I've never seen a deal this big in my life, enough to build another black stone station." Luo noticed Yu Sheng's gaze and quickly said, "This damned. These wealthy cultists indeed." "Stay composed," Yu Sheng immediately reminded upon seeing the others state. "Don't agree just like that. Consider Old Cairo's character and how he should react now. Pay attention to the lines and expressions." Luo quickly adjusted her mindset, while secretly marveling at the wealth of the cultists. She continued to focus on controlling the shell on the communication platform, uttering the most insincere words of her life. "Do you think money alone can move me?" This seemed to have been anticipated by the white-robed priest. He posed a thoughtful manner, quickly exchanged with someone far away for quite a while, and finally re-reported a price. "This is a worthwhile deal for you." After naming the price, he added, "That thing is useless to you. Keeping it only adds danger and attracts the Special Service Bureau's attention. Better sell it at a good price." Luo was stunned after hearing the second quote. They clearly interpreted her 2 seconds of being stunned as wavering, so the priest promptly continued. "Mundane wealth is a fleeting illusion, my friend. That's just a stepping stone to the path of venerate saint. We are engaged in a greater cause. Its accomplishment surpasses any wealth. You should see the value behind this deal. Once the Gate of Eden opens smoothly, any constraints the filthy, broken universe imposes on you will be meaningless. In the new world, you have unlimited possibilities. Remember, opening the Gate of Eden, that's our common goal." Luo took a gentle breath. She quickly weighed whether to agree. Agreeing too easily or appearing too hesitant could arouse the other's suspicion. Although the Angel Catalyst itself is enough to make the cultists somewhat relax their guard, any suspicion before it truly enters the hidden monastery's lair could ruin the entire plan. She had parted ways from Old Cairo's control nearly 200 years ago. Finally, she exchanged a glance with Momo. The other nodded slightly. "All right, deal then." The old Cairo on the communication platform finally nodded. It's good to get rid of that damned bizarre stone early. Hope your technology is as reliable as you claim. A wise decision. The white-robed priest on the communication interface finally showed a relieved expression but quickly asked, "Is the previous delivery channel still safe? Has the Special Service Bureau tracked you?" "They still don't know that the thing is in my hands now, and their reach doesn't extend into the Dark Meteor domain," Old Cairo instantly replied. "I'll send the thing to the fault. The point is that your quoted price must be fulfilled first, and it must be unified exchange coin or altered energy currency. Those are the only two I recognize. There's no issue with the second, but we need to verify the condition of the angel catalyst before making payment." The white-robed priest shook his head. "It's not about mistrusting you, but necessary caution. The world knows little about the angel catalyst, and that cunning bureau chief at the Special Service Bureau is always full of intrigues. We must ensure the thing hasn't been tampered with." Luo suddenly felt the other's words were right, almost wanting to stand and applaud, but she still controlled the old Cairo on stage to show a hesitant, resisting look. After rounds of repeated disputes and confrontations, she finally pretended to be persuaded by the other's outstanding negotiation skills, and reluctantly agreed to let the other pay 1/3 of the deposit. Then have the experts from the hidden monastery examine the authenticity of the angel catalyst at the Morona Fault delivery site. Once negotiations were settled, the white-robed priest in the holographic projection finally slightly relaxed, then nodded, and said sincerely, "If the angel catalyst is real, then we won't need those data anymore. The sages have ways to fix the gaps in the gate. Our noble cause is advancing by a great step, and your contribution will be permanently inscribed on the Path of Venerate Saints monument. Whatever, as long as you remember your promise." Old Cairo said solemnly, and then neatly cut off the communication. The holographic projection quickly extinguished. The buzzing communication device returned to calm, after confirmation that the signal was completely cut off. The old Cairo on the platform dropped his hands despondently, turning into an lifeless iron shell again. Then the entire hall erupted with thunderous applause. Chapter 672, Delivery Day. The faster-than-light antenna array pointing to the Dark Meteor domain has been shut down, and the technicians in the communication room began checking the equipment and tidying the scene. The shell of old Cairo was pushed to the corner of the room. It can't be discarded yet, at least not until this matter with the hidden monastery is resolved, as this shell might still come in handy. Luo's mechanical limb was still connected to the console, as she needed to verify all the data recorded during the previous communication process, ensuring that the people from the hidden monastery hadn't tampered with the signal. She also had to check if the decoy protocol had been properly activated to avoid exposing the plan unknowingly. Erin leaned on Yu Sheng's shoulder, watching others bustling in the room. Feeling bored because she couldn't understand a thing, she fiddled with Yu Sheng's hair. "Hey, do you think those cultists will actually come for the delivery? Won't they notice something's off?" Yu Sheng gave the little creature on his shoulder a weird look. "Don't jinx it. Half a omen goddess talking about this here." The little puppet waved nonchalantly. "Oh, it's fine. It's not like I'm foreseeing bloodshed. I can't be sure about anything else." "Yu Sheng, so you can only predict when I'll kick the bucket, huh?" Listening to their banter while checking the data, Luo couldn't help but chime in. "I don't think those cultists will notice, not because our plan is flawless, but because old Cairo is dead. Another Black Spot warlord is collaborating with the Special Service Bureau to put on a show and even brought out an angel catalyst to fish. Is just too absurd. Reality might be illogical, but suspicion and overthinking demand reason. I doubt even those imaginative cultists can concoct such a bizarre scenario, let alone usual humans." She paused and glanced at a holographic projection floating above the nearby data terminal. "Moreover, the Gate of Eden matter is already pressing for those cultists. A lifeline for them, this angel catalyst. They'll at least come to check the situation, even if they suspect it might be fake, even if old Cairo's behavior seems dubious." The holographic projection displayed scenes from a warehouse in the fortress's lower area. A group wearing Special Service Bureau uniforms was handing over the goods to Luo's trusted aid squad. Guard Captain Lane stood by the shuttle with his men, looking at the Special Service Bureau officers in front of him with mixed feelings. He never imagined he would one day cooperate with the Special Service Bureau in his current capacity, especially on a project to maintain world peace. After all, the day he walked out of the Black Dot Group's clone base, he was prepared to follow the Dark Organization's path to the end. His life plan back then revolved around loyalty, loyalty to the group, to the mission, to his master, being a diligent and responsible enforcer for a Black Ops force. This held true until he followed a somewhat strange boss. The boss was an unconventional and unwelcome figure within the company, a black spot warlord who was poor compared to peers, with desolate territory. It took half a century's savings to build his own space station and shipyard, and his smuggling business was constantly under scrutiny by the Special Service Bureau, Terra and Algerd. Only through some tough tech and cautious survival strategies could he maintain some semblance of peace. With such a leader, the future seemed bleak. Yet the boss built a gym for the clone soldiers, gave bonuses, names, and year-end gifts. She even tried giving them family leave. No clone soldier liked returning to their production workshop, so during family leave, they just stayed in the dormitory. And gradually, the threefold loyalty mindset was unknowingly revised, omitting the group and the mission. Then the boss defected. Everyone followed suit without hesitation. Most clone soldiers weren't overly concerned about the future, being a group of muscle-brained individuals without plans. Only Lane thought about the future, and on the day he defected with the boss, he resigned himself to the fact that his future had shifted from bleak to utterly hopeless. A defected black spot warlord, caught and recruited by a group of overgrown dolls to join the Special Service Bureau. With such a background, how much trust and importance could he earn? Probably just enough to be used temporarily, then secretly executed once drained of intelligence value. At worst, they'd be executed together, and compared to other clone soldiers, he had already lived long enough. Who the hell could have imagined the boss defected not to the Special Service Bureau, but to a vibrant civilian organization? It was indeed too vibrant. The new big boss could tear angels apart with bare hands. Well, no need to worry about being secretly executed anymore, and now they were in a cooperative relationship with the Special Service Bureau. Container boxes were offloaded from the Special Service Bureau's transport vehicles, with a squad of operatives in Special Service Bureau uniforms carefully escorting the floating container, over 2 persons high, to the unloading platform, then controlling the container's descent and beginning to input the warehouse access codes. By the way, this transport vehicle drove directly from the underground parking lot of the Special Service Bureau to this space fortress. The big boss opened a door, and the car just drove through. As for the principal, even someone as smart as the boss couldn't figure it out, let alone the clone soldiers. Let's just say it's the magical black spirit ability at work, or the omnipotent subspace power. Such a big box, Lane muttered instinctively as he looked at the large cargo container in front of him. The box is big, but the core cargo isn't actually large. Most of the space is reserved for various security devices and monitoring equipment, Li Lin, who was in charge of leading the escort team, said with a chuckle. He wasn't actually qualified to carry out such a high-level field mission, but this time's hidden monastery fishing plan was special. The intention from higher-ups was that the fewer people who knew about the whole thing, the better. The performers of the plan should be as closely related to the travel agency team as possible to minimize any leaks. Plus, Li Lin did have experience from the Angel incident, referring to facing the orphanage on the night of Anka Ayla's awakening. So he was pulled in for this Angel Catalyst escort mission. Also, it was somewhat professionally relevant, given that Li Lin was indeed responsible for receiving and sending packages at number 66 Wudong Road. So delivering the Angel Catalyst to the space cult was considered part of the logistics chain. As for why the other employee of the Wudong Road pickup point didn't come, the reason was obvious. Considering the importance of the cargo, losing it or the person halfway would be quite bad. The cargo container door opened, and Lane saw the situation inside. It was practically a mobile laboratory remodeled from a cargo container. A dizzying array of monitoring and security devices almost filled the entire space. In the center platform of the box floated a semi-transparent blue cube, which was a force field shield box. The blue force field center was the actual core cargo being transported this time. A seemingly unremarkable, approximately 1-foot-long black crystal stone, much smaller than the Zolda black stone, but its texture, form, and even the unstable aura it emitted were almost identical. The moment Lane saw this thing, he got goosebumps on the back of his neck, and the accompanying guard soldiers around him also took a synchronized breath. Having been with the Zolda Black Stone on Black Stone Station for several years, and personally witnessing its moment of loss of control, it was clear that everyone had a bit of PTSD. Li Lin looked at the reactions of these few people in front of him and felt confident in Yu Sheng's plan. It looks so real. A female guard soldier standing behind Lane swallowed and muttered quietly, "How is it made?" "I don't know either. Anyway, the technicians in the bureau are quite impressive. I heard it involved real angel remains or something. Anyway, Brother Yu indeed has quite a few of these," Li Lin said offhandedly, handing a data screen to Lane. "This thing is unstable. This instability was intentionally created to perfectly reproduce the pollution characteristics of the angel catalyst, so during transport it must be kept with the force field box and inhibitor. The precautions are all on here." Lane raised his eyebrows and looked up again at the enormous cargo container. He noticed that the entire setup was intentionally stripped of any identifying marks, and the structure of the box and equipment inside were in the Black Dot style or simply original components produced by the Black Dot Group. The source of these components probably doesn't need questioning. Everything is arranged very meticulously. Lane nodded lightly with genuine praise. "Thanks for the compliment," Li Lin nodded modestly, but couldn't hold back a smile, his tone proudly. "Professional tasks must be handled by professionals. Back then, when our boss had 2 shipments intercepted near the Torrent X3-star gate by an enforcement team disguised as Black Dot merchants, was it done this way too?" Li Lin remained expressionless. "How would I know? I'm just a courier." Well, 2 days later, the agreed delivery date with Old Kaio from the hidden monastery arrived. The cargo container holding the angel catalyst had already been transferred onto a large shuttle, a specially customized container that almost filled the shuttle's already small cargo hold, leaving not enough space to fit even 2 special combat soldiers. In fact, no special combat soldiers were needed this time. Yu Sheng didn't plan to arrange any escort personnel for this transport. After all, flying into the perilous Morona fault to the gravity collapse point to make a deal with a bunch of cultists. With this environment and process, in movies, it would be a series of flags planted like swords in a tomb. If any popular backstabbing event were to occur, even a battalion of interstellar soldiers on board wouldn't be of much use. Similarly, due to the above reasons, Yu Sheng decided to personally pilot the shuttle for the delivery this time. Chapter 673, Still Need to Adapt. In the lower hangar of the Deep Rock Fortress, technicians are doing the final check on the cargo. They need to ensure that the angel catalyst in the shuttle's cargo hold remains stable during the upcoming delivery, and once again confirm that there's nothing on the entire shuttle that involves the Special Service Bureau's recognition items. Yu Sheng stood on the platform next to the shuttle waiting to depart, while glancing down at the little puppet who was grabbing his pants and climbing upwards. "Got yourself a mass-produced body?" The little puppet commented casually while climbing. "Yeah, in case you die outside this time, I wouldn't mind taking a mass-produced body to perish with you." "Yu Sheng, that's not how you use the term perish together." Aaron climbed onto Yu Sheng's shoulder, casually ruffled the hair of the latter. A normal person would first focus on dying outside. From common sense and logic, the possibility of those hidden monastery diviners betraying is low. At least they wouldn't act during this transaction. Luo, who had been listening to the increasingly bizarre exchanges between the boss and the evil red-eyed little dwarf, finally couldn't help but speak. "Mainly there's no necessity. The angel catalyst is delivered. They're not going to get stuffed and decapitate a delivery boy at the door." Yu Sheng laughed. "You've mentioned common sense and logic. Those diviners wouldn't even be involved in a cult if they cared about those words. What if they think slaughtering a delivery boy at the door during collection pleases the mechanical soul of the Gate of Eden? You never know with cultists." Luo pondered, but couldn't find a reason to refute. Then she watched Yu Sheng and Aaron turn and board the shuttle. After the 2 got into the cockpit, they waved to the outside through the heavy protective barrier. The feeling was somewhat strange, running to a dangerous trading point in the lawless zone to meet cultists. Such a top-level dangerous mission actually has the organization's big boss personally on stage. Of course, the people inside the travel agency were accustomed to this, but Luo, who had only joined not long ago as a peripheral member, was obviously not yet adapted to it. However, rationality told her, this matter was indeed full of reasonableness. After all, Venerate Saints Monastery was a group of madmen, and Old Kaio was known for treating his subordinates like consumables, especially involving his inner secrets, and it's likely that the ones sent for delivery before were all disposable hands. In this way, both sides trading sight decapitating a delivery boy to appease the mechanical soul would be regular operations, so only Yu Sheng carrying a mass-produced Aaron could go. After all, one is willing to die, the other is willing to bury. As she pondered, the shuttle was ready to depart. As the technicians evacuated the platform and released the locks on the docking area, the modified Silver Star shuttle slowly broke free from the stagnation force field. With the low hum of the anti-gravity engine, the heavy alloy gate at the end of the launch channel slowly opened. To the end of the channel was the shimmering starry sky observable from the high orbit of Shuji. Luo raised her hand and gestured towards the shuttle cockpit. "Wish you the best. Remember the procedures. Slowly elevate when departing the launch channel." Before she finished, she saw the vehicle before her burst into a change of light and shadow. The illusory space rift rapidly erupted from the shuttle's center, and in a blink, the docking area was empty. The next moment she heard Yu Sheng's voice through the communicator. "We've reached the Morona Fault. Where to navigate next?" Luo stood frozen for 2 seconds, then heard the mechanical limit reached clicking sounds from the channel end. By this time that alloy gate had just reached position, and the acceleration guiding lights in the channel hadn't completely illuminated. "You still need to adapt a bit." Hu Li came over and patted Luo's shoulder, then curiously asked, "Hey, weren't you transmitted directly by the Savior on your last outing?" Luo winced at the Vajra palm from the nine-tailed fox. "I used to first drive the shuttle into space before letting the boss open the door, a standard small craft departure procedure. Anyone who passed the certification would." "Savior hasn't passed the certification." Hu Li patted Luo's other shoulder. "Our entire travel agency, adding Fairy Tale Valley, can't scrape together a single license. I've got a temporary mobile immortal driving permit." "Luo." Then she drooped her nearly dislocated arms to send guiding signals to Yu Sheng. "What?" The silvery gray, Silver Star shuttle carved a stream of light through space, swiftly navigating the rifts between two fractured continental plates, skimming over the cooled, solidified remnants of a planet's core, heading towards the gravity fault emitting gaseous cloud luminescence. The conventional power engines at the rear of Silver Star spewed casual flames, pretending to strive to propel the shuttle, and the attitude adjustment boosters on either side of the body occasionally lit up, pretending to be functioning during flight. After entering the gaseous cloud light band, Luo, who has been remotely providing navigation and constantly monitoring the shuttle's status, couldn't help any more. "Boss, why don't you take your hand off the control stick? This shuttle can fly on its own." Yu Sheng glanced at the control console before him, asking a profoundly deep question. "Which one's the control stick?" "Stop controlling the shuttle. Let it rely on autopilot." Luo's voice sounded almost tearful. "The flying state when you handle it looks like the mechanical soul has a major illness. Forget the hidden monastery. Even the sky attacker pirates seeing a vessel flying like this would shoot a photon spear from 2,000 kilometers away. Do you usually pilot ships like this?" Yu Sheng felt a bit embarrassed. "I usually use autopilot when I operate the Otherworld Inn." Just as he finished speaking, Erin leaned her head towards the communicator. "Automatic means it moves on its own. Whenever Yu Sheng touches anything, it's like it's haunted." Luo unhesitatingly took over the remote control of the shuttle. Yu Sheng resigned himself to giving up the idea of personally piloting the shuttle through the star sea. He temporarily withdrew his consciousness from the aircraft, then let out a gentle sigh, finding more energy to focus on the magnificent scenery outside. They were now crossing the visual boundary of existence of the Morona Fault. Through that layer of luminous gas clouds, the magnificent space mountain ranges formed by a torn planet were clearly visible outside the porthole, along with the starlight in the distance slightly distorted by the gravitational fault. "Truly spectacular," he praised sincerely. "Incredible." Erin also praised sincerely. "Are you talking about the starry sky?" Luo's voice echoed in the cockpit, carrying a touch of somewhat melancholic calmness. "Yes, the starry sky is beautiful. Planet like this, probably much larger than Shuji, might have once orbited a constant star, but it was torn apart, split into a heap of stones running through the cold space by an invisible gravitational rift." Yu Sheng felt as though something deep within his heart was touched, a feeling he had never experienced while standing on the surface, but only when bathing in starlight in space, and such a spectacular sight in the scale of the universe doesn't even count as a grain of sand. "How many secrets do you think there are in this starry sky?" Erin sighed once more. "Incredible. I've always been fascinated by the stars since I was a child, those vast and grand things and the dark deep space full of countless secrets between them," Luo said slowly. "Back then, I could directly hear the melodious songs between the stars, but now I can only hear some vague noises." "I've heard of the Algridians' star language ability," Yu Sheng thought for a moment. I've also heard that people still haven't figured out how this star language talent of yours is produced, so maybe one day you could get it back. After a moment of silence, a faint sigh came through the communicator. Thank you, you are always comforting me. Erin opened her mouth, but this time before she could speak, Yu Sheng covered her mouth. And just when the little puppet was about to bite Yu Sheng's finger in retaliation, a distortion of light and shadow outside the porthole interrupted her action. The distant starlight suddenly flickered a few times, and then all the stars seemed to shift slightly in position. The space mountain ranges formed by the shattered planet suddenly disappeared from view, replaced by a fuzzy, twisted boundary stretching across the space, and in front of the shuttle, all the distorted starlight directions vaguely formed a funnel, shape collapsing towards the center, as if gravity was focusing there, capturing all the starlight. This is the gravity collapse point inside the Morona Fault. Luo's voice carried a hint of seriousness. The delivery location is right here. Hold on, I'm initiating a scan. The hidden monastery's contact ship should be nearby. They should signal as agreed. Listening to Luo's voice, originally Yu Sheng was like an idle traveler in the universe, but he immediately became serious, quickly adjusted his posture, relinked his consciousness to the shuttle, especially paying attention to the cargo area while casually lifting Erin off his shoulder and placing her in the co-pilot's seat, his gaze falling on the information display in front of him. The little puppet, after being tossed onto the chair, immediately began searching around. Do I need to fasten my seatbelt? Do I need to fasten my seatbelt? Yu Sheng, no, the seatbelt can't hold you. Oh, hey, you. The next second, she was interrupted by the shuttle system notification. Detected ship approaching, concealing force field disengaging, identity verification passed. Erin, who was about to curse and had one hand on the seatbelt buckle while pointing at Yu Sheng, instantly fell silent, turning to look out the porthole. Near the focal point of the distorted starlight, a concealing force field was rapidly dissipating, and an oppressively large shadow emerged from the dark cosmic background. It was a spaceship, a massive space battleship. It featured a sharp-lined black body with dark red painted patterns, its imposing and massive hull like a steel wall stretching across the starlight. Despite its technological appearance, its hull was adorned with religious-style spires, walkways, and patterns, its prow towering, flowing with ominous red glow between the sharp arc structures, and its flanks covered with honeycomb-like weapon launch units. Luo's voice immediately came through the communicator. It's the hidden monastery's flagship, Dark Star-class missile cruiser. Chapter 674, In the Belly of the Fish. The majestic and theologically adorned gigantic battleship was bathed in starlight, with red energy veins flickering and pulsating between the armor strips and the shield devices. Erin immediately jumped up from the co-pilot's seat. By the way, she had somehow clumsily buckled the seatbelt, which turned out to be incapable of restraining her. Staring wide-eyed at the black and red battleship that emerged from the concealing force field, almost right in front of the shuttle. Holy crap! These zealots really plan on pulling a double-cross. Yu Sheng was also startled by the sudden appearance of the ship, but he was noticeably more composed than the jittery little puppet, merely frowning slightly. But seriously, using something like this to cut off a delivery seems a bit overkill. Our shuttle isn't even as big as one of its missile launchers. Makes sense, let's just observe for now. Luo's voice also came through the communicator. They haven't shown any signs of firing, and just now they opened their identification signal as agreed. Let's just follow the script for now. Just at that moment, the shuttle system alert rang out, interrupting Luo and Yu Sheng's conversation. External communication detected. They're calling us, mute yourself. Yu Sheng quickly said, then switched his conversation with Luo to another channel and connected the communication from the large battleship. After some brief static, an external signal connection prompt projection appeared on the shuttle's control panel, followed by the voice of a middle-aged man. Are you the delivery person sent by Old Cairo? Yes. Yu Sheng was momentarily taken aback, then quickly got into character, glancing at the little puppet beside him with the corner of his eye. But it's not we, it's just me. While Yu Sheng was speaking, Erin had climbed back onto her seat and immediately tilted her head and rolled her eyes, pretending to play dead. Even though both sides were using pure audio communication, and there was no need for her to fake being dead, the little thing felt it suited the atmosphere. There was a 2 or 3 second silence from the battleship's communication before a voice, obviously carrying shock and confusion, replied, You only sent one person. Yu Sheng hadn't figured out how to respond yet, but the other side continued talking to themselves. sounding as if they were conversing with someone beside them. He actually just sent one pilot, in a shuttle with shields thinner than paper, to transport this critically important catalyst. Another very indistinct voice came through the communicator, seemingly from someone sitting nearby. That ignorant, completely unaware of the danger. Yu Sheng caught bits and pieces of this exchange, instantly understanding why they brought such a big guy to meet him. He relaxed immediately. It wasn't a double-cross, they were just nervous. But then he frowned. This hidden monastery contact treating the angel catalyst like a dire threat. Could it be because their region has already started disturbance with angels? Is that shadowless skeleton already active or showing signs of awakening? This thought barely formed in his mind when the voice of that middle-aged man came through the communicator again. We need to verify the condition of the catalyst first. How to verify? Yu Sheng followed the prompt. You eject the cargo box into space, and we'll dispatch a shuttle to retrieve it. If the catalyst is intact, the deal is done, just that simple. The hidden monastery won't renege. Yu Sheng frowned. Actually, he didn't care if they reneged. Luo might care a bit. Nor did he care about the honesty of those zealots, whether they just grab and run. In fact, he wouldn't even mind a black-hearted shot. The main thing was to get the angel catalyst onto their ship and out of here. The process didn't matter. If anything, it'd be better if they just snatched the catalyst and ran, as even the most cautious person would find it hard to be suspicious of their own plunder, sparing Yu Sheng a lot of trouble. But the other side proposed an inspection process that seemed quite unfair. Unfair conditions, agreeing too quickly on their part, seemed suspicious. After hesitating for a moment, Yu Sheng finally spoke. What if you grab it and run or insist it's a fake? The other side was silent for 2 seconds. The middle-aged voice sounded displeased. This is a Dark Star-class missile cruiser, one of the most powerful battleships of the Dark Meteor domain, and I am a devout believer practicing the path of Venerate Saint. Do you think we're the sordid pirates drifting about the gray roots? Yu Sheng raised his eyebrows. To be honest, when these cultists speak righteously, they really have an aura that makes it seem as if even they believe it, which is quite impressive. A fleeting impression came and went, a bold idea brewing in Yu Sheng's mind. He quickly adjusted his tone, speaking formally and rigidly. I request to dock in your hangar. This is just a lightly armed shuttle. Docking in the hangar means you have full control. I only ask to watch your inspection process. Then he deliberately paused for a second before continuing. The cargo is special, highly valuable. I need to report back. Having said this, he sighed in relief. His reaction should be fine. Whether or not the other side agrees didn't matter anymore. Moments later, the other side agreed. It seems that in the eyes of the commander of the Dark Star cruiser, a small shuttle's request for temporary docking in the hangar was no big deal, especially since the reason for docking was solid. A clone pilot needing to report back, an already agreed-upon transaction, and a mission that should avoid any unexpected incidents. Clearly, nobody wants to provoke unforeseen trouble with such a thorny assignment dispatched from above. The side of the bow of the Dark Star cruiser opened a small hangar gate, guiding lights suddenly appearing in space, forming a long holographic projection. Yu Sheng handed over the subsequent controls entirely to the automatic piloting system. The towering steel hull rolled forward like a towering wall, gradually blocking the distant, distorted starlight outside the porthole. The continuous lights in the hangar tunnel ahead flickered uncertainly, resembling a deep throat lined with sharp teeth. Yu Sheng looked up, seeing the hangar gate of the interstellar battleship receding slowly outside the porthole. The small shuttle seemed like an inconspicuous little insect in front of this giant beast, and then the little insect was swallowed into the belly of this massive fish. Erin deftly crawled into the storage box under the seat, only her small head visible through the seat's gaps, looking at Yu Sheng. Hey, this thing feels like the hangar in our family's ship. Nonsense, our ship was looted from the hidden monastery. Yu Sheng rolled his eyes, but Erin couldn't see it, because by this time he had already put on the pilot helmet. He also donned the complete black spot soldier uniform. A slight vibration echoed, guiding the shuttle into the hangar, where it was directed to a resting force field. Stasis beams suspended and lowered the craft, followed by an ascending platform locking it firmly in place. Yu Sheng noticed a crowd gathered outside on the platform, priests in white robes, short-robed believers looking like technicians, brass knights wielding force field heavy swords tall and hollow, and soldiers in power armor holding rifles. There were even 2 devices resembling tactical walking machines stationed on nearby high platforms, their heavy particle cannons pointed in this direction. Beside each walking machine stood two priests in gray robes, casually swinging their brass incense burners while chanting verses. Projecting a bewilderingly diverse scene, practicality is crucial for frontline troops. The shuttle's cargo hold opened, and the hefty cargo container, twice the height of a person, slid out along the tracks. The container's anti-gravity device activated, gently floating it to a designated spot where the container doors unlocked. "Hide here," Yu Sheng prepared to disembark, glancing back at the little puppet peeping through the seat gap before leaving, hesitating slightly, then asked, "By the way, do I have an ominous foreboding of blood?" Scarlet eyes under the seat sparkled brightly. "Nope, but you could stab yourself with a little knife." "These cultists are certainly disciplined," Yu Sheng muttered, turning away from the cockpit, disembarking from the shuttle. Several church soldiers holding rifles eyed him, then flanking him as escorts to the cargo container. The container door was already open, and the angel catalyst inside was illuminated by the lights within the container, the irregular black crystal stone exuding an eerie shine, catching everyone's view. The hidden monastery priests were evidently tense, and the technicians they brought were on high alert. Before approaching the container, they each lit the incense they carried, used to soothe the mechanical soul, then started muttering prayers. They even appeared to pray to someone for a while before inching towards the stone, excavated from the Silent Guard mine, dyed in the Special Service Bureau's lab, soaked with Yu Sheng's blood and a fragment of the World Bridge shadow. Yu Sheng, helmeted, watched the scene, grinning so broadly his teeth showed, barely suppressing his laughter. A nearby church soldier glanced over. "Why are you shaking?" Suppressing his laughter, Yu Sheng struggled to keep his tone serious. "I'm tense." "Who the hell isn't tense on this deadly mission?" another soldier murmured softly. "Shush," the third soldier promptly reminded. The rails in the container unlocked, causing the force field box and a host of accompanying monitoring and suppression devices to slide out of the container, as technicians equipped with various instruments approached, beginning their work around the angel catalyst. Yu Sheng couldn't comprehend this identification process at all. But there were those on scene who understood. Luo's voice came over the helmet headset. She was monitoring the situation via encrypted signals and the shuttle's various perception modules. "They are examining the spatial fluctuations and psychic waves around the catalyst. That equipment is a modified version of those from Blackstone Station. That's all my technology. It's all mine." The voice of the second-rate scientist sounded like she was grinding her teeth, deeply agitated. Yu Sheng casually replied, "No worries, once the hidden monastery wraps this up, I'll bring you some local specialties back." "All right." Chapter 675, Fleet Assembly. The hidden monastery sect members in front of me are circling the angel catalyst for identification, each looking as if they are facing a formidable foe, but are unable to hide their excitement. In my earpiece, Luo is still babbling about her stolen technology, interspersed with various incomprehensible theoretical explanations. In the mental link, Aaron is muttering that the storage box under the seat is quite comfortable to lie in, narrow but reassuring, the little puppet giving off the impression of a cat. Yu Sheng pretended to be nervous about the angel catalyst, and quietly moved to a corner of the parking platform's edge. The hidden monastery soldiers looked at him, but most of their attention quickly shifted back to the angel catalyst. A clone pilot sent over for delivery, without even a firearm for self-defense, with almost zero spiritual energy response. What kind of trouble could such a person cause on such a massive interstellar battleship? Yu Sheng used the bloodletting knife in his sleeve to lightly prick his finger, letting a few drops of blood fall onto the platform floor, which was instantly absorbed by the cold steel. That would be enough, just leaving a mark. He still needed to ensure that this ship safely returned to the star domain controlled by the hidden monastery, safely delivered that stone back to their planet, and not cause too much commotion before that. "All parameters match the characteristics of Zolda Blackstone," said a technician from the hidden monastery, fiddling near the force field box with a handheld device. "Unstable small space distortions detected inside the storage container, which also aligns with the Blackstone's properties." A priest in a white robe nodded slightly upon hearing this, then pressed the communicator by his ear, quickly reporting the situation in the hangar to a superior, likely the commander of this ship. Yu Sheng patiently waited for a while and saw the priest's expression relax, a slight smile appearing on his face. Seeing this, the other hidden monastery sect members around also relaxed, with many also starting to smile. Yu Sheng stood beside this group, smiling even more happily than they were. To put it this way, if he weren't wearing a helmet, the few priests on site might suspect he was the true devout believer on the path of venerate saint, given the genuinely heartfelt expression. And if this group of hidden monastery sect members had shot Yu Sheng on the spot, he could probably curl his lips even more and might even laugh out loud upon dying. Unfortunately, Yu Sheng waited on the side for a long time, but this group didn't intend to suddenly turn on him. He couldn't find a reason to die on the spot and could only nod courteously through the helmet at these giggling cultists, mutually expressing hard work, and they even came over for a warm handshake in the end. "You can go back now," the leading priest in a white robe nodded, quite polite. "Go back and tell old Kaio the hidden monastery will adhere to the agreement. The remaining payment will be credited to the previous secret account today. Do not contact us again for a while unless it's about Zolda Blackstone or other Dark Angel matters." Yu Sheng nodded repeatedly, then boarded the shuttle under the eyes of several cultists. The platform unlocked, the stagnant force field was lifted, and the silver-gray-black spot shuttle slowly floated up, flying towards the nearby hangar exit. Yu Sheng handed control over to the automatic driving system and let out a light breath, then turned his head to the side, seeing a pair of crimson eyes peeking at him from a crack in the passenger seat. He touched his chin. "Should I pretend my piloting skills are so poor that I crash into their hangar passage?" "That's nonsensical," the little puppet spoke. "I advise you not to mess with it, since it was difficult enough to fool them. Don't do anything fancy that could trigger those zealots. They're just obsessed, not idiots." Just kidding, just kidding." Yu Sheng quickly waved his hand, but couldn't help but glance once more at the ship already left behind outside the porthole. "But to be honest, isn't this ship really cool? Aaron, do you even sound like a good person?" Yu Sheng laughed, casually pulling the little puppet out from under the seat, then exhaled lightly. "Solo infiltration into an enemy ship, delivering a deadly lure, and then openly withdrawing. I think I have an idea for a new folder 8. To tell you the truth, this is pretty thrilling." The little puppet deftly climbed onto his shoulder. "You don't even look nervous, and do you want to listen to what you're saying? Should we finish the first chapter first?" Yu Sheng just smiled and didn't speak, relaxing into the cockpit of the shuttle, bathing in the distant starlight distorted by the gravity fault. And outside the porthole, the massive Dark Star destroyer was slowly accelerating toward a certain deep space near the gravity collapse point, along with a warp barrier suddenly expanding, the outline of the interstellar battleship suddenly stretching, and then disappearing into the warp flash. Then Yu Sheng waited again for a while, before leaving this dangerous gravity fault under the remote navigation guidance provided by Luo. And only after crossing the space mountain ranges, formed by fragmented planets, confirming no surveillance in the vicinity, did he directly teleport the shuttle back to Shuji's high orbit. In the rest area of the ecological ring in the Black Stone space station, Momo suddenly perked up her ears as a virtual door appeared in the air. Yu Sheng came out of the door carrying Aaron. Hu Li, who was dozing on the sofa, suddenly leaped up and dashed over with the momentum of an attacking king, head-butting Yu Sheng and wagging her tail like a 5-speed electric fan. "Savior, you're back. Everything went smoothly, right? You weren't discovered, right? Did you deliver the goods?" "Smooth, smooth, it's been delivered." "Hey, stop shaking, you're making me dizzy," Yu Sheng said while hastily detaching the great demon fox from himself, then turned to see the golden-haired elf standing nearby. "When do you think those fanatics will deliver that piece of angel catalyst to their home planet?" Luo shrugged. "How would I know, but if it were me, I'd definitely check the whole cargo container thoroughly first to make sure no tracking devices or espionage equipment were left on it. Then find a safe place to isolate the angel catalyst and observe it for 10 days or half a month to ensure it wouldn't suddenly explode. I have a serious psychological shadow about this thing." Yu Sheng stroked his chin. "I doubt those crazed people would be that cautious, but that Gate of Eden may not behave so quietly either. That's why I'm saying that's my perspective. With those fanatics, I even suspect that the ship is already flying straight to their home planet," Luo said while swiftly operating the data terminal. "They should have an illegal star gate at the border, allowing that Dark Star cruiser to skip over the vast, empty region between their homeland and Morona Fault. I tracked the last acceleration signal of their ship before it transitioned, so I can roughly determine its jump direction, and with a few coordinates cracked from tracking communication arrays recently. It shouldn't take long to determine the location of that Stargate." Aaron blinked and suddenly turned to Yu Sheng. Wait, didn't you leave marks on their ship? Plus, there's your blood trace in that angel catalyst, so we could just follow it directly to open the door. Why go to such trouble? Those marks are to be activated at the last moment. Yu Sheng shook his head. The hidden monastery will definitely have people constantly monitoring the angel catalyst, and the ship used to transport the catalyst will also be a key monitoring object. If we open the door now, we'll be completely exposed. At least wait until the catalyst is sent to the Saint Realm. It is definitely going there. He paused and a slight smile appeared on his face. Either don't open the door or open it directly to infiltrate their home planet. We are an elite team after all. Right. Erin scratched her head, seeming to understand, but quickly turned back to Luo. Then what's the point of locating the Stargate? Luo raised her eyelids. To light up the coordinates for the fleet. Erin, fleet? What fleet? In a distant cosmic deep space, within a planetary system adjacent to the ancient Terran star domain. A vibrant and prosperous star was bathed in the endless brilliance of the constant star. Mera Roman 9, one of the colonized stars under the control of Boundary Land. On this highly developed planet, the massive industrial complexes are clearly visible from space, and the continent-spanning transport networks trace subtly glowing lines through the atmosphere. Preserved nature reserves, lush forests, and mountains bask in the stellar light, emanating hues of green and blue, while beyond the dense atmosphere, layer upon layer of countless space facilities orbit the planet. Dense armed satellites, massive zero-gravity factories, orbital maneuvering cannons for protecting space elevators and space cities, as well as the high-orbit starport, warp acceleration bridges, shipyards, and the remarkably vast Mother Planet Defense Fortress overseeing all facilities. Shaped like a giant obelisk, the Mother Planet Defense Fortress hovered over Mera Roman 9, and a large fleet had gathered, now stationed in the fortress's matrix force field awaiting orders. A slender girl in a thin white dress, her black hair cascading to her ankles and her complexion pale, stood on the observation deck atop the Mother Planet Defense Fortress. The girl kept her eyes closed, yet seemed to be viewing the fleet standing by in space. Bailey Ching stood next to her. This fleet should be sufficient to suppress the hidden monastery's main forces at the border, unless they predicted it and have all their fleets blocking by the Stargate, the black-haired girl said, slightly tilting her head. But are you sure you want to come along? Accompanying the fleet on an expedition is not exactly the work of a special service director. Bailey Ching raised an imperceptible eyebrow. I also need a vacation. Calling an expedition with the fleet a vacation. I don't even need to fight, and if I don't get out and about, I'll be trapped to death in the office. The black-haired girl with closed eyes seemed to smile faintly and tilted her head lightly. All right, suit yourself, just as long as you don't rush off the deck like last time to dive into the atmosphere with your physical body. Chapter 676, Good Things Are Happening. Listening to the words of the black-haired girl, even Bailey Ching's face showed some change in expression. She averted her gaze unnaturally. It's all in the past. Yes, back then you were just a young dragon. The black-haired girl still wore that faint smile. Although you always had a stern face even then, your temperament was better than now. Bailey Ching turned her head, looking at the Boundary Land director before her, who had the appearance of a young girl but had actually lived through interminable years, looking at the shallow gray eyes on that face. After a while she sighed softly, Zhu get off Hong's face. Oh. Bailey Zhu agreed, her faint gray eyes swayed and floated to the side. Hong, whose eyes were always closed, seemed to twitch at the corners of her mouth, then she slightly turned her head to look at Bailey Zhu floating midair, enjoying it. I didn't mean to, Bailey Zhu said. It's your fault for having a temperature as low as the surrounding steel. Hong did not speak for a moment, merely continuing to observe those floating translucent eyes in the air until they slowly descended to the ground. Then she turned to Bailey Ching. When did she start having this change? Bailey Ching knew what the other was referring to. Ever since the first contact with Yu Sheng, humanity gradually awakened and the loss of control swiftly decreased. Hong slightly furrowed her brows, showing a pensive look. It's related to that Yu Sheng again. Inanimate objects influenced by him show signs of life. Illusions gradually develop humanity. The immortal dark angels die and are reborn in a new form. According to my analysis, this should be some kind of power that interferes with the boundaries of life and death, Bailey Ching slowly said. But his ability to open the door seems to be an entirely different system. If I must describe it, those doors feel more like world bridges. Of course, that's just how it feels. I don't have any evidence, nor can I explain it theoretically. Boundaries of life and death and world bridges, powers of two systems. Hong touched her chin, suddenly looking down at Bailey Zhu, who was secretly moving on the ground intending to hide. What about you? Are you aware of the changes happening to yourself? Bailey Zhu subconsciously crawled quickly toward the wall, speaking while moving. Changes? What changes? I feel fine. A nearly transparent solid ice blocked her way. The surface of the ice immediately displayed countless angled mirrors, entrapping Bailey Zhu's floating eyes in a space of infinite reflection, quivering to a halt amidst the layered reflections. The solid ice shattered, and the mirrored space dissipated along with it. Bailey Zhu swiftly retreated. All right, sister mentioned I've changed recently, but I don't feel much different. I think I've always been like this. Her voice sounded in the minds of Hong and Bailey Qing with a touch of honesty. Only when I occasionally recall the past, I feel like I was previously confused, doing many things out of instinct, but now it's more like. She seemed unable to find the right word, until Hong suddenly spoke, enlightened. Bailey Zhu, probably. Interesting, Hong said softly. Looking at Bailey Zhu's eyes, her lifeless pale face seemed to have gained much more of a genuine smile. If you had been this honest when you first appeared, how nice it would be. Layers of mirrored surfaces emerged in the air. The black-haired girl smiled and sighed, gradually retreating into the mirror, her figure slowly vanishing into that overlapping, concealing mirrored space. Then, I won't disturb your sisterly bond. There are still many matters I need to address before the distant coordinates light up. The mirrored space silently dissipated. Bailey Zhu's illusory eyes lingered on the ground for a while. Only after confirming Hong's departure did she finally float again, swinging back and forth in the air, looking angry. I don't like this vampire. I don't like this vampire. Bailey Qing raised an eyebrow, her mood seemingly good. All right, I get it, and then. Nothing, I was just saying, don't tell her. What? The depth of the dark meteor domain, the Saint Realm. Beneath the sky, the halls stood tall, among the mountains. Vegetation remained evergreen. The meticulously crafted and designed magnificent landscape bathed in the morning glow, adorning every terrace and window of the holy temples. This is a scenery unimaginable to the barbaric inhabitants, and the lowly laborers living in other parts of the dark meteor domain. In this vast dim nebula, within this lawless star region ruled by warlords, gangs, and military conglomerates, there are numerous heavily polluted industrial planets, depleted deserted stars drained of resources, and war planets repeatedly ravaged by conflict. Poisonous atmosphere, industrial pollution, resource scarcity, endless wars, these are the norms of this star region. In the dark meteor domain, few places can be called habitable. It is under such circumstances that the Saint Realm stands out so, celestial as its name implies. The main council hall of the Supreme Temple is located at the planet's highest peak, and the entire hall is nearly open structure in appearance. 120 solemn pillars stand around the hall like a plaza, towering arches open between the pillars, and there is no roof above the hall. Instead, a layer of luminous light covers the sky. This light drapes down the pillars like a curtain of holy light, enclosing the whole structure and blocking the mountain winds from outside. In this way, the priests standing in the council hall of the Supreme Temple can overlook the lands below and the distant cloud sea at any time, feeling the hidden monastery's control over the entire planet. Undoubtedly, living in such an artificial paradise, it is easy for one to compare themselves to deities. However, even the priests, residing in the mountain holy temple, don't all have the mood to enjoy the surrounding beauty. At least the one in the wheelchair does not have that mood. Cullender slightly lowered his head, although he tried to maintain his usual dignity and pride in his expression, even though he meticulously dressed in his robe and the luxurious crown symbolizing the great sage, and indescribable. Awkwardness and shame still weighed heavily on his heart, making even breathing hard to maintain its usual rhythm. The wheelchair crafted with advanced technology operates almost silently, with its high-end intelligence and comfort system causing no physical discomfort. Below his knees, his legs have been amputated, and enhancers and neural implants have resolved that annoying phantom pain. Yet none of these provided psychological comfort to this great sage. Instead, they seemed to constantly remind him of his failure, his deficiency, and the indelible shame on his path of venerate saint. Even the sound of the wind passing through the valley seemed like some sharp, grating laughter to his ears. Despite the fact that no one here actually mentioned his matter, the holy had gathered the great sages and living saints to discuss important matters. Everyone's attention was focused on more pressing issues. Nonetheless, Cullender could occasionally sense those gazes falling upon him, even though their owners would quickly divert their gaze. Regardless of whether those gazes were of ridicule, mercy, or some other intention, they were unbearable for him. Cullender, just at this moment, a gentle voice suddenly came from not far away, miraculously clearing the anxiety and resentment in Cullender's heart. "Do you have something you'd like to say?" Cullender hastily raised his head. He saw the holy standing not far away, looking at him. A tall man with a gentle smile and golden hair, his powerful spiritual energy seemed to always surround him with a layer of light. His age was hard to judge. His features appeared to be constantly changing, making it nearly impossible for those who met his gaze to remember his appearance and voice. But when he spoke, the magical-like voice resonated gently with spiritual energy, and his noble will could almost directly imprint on one's heart. The great sages stood surrounding the holy, while two living saints, enshrouded in spiritual energy and their faces indistinct, stood beside the holy. Now all eyes were on Cullender. Cullender opened his mouth, his recent distraction making him exceptionally ashamed at the moment. Meditation and reflection are wonderful qualities, don't be anxious, the golden-haired man said softly. However, we should now focus on the matters of the Gate of Eden and the Dark Angel. Also, Cullender, don't pay too much attention to your temporary struggles. The path of Venerate Saint is a noble path, and the sacrifice and pain you endure for the greater cause are equally a part of perfection in a higher dimension. Cullender was briefly stunned, then hurriedly bowed his head. "Thank you for your enlightenment." He felt much better at heart, and a realization dawned on him. After encountering that bizarre puppet and losing the ability to stand and walk due to the curse, he still retained the status of great sage. He was still permitted to reside in the temple and join meetings here, which once confused him, but he understood now. These are trials on the path of Venerate Saint. They are the temporary hardships one must endure to achieve the ultimate perfection. Cullender gently exhaled, feeling even the wheelchair was more comfortable now. The gaze of the holy on the temple's steps swept calmly over the many figures before him, his gaze momentarily lingering on Cullender. A gentle smile remained at the corner of his mouth. "We have arrived at the pivotal moment of destiny," he continued softly. "Despite some recent disturbances, the ultimate dawn has appeared. The warriors sent to the border have successfully brought back that crucial final piece of the puzzle. The angel catalyst, from the fragments following the collapse of the world bridge, more suitable than the shadowless skeleton as Gate of Eden fuel. Now they are on their way back." Cullender abruptly raised his head. Faced with this invigorating news, he paused for a moment, then finally showed a long-lost smile. After so much misfortune, finally something good has happened. Chapter 677 Ripples. The wind atop the high mountains disturbed the clouds, blowing past the flags and energy barrier of the holy temple at the mountain's peak. Yet within the supreme temple, the cold of the mountain summits was imperceptible. Underneath the solemn and magnificent pillars and light dome, the voice of the holy calmly echoed in everyone's ears. A new angel catalyst will be delivered to the home planet within 3 days. Once the catalyst arrives and passes testing, it will be immediately placed in the holy furnace. It will become the key to the Gate of Eden, allowing us to complete the final step towards the path of Venerate Saint. During the opening process of the Gate of Eden, the border must be sealed, the Saint realm must not be disturbed. We must be wary of complacency brought by arrogance before the final moment arrives. The painstaking pursuit of centuries is just one step away. Cullender listened attentively to the teachings of the holy with his head bowed, and then he heard someone speak. "Holy, recently our operations in Boundary Land have been frequently thwarted. They may have become aware of some matters. Should we prepare in advance?" The voice was somewhat jarring, causing Cullender to instinctively grip the wheelchair's armrest, but soon relaxing again, appearing indifferent to the question. But below the knee, there was a faint pain. The blond man standing on the steps continued to wear his usual warm smile as he looked at the questioning priest, with a hint of approval in his light blue eyes. "We never underestimate our opponents. Those heretics have already caused us significant losses, and I can foresee that once again they will bring trouble in unexpected ways. Suspend activities in Boundary Land and withdraw teams operating in the United Star Zone. We have acquired the Angel Catalyst. The next focus is ensuring the safety of the Gate of Eden." The priest nodded in agreement, and then another spoke. "Skeleton, how should it be handled? Can the new catalyst fully replace it?" The holy pondered for a few seconds this time. "The catalyst still needs testing. The Gate of Eden must temporarily maintain its current state. The energy absorption field continues to operate at low power. If the skeleton has any more anomalies, deploy reserve spiritual ability users. The new world will remember their sacrifice. Yes, Holy. What arrangements are there for Pasture Star? The last fluctuation of the Gate of Eden created large-scale psionic anomalies on the planet's surface, making the quality of this batch of selected seeds very unstable, possibly affecting the production of artificial saintesses and knights. Then suspend the selection. Wait for the planet's environment to stabilize. The seeds already selected should be handled as usual, not worrying about minor fluctuations in production. Understood. Important matters were discussed and organized one by one. The voice of the Holy carried a convincing and relaxing strength, while Cullender lowered his head, contemplating new angel catalysts, the Special Service Bureau, and a certain cursed puppet. But at this moment, he suddenly heard his thoughts filled with noise. As if unsettling information was directly injected into his cognition, his mind suddenly flashed through horrific illusions. He saw planets collapsing, mountains in the Saint Realm splitting into pieces. He saw rivers boiling, waters on the planet's surface instantly evaporating into space. The crust tearing before his eyes, a dark entity bursting from the planet's interior, a colossal, pitch-black celestial body engulfing everything. A vague, rumbling sound came from the real world, breaking the illusions in Cullender's mind. He hurriedly looked up, and everyone focused on the same direction. In the depths of towering mountains, amidst the cloud sea, a brilliant aurora suddenly appeared in the atmosphere. The sky quickly darkened as if night descended prematurely, and then the aurora slowly swept across the cloud tops, igniting the clouds like a thermal curtain, and a sea of fire boiled on the cloud edge. The blond man standing on the steps remained calm, raising his hand to point at the spreading sea of fire, and then a massive spiritual energy illusion suddenly appeared behind him. The illusion towering over the holy temple, crowned with a radiant coronet, its eyes blazing like solar rings. The holy slowly pressed down his palm, and the spiritual energy sea of fire spreading across the clouds and the aurora, thermal curtain, bursting in the air trembled violently, and then all was crushed and dissipated by a powerful force until peace returned. The sky regained its brightness again. The great sages exhaled in relief as everything returned to normal, and Cullender wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, looking with reverent eyes towards the blonde figure on the steps. The Gate of Eden has once again urged us. It needs purer energy and a key closer to essence. The voice of the Holy was gentle. Our time is limited, comrades. Prepare to receive the angel catalyst ahead of time. Before the Dark Star Cruiser returns, everything must be ready. The priests gathered in the hall promptly obeyed and then exited the council chamber in sequence, with Cullender following the crowd, moving towards one of the archways in his wheelchair. But at this moment, a gentle voice came from the steps not far away. Cullender, stay. Cullender was startled and quickly halted before the steps. Curious glances from nearby priests were withdrawn under the silent gaze of the two living saints beside the Holy, hastening their departure. Once everyone had left, only the Holy, the two living saints, and Cullender remained. The latter adjusted his position in the wheelchair somewhat uneasily, feeling as if the two living saints, whose whole bodies were filled with spiritual brilliance and whose faces were blurred, were always watching him, their faces cast like light with a hint of unsettling coldness. But the Holy smiled warmly, even taking the initiative to step down from the stairs, coming before Cullender. Cullender lowered his head in awe. Holy, you called me to stay. Can you see things that others cannot? The voice of the Holy came from above, carrying its usual reassuring power. Cullender paused for a moment, and suddenly looked up at those smiling light blue eyes. When the Gate of Eden fluctuated just now, did you see any omens? Could you tell me about them? The Holy asked again, in a tone so friendly it felt like chatting with a friend. Cullender came to his senses, a look of bewilderment appearing on his face. I did see some illusions. Could it be that others? Yes, it seems only you can see them. The Holy nodded lightly, but his gaze fell on the other's broken leg. You see, the suffering in fate is not meaningless. This phenomenon of a curse from heretics has etched a mark in your soul, enlightening your connection with the Gate of Eden. Cullender, can you now tell me what you saw just now? Under the gaze of those eyes, Cullender was initially dazed for a moment, but joy soon filled his heart. Why, yes, Holy, I did see something. I'm dead, just a sliver of health away. Aaron Lotus and Aaron Lightweight Clay suddenly shrieked on the coffee table, and then the two puppets started loudly babbling on the tabletop. Something about dung monster mechanics being a pitfall, excessive keyboard delay, bad hand feel today. Yu Sheng's computer configuration being inadequate, screen freezing, hit prompts too dark, the mouse dying from rat poison, Luna standing at the staircase blocking the Wi-Fi signal, fox fur getting into joints causing elbow slippage. Let's put it this way. When Little Red Riding Hood asks the long-haired princess why she didn't do last week's homework, she wouldn't find so many excuses in one go. Yu Sheng was sitting on the sofa holding his phone and texting at this moment. Upon hearing the commotion from the small puppets, he looked up and immediately saw the screen displaying an enormous red noob. How long have you been battling this one, boss? If it's really not working, we can skip it. It's not even a main quest required, boss. No way, the small puppet Clay immediately said grumpily, then sat down cross-legged, and with both hands picked up the mouse again. I've almost beaten this. I've memorized its moves already, just lost my concentration for a moment. The other small puppet, Lotus, also returned to the keyboard. Yu Sheng, just watch. This time I'll definitely bring it down. Yu Sheng watched as the two errands leaned over the computer again and started blabbering. He just smiled and shook his head. Meanwhile, a slight snoring sound came from beside him. Hu Li was lying on the ground nearby, curled up with her tail in her arms, sleeping soundly. At this moment in the afternoon, the sunlight was perfect. The floor heating was warm. The fox girl had eaten her fill, and as usual, found a warm spot on the floor to lie down and sleep. The sounds of Aaron's gaming were like home demolition, yet she did not wake, her snoring even and soft. Yu Sheng looked at the fox girl who had drooled onto her tail, suddenly reached out, and touched the side of her ear with a finger. Hu Li was deep in her slumber, not waking at all, but her ear reflexively twitched a few times. Yu Sheng's face showed a joyful smile similar to Aaron's state, and he reached out to touch again. The furry pointed ear twitched more vigorously. Yu Sheng adjusted his finger position, and the ear began fluttering as if equipped with an electric motor. Yu Sheng, hee-hee. Just as he was halfway through, hee-hee, footsteps came from the basement direction, and looking up, he saw a pair of wide-open vertical pupils gazing over through the railing at the staircase, full of surprise and tension. Momo stared with eyes open wide, the cat ear on her head instinctively folded back. She looked like an intern rushing to report work to the big boss, only to unexpectedly find the boss lying on the ground using plastic figures to pretend fighting while muttering, pew pew pew. Yu Sheng wasn't the least bit embarrassed, probably due to frequently dealing with a bunch of supernatural entities. His daily baseline was quite fluid. His whole thought state was quite free-spirited, seeing the cat head emerge from the basement, and he cheerfully greeted her. Momo, why are you here? Had lunch yet? The fox girl on the ground suddenly opened her eyes. Is it mealtime again? Momo got startled, even the mechanical ear drooped down. Luo, boss. Sister Luo asked me to find you. She said she approximately calculated the coordinates of the hidden monastery's illegal stargate. Hu Li drowsily looked around and lay back in place muttering, no mealtime then. Yu Sheng already stood up abruptly. So soon? Momo nodded repeatedly. Sister Luo said that when the Dark Star Cruiser returned it was in a hurry, and the speed ripple leaked by the hyperlight core wasn't cleaned up, exposing key data. Chapter 678 Target, Hidden Monastery. Upon hearing the good news brought by Momo, Yu Sheng hurriedly headed to Blackstone Station with his crew members. Hu Li was originally sleeping groggily, but upon hearing Yu Sheng getting up, she immediately followed, although she still hadn't quite figured out what was going on even when she saw Luo being still half asleep. Blackstone Station Control Ring, Luo's private lab. Rather spacious room was filled with all sorts of dazzling equipment, a jumble of orderly cables and material transmission tracks crisscrossing overhead. Luo was sitting by the arc-shaped platform in the center of the room, surrounded by rapidly refreshing holographic projections and variously sized conventional displays. Just as Yu Sheng opened the door and came in, she was still busy clicking away, with several mechanical limbs behind her connected to nearby equipment like tentacles. The scene appeared from the front like a beautiful scientist in a quest mission surrounded by screens yammering about background settings to players. From the back, like a mad, villainous doctor planning to destroy the world in an underground base, of course. Considering this lady's academic qualifications, she could be a crazy postdoctoral fellow, while from the side it was blocked by screens. As soon as Yu Sheng appeared, Luo stood up happily. Boss, you're here. Actually, I've always wanted to ask. Yu Sheng waved to her, looking up at the pile of screens beside Luo. Every time in movies, TV, and games, it's the same. You scientists always have so many flashy displays around you. Can you keep track of them all? Luo hadn't expected Yu Sheng's first words to be about this, and was momentarily stunned. But having spent some time at the travel agency, she quickly reacted, waving a hand. In short, it's all about stereotypes, that whole setup of surrounding yourself with screens and flashing data graphs to look profound. How else would the director let you instantly recognize the person in the center as a scientist? Yu Sheng was taken aback, but I really don't need to look at them. The mechanical tentacles behind Luo rotated with a click. I am directly connected to these devices. The data goes straight to my brain. If not for some key systems requiring physical controllers for security reasons, I wouldn't even need a keyboard. Yu Sheng, then why have all these around you? Luo, to reinforce the stereotype. Yu Sheng, so that clients see it and think you're very professional, Luo stated calmly. My mentor told me back then that outsiders can't perceive the real difficulty and workload in tech fields. Adding a couple more screens around can make you seem busy, and even if fixing something takes only a couple of screws, you should try to drag it out a couple of hours, so the client feels better when paying. Pausing for a moment, she added, I don't really need this setup anymore, but old habits die hard. You can think of it as my lab's decoration style. Thinking over this, Yu Sheng said, Fine, when I see all the screens flashing around you, I'll know you're not busy. Wait, that's not what I meant. Yu Sheng waved his hand, returning to the main topic. Let's discuss the Stargate. Momo said you found it. Luo opened her mouth, sighed after a few seconds, resignedly sat back down, and the holographic projection closest to Yu Sheng flickered twice, stopping the preset broadcast content, and began showing a complex structure with numerous markings on a star map. Several coordinates and course lines on the star map were brightly illuminated. If my calculations are correct, the hidden monastery has at least one illegal Stargate at this location, which means this should be their border. She raised her hand to point at the holographic projection, and considering her boss's educational level, added an explanation. Stargates serve dual functions of long-distance transport and beacon lighthouse. They can eject ships instantly to another Stargate and emit a guiding signal strong enough to cross deep space. Guiding ships within a star system to warp back, ships in warp are affected by distorted space, making it impossible to observe the true star field accurately. Without navigation beacons, they'd be lost in the vast space between celestial bodies. Yu Sheng stroked his chin as he listened and nodded slightly. He could understand some of it, after Bailey Ching gave him such a thick stack of the Interstellar Captain's Manual, driving test material. Even a cursory reading would accumulate some basic conceptual knowledge. Although the stuff on the holographic projection was another matter, Luo continuing to play broadcast didn't really matter. Hu Li suddenly twitched her ears and looked up at the changing star map and coordinate chart on the holographic projection. The big fox was finally wide awake. Looks surprisingly close to the Morona Fault, she said with some surprise. Yes, unexpectedly close, but that's for large ships with hyperlight cores, and only because we've now found its coordinates. Without these coordinates, this border would remain forever hidden in the vast darkness of the dark meteor domain. The territory around the hidden monastery is surrounded by impressive gravitational faults. These scattered, non-continuous spaces completely block starlight emitted from their nest, and even extend into part of the Great Triangle Nebula. No wonder no one has discovered their lair for so many years. All right, since we found it, let's set sail and take a look. Yu Sheng clapped his hands, deciding instantly. You and Momo stay at Blackstone Station, send the coordinates to the Otherworld Inn, and we'll go now. Just leave right away. Luo stood up in surprise. That's the hidden monastery's territory. Even if we found the Stargate coordinates, we can't be sure if there's anything else near it. If you venture deep alone and get discovered. Found out when I opened the door and came back, Yu Sheng said casually. Wherever I go is basically like the travel agency's doorway. Can't beat them, but at least I can escape, right? Luo, damn, I totally forgot about that. Yu Sheng didn't say much, just waved happily, then lifted a hand and opened a door leading to the Otherworld Inn. Stepping through and remembering something, turned back saying, Oh right, I directly sent the ship to the Morona Fault. It's closer from there. You just help us plan the jump route starting from that fault. Understood. The lights in the control hall of the Otherworld Inn were already lit. The immense power output from the reactor core had been injected into the ship's system. A sort of deep, melodious humming resonated within the depths of the interstellar vessel. Yu Sheng sat in the captain's seat in the control hall, feeling the ship gradually awaken as if it were his own body. The communicator received an external signal. Yu Sheng glanced at the signal source, his expression subtly complex as he connected. From the communicator on the console came the noisy chatter of a big golden-haired girl. Bro, are you guys going on a trip? I heard the automatic broadcast from the starport over here in the Black Forest, saying the ship is preparing for liftoff or something. Are you going to find someone to fight? Can you take me? Don't go yelling to join in every time something happens. Quickly use your winter break to catch up on the classes you missed. Yu Sheng pressed his hand on the communicator. We're carrying out a secret infiltration mission this time, no fighting involved. Hey bro, why are you taking such a big ship for infiltration? The communicator was shut, silence returned. The image from the external monitor showed the mountains beyond the valley slowly descending. Moments later, the Otherworld Inn reached the sky and was swallowed by a rolling space rift, disappearing in a flash of starlight. Once the light and shadow outside the viewing window stabilized, it was already twisted starlight near the Morona Fault pouring into the control hall. Yu Sheng's thoughts stirred, and the concealing force field of the Otherworld Inn activated. A nearly transparent light membrane quickly expanded at both ends of the tower-shaped ship, enveloping it in the blink of an eye. As a special starship built by the hidden monastery for penetrating the civilized world, the ship isn't really outstanding in armor or firepower, yet all other auxiliary and special combat systems are extremely excellent, especially its concealing capabilities. It once hid under the Special Service Bureau's nose for 10 years without being exposed. Even after being revealed in the Mist City, it remained hidden, and now it's been modified by the Special Service Bureau. Erasing all system backdoors and identification marks left by the hidden monastery, the concealing force field can be activated, making it travel like a ghost anywhere. That's also the reason Yu Sheng dares to take this ship to the hidden monastery border to find a way. The Special Service Bureau's stealth reconnaissance ship might not even be as good as this one. After a brief patrol, the Otherworld Inn received navigation data from Blackstone Station. A deep rumbling came from deep within the starship. The onboard AI broadcasted flatly from the hall. Coordinate calibration underway, course clear, jump engine initiating. Outside the viewing window, the starlight started moving slowly backward, and then speed increased. All the star points suddenly contracted into a blue whirlpool light stream in front of the ship, while the endless space transformed into a dark red tail stream behind the ship, followed by the curved space closing up. The starry sky of the real universe transforming into infinitely elongated projections on the outer wall of the space bubble. Yu Sheng was no longer as excited and tense as the first time he entered the jump state, despite his consciousness still directly connected with the Otherworld Inn, despite him still able to look up and see those imprinted mega-constructs left by the Creator called Captain and countless strange messages in star space. Now he could calmly enjoy the process and even communicate with people beside him. Erin was seated in the chair next to him, the little puppet self-proclaimed as the vice-captain of the Otherworld Inn, her tiny body almost completely blocked by the chair's armrest when seated. There was also a small control screen in front of Erin that matched her height for her to pretend to be busy pressing around. The control screen wasn't hooked to anything, it was just a flight simulation interactive interface, specifically for her to play with. It serves a purpose similar to the steering wheel in the parent-child bumper cars at amusement parks, primarily providing an immersive playscape. The little puppet actually knew this thing was useless, but she didn't care, still played joyfully. Hu Li sat on Yu Sheng's other side, seriously looking at the data returned from the jump engine and the navigation parameters sent by Luo. She actually didn't understand this system at first, but later she asked Bailey Ching for a bunch of flight manuals and consulted Luo about the starship control knowledge from this world, self-studied for half a month. Now she understood. Chapter 679, Near Home. In warp mode, the Otherworld Inn swept past the stars at superluminal speed. When all starlight could no longer catch up to the ship, the distorted celestial projections on the outer wall of warped space finally vanished. Outside the spaceship, the space left only endless, profound darkness. Hu Li was monitoring the state of the warp engine, while Erin, after enthusiastically tinkering with the control screen for quite some time, finally felt a bit bored. When will we arrive? The little puppet blonde sprawled on the seat, glaring at the ceiling of the main control hall. Usually wherever we go takes just a door opening's effort, but suddenly having to fly slowly like this is so uncomfortable. This is slow, we're in warp. Yu Sheng glanced helplessly at the little puppet. Don't take my teleportation gate speed as the normal travel speed. Plus, I haven't been to the place we're looking for this time. How else are we supposed to get there? We don't have the authorization codes for the destination Stargate. Hu Li also raised his head. So we can only rely on the spaceship's own warp to travel. If we had the Stargate codes, we could find the nearest Stargate at Shuji and jump directly over there, which, though still requires some time, is much faster than warping. Aaron flipped up to sit and stared wide-eyed at the great demon fox. Hey, Hu Li, when did you learn all this cool stuff? Recently, Hu Li's ears twitched. I finished reading Savior's flight manuals and borrowed a lot of materials from Bailey Ching and Luo. Really? Really, Hu Li replied earnestly and even advised Aaron. You should read more books. There's a saying that books contain beautiful women. Aaron blinked. What does that mean? Hu Li, literally, books contain beautiful women, but you can't take it literally. Aaron perked up. Wow, are you talking about those with illustrations? Isn't that a bit unhealthy? Hu Li slapped the armrest with his tail. That's why you can't take it literally. The saying is telling you that reading can. Aaron went back to her immersive fiddling with the control screen. Yu Sheng, ignoring the chaotic exchange between Aaron and Hu Li after watching the commotion for a while, got up and left his seat. Then, keeping a necessary watch on the ship's state, he slowly left the control hall. In a nearby corridor, he found Luna staring blankly. The artificial saintess was quietly standing in front of an observation window. The large porthole almost occupied an entire wall of the corridor side, and outside the porthole one could see part of the Otherworld Inn's ship structure. A subsystem module connected to the main tower floated not far away, the connection bridge between them emitting a flowing glow. Apart from that, there was only endless darkness and void within the warped space. Occasionally, it seemed like light and shadow illusions from the real universe appeared in the depths of that darkness, floating at the border of warped space. But when concentrated on, it seemed just an illusion, empty in the dark. Yu Sheng had heard Luo mention this phenomenon. She said it was the existence of the real universe directly imprinted into the observer's consciousness, rather than something visible optically. Because in warp mode, light from the real universe could no longer catch the ship, but the existence of the universe itself still played a role. Information from the material world continued to connect with the observer's mind in a way beyond the understanding of intelligent beings, and ordinary people could only catch glimpses of shadows. Yu Sheng often saw more from those shadows, like messages with double slashes. So what was Luna seeing here? What are you thinking about? Yu Sheng came to the observation window, seemingly casually asked. Luna hesitated for a while, then slightly lowered her head. I don't know. Not knowing what you're thinking, Yu Sheng tilted his head, or thinking too much not knowing how to express it. Luna turned her head, the corridor light pouring down from above, falling on her nun's veil like a layer of diffused phantom light. Thinking too much, she said softly, and after a while of silence she slowly spoke. Finding the Stargate, does it mean I found my home? Not entirely, Yu Sheng shook his head. Finding the Stargate only means we've found the entrance to the hidden monastery's lair. Crossing the border will face a strange starry sky, a mysterious and cloistered church country. According to the Special Service Bureau, they control at least double-digit colonized planets. Your hometown is just one of them and might be well hidden. But as long as we find the sacred realm, we'll find the map. Luna stuttered slightly as she spoke, her voice very determined. Yu Sheng didn't speak right away, just quietly watched Luna in front of him. He knew that this artificial saintess, forged entirely with black technology, was essentially still that country girl who had just left her hometown. About the outside world, she knew very little, and her understanding of the star domains was even less. She probably didn't understand what a Stargate meant, nor could she imagine the long journey it would take to travel from one planet to another. Her comprehension of her hometown remained limited to golden waves of wheat, without involving the vast starry sky above. But she was already trying hard to understand what was happening in her own way. Yes, find the planet called the Saint Realm, and capturing it will definitely lead you to your home. Yu Sheng nodded. The Council's fleet will sweep the entire star region, and the Feiyu star domain over there is also preparing. When the time comes, if those priests won't speak, I'll make their souls confess. Luna slowly nodded. Okay. But what about afterwards? Have you thought about it? Yu Sheng hesitated for a moment but still spoke. If you truly find and liberate your hometown, will you want to go back home and see it? Luna was silent for a few seconds, then lowered her head, looking at her hands made of starship armor alloy. I don't know. Yuan Kingzi is researching ways to reconstruct the flesh body, but he said the technology used in artificial scientists is really too unconventional. The method of merging a human soul with a mechanical soul is too wild, and he hasn't found a way to safely transfer your consciousness. Luo is considering the Black Dot Group's clone technology. But she encountered the same problem as Yun Kingzi, and she doesn't have your genetic sample there, Yu Sheng said slowly while thinking. The Special Service Bureau. They are trying to find a solution through artificial human technology, relying on the spiritual fox mysterious iron skeleton to achieve biological adaptation to the mechanical soul. But progress is bad. Moreover, Kaiyan Feng Ling Mountain is also trying to find a way. They contacted the Ten Palaces Mechanism Workshop, although I think it's unreliable, but it's also a backup plan. In addition, Aaron, she posted in the Garden Network, inquiring if the nanoprinting pool of the living doll could be used on living people. Don't say I said this, just pretend you don't know. Luna suddenly raised her head when Yu Sheng was halfway, and that face made of living metal, usually with a fixed smile, for the first time showed such a complex and vivid expression. She looked at Yu Sheng in amazement, and after a long time, finally stammered out, Everyone. Everyone is trying to find a way, even if it may not be a reliable way, Yu Sheng nodded. And this is not just for you, it's also for the other saintesses and knights who are still savable. The hidden monastery's crimes are numerous, and those priests deserve to die, but those souls trapped in the machine shells are different. He paused for 2 seconds, slowly adding, the disbanding of such a large force, the finishing, is a huge project. Luna said nothing, just remained standing there steadily. No rush, we still have a lot of time, and a lot to do. Yu Sheng smiled, turned around, and looked out into the dark, deep space out the observation window. Take your time thinking, even if that day really comes, you can think slowly. Many things are like this. Before they happen, you ponder endlessly, but when the day arrives, perhaps everything will naturally come together. Luna blinked, and after a while she too slowly turned around and looked outside together with Yu Sheng. Yes. The long jump eventually comes to an end. After an unknown time, accompanied by navigation system prompts, the FTL engines of the Otherworld Inn began to reduce power. A low hum reverberated throughout the ship. As the distant starlight penetrated the rift in the darkness, illuminating the porthole once more, the warped space receded, and the ship returned to the material universe. By this time, Yu Sheng had already returned to the control hall, watching the starry light appear again outside the large arched observation window. His attention almost immediately fell on a nearby dim, constant star. It was the only large celestial body in the visible range, a brown dwarf star that failed to ignite into a constant star due to mass below the critical value. The fierce thermonuclear reaction ended before it even started, leaving only some dark red thermal spots floating over an icy, in relation to normal stars, hydrogen ocean, like a celestial tomb suspended alone in the universe. And soon after, the ship's warning system issued a series of intense alerts, with the radar detecting a plethora of artificial signals within the local galaxy. Yu Sheng's first reaction was to confirm whether the Otherworld Inn's cloaking system was functioning properly, and he breathed a slight sigh of relief after ensuring the barrier was still up. Then Hu Li began somewhat clumsily operating the ship's radar array, starting to determine the exact location of those signals, and attempting to identify which one was the hidden monastery's illegal stargate. Meanwhile, Yu Sheng controlled the ship, engaging the conventional engines under cloaked status, and slowly cruised away from this place at low speed, moving in the direction indicated by Hu Li. There's a big thing on the side of this brown dwarf star. Hu Li looked up at Yu Sheng, her tail swaying. I suspect it's the Stargate. There are many signal responses around, possibly the Stargate's defense force. Slowly make our way over there, find a suitable position, and then contact Bailey Ching. Chapter 680 Stargate. The Otherworld Inn is navigating slowly in stealth mode, using the chaotic magnetic field and gravitational environment near the brown dwarf star to further conceal its tracks, while cautiously approaching the area with a massive signal feedback. In the dim starlight, Yu Sheng first saw a flicker of lights in the darkness, a system of red and orange lights anchored in space, accompanied by conspicuous holographic projections forming a navigational beacon nearby. Soon, the external monitor of the spacecraft captured some more distant space structures. Various sizes of sentry cannon platforms floated in the universe, between which one could see the faintly flickering wide area shield generators, as well as energy broadcasting towers and reactors powering numerous space facilities. A large fortress-style space station was located at the center of the sentry cannon array, its thick energy shield making the outline of the building blur. It seemed to be the command center of this defensive position, with many ships large and small maneuvering near the fortress. Among them were two large ships, the Dark Star-class missile cruisers that Yu Sheng had seen once before. And in this layered protection composed of numerous cannon platforms, fleets, and armed space stations, under the obscured glow of the brown dwarf star, Yu Sheng finally saw the form of the Stargate. There it stood majestically, far outscaling any ship and even any space building. Its massive main structure is a giant ring spanning the star sea, its surface lights flickering, with numerous antennas used to stabilize spacetime structures, guide ship transitions, and receive and transmit deep space signals, looking like endless towers, while the front end of the giant ring has a slightly smaller ring opening, which seems to be the channel for regular ships, with a floating red light curtain inside where a fleet is currently leaving through, jumping into deep space along the navigation lights. Even still separated by a great distance, even just through the external monitor of Otherworld Inn, Yu Sheng could clearly feel the enormity and imposing momentum of that Stargate. He roughly calculated, and found that the entire black stone station could be directly thrown into the giant ring, with room to spare. My puppet progenitor! Even Aaron, who usually had no concept of ships or space stations, exclaimed incredulously, the little thing scrambling up from the seat, standing on the armrest, wide-eyed. What is this? And what is that all around it? Wait, Yu Sheng, the defensive firepower of this place is probably not below ours. The holographic projection in the control hall clearly presented the distant Stargate's form. Yu Sheng looked at the projection of that space construct and the heavily armed layered defenses around it, clicking his tongue. That's obvious. Tell us something we don't know. Should the Borderland Fleet Force attack this? Aaron turned her head. Can't we go around it? Directly bypass this thing to attack the hidden monastery's homeland or something? Space is so vast. Just as the little puppet finished speaking, the holographic projection next to the captain's seat suddenly lit up. Luo's figure appeared in midair, her voice transmitting from the communicator. Ship transition must target a gravitational anchor point, because strictly speaking, the transition is not a flight process, but rather a fall in an artificially made space disparity. A mass must fall towards a specific landing point, and facilities like the Stargate function partially as a large artificial gravitational landing point, navigating long-haul ships. Without a landing point, normal transition engines simply won't start, and even if they forcibly start for various reasons, the ship would fall into an endless transition state, possibly only emerging when the material world disintegrates on the day of the end of everything, falling out of the uniformly looped warped space. Of course, we could choose another large celestial body as the anchor point, but we know nothing of the celestial distribution within the hidden monastery's territory, and even if there are other anchor points, I believe they are all piled with anti-air cannons. She paused, then added, being clearly aware of all gravitational anchor points within one's territory and constructing effective control forces at these anchor points is the basis for an interstellar organization to establish actual control over its territory. So don't think about bypassing it. You can't bypass it. The hidden monastery has rooted here for years, not relying on their self-proclaimed saints' protection. Yu Sheng stroked his chin, saying nothing, just staring fixedly at the holographic projection, seemingly lost in thought, while Aaron elongated her O, conveying a kind of self-assured aura even if she didn't understand. Hu Li clearly followed Luo's pace, furrowing her brows and thinking, if the Borderland fleet attacks from here, they'll clash with those layered defense fleets. To capture this Stargate, many people will die. It's war nobody doesn't die, Luo sighed. So the ideal is to crack the hidden monastery's Stargate codes. Holding these codes gives a chance for small units to sneak through the gate, appearing behind enemy defenses, minimizing losses. But Stargate codes are a core lifeline for large powers, often controlled directly by the home planets during licensing issuance. Acquiring them is challenging, almost as difficult as directly attacking that armed star fort. But on the other hand, if they capture this Stargate, the Borderland fleet essentially gains a projection port within enemy territory, allowing the main force to continuously enter the hidden monastery homeland directly from here, without undergoing a lengthy transition trek. If there are other military nodes within the hidden monastery's control zone directly connected to this Stargate, their coordinates will expose too, and they need 3 to 4 times the manpower to possibly reblock this hole. So for most small to medium interstellar powers, as soon as the Stargate is seized, it's basically catastrophic. Unless it's an old force with deep resources like Algerd and Feiyu, or odd players like the Borderland controlling the universe transportation hub, not playing by conventional rules. Yu Sheng silently listened to Luo's explanation. This knowledge differed entirely from what he gleaned from superficial captains' manuals, giving him a direct understanding and feeling of the order among the stars. He continued watching the holographic projection of those space structures, eyes filled with more contemplation. Those familiar with him would recognize it's a sign the Borderlands Idea King had another idea brewing. Unaware, Luo kept rambling. You can't advance further. Although Otherworld-In's stealth capabilities are strong, the Stargate scanning system is stronger. Advancing may trigger alarms. I suggest you light up a beacon behind that brown dwarf star and report the position to that stone-faced guy. The Boundary Land Fleet needs a long time to reach the dark meteor domain from behind, and afterwards they'll have to pass through the external gas clouds and gravitational fault of the dark meteor domain. By then, that Dark Star cruiser should have already reached the Saint Realm with the Angel Catalyst. You have plenty of time to infiltrate the planet and find the Gate of Eden. Once you've sorted the Gate of Eden, notify the Boundary Land Fleet to officially initiate the attack. Yu Sheng still remained silent, just kept touching his chin while staring at the Stargate, his eyes getting brighter. Luo, boss. Aaron finally sensed something and glanced at Yu Sheng. Hu Li also glanced at the Savior. The two said in unison, wow. Luo was startled. What happened? Yu Sheng's Savior has an idea. Luo. After this brief commotion, Yu Sheng finally broke the silence as if deep in thought. Luo, you mentioned earlier that if a small unit could jump directly out from inside the Stargate, it could attack the defense forces from behind. Yes, but the premise is to get the authorization code for this Stargate, and to evade the surveillance of that armed star fort in a short time. Then what if the main forces jump in directly? Yu Sheng pointed to the holographic projection. The scale of the main gate is large. I feel the entire fleet could even come in sideways. Luo was stunned for at least 3 or 4 seconds. What are you talking about? And she opened her mouth again, dumbfounded. If that's really the case, then there's no need for any tactics. An entire main fleet jumps right into the blind spot of the defense line. 2 rounds of firepower and that star fort is gone. The surrounding sentry cannon platforms are obviously reconfigured heavy artillery and are secured by safety protocols to prevent firing towards the Stargate direction, leaving just a few defense forces that can't react in time. Even if a pig were the commander, they'd win. But we don't even have the authorization code for the Stargate. Do you think there's a possibility? Yu Sheng interrupted Luo, raising his hands to frame the massive space construct in the holographic projection, that the Stargate is also just a door. Luo. Beside them, Erin jumped from her chair excitedly, ran over to Hu Li and raised her hand. Hu Li drooped a tail down and the two high-fived, or rather high-tailed. Yeah. Luo finally processed what she had heard, and for the first time her pointed ears perked up. Yu Sheng also discovered for the first time that her elf ears could actually stand upright. This really works. I've been wanting to say it. You're an elf, so speak with some elegance, Yu Sheng said, getting up from the captain's seat, clapping his hands, looking at the Stargate with immense ambition. I observe this gate so majestic, leaving it to a cult is truly a waste of resources. Why not take it? What do you all think? Aaron and Hu Li applauded enthusiastically, and even Luna, who was daydreaming nearby, suddenly turned her head and nodded vigorously. Yes, right. Chapter 681, The Infiltration Plan. This was the first time Luo directly faced the flash of thought from the Idea King of the Boundary Land. Of course, to say it was the first time is not entirely accurate. It's just that the last time she was a victim of the idea, and this time the perspective is obviously different. But she could tell that the others in the travel agency were clearly very familiar with this kind of sudden idea from Yu Sheng, and were even overjoyed. Erin had already started planning what to do after the Stargate was moved over. Her initial idea was to hang it over Boundary City for ironclad expression to show off, but this plan was immediately rejected. Then her idea was to hang it over the valley, hang it high as her alien's army Sky City, but this whimsical idea was also rejected, the reason being that the sky height of the valley was not enough, and such a gigantic structure for those half-meter-high mass-produced puppets to live in was simply a waste compared to giving it to the cultists. Obviously, Erin had no concept of the true scale and function of this Stargate. She might not even have understood a word of Luo's introduction just now. Her understanding of the whole thing probably stayed at the stage of it, Seems like they're getting a new appliance at home. Fortunately, there were always people on site who were using their brains and thinking seriously. Hu Li's ears twitched, and soon she raised a practical question. Such a big thing. It's unlikely that Savior can convert it in just a moment, and once the Stargate loses control, there will definitely be a big commotion. At the very least, the garrison in that Star Castle over there would notice it immediately, right? Yu Sheng chuckled and rubbed the fox girl's head. Who said I was going to completely convert it in one go? Hu Li blinked her eyes. Completely bringing it over is something we do after sweeping away the garrison. But for now, I'm just going over there to open a door, Yu Sheng said casually. When you normally go shopping at a mall, do you have to buy the entire mall before you can open the door and go in? Hu Li's ears flapped a few times. Well, no, not really. I'm just going to modify the door opening path. The Star Gate is still theirs, but the door is mine. Yu Sheng's expression turned serious as he mused and continued. Based on my previous experiences with various ships, space stations, and space fortresses, occupying a facility from a complete physical structure is a very slow process, and as soon as the modification begins, it's easy to be discovered. But if you're just looking to utilize part of its functionality, it doesn't have to be so troublesome, especially for something like a door. He paused here, his gaze crossed the nearby large observation window, looked towards the majestic structure glowing red in space. This time he was looking directly at the Stargate with his naked eyes, not through a holographic projection. Yu Sheng was good at musing, but that did not mean his ideas were solely based on whimsical muses. He had his own reasons and intuition, but many things were difficult to explain to others. He indeed saw a door already made. Passage. The door stood out in space, shining brilliantly, its blank door frame sending out a silent invitation, seemingly needing only a gentle push to open like any ordinary door in the world, leading elsewhere. It was the first time in his life seeing a Stargate. In the very first instance, he noticed the different scenes seen through the holographic projection on the ship bridge versus directly through the observation window. And from that moment, this bold idea popped into his mind. How do you plan to get over there? Luo's voice rang out from the side, pulling Yu Sheng out of his thoughts. The Otherworld Inn can't approach any closer, and small craft can't evade the safety scan of the Star Gate itself. Anything with engine power will trigger the defense system. You need to control that door. At least make contact with it. As a scientist, Luo couldn't understand Yu Sheng's ideas at all. After all, theoretically explaining them was impossible. But as someone already victimized by him taking over a space station, she always maintained an attitude of incomprehension but respect for her boss's ideas. In fact, she recently even started trying to theoretically interpret Yu Sheng's various abilities, just not having found a line of thought yet. Yu Sheng began to muse while pinching his chin. No flying craft at all, not even the smallest ones. Luo shrugged. Intercepting illegal aircraft is the basic security feature of the Stargate, and how small can it be? You first have to cross that long distance between the Otherworld Inn and the Stargate. Even the smallest unmanned craft can't fly that far. Yu Sheng clicked his tongue. Tusk, I was originally thinking of using Jumping Yulei. That thing hasn't been experienced in a long time. Luo was bewildered. What is Jumping Yulei? It's a torpedo. Aaron eagerly stood on the chair armrest and explained excitedly. Hollowed out inside, put Yu Sheng in it. That's why it's called Jumping Yulei, launch and grab wherever. That's how it was done when fighting the final form of the infant star body. Luo was already shocked halfway through the explanation and almost jumped up after hearing it. Is that even possible? Yu Sheng, hey, you're an elf. I'm trying my best to be elegant, boss, but without some interjections I can't express my feelings. This method absolutely won't work. Luo was getting a bit flustered. That thing absolutely won't evade the safety scan, a fortress torpedo. Air defense radar isn't blind, it doesn't care what's inside. No offense to you. I know, that's why this plan was vetoed from the start. Yu Sheng waved his hand and continued musing. A small shuttlecraft definitely can't get through. Jumping Yulei won't work either. Drone range isn't enough, and that thing also has an engine. It might get scanned too. He mumbled and suddenly stopped, catching a glimpse of a silver fluffy tail joyfully swishing back and forth at his feet. Yu Sheng looked up at the holographic projection on the communication platform. What if it's a fox tail carrying someone flying through space? Hu Li's ears perked up with a ding sound, and her multiple tails began to wag excitedly. Right, Aaron also caught on. That's a thought. Luo. Yu Sheng gestured to the fox girl next to him. Do you think the air defense radar near the Stargate can detect her tail? Her tail does shoot fire, but it's not a conventional engine. That thing is, in a sense, a spell, like a wizard's broomstick, you know. Luo still looked puzzled. After another 2 or 3 seconds, the golden-haired elf finally jumped up. Wait, is this how you usually plan your operations? This is considered quite restrained today. Erin crossed her arms and nodded seriously. If it weren't for the fact that this is a secret infiltration with our usual style, Yu Sheng would have been thrown into a high-speed trajectory and shot out, and perhaps even loaded for a second launch. Holy crap. Just tell me how feasible it is, Yu Sheng said, looking at Luo's projection. If the success rate is over 30%, I'm in. Luo was stunned for a couple of seconds, before she reluctantly began to simulate the plan based on her understanding of the Stargate architecture and its defense technology. In fact, she felt a bit guilty even calling this thing a plan. If she had dared to write the probability of a flaming foxtail detected by Stargate radar, in her thesis back in school, she might have been hung from the Tower of Xilantes by an outraged mentor. But now she had to consider the possibility of such a ridiculous scenario. Theoretically, first, the Stargate radar wouldn't react to such a small target, and since the speed isn't fast, even if it was captured, you're likely to be identified as a meteorite or some other space debris. Secondly, given the massive defense range of a facility like the Stargate, due to the huge amount of radar data, it usually responds quickly by preprocessing according to characteristic codes. And the foxtail surely isn't in the feature library. The only risk is that your energy response during the flight might catch the attention of that armed star fort. That space station has a very prominent detection antenna array, which I suspect is specifically for spiritual energy, and it constantly scans the entire airspace, but I don't know the sensitivity of that array. As for the unluckiest scenario, being directly observed visually, that probability is the lowest. Given the scale of that Stargate and the vastness of the area itself, tiny flying objects are basically impossible to spot with the naked eye. As long as you fly through sparse areas, unless there's a patrol ship right in your face, no one will discover you. Yu Sheng listened attentively to Luo's analysis. All right then, let's do it, he said as he stood up from the captain's seat, and Hu Li followed suit immediately, raising her hand to yank her tail from behind. Wait a minute. Luo finally panicked at this and couldn't help but speak up. Are you really going to just go ahead with this? What if that armed star fort actually detects you guys? Wouldn't the whole operation be exposed after that? Yu Sheng stopped, turned his head, and looked at Luo with a half-smile. Exposed to what? Luo instinctively started to say, exposed to the follow-up. She got stuck halfway through her sentence. Let's analyze this logically, Yu Sheng chuckled as he looked at her. Suppose you're the Star Fort commander. Now you're watching someone riding a fox tail right across space in front of you, and you successfully blow them up with one shot in space. Aside from thinking this is extremely bizarre, through how many steps of association do you have to go to connect this to? In a few days, a main fleet will appear directly in the Stargate. Even if you know you need to be more vigilant next, can you be sure what specific situation to be wary of? Luo stood there with her mouth slightly open, dumbfounded. I'm actually quite sensible. Yu Sheng seemed quite pleased, rubbing Hu Li's ears. Common sense is a good thing, very useful. Hu Li, let's go. Chapter 682, Living Saint. Under the concealing force field, a torpedo launch port at the middle section of the otherworld quietly opened, and then a faint flash shot out from it, quickly disappearing into the vast universe. Yu Sheng, clutching a fox tail, soared into the cosmic space, draped in distant and cold starlight, flying toward the towering Stargate structure. He felt like a hero charging at a windmill at that moment, riding a Saturn V beneath him, wielding a trident in his left hand, and holding Su Chu in his right. And his windmill stood tall in the shadows of the stars, bathed in the heat and faint light of a failed constant star. Yu Sheng even sensed a hint of romanticism in this scene, but clearly not everyone thought the same. To be fair, this scene is damn bizarre, Erin's unsophisticated voice echoed in his mind, the little puppet muttering. If one day Boundary Land comes to interview us on how we saved the world, I wouldn't even know how to explain. Our first door-opening battle was you riding a fox tail crashing straight into the enemy's Stargate. Yu Sheng couldn't hold it in. Can you use nicer words? Just then another voice echoed nearby. Savior, savior, can you hear me, Tilda? Yu Sheng was startled, looking strangely at the fluffy big tail beneath him. Hu Li, does your tail come with communication features? I added a temporary feature, Hu Li's voice sounded delighted. As long as you're within the protective spirit chi range of the tail, you can transmit directly tilde. After saying this, she paused and emphasized with a hint of pride. Demon Fox skilled in transformation. I always feel there's something subtle about your concept of transformation, and there's no need to add features to the tail. I'm connected with the otherworld so you can talk on the ship and I'll hear it. But never mind, it's not a big deal. Yu Sheng shook his head, then looked up into the distance. Be careful, don't get too close to that space station. Dive in from the defensive platform's blind spot. The protective spirit chi emitted a faint flowing light in the universe. The ghostly blue flame deliberately constrained, the fox tail beneath Yu Sheng arcing precisely past the edge of the brown dwarf star. This sub-star's chaotic magnetic field environment and the unstable hot spots on its surface became an excellent cover, further reducing his chances of being detected by the Stargate's defense forces. The massive Stargate came into view, the ominous red glow of the Stargate structure looming against the dark red-spotted backdrop of the heavily oppressive brown dwarf star was like a blood-dripping jewel ring, falling into the universe from the belly of a stillborn star. The distant starlight twisted and shredded as it passed through the central area of the Stargate, casting numerous overlapping illusions into view. At that moment, several ships were passing through the Stargate, emerging from the red light curtain with rippling edges, then instantly disappearing into the starry depths. The Otherworld Inn's database identified some of their models, mostly various freighters or armed escorts for those freighters, with a few ornately decorated shuttles suggesting they were on some dark mission. That's Aaron speaking. This hidden sect's hidden monastery doesn't seem as isolated as outsiders imagine, Yu Sheng remarked with emotion. Their border traffic is quite busy indeed. After all, such a large organization needs to interact with the outside now and then, Hu Li's voice murmured in Yu Sheng's ear. Plus, they periodically go to other people's homes to do damage. Yu Sheng grasped the foxtail with one hand, pinching his chin with the other, muttering while pondering. Looks like we need to be cautious not to disrupt the normal operation of the Stargate, otherwise we'll be easily detected. Savior, hold on tight. We need to speed past those firepower platforms. Okay. A faint stream of light flickered across the dark expanse of space, falling toward the blackened steel earth from above the Stargate's main ring. The nearby Stargate defense forces seemed unaware as a faint and unusual starlight emerged from the brown dwarf star's hot spots, the weak energy signature and the radar profile less noticeable than the smallest shuttle drew no attention. It turns out that in the eyes of a space behemoth like the Stargate and its surrounding space defense fortifications, an adult human riding a foxtail is as easily overlooked as a speck of dust. But this wasn't a failing of the Stargate designers or the defense fortification managers. After all, it's a Stargate, a genuine colossus, and in a war game it wouldn't even be considered a structure, but directly classified under special terrain monstrosities. To effectively damage such an entity, you'd at least need something on the level of a battle fortress torpedo, an antimatter warhead standing 7 stories tall, and even then, if it missed slightly, it wouldn't necessarily disrupt the Stargate's operation. Who would consider in the initial design that a speck of dust-sized invader could pose any harm to such a scale of a space megastructure? So at least during the entire first half of his approach to the Stargate, Yu Sheng found it fairly smooth. But just when he thought everything would continue smoothly, a sudden premonition surged into his mind. The foxtail beneath him abruptly accelerated. Hu Li's voice then quickly rang in his ear. Savior, it seems something has locked onto my tail. Yu Sheng immediately felt the fur on the foxtail beneath him fluffing up. That is especially scratchy. Sorry, Savior, I can't control it. Hu Li's voice was both tense and awkward. I'm freaking out, something's staring at me. Yu Sheng also sensed the unknown gaze at this moment. He instinctively turned his head and caught sight of a pure white flash suddenly bursting forth from a corner of the Stargate ring. Compared to the Stargate, the flash was as small as a speck of dust, but its presence was as intense as a blazing sun. In the next second, he saw clearly what it was. It was a humanoid creature. He could only describe it like this because from the outside it appeared to be nothing more than a blazing mass of light with a human outline. It had no face, stood tall and holy, and as it charged from the surface of the Stargate into space, a pair of giant wings made of light emerged from its back out of thin air. The wings gently flapped, and amidst the ebb and flow of the radiance, it emitted almost saintly power. What the heck is that? Yu Sheng exclaimed, and then saw the creature was holding a giant sword seemingly entirely formed of energy, continuously emitting light flames. In the next moment, the giant sword pointed in their direction, and pure white brilliance condensed at the tip, then suddenly released. A blazing white light pierced through the space, a light cannon shot right their way. Yu Sheng didn't know how powerful this light cannon was, nor did he want to know. He tightly grasped the fur on the fox tail, and in a subtle telepathic connection, the propulsion flames behind the fox tail suddenly erupted, sending him narrowly past the edge of the light cannon. And just this close encounter caused the protective spirit chi around the fox tail to explode one after another, almost extinguished. Holy heck! Yu Sheng looked back and found that the winged light creature had already caught up, and as its giant sword lifted, another light cannon shot past his head. Damn, it can rapid fire. Luna, quickly see what this is. As he spoke, the control hall of the Otherworld Inn had already activated the holographic projection, directly transmitting Yu Sheng's space view to the ship. The humanoid creature with wings and saintly aura promptly appeared in the holographic projection. Luna suddenly stood up from the chair. It's a living saint. What's a living saint? Yu Sheng's voice echoed in the hall. Wow, it's chasing pretty closely. Whoa, almost got hit. It's an envoy, elevated by the Lord, divine envoy, Luna explained, desperately stuttering and anxious. But I'm not sure, back then I couldn't see clearly. All right, got it anyway. It's a boss unit stronger than you, right? Yu Sheng quickly said. No way, can't defeat this. Aaron, do the math. Before Yu Sheng finished speaking, a small puppet stood up from a chair. Bloodshed immediately. Then I'm at ease, Yu Sheng shouted, and then in the space tightly clutched two tufts of fur on the fox tail, turning his head to see the main ring of the Stargate not far below, gritting his teeth. Hu Li, directly accelerate into the Stargate. I'll make an opening for it. The propulsion flames behind the fox tail erupted again. Yu Sheng felt this intense acceleration was almost crushing his internal organs, and simultaneously, the humanoid creature called Living Saint caught up again and raised its hand, firing another light cannon. The protective spirit chi around the fox tail shattered in response, and even the hastily erected second shield melted in a second, the residual scorching brilliance sweeping across his body, making Yu Sheng feel like he was already well done by 40%. He felt the fox tail beneath him was gradually disintegrating. The spiritual power forming this tail began using the remaining strength to execute the final acceleration. A hint of holy white light appeared in the corner of his view. Yu Sheng slightly turned his head, against the gradually expanding background of the Stargate ring, saw the tall, holy light creature charging towards him straightly, its face entirely blurred into a radiant mass seemingly smiling, like the perfect yet lifeless smile on the artificial saintess face. The living saint raised its giant sword high. After this relatively short chase, it seemed intent on ending this pursuit with a decapitating strike. Yu Sheng turned his head. In the corner of his eye, he could already see the towering high towers and antenna systems on the main ring of the Stargate. The corona of the cooling brown dwarf star hung above the Stargate, the dark red-hot spots writhing like blood in the black hydrogen sea, forming the sky in his view at the moment. He fell from the sky towards the dark steel structure of the Stargate. The fox tail exploded with one last impact, while simultaneously launching Yu Sheng out. Its remaining structure violently collided with the giant sword of the living saint, blossoming into a grand flame in the universe. Yu Sheng raised his hand towards the humanoid figure chasing through the fox fire, mimicked a shooting gesture. Banged. Space was silent, but Yu Sheng's voice was full of conviction. Chapter 683, Illusions of the Death Border. The fox tail made of spiritual energy burst into a brilliant blue fireball in space. The living saint, wielding a giant sword and with wings on their back, tore through the obstructing flames, yet saw that the intruder had already crashed like a cannonball into one of the force field generators of the Stargate's main ring. In the silent space, a tiny blood flower silently bloomed, its bright red color boiling quickly in the vacuum environment, turning into a diffusive mist that slowly seeped into the inside of the Stargate. The energy creature known as the Living Saint still stood quietly in space, maintaining the last pose of tearing through the sea of fire and raising the giant sword, as if frozen in time. Then after 2 or 3 seconds, the radiant figure suddenly flickered for a moment, as if the energy cycle inside had rebooted. Their body quickly dimmed and reassembled before starting to move again. The large light wings gently flapped, an action meaningless in a vacuum, but ripples of illusion spread around the living saint, as they flew towards where the intruder had fallen to hover just a few meters above the force field generator, slowly patrolling. What to look for, what's here? What just happened? Memory was rapidly fading. There were inexplicable contradictions in the action commands. Spiritual intuition seemed to have noise difficult to analyze. Something in the environment was changing, but it was beyond the perception boundary. The living saint landed next to the force field generator, and a strange red mark on the armor caught their attention. They bent down, rubbed the suspicious mark with fingers made of light, but found that the red mark disappeared like an illusion. Several light fighter jets soon flew over from a defense platform at the edge of the Stargate. Having observed the space flash and explosion, they immediately came to check the situation. A fighter jet approached the living saint and hovered in front of them, as the spiritual ability user on the fighter jet began communicating with this powerful spiritual energy being to try and figure out what happened here. The rear command center inquired, "What's the situation over by the Stargate?" "Don't know, seems no enemies. The envoy said it was a hallucination." Hallucination? That's right, that's the result of the communication. Understood, we'll arrange for the spiritual stability room here. Please have the envoy return to Star Castle to rest. Understood. The fleet dispersed. In the control hall of the Otherworld Inn, the holographic projection screen still showed the last scene of the living saint, tearing through the flames and standing with a raised sword. Aaron and Hu Li were chattering excitedly. "See, I said there'd be a disaster soon, didn't even last 2 moves. 3 moves, the savior's slam to the ground counts as 1. Silly fox, do you think Yu Sheng even doing his business looks cool? Anyway, the savior is impressive. I saw with my tail when he fell he was like this." Hu Li gestured with her hands, "like this, boom, so cool." Aaron pursed her lips. "How many points do you think he got for this fatal fall?" Hu Li's tail was lifted with excitement. 9 points. "I think 8 at most. High on creativity, but the scene wasn't impressive, not like the time we battled the infant star body," Aaron said, sitting with arms crossed. "If he had gone down with a bunch of blood grenades, maybe 8.5. A fox and a puppet clustered beside the captain's seat discussing enthusiastically, while Luo at the communication desk was stunned listening. She felt her moral compass and sense of humor clashing in her mind, almost killing the rational bystander in her. So strong was the inn's corporate culture that she almost missed the spirit mushrooms in the Black Forest. By the time the topic reached whether riding a foxtail to crash into the Stargate was creative or challenging, Luo couldn't hold it anymore. "Hey, I get that the boss is immortal, but isn't this topic a bit heavy?" Just as she finished speaking, a large face of Yu Sheng appeared on the wall by the viewing window nearby. "Right, I'm not even cold in the grave yet, and you two are discussing this, so heartless." Then there was an exclamation from the communication device, and Luo's figure vanished from the holographic projection. She had fallen off her chair. Aaron stood up, hands on hips, proudly puffing out her chest towards Yu Sheng's metallic face. "I'm sincere." "Yu Sheng, heartless is just a figure of speech." Savior, are you okay?" Hu Li stood up happily from the chair and wanted to snuggle up to Yu Sheng, but now he was just an isolated ghost face projected on the wall. Frustrated, she could only wag her tail vigorously, but even then she didn't forget to report the happenings. "Oh right, the living saint wandered around for a while after that but seemed to find nothing, then left. The Stargate defenders didn't react much. A few fighter-like ships briefly flew towards the Stargate, then returned near the Star Castle." "Expected scenario." Yu Sheng nodded slightly at Hu Li's report, or rather his face bobbed up and down. "It shows one thing clearly. As long as I die fast enough, the accident scene can't chase me. This is the worth of dying abruptly." "Boss, you can't do this." At this moment, Luo's voice came through the communicator again. A hand appeared near the edge of the holographic projection before Luo, rubbing his head, came back into view. "At least consider that there are ordinary people with normal views among your employees, like me." Yu Sheng thought about it but couldn't figure out who she was criticizing. It seemed she was criticizing both the travel agency and the black spot. He then ignored Luo's subsequent ramblings and slowly composed himself, beginning to feel the subtle connection established by the blood. Yu Sheng's mind hadn't fully returned to the reality of the universe. The Otherworld Inn, this special body, allowed him a temporary channel to communicate with others before complete resurrection, and in his primary perception, he was still an indeterminate spiritual body floating amidst the chaos of life and death. The darkness flooded his vision, The new connection established by the blood sketched a grand illusion in Yu Sheng's perception, and he felt his mind gradually adapting to a new carrier, like a system generating drivers for new hardware. It seemed that with the frequent use of power, his control over this connection and change was becoming increasingly proficient. Not only was he able to vaguely grasp the specific details of the process, but he could even make some adjustments, no longer relying purely on intuition like at the start. In almost an instant, he understood the operation of that stargate. Not involving principles, unrelated to technology. Yu Sheng still knew nothing about those things based on the vast knowledge systems and intricate engineering theories, but like piloting the otherworld in, he instinctively understood the gate now, and this mastery was faster than any prior penetration he had achieved with other things. Just as he had previously speculated, the Stargate is, after all, a gate. Yu Sheng's spirit drifted in the chaos, slowly familiarizing himself with the presence of that Stargate, while unconsciously relaxing his mind, allowing his thoughts to spread. So is the Gate of Eden also a gate? He suddenly awoke, instinctively gathering his gaze in the void, looking towards a direction in the dark chaos. In this chaotic depth of life and death, there should have been nothing there. But he clearly saw something, a huge rift spanning the depths of nothingness, surrounded by a faint light from an unknown source. The rift reminded Yu Sheng of the appearance of the world bridge tearing through space-time, yet it differed from a true world bridge, appearing quite unstable, with its edges continuously dissolving and reconstructing, while the faint light around the rift was incessantly drawn into it. Yu Sheng attempted to approach the rift, but regardless of how close he got, the rift floated distantly like an illusion, with no change in distance. Thus he stopped in the darkness, silently contemplating. He naturally came to think of the most likely answer. The Gate of Eden. The artificial boundary bridge, built by the hidden monastery sect, attempting to open the gate to some new world. But why does it appear here? Why does he see its illusion in this chaotic crossroad of life and death? Is it because it's near the hidden monastery's homeland, due to the impact of the Stargate, or because the Gate of Eden was built mimicking the world bridge, resonating with the true blueprint of the world bridge? Countless speculations popped into Yu Sheng's mind in an instant, and at that moment, he suddenly noticed new changes near the distant rift. He saw something seemingly hidden within the faint light surrounding the rift, a silhouette floating at the boundary between light and shadow. After observing intently for some time, the silhouette suddenly clarified in Yu Sheng's vision. He saw a light-cast giant, filled with indescribable saintly presence, with a pair of massive light wings floating behind it, suspended upside down by the rift. Its hands spread open, seemingly bound by invisible chains, and the faint light surrounding the rift scattered from this giant, drawn ceaselessly like blood, then injected into the unstable Gate of Eden. The winged light-cast giant's image reminded Yu Sheng instantly of the living saint he had encountered just now above the Stargate. The two looked nearly identical. In the boundless chaos, Yu Sheng gazed at this scene steadily until the illusion of the rift gradually dissipated, and the bounded light-cast giant vanished from his view. Those cultists' technology, they do have a point. A sudden sense of rapid ascension surged, perceptions from the real world quickly reconstructed into a human body. As Yu Sheng inhaled sharply, opening his eyes to find himself standing in the control hall of the Otherworld Inn. A white shadow flickered at the corner of his eye, and Yu Sheng, still bewildered by his resurrection, felt the bones on half of his body creak loudly. Then a furry 5-speed electric fan snuggled onto his arm. "Savior, you're back." Chapter 684, Shadow of the Radiance. After the 5-gear electric fan came down from his arm, Yu Sheng didn't hide the illusion he saw in the chaos of the death border. As soon as he sat down in his place, he laid out what he had just seen. Halfway through listening, Erin climbed over from her chair, sitting cross-legged on the console in front of Yu Sheng, listening with a serious look on her face. When this little thing started crawling over, Yu Sheng immediately blocked the console's signal, mainly fearing Erin might accidentally disable the ship's concealing force field with a slip of her foot. Those who have cats at home might have this kind of experience. Raising human toddlers under 4 is almost the same. Sounds, it really could be an illusion of the Gate of Eden. The little puppet on the console shook its head. That thing was modified with world bridge technology. You swallowed the original world bridge, so it's not surprising to see that thing. The key is that light-cast giant. Erin suddenly paused here, eyes gleaming as she looked at Yu Sheng. Hey, was it male or female? Yu Sheng was contemplating seriously when he almost lost his composure upon hearing the little puppet's question. Why are you concerned about that? Just curious, Aaron scooted forward. We met quite a few dark angels, none of them looked human, and finally there's one that does. Yu Sheng looked at the little puppet before him with a subtle expression. He was about to remind her that she still held the title of Omen Goddess, but then the image of the Omen Goddess's 8 long legs flashed in his mind, and what he wanted to say got stuck in his bronchus. Well, she wasn't wrong. Indeed, all the dark angels they encountered didn't look human. That is, unless you exclude the special, otherworldly visitor, Hu Li. Couldn't tell the gender, just a blob of light. Even the face was pixelated and low in resolution, much like the living saint I met before, Yu Sheng said, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Then, due to his cautious nature, he added, Actually, it's uncertain what the light-cast giant is. You even need to think. There's a 90% chance that's the true form of the shadowless skeleton. At least it's the form in its spiritual body state. Erin waved her hand. It's been tied to the Gate of Eden for blood extraction, unless those fanatics can pull out a second dark angel from the paper bag next to the Gate of Eden. Then they'd really be incredible. Yu Sheng pondered briefly and nodded. That's true. At this time, Luo, who had been on hold on the communicator for a long time, looked up at Yu Sheng, then at Aaron, and finally couldn't help but speak. Boss, although I don't really understand what this death border you mentioned is, but you just mentioned. The living saint guarding the Stargate resembles the giant you saw in the illusion. Yeah, Yu Sheng nodded. The features are very obvious. I now suspect the hidden monastery's living saint might have been manufactured in the image of that giant. I already had doubts when I first encountered that living saint. That look doesn't seem like something a normal creature could evolve into, and it also carried that stiffness and pseudo-human vibe similar to an artificial saintess. The more I see it, the more it looks fabricated. Saying this, he quickly raised his head, waving his hand to Luna beside him. I wasn't talking about you. I know, Luna said with a smile, though it was still the saintess smile. Her expression was now as gentle as a living person's. I am different now. The hidden monastery has always been keen to create ideal creatures. Knights and saintesses are products of this thought, but at least those two still transform from humans, Luo said, frowning with a serious expression. But to replicate a living saint with a dark angel as a blueprint, is this really something a mortal church group can achieve? Hearing this, Yu Sheng gradually came to his senses, his eyebrows slightly furrowing. You're saying? I don't mean to underestimate their technology. Though those fanatics are insane, I still acknowledge their synthetic human technology. Luo turned sideways in the projection, seemingly operating some equipment off-screen. But to use a corpse of a dark angel to create such stable, controllable warriors is a completely different concept from ordinary synthetic human technology. The first major issue is, how do they ensure they don't go mad while trying to understand the knowledge carried by a dark angel? Yu Sheng said nothing, only furrowing his brows tighter. Luo continued, speaking slowly and calmly. The essence of the fanatics in the hidden monastery is still human. They too can be polluted by angels, their sanity also damaged, leading to madness, and someone insane cannot conduct precise research. The overloaded knowledge won't transform into controllable technology. It will only tear a person's mind apart through cognitive dissonance between two worlds until it's destroyed, and from what we currently grasp, they haven't made more breakthroughs than I have in this respect. Their technology to build the Gate of Eden was even stolen from me, and now that gate is about to lose control, other than stealing the angel catalyst from Boundary Land. They have no other methods. What does this imply? It implies they have no ability to truly control the angel's legacy. Even if it's a corpse, like the shadowless skeleton, they are merely using the most primitive method to extract energy from it to maintain the gate. Luo turned around, his upper body leaning slightly in the direction of the projection. There's something very suspicious about the origins of that living saint, she said with an especially serious expression. Based on the scenes you saw in the illusion, the living saint is clearly related to the shadowless skeleton, and they are also one of the top-tier forces of the hidden monastery. I sense something off within this, and you must be careful when you reach the saint realm, especially be wary of that shadowless skeleton. I suspect. Aaron stood up from the console. Don't leave us hanging, what do you suspect? I suspect that the shadowless skeleton is not only alive, but maybe has been awake in some form since the very beginning, Luo said slowly. The hidden monastery members think that lying motionless in the Adar crater means it's dead, but what if death is actually this angel's normal operating mode? In a more conspiratorial light, Perhaps those living saints are the results of the continuous operation of the shadowless skeleton. The hidden monastery believes they found those giant bones in the Adar crater, but what if the reality is the opposite? Maybe it was the shadowless skeleton that found them. If that's the case, the hidden monastery might have already made contact with the skeleton's power long before they thought, and may be thoroughly contaminated by the Dark Angel's pollution. After all, every Dark Angel is different. They may have all sorts of characteristics and abilities. The hall became rather quiet. Yu Sheng and the others looked at each other, then Hu Li suddenly twitched her ear. Wait a minute, that doesn't make sense. If that's the case, how could the shadowless skeleton still be used by the hidden monastery as fuel at the gate? Isn't it supposed to be the true ruler here? She stopped abruptly, as if she suddenly thought of something. Yu Sheng and Luo, speaking through the communicator, said in unison, "What if that's exactly what it wants?" Even Erin was starting to understand, and the little puppet gradually widened her eyes. "Oh, my puppet progenitor." "Anyway, things have gotten complicated," Yu Sheng said as he operated the Otherworld in, slowly turning it. He activated the microbend engine within the concealing force field, accelerating towards the distant dark space. "Let's get out of here first. I'll notify the fleet on the boundary land side to be ready. Once the Dark Star cruiser arrives at the Saint Realm, we'll start the next phase of operation, and also remind Bailey Ching to be wary of that living saint." The mother planet of the hidden monastery, Saint Realm. In the chamber of the Holy Furnace, a sacred light surged, resembling a giant well that seemed capable of piercing the planet's core. Its depths were unfathomable, with only hints of dark red lava slowly flowing in the darkness, while above was a massive dome supported by interwoven structures, countless tiny, light spirits flying around the dome like vibrant stars. In the center of the giant well, a vast anti-gravity field formed a glowing cage, and a mysterious skeleton, hundreds of meters high, hung upside down within the force field cage, its body continuously emitting faint light that spread outward like smoke. Numerous huge chains entwined around the skeleton were connected to 120 power nodes surrounding the well. Light flowed around the skeleton, and religious-like chants occasionally emerged out of thin air. In the faint light, shadows seemed to form and slowly drift toward the well walls, only to be blocked by the light wall formed between the power nodes, slowly decomposing into aimless light spirits that floated up to the dome, wandering before dissipating. Cullender sat in his wheelchair, driving with a mix of nervousness and reverence along the transit ramp at the edge of the well, deliberately avoiding direct gaze at the skeleton suspended in the center. But his reverence was not directed at the suspended angel, but because of the holy walking ahead. "Cullender, look at this magnificent scene." The holy stopped and turned slightly to speak to the person behind him. "Such a powerful existence will become the kindling for us to open Eden's gate. The glory belongs to each of us." Cullender hastily bowed his head, filled with joy and conviction. "As you say." The holy burst into laughter, seemingly just casually chatting with the followers behind him, then focused his gaze on the suspended angel among the well. He stared at the skeleton, his face radiating warmth like the surrounding glow. Meanwhile, the two energy-filled, living saints stood silently behind him as usual, the sacred wings gently moving in the air, echoing the light emitted by the suspended angel. Chapter 685 by Lee's expression. High orbit above the colonized star Roman 9 in the boundary land. The flagship of the United Fleet, the Mass Effect strategic cruiser, is quietly moored in the force field of the Star Castle. The iron-gray charging armor bathes in starlight in space. The straight and rigid lines discard all unnecessary decorations, with the whole ship only covered with simple white paint at necessary parts of the hull. Between the symmetrical left and right ship body, inside the massive acceleration device, floats a fluctuating glow. This war machine is fully ready and poised for action. This is a powerful warship with remarkable firepower and defense capabilities, designed entirely in line with the United Fleet of Boundary Land's traditional philosophy of power breaks tricks. Even though its primary duty is to serve as a command node in the fleet, it still mounts a full set of turrets and missile launchers for itself. Moreover, as the latest improved model of the General-class strategic cruiser, engineers from the Special Service Bureau have added a collapse accelerator at the bow, truly turning this behemoth into a devastating war giant beast. Anyone standing on this interstellar giant ship, looking at the mass projector main guns, the kilometers-long iron-gray armor extending in front of the observation windows, and the fluctuating glow within the acceleration track, would undoubtedly feel its majesty and power, and naturally develop a sense that nothing in the world could obstruct them with all things under control. It should have been like that. What do you mean you just maneuvered around the hidden monastery's stargate, but for now they still don't know? You mean we can directly jump the main fleet behind their star castle? Are all of hidden monasteries, living saints actually small dark angels? What's that supposed to mean? What do you mean the shadowless skeleton is not only alive but awake? Didn't you just find the hidden monastery's stargate? How long ago was that you? No, Yu Sheng, what did you do during this time? Bailey Qing stands on the bridge of the Mass Effect, and after just a 15-minute call with Yu Sheng, quickly regained the feeling of working at the Special Service Bureau, where the focus is entirely unexpected events, life with ups and downs, and when the bell rings it's as if the sky has fallen. Moreover, once it collapses, the guy on the other side who caused the chaos pretends to comfort. The first two things are good news. But the following news is too bad. Bailey Qing rubs her forehead, standing before the communicator, suddenly missing those overtime days in the Special Service Bureau. And your opening two things could actually be combined into one. You just split them into two sentences. Beneath the full holographic projection of the communicator, a subtle arc sways back and forth, and Aaron's voice babbles from off-screen. Hey, ironclad expression, your expression has changed a lot today. You're not in the office. What's your background? Looks amazing. Is that a Boundary Land spaceship? Are you off duty today? I'm not ironclad expression, Bailey Qing instinctively responds, then vigorously rubs her face, instantly reverting to her usual stern and unsmiling demeanor. I'm currently on Mara IX, a main fleet from the Boundary Land is stationed here. We're waiting here for your signal to light up the beacon of the Dark Meteor domain. Besides, we've already contacted through the ship's communications station. Aaron, what's surprising? How could she know? She's always muddled. Yu Sheng waves his hand within the holographic projection. Anyway, I've got that Stargate under control for now, not fully taken over. You can understand it as maintaining a state of holding the handle but not pushing open, to prevent them from noticing prematurely. Once we infiltrate the Saint Realm, I'll broadcast the Stargate to you. However, I'm not sure where Mara Roman 9 is. I can only open the gate at places I'm familiar with, so you'll need to move the fleet to a suitable coordinate. How about the high orbit of Shuji? Bailey Qing, looking serious, quickly ponders and says, though Shuji is your territory, it still resides within the Feiyu star domain, and fleet entry for both countries is no trivial matter. This might require direct communication between the Council and Taixu's Spirit Hub in terms of time. You don't have to worry about that. I've already communicated with Taixu's Spirit Hub, Yu Sheng swiftly says. You jump in from the Stargate at Yaolu, which is situated between Algerd and Feiyu star domain, 1.2 light-years from Shuji. After you jump in, go straight to the gate on the high orbit of Shuji without stopping. This route will remain open throughout the operation. Bailey Qing finally can't help but raise an eyebrow. Such matters can't be arranged in just a few words. When did you do the communication? I approached Yuanling the time the infant star body almost crashed onto Taixu's Spirit Hub, Yu Sheng says with a brilliant smile. I told him I have a score to settle with the hidden monastery, might need to borrow a lot of manpower. Just now, I told them the time has come and it was decided. Bailey Qing's eyes subtly change a bit. Even across the holographic projection, Yu Sheng can't determine what's hidden within her micro-expressions at the moment, appearing slightly surprised, somewhat contemplative, but mostly with an indefinable color of deep thought. After 2 or 3 seconds, she gently nods. All right, since that's the case, then I'm relieved. Yu Sheng follows with a slight nod. At that time, we'll start the operation simultaneously. We'll look for the Gate of Eden in the Saint Realm. You'll pressure the hidden monastery at the border to divert their attention. But before we release further information, don't recklessly delve too deep to avoid those cultists getting desperate, and also because the shadowless skeleton situation makes me uneasy. Ensuring the elimination of that gate, and the Dark Angel is crucial to prevent unexpected changes in the situation. Bailey Qing doesn't waste words. All right, the Boundary Land can cooperate with your operation. After securing the border Stargate, we'll wait for your updates. The garrison at that Stargate shouldn't pose much of a threat to you, but be cautious of that living saint, Yu Sheng mused, unable to resist giving a few more words of advice. We are currently only initially suspecting that thing might have been created by shadowless skeletons, but we severely lack specific information. Theoretically, the angel derivative shouldn't be as invincible as a real dark angel, but I'm just worried it has some troublesome mechanisms. He paused at this point, then added, I did have a fight with that thing, but unfortunately couldn't find out much. Now I don't even know where it's gone. To avoid exposure, I can't probe further, so you'll have to be more vigilant yourselves. Understood, but no need to worry. Boundary land often faces all sorts of strange and tricky enemies. We are more adept at dealing with such powerful lone soldiers than other forces, and are not afraid of their decapitation tactics. That's good, Yu Sheng said, suddenly as if recalling something. By the way, how much does your Special Service Bureau know about the Living Saint? The Living Saint, huh? Bailey Ching slowly started to say thoughtfully. Previously, the Special Service Bureau did hear this name through some special channels, but the information we gathered is extremely scarce and chaotic. We only know that they are the pinnacle force of the hidden monastery, but seemingly never leave their home to execute missions. Most of the information comes from the occasional capture of hidden monastery sect members. They sometimes curse people of different beliefs in the name of the Living Saint. That's all? Well, we'll figure it out eventually, Yu Sheng said, gently exhaling. For now, we'll find a place to keep hiding and wait for that Dark Star cruiser transporting the Angel Catalyst to arrive at the Saint Realm. Under the holographic projection, a small golden arc in front of Yu Sheng sprung up again, wobbling at the edge of the frame as Aaron's voice sounded. Goodbye, ironclad expression. Then, even before Bailey Ching could respond, the communicator was switched off. I'm not ironclad expression. Bailey Ching's mouth seemed to twitch by 2 pixels, as she whispered at the now-dark holographic projection. Then she sensed a gaze from beside her. Turning her head, wearing a white long dress with long hair trailing on the ground and eyes tightly shut, Hong was standing beside her, with a faint smile on her face. Bailey Ching felt somewhat uncomfortable. After all, she was always the one staring at everyone else, and there were only a few people in the entire boundary land daring to meet her gaze. Yet in front of this vampire, who never opened her eyes, that feeling of being watched wasn't something she could ignore. What are you looking at? She finally couldn't help but ask. Interesting, Hong spoke unhurriedly. Interesting? What's interesting? The way you interact with them, not just with that Yu Sheng, but also with that puppet bouncing here and there off-screen. It's all very intriguing. Hong's smile seemed to widen. I haven't seen you go through so many facial expressions in such a short time for years. Sometimes I even think you hatched from the shell with a stiff face. Not a very cute hatchling dragon. Bailey Ching took a deep breath. Don't go modifying facts at will. You didn't see what I looked like when I hatched. I was already in the young dragon stage when you guys fished me out. But Hong didn't speak, just continued to watch her with a smile. Bailey Ching sighed in exasperation, opting to change the subject. Let's focus on the task at hand. The operation plan has changed. We don't need to launch a frontal assault on the main hidden monastery border force. We'll jump right into their defenses through the enemy's Stargate. Have you ever fought a battle like this? No, but it sounds like it'll be fun, Hong said unhurriedly. The abilities and style of that angel hunter gentleman are truly beyond imagination. She turned and stepped toward an infinitely intersecting, mapping mirror surface that had appeared out of nowhere. Prepare to set off. Although we've controlled the hidden monastery's Stargate, there's still quite a distance to Shuji, so let's not have our fleet delay the entire operation. Chapter 686 Arrival. Deep in the distant control zone of the hidden monastery, a distorted light curtain suddenly appeared in the dark space, the curtain shimmering like waves, and then countless large and small space rifts radiated out, tearing a small area of space-time. A massive black and red warship fell into the material universe from the shattered, warped space, then accelerated toward the thriving home planet, the Saint Realm nearby. The high-level priest standing in the Dark Star cruiser control hall exhaled deeply, the system alarm sound gradually calming at his ears, sweat slightly soaking his robe, yet a joy of fulfilling a mission gradually rose in his heart. Another white-robed priest beside him exhaled deeply, thankfully sighing. The hyperlight core is stabilizing, praise the saints. I almost thought we were lost in super space. Confirm the condition of the containment capsule, another voice sounded. The containment capsule is normal. The force field box is still running. The angel catalyst inside has finally quieted down. I didn't expect it would interfere so much with the engine. Even though it's completely isolated from the surroundings, it somehow managed to unknowingly divert our course. This is probably the power of the angel catalyst. Truly high-activity catalysts should be like this. Is it so? Without a doubt, the real deal has a strong pull. Listening to the conversation behind him, the high-level priest, clad in a white robe with gold trim, showed a faint smile on his face. During the transport of the Angel Catalyst from the border star gate back to the home planet, the spaceship encountered a series of large and small accidents in the super space state, from picking up some strange noises in the antenna system to dangerous deviations and field oscillations in the hyperlight speed engine. The journey was full of peril. Yet these large and small accidents instead settled everyone's minds on the ship. Because it was undoubtedly due to the stone in the containment cabin, its powerful force continuously attempted to breach containment, even successfully interfering with the ship's navigation system in the latter half of the voyage. This proves the item is genuine, dispelling everyone's last trace of doubt. If the journey were peaceful without any incidents, they would truly be skeptical, but now, it's undeniable the Angel Catalyst is indeed highly active, and its pull is strong. Entering home planet identification circle, receiving orbital defense star fortress communication. The high-level priest nodded, connect. In the center of the hall, above the large communication platform, a holographic projection of the home planet defense commander emerged, the officer in a dark gold short robe slightly nodding in the image. This is Star Fortress Mountain Rock. Report your status. This is the Philosopher's Stone. Cruiser, ship identification code, and mission encryption code have been sent. Our ship was ordered to return the catalyst from the border, now successfully back. Moments later, a smile appeared on the officer's face in the holographic projection. Welcome back, comrade. The founding day has arrived. Glory to us. Glory to us. In the depths of the Supreme Hall in the Saint Realm, a golden-haired man in a white and gold robe, surrounded by soft light, leaned against the armrest of a seat, one hand supporting his forehead, seemingly in a light sleep, while two indistinct, light-etched living saints stood silently beside him, their powerful spiritual energy resonating naturally, creating a faint wind chime-like pleasant sound softly echoing in the lavish hall. Suddenly, the holy on the seat opened his eyes. He looked up to the sky. The message had not yet returned from the space station to the surface, but his gaze seemed to penetrate the layered palace dome, through the heavy atmosphere, directly fixating on the dark star cruiser that was adjusting its course to enter the atmosphere. They have returned, the golden-haired man whispered. Did you hear that? The door. It is resonating and cheering with the catalyst in space. The true key has finally reached its destined place. The two living saints slightly bowed, the pleasant resonance of spiritual energy echoing in the air. The Gate of Eden has begun to spontaneously grow. This will be its peak of activity. In the coming time, ensure the guarding of the holy furnace and rift generator. The golden-haired man rose from the seat, stepped down the stairs. But now, we must first go to welcome the key. The two living saints silently followed behind the holy, passing through the hall and corridors, crossing the long bridge suspended atop the mountains outside the palace. Soon more priests emerged from the hall, having just received the message from the space station. They gathered spontaneously, unanimously following behind the holy. This procession grew larger, yet maintained a certain sacred silence. Only the sound of footsteps and the rustling of robes echoed periodically on the mountain bridge. The holy slightly turned back, glanced at the followers behind him. Some are young, some are old. There are those who followed him from the beginning and those who have only recently ascended the ranks, but he can name every single one. Those who first followed him to this planet, now only a few remain. The Holy One exhaled gently and waved his hand. The barrier enveloping the holy temple district vanished silently. The mountain wind howled across the long bridge. The cold wind stirred the priests' robes, and in the sudden chill, many instinctively tightened their clothes. Some looked up at the Holy One in surprise and confusion, only to see a gentle smile. Keep walking, the blond man said softly, his voice echoing across the mountains. Just like on the day we first came to this cold and cursed planet, the day for the second foundation has arrived, my fellow men, keep walking. So the procession continued to move forward on the long bridge, heading towards the direction of the starship platform. Between the palace walls of various heights, among countless magnificent sculptures and beautiful pillars, servants wearing mind shackles humbly bowed their heads, trembling as they paid tribute to the masters walking on the long bridge. Brass knights stood silently in the wind, their ceremonial capes fluttering in the breeze, while the artificial saintesses of the commanding knight order hid in the shadows of the palace, smiling as they watched the priests on the long bridge. Cold winds blew over the high walls, over the hollow armor of the knights and the splendid rooftops, wailing like a grand yet twisted cheer. And across the entire planet, invisible forces were swelling, stirring. Throughout the global Saint realm, the order of time and space had already begun to warp. Near the distant border Stargate, the Otherworld Inn was hiding inside a gravity fault, the ship's own concealing force field and the local gravity environment jointly distorting the distant starlight, ensuring that no one would perceive the presence of this colossal object. Yu Sheng and his group had been in this hiding place for several days now, and the waiting time had exceeded initial expectations. Erin had been overwhelmingly bored for 2 days, not that she had nothing to do, since she had 6 mass-produced bodies and had 4 spare bodies at home, with Yu Sheng able to open doors letting her wander off to different places. The little puppet had a very fulfilling daily life, but even fulfillment couldn't curb the anxiety brought by waiting. In the ship's resting area, after rolling around for the 6th time today, Erin climbed onto Yu Sheng's shoulder again. "Hey, Yu Sheng, haven't you felt it yet? Has that ship arrived or not? Hopefully those cargo cultists haven't died halfway." Yu Sheng waved his hand quickly upon hearing. "Can your crow mouth make some good wishes?" "I'm not going to lie, it's the first time in my life that I hope a bunch of cultists can get home safely all the way. Too bad I'm under the banner of the Omen Goddess. Saying good things probably won't work." Erin leapt off Yu Sheng's shoulder into Hu Li's pile of tails, poking her head outside and wobbly. "Hey, Yu Sheng, honestly, could it be you put too much effort into that stone? I remember you put a ton of serious effort into it to make that stone look real." Listening to the constant chatter from the little puppet, Yu Sheng was somewhat doubtful too. Damn, hopefully those unlucky ones didn't really kneel in reality. Erin fell out of Hu Li's tails, then awkwardly scrambled to her feet wide-eyed. "No, I was just saying if it's true it's gonna be a huge deal. Did you really overdo it?" Yu Sheng rubbed his chin. "Shouldn't be, I was being cautious. At most, they'll only experience some bumps along the way." He suddenly stopped. Erin, about to keep chattering, saw Yu Sheng's reaction and immediately tensed up. Ah, did they really kneel in reality? "No, wait, there seems to be a change." Yu Sheng quickly gestured to the little one to remain quiet, while calming his mind to sense the connection from the bloodline far away. Both on the Angel Catalyst and the Dark Star Cruiser he'd left a blood trace. That ship has stopped. The relative positions of the 2 blood traces are changing. The Catalyst is moving, someone is collecting the goods. Luna, who was lost in thought near a pillar, suddenly turned her head. "They've arrived, the Saint Realm." "Great, they've finally arrived." Erin suddenly jumped up, grabbing Yu Sheng's pants and began climbing up. "Not wasting our weight, open the door, open it, I'm going to overpower everyone." Don't rush, I have to sense the situation around that drop of blood in the hangar first," Yu Sheng swiftly replied, while supporting the little puppet to prevent her from falling halfway. "Don't push open the door and face a whole security team right there. We're on a serious infiltration mission." Saying this, he focused his perception and confirmed that there were no other life reactions around that drop of blood trace, then cautiously grabbed at the air like a thief, pushing open a small door that Erin struggled to enter. "Will there be surveillance in the hangar?" Erin buzzed beside Yu Sheng's head. "Maybe opening a small door could have been spotted." "That makes sense," Yu Sheng thought for a moment, then directly waved his hand. "All right, Plan B, let's prepare to charge." "Erin, you just said we're on a serious infiltration mission." Halfway through the puppet's shout, Yu Sheng suddenly pulled open an illusory big door. The scene opposite the door came into view, quieting Erin at once. Yu Sheng stared somewhat dazedly at the wild alien planet opposite the door. Is this the Saint Realm? Chapter 687, The Mysterious Deserted Star. 4 heads, 3 big and 1 small, squeezed in front of the gate simultaneously, peeking out at what was on the other side. 3 faces looked bewildered, speechless. Even Luna's face seemed a bit confused. Outside the door was a stretch of unfamiliar alien land, covered by a gray and heavy atmosphere in the sky. In the distance was a towering and perilous mountain chain, with the gray-black stones seemingly covered by thick snow, though the snow was emitting an eerie dark blue hue. From time to time, deep booming sounds echoed from the valleys between the mountains, with hot springs erupting from below cliffs, mixing the steam columns with acrid poisonous smoke. There was no sign of life anywhere visible. Only occasionally did a large shadow seem to move slowly within the distant, thick clouds. The scene made one think of some kind of giant atmospheric floating creatures crossing the cloud sea, but in the next moment, the shadow quickly dissipated with the swirling clouds and fog. The persistent wind blew through those rugged rocks among the hills. The sharp, hollow sound made people extraordinarily uneasy. No matter how you looked at it, it didn't resemble a fully developed habitable planet. This environment seemed even worse than the nest bottom of the gray dwarf star. No way is this the Saint Realm those cultists talked about. Erin's eyes widened, her light blue eyes reflecting the desolate and perilous mountains. Isn't this an extreme survival? Those fanatics don't seem like they're on the ascetic path. Something's not right, Yu Sheng frowned tightly. Although I don't know what their Saint Realm looks like, a thoroughly developed capital star shouldn't be in such a primitive state. Besides, I opened the door following the coordinates of that dark star cruiser. Where's the big ship, the starport? Luo's voice came from the communicator behind them. What's going on? I can't see anything. Boss, did you slip again? Open the door crookedly. Firstly, I never opened doors crookedly. That time you got surprised was part of the project test. Secondly, the Saint Realm looks off. Outside is a primitive landscape, and that dark star cruiser is nowhere to be seen. Yu Sheng turned back and said, Let's go out and check the situation first. You wait for my news on your side. Luo nodded in confusion, then saw Yu Sheng's group already stepping through the illusory door and disappearing into the ship's lounge. The discomforting scent filled the air, and the cold that could quickly freeze a person made Yu Sheng instinctively rub his hands. Although with his current physical condition in such an environment, he wouldn't actually die. Hu Li sneezed solidly several times upon landing, and then rubbed his nose, muttering, What a strange smell. No detection of hostile units. Luna easily crossed a short, rugged slope, quickly scanning the surroundings with her sensing radar before returning to Yu Sheng's side. Environment unsuitable for human survival, no signs of artificial traces. Erin laid on Yu Sheng's shoulder. Hey, how are you running so fast in high heels with C-type buckles? Why don't you get down and walk yourself? Yu Sheng glanced at the golden-haired puppet on his shoulder. Isn't your body able to swing around like a stunt wireway? I saw you were quite agile during fights. Swing your head, that's my puppetry dance. Alice puppet skills. Erin pulled Yu Sheng's hair hard. And I'm not getting down, you just want to see me climb rocks on the slope. You're so bad, I tell you. Last time you tricked me into the nightstand saying there's good stuff, locked me in the drawer. Yu Sheng frantically pushed at the two little claws on his head, finally managing to calm Erin down. Then he reconfirmed the signal from the drop of blood and looked up in a certain direction. No, it feels like it's this spot. The deviation isn't over 100 meters. What have we gotten ourselves into? Hu Li came over. Savior, should I send scout chickens to explore the surroundings? Yu Sheng nodded instinctively. All right, wait, scout chickens. Then he saw Hu Li's big tail flick, hearing two clear, loud chirps slicing through the sky. Two streaks of spiritual light shot into the sky from the fox's tail, scattering myriad rays of light in auspicious colors. Two fox-winged watchers with protective spirit chi flew out, one white cut, one salt roasted. These two feathered creatures were noticeably larger than when Yu Sheng last saw them, their wings almost 2 or 3 meters long, and as they flew over the mountain tops, they emitted colorful rays and sparks. How to say, it was quite flashy, but seen from afar it almost looked like one of those subpar browser games that offer $6 first charge rewards. That wasn't all. After White Cut and Salt Roasted took off, Hu Li seemed worried about the safety of his two divine chickens, and he quickly launched 4 tails to serve as escort fox travel cannons for them. A bunch of fluff soared into the sky with a roar, quickly disappearing into the thick clouds of the wild alien planet. Erin craned her neck hard. After a long time, she finally couldn't help but speak. Honestly, silly fox, can these 2 chickens transform now? I feel like they're almost able to take on that snake in the valley. They can take it on, Hu Li said casually. They could take it on last month. Snake Princess flicked its tongue at White Cut, got a lump on its head from Salt Roasted's peck. Erin. During the conversation, the 2 splendid spiritual lights in the sky have already circled the nearby mountain peaks several times. Then, after a while, Yu Sheng saw one of the lights suddenly plummeting to the other side of the mountain. Hu Li immediately sensed something, promptly looked over there. Savior, White Cut has discovered something. As the words were spoken, the demon fox girl leapt forward, and in the blink of an eye, transformed into a giant 9-tailed demon fox. One of her tails swung over to wrap Yu Sheng up and place him on her back. Then her 4 legs leapt forth, and the fox fire roared into the sky, flying towards the direction where the light was descending. Luna immediately followed, relying on Shadow jumping all the way up. Yu Sheng tightly grasped Hu Li's fur on her back, poking his head under the protection of protective spirit chi to take a look, only to see the savage and rugged land quickly retreating beneath his feet. Vaguely, he could see the primitive hot springs on the ground spewing toxic materials, precipitous cliffs, and intertwined trenches and rifts. Further away, a massive mist wall seemed to stand at the world's edge, enveloping the towering mountains like some kind of boundary. Yu Sheng withdrew his gaze from the horizon, then saw an especially huge gorge spanning the mountains, the darkness beneath the gorge evoking unease. Its depth probably even exceeded the abyss beneath the demon suppression tower at Qianfeng Ling Mountain. Yu Sheng subconsciously focused on the gorge, his brows gradually furrowing. Inexplicably, he thought of a concept he once heard from true man Yuanling, deserted star. For various reasons, the earth veins have withered, or there are no earth veins at all on a dead planet. Its core has died, planetary evolution has stagnated, and the surface is either devoid of life or the ecosystem is bizarrely discordant. And this entire planet often witnesses all sorts of terrifying and strange phenomena. The cultivators at Qianfeng Ling Mountain have even given such planets a scarier name, calling them corpse star. This planet seems to lack earth veins, Yu Sheng murmured. Do you guys feel like this place has the atmosphere similar to what true man Yuanling described as deserted star, that deathly silent planet? I don't know, Aaron said confidently. Did the old Yuanling talk about this too? A bit, Hu Li's voice came from ahead, the great demon fox turning her head. I read about some deserted star-related materials in Algredian's astral database. That large rift on the surface just now was much like those planet surface disintegrations caused by earth vein depletion. But Algredians call such a planet cold star. They believe its core was cooling from the very beginning. Is that so? Yu Sheng nodded, but then instantly paused. Wait, where did you connect to the Algredian's astral database? I borrowed the account from Luo. She's an Algredian, isn't she? Hu Li said casually. Savior, you roam the universe, but usually you're not concerned with star maps, navigation, and such. So I thought I'd learn some of it in case it comes in handy, though it doesn't seem that useful since you're a spaceship immortal. Listening to the demon fox girl's serious tone and looking at her earnest face. Well, maybe not, as at the moment her face was furry, but either way he was somewhat touched, though he couldn't quite say the truth out loud. It's not that he's unconcerned with star maps and navigation studies, he just can't learn them. This thought hovered in his heart for a long time, and Yu Sheng ultimately decided to maintain a profound look, then took out his phone. I'll send Bailey Ching a message, telling her there's a change over here, and ask her to check out what's happening. Maybe she's knowledgeable. Huh. Yu Sheng frowned at the offline prompt on his phone. No signal. Is no signal unusual? Aaron peeked at the phone screen. Unless your door opening is too biased, otherwise this place is definitely within hidden monastery territory, and no signal in a lawless area is expected, whether it's Saint Realm or not. Listening to the little puppet's analysis, Yu Sheng just frowned, when suddenly a tremor came from underneath, interrupting his original thoughts. Hu Li was lowering altitude. White cut and salt roasted flew out from the nearby clouds and mountain mist, chirping, cooing, and cawing. Sometimes eagle singing as they circled around Hu Li, excitedly creating a ruckus. Aaron, however, sharply noticed the ground conditions. Look, the little puppet extended her arm, that seems to be a camp. In a wind-sheltered place encased by mountain walls and natural giant rocks, Yu Sheng saw traces of human artifacts, seemingly some kind of planetary habitation cabin, a prefabricated chamber held up by a coarse metallic frame, alloy protective walls, seemingly idle antenna devices, and chaotic debris strewn between gravel and dirt. Chapter 688 Moments frozen in time. The silver nine-tailed demon fox moved gracefully through the air, landing lightly in the middle of the abandoned camp, with white cut and salt roasted following closely beside Hu Li. The two colorful immortal birds tilted their heads, each of their 4 shiny eyes looking in different directions, spinning erratically. Honestly, the style of these 2 battle chickens has become increasingly ridiculous, their wings fluttering with light pollution rivaling the legendary 99,999 Sword O Mastery and the Archangel O Sword. But whether it's a problem with the feed Hu Li gave them, or if these 2 are inherently unusual, everything about them has evolved except for those eyes, which from afar aren't noticeable, but up close make you feel like their eyes don't belong on the same layer as their bodies. Yu Sheng was preparing to jump off Hu Li's back when he noticed White Cut and Salt Roasted's gaze and couldn't help blurting out, "What are you 2 looking at?" White Cut and Salt Roasted turned their heads in unison, their 4 eyes again looking in 4 different directions, still not landing on Yu Sheng. Then one of them flapped its wings. Cock-a-doodle-doo. Hu Li lay on the ground, using her tail to protect Yu Sheng as he got off her back, and explained casually, "White Cut said they're on patrol duty." Yu Sheng chuckled. Now they pretend they can't speak human language, but I've heard them talk before. White cut and salt roasted turned their heads away, pretending not to hear. Yu Sheng didn't mind and turned his attention to the suspicious camp after getting off Hu Li's back. Luna emerged from a shadow and approached Yu Sheng. No detected life reaction. Doesn't look like there's anyone around. It's been abandoned for years. Yu Sheng nodded lightly, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding living pods and the antenna and generator units that had ceased functioning. Many of the facilities were unfamiliar to him, only leaving him to speculate about their purposes, but regardless of whether he guessed right, the place being abandoned was obvious. Hu Li first tucked white cut and salt roasted back into her tail, choosing not to revert to human form, but instead remained in her demon fox form, staying alert beside Yu Sheng. Looks like a small colony. Facilities are comprehensive and there's abandoned engineering machinery, unlike a hastily built shelter, she analyzed as she walked alongside him. But who would come to this dead, deserted star to develop a colony? This place can't even grow food. For colonies, you'd first need a whole planetary artificial ecosystem. Yu Sheng frowned without speaking, eventually stopping in front of a large living pod after circling the camp. The pod's silver-gray exterior had sustained considerable damage in the harsh environment of the deserted star. Its alloy shell was riddled with corrosion marks. The roof had a large dent from a rockfall, and the door-lock structure was already damaged, the two gates stuck halfway open. As for power, that was long gone. Nonetheless, this was the best-preserved house in the entire camp. Luna stepped forward, her fingertip blade like an electric flash, instantly slicing the two doors into pieces, then kicked them open. Yu Sheng waved away the dust in the air and stepped into the living pod. A furry snout followed him in, wobbling at the door. "Savior, what's inside?" Yu Sheng turned, seeing the great demon fox's snout nosing around, his face twitching. "Stop playing, come in yourself." "Oh," Hu Li finally responded, and Yu Sheng watched as the snout retreated, followed by a flash of white light at the door. And in the next moment a small snow-white fox squeezed in, looked around curiously. "It's pretty basic in here." Yu Sheng was astonished to see this. Having grown accustomed to Hu Li's demon fox mode, which was as big as 2 cars, this was the first time seeing her in this form. "Huh, you can shrink." "Yep," Hu Li strolled over, looking up, her furry face radiating a lively pride. "Demon fox, expert at transformation." Aaron perched on Yu Sheng's shoulder, glancing down at the smug, fox dog below, puzzled. "Why don't you just transform into human form?" "No way, the clothes Savior bought me are new, this place is filthy." Hu Li shook her head. "Besides, this form has more sensitive perception, gives a sense of security in unfamiliar environments." "Fine, as long as you're happy." Yu Sheng looked at the little fox weaving around his legs with a quirky expression, momentarily pondering what was going on in her head. But soon, his attention was back on the living pod before him. The room's layout was simple, with basic bedding, tables, chairs, and cabinets, a device resembling a large data terminal in one corner, alongside some unidentifiable equipment. Although abandoned, it was orderly, clearly undergoing a structured evacuation. "People may have left years ago," Yu Sheng analyzed seriously. "If abandoned for too long, the harsh environment here would have completely destroyed the entire camp. If abandoned for too short, its condition should be better." As a little fox, Hu Li trotted ahead, with several bright foxfires floating at the tip of her tail. She nimbly hopped between the furniture, occasionally stopping to sniff the air, only to sneeze several times from irritation. After circling around several times, she suddenly halted at a corner of the wall. "Savior, there's something, a booklet." Yu Sheng looked up and saw Hu Li happily running over with something that looked like a magazine in her mouth. He reached out to take it, flipped it open, and the first thing that met his eyes was a page heavily blacked out. No one knew what this booklet was originally for. Its cover had been torn off, and its inner pages were scribbled over or torn out extensively, as if showcasing the unstable mental state of its holder. Coupled with weathering damage due to poor environment, it was now incredibly fragile. The few remaining full pages stuck together, threatening to fall apart with a bit of force. Yu Sheng could only open it very carefully, searching for any recognizable words that might explain this place from the broken and stained pages. The transformation and habitability of dead celestial bodies, deliberations on gravitation anomalies, the memory of the stars. He struggled to decipher those words that hardly formed an article, then turned another page, and saw a title amidst the mostly torn-off text. "Did our universe come into existence 1 second ago? Looking back on the timeline, is it illusion or history? Yu Sheng sat down on a nearby chair, frowning thoughtfully, while Aaron peeked over his shoulder. What does that mean? Hu Li also rested her paws on Yu Sheng's leg, peering at the dilapidated booklet. After a while, she suddenly said, "A finite knowability of the holistic universe. Or maybe a finite mathematical description of the closed universe model or something. My dad had a book in his study that seemed to talk about this, but I couldn't understand it. Dad said it's for high school and above, but there were some passages in the book quite similar to this title." Yu Sheng was taken aback. Your family of cultivating immortality foxes also studies this. The little fox directly rested her mouth on Yu Sheng's leg. We take a different path, but some other civilizations in the big ship group follow this technological route, like the Dragon Clan or whatever. Whenever my dad traveled to the core star cluster, he always bought a bunch of these profound books. But after taking pictures and posting them on social media, he wouldn't read them anymore. Yu Sheng was stunned for a while, not knowing how to comment on this, so he could only reach out and gently rub the little fox's head, this time actually stroking a fox head, then carefully continued flipping through those extremely fragile pages. There were some contents behind that seemed meaningless, merely advertisements or promotional materials sandwiched among the printed pages. However, from the remaining content, it could be deduced that this booklet was likely some academically inclined publication. He flipped a few more pages, and near the end of the booklet, Yu Sheng's movement abruptly stopped. He saw a page of handwritten text, seemingly left by the manual's original owner. We will abandon this base. The simulation system shows that the 17th modification plan failed. But the attempt itself remains valuable. The environment changed temporarily, that knowledge on this planet slightly deviating from the real universe. The inexplicable force on a star with fragile barriers. That voice has pointed us in the right direction, even though we cannot yet determine the source of the voice. It is worth continuing to try, even if it might come at a cost. Others cannot hear the full voice. It may depend on individual talent. Regardless, I seem to understand those things better. In any case, this planet needs reconstruction. But even with knowledge and power to aid us, coupled with the industrial carrier on the orbit, it may take a century, even several centuries. But there's no other path, none. We won't die here, absolutely not, at all costs. We will conquer this cold and decayed Death Star, conquer this cage wrapped in gravitational faults. Doubters will pay the price, we will fix those flaws, until reaching the end of truth. After reading this, Hu Li lifted her head, her golden-red eyes flickering brilliantly under the reflection of the foxfire. Very suspicious. Aaron grabbed Yu Sheng's head with one hand and pinched her chin with the other, nodding seriously with a face full of seriousness, although it was unclear whether she really discerned anything or just felt the atmosphere required such a statement. Yu Sheng didn't speak. He had begun to wrinkle his brows from earlier, sinking into deep thought. Then his gaze fell to the corner of the page, a blurry trace evident at the damaged page foot. Holy Calendar 11XX. Chapter 689 Time Barrier. Holy Calendar 11XX. The last two digits are too blurred to be visible. Aaron rubbed her head, trying to decipher those numbers at the bottom of the page, thinking seriously for a few seconds before suddenly raising her head. What is the Holy Calendar? Did the Venerate Saints Monastery come up with their own calendar? This Holy Calendar has nothing to do with the Venerate Saints Monastery. It's a universal calendar used by some major civilization circles outside. Yu Sheng waved his hand, seemingly reminded of something, his expression gradually taking on a hint of seriousness. This is something from hundreds of years ago. Aaron was stupefied, suddenly widening her eyes slowly. Hundreds of years ago? Didn't you just say this place might have been abandoned only a few years ago? How can this booklet survive in this harsh planetary environment for hundreds of years? Yu Sheng did not answer immediately. He stared at the booklet in his hand for several seconds before casually placing it on a dust-covered table, then stood up, dusting off his clothes, his gaze sweeping around the surroundings. An abandoned alien planet dwelling pod, a cold and dead deserted star, a book not known to belong to anyone, and the suspicious records in it. All of these belong to a certain day in Holy Calendar 11XX. Aaron suddenly jumped from Yu Sheng's shoulder onto the table. She ran to the journal from hundreds of years ago, flipping through it curiously. After a while, her not-so-bright puppet head seemed to finally wake up to the situation. Wait, this place can't really be. Yu Sheng suddenly turned and walked towards the outside of the dwelling pod. Aaron glanced over and suddenly panicked, jumping hurriedly to the ground. Hey, wait for me. My legs are short. Just halfway through shouting, Aaron saw a flash of white beside her. Hu Li in her little fox form was running after Yu Sheng, so her short legs immediately sped up, rushing over to grab the fox's tail. Take me, take me. By this time, Yu Sheng had already rushed to the clearing outside the dwelling pod, lifting his head to look at the sky, seeing only the gloomy and murky clouds, an atmosphere thick and unfit for human breathing enveloping this land. It is now a certain day in Holy Calendar 11XX, and this remains a cold, lifeless planet, where a group of unknown pioneers has yet to gain a foothold. A force capable of changing the planet's appearance is still slowly growing, and the nameless dark angel still lurks in the depths of space while the chosen, Proxy, is still drawing power from that knowledge emanating from the depths of space. Luna walked out from a nearby building when Yu Sheng was checking that dwelling pod. She was also inspecting the situation elsewhere in the camp. There's a communicator with backup power still running, but not receiving any signals. Hu Li also walked over, nudging against Yu Sheng's feet. Fire a missile into the orbit, Yu Sheng said casually. Shoot it as high as it can go. Okay, Tilda. Hu Li responded with an agreement, turning around to place Aaron back on the ground. Then her fluffy large tail launched up into the sky, silver-white fox tail spewing bright propulsion flames, disappearing into the thick clouds in an instant. Shortly after, Yu Sheng vaguely saw a distortion deep within the clouds, followed by Hu Li raising her head. Savior, the connection broke. Yu Sheng thoughtfully withdrew his gaze from the sky. This is indeed the Saint Realm, at least from the relative coordinates of the celestial bodies. That dark star cruiser landed on this planet, he said softly. But we arrived too early, hundreds of years early. Whoa, damn, is that really the case? Aaron widened her eyes. No, how does this work? What's the principle behind it all? Hu Li suddenly perked up her ears. Wait, if that's the case, can we intercept and kill the first-generation hidden monastery sect followers here? The demon fox girl's statement made even Aaron's eyes light up. Hey, seems like that's the case, doesn't it? I don't know what's actually happening on this planet, but things might not be that simple, Yu Sheng said, slowly shaking his head. We flew all the way from the mountains with both white cut and salt-roasted scouting along such a vast range. Have they discovered signs of other humans? Well, there certainly haven't been any, Aaron said hesitantly, but then lifted her head again. But they might have gone elsewhere, right, since this so-called Camp 17 has been abandoned. Yu Sheng did not speak, recalling the tale that Hu Li launched into the sky and lost connection with shortly after, and then remembered flying over the mountains on Hu Li's back, seeing the massive fog wall circling the horizon. Launch a tail towards that direction again? He raised his hand, pointing towards the distance, and then pointed in another direction, and launch one in this direction too. 2 fox radish missiles, spewing propulsion flames, soared into the sky, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Then shortly after, Hu Li raised her head. Those 2 tails lost connection too, Savior. Listening to this, a look of no surprise appeared on Yu Sheng's face. As expected, this is a defense system, though I'm not sure if it's active or passive, he said slowly. This is not part of a complete space-time, but some kind of trap. We are intercepted by a time barrier. For a moment the scene fell into silence, Hu Li contemplating, Aaron and Luna not understanding due to education gaps. Does the hidden monastery really have this kind of technology? Hu Li finally broke the silence with disbelief in her voice. If they had such abilities, would they need to hide like mice in the lawless star region? I also don't think they have that technology, Yu Sheng said with a serious expression, but adding the Gate of Eden to the equation complicates things. Aaron's whoa. Actually, she still didn't understand the time barrier part, but the moment she heard the term Gate of Eden, she knew things had gotten big. Because she truly knew how powerful the world bridge was. The ominous circular structure stood on the ground, forged from alien alloys into a pale golden ring and supporting framework like a crown of heaven and earth, connecting mountains and plains, piercing the thick clouds, with its top comprising 2 semicircles extending into several sharp towers. Those towers even pierced through the clouds, emitting a dazzling brilliance in the sunlight. A deep, pleasant humming sound spread from the surrounding area of the circular structure, continuously echoing across the plains and mountains. The massive energy transmitted from the holy furnace was ceaselessly injected into the rift generator, and at the center of that ring, an unstable, twisted light screen was slowly growing at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. A high-level priest arrived on the platform and bowed. "Holy, the Gate of Eden has entered the activation state. It is currently stable." Very good." The Holy slightly nodded, his lips curling into the usual gentle smile. He instructed others to continue to stand by around the platform and then stepped forward. The gigantic Gate of Eden stood before him. The power capable of tearing open the world barrier, changing the order of time and space, was surging within its grand doors. He raised his head, gazing at the blurred, floating light screen at the center of the ring. He could clearly feel its presence, feel its power permeating the entire planet, not just spatially, but even temporally permeating this planet. Its existence was extending, first from this moment extending into the past, and once the gate was fully activated, it would extend into the distant future as well. A bridge required pillars. It needed to firmly root in the foundations of time and space to possibly stably and correctly reach the other side. The angels' attempt to build the world bridge failed because their world was already destroyed, and a destroyed world did not possess a meaningful timeline. Even though they repeatedly sacrificed themselves to become anchor points, desperately anchoring the starting point of the world bridge, they couldn't provide it with a stable temporal and spatial foundation. When that rootless bridge fell from the void toward the real universe, its fate of failure was already sealed. But the Gate of Eden was different. The Holy reached the end of the platform, where a temporary device was installed in front of the rift generator. As he approached, the device emitted a slight friction sound, slowly turning towards him. Like an obelisk, the pale golden container prominently embedded a body, or strictly speaking, a head and a partial torso structure containing only necessary organs. Cullender was embedded among numerous life support tubes and cables. Spiritual enhancement agents were continuously pumped into his circulatory system. His head was fixed by hundreds of dense probes, and his eyes had been burned into two hollow sockets by powerful spiritual energy. Yet two bright flames danced in those empty eye sockets, brighter than any eyes. A large dose of neurodrugs was directly injected into his brain. The probe-fixed head trembled slightly. A few mumbling sounds akin to dream talk escaped from his mouth. And as the entire device fully turned, with his flame-lit eyes no longer able to continue gazing in the Gate of Eden's direction, Cullender seemed to awaken. He began to shake his head nervously. The mumbling swiftly became clear, tinged with fear. I can't see it anymore. Let me look at it, let me look at it." "Cullender, it's me," the blond man said gently. Upon hearing this voice, Cullender instantly calmed down. "Holy it's you." "Yes, it's me." The blond man slightly bent down. "How's the situation with the gate? What did you see?" "I saw it grow as your blueprint planned, roots strong, branches flourishing," Cullender said slowly, a smile on his face even in semi-consciousness. "And just as you predicted, some unknown interference seemed to attempt to approach the gate. Now the source of interference has fallen into the time abyss created by the Gate of Eden." A fleeting change seemed to flash across the Holy's face, but he quickly resumed his usual gentle smile. "It seems right to appoint you here for the alert task. Cullender, you have sacrificed greatly to illuminate us with your eyes." "This is all a necessary sacrifice on the path of venerate saint," Cullender slowly said, then seemed to gain clarity. Have I indeed gained further qualifications with this?" "Of course, as a glorious act deserves glory," the Holy stated calmly. "I reaffirm source of interference has indeed fallen into the time abyss, correct?" "Absolutely true. The voice of the Gate of Eden resounds in my soul. I personally witnessed the power once cursed me fall into the depths of time. They can't escape, nor can they relay messages out." Shuji, high orbit above, somewhere in Blackstone Station. Luo Zheng stood by the communicator waiting for news. Yu Sheng directly pushed open the door and walked in. "Luo, something's happened." Chapter 690 Growth. Yu Sheng's sudden door opening startled Luo, but having experienced similar situations so many times added some resistance. At least this time she didn't fall off her chair. Instead, Momo, who was sitting next to her, yelped meow and darted under the nearby table, leaving only a tail poking out, shaking furiously. Luo reached out and pulled Momo out from under the table, then looked up and glared at Yu Sheng's group who had just entered. In the last moment before that illusory door dissipated, she could still see the desolate alien planet landscape on the other side of the door. "Boss, you, never mind," Luo started to say something but then swallowed her words. "What's the situation over there, that planet?" "That place is indeed the Saint Realm, but it's the Saint Realm of the Holy Calendar year 1100 or so. I now suspect the Gate of Eden has disrupted the time structure of that planet." Yu Sheng said quickly. And earlier I tried several times, but no matter how I opened the door, I was always unable to arrive at that planet at the correct time. Luo widened her eyes and waved her hand vigorously as she heard halfway. Wait, slow down. What do you mean by being unable to arrive at the planet at the correct time? What did you say the Gate of Eden disrupted? Time, came Hu Li's voice from the side. By this time, she had already reverted to human form and was using her tail to pat the dust off Yu Sheng as she spoke. It should be a time anomaly triggered by the Gate of Eden. The power of the world bridge is preventing us from approaching that gate. This could be some kind of automatic defense mechanism. Then she and Yu Sheng together told the golden-haired elf in front of them about the situation on that bizarre, deserted star, with Aaron adding a few words in between. And as they narrated, Luo's expression grew increasingly somber. I later tried opening the gate to the Saint Realm from another direction, or opening a gate right at that time anomaly area to see if we could return to the normal timeline, but it didn't work, Yu Sheng said. It was like, let me think how to describe it. Well, like a deep well with smooth walls, the bottom of the well being a certain day of the holy calendar year 11XX, and any attempt to go to the Saint Realm would land us in that well, and no matter from which direction we try to leave, we'd end up back at the bottom of the well. A deep time well, Luo frowned, seemingly thinking quickly about something with her gaze changing several times. Time. Wait, time, I think I realized something. Luo suddenly stood up, startling Yu Sheng, who was still speaking next to her. Then she turned and rushed to a nearby large data terminal, quickly searching for something while saying urgently, "That's it, it's missing this." I knew there was something wrong with the world bridge, the operational defect of Zolda Blackstone, the running defect. Yes, related records are here, the data is incomplete but enough. It was the first time Yu Sheng saw Luo in such a state, but it was clear she had made some major discovery, so he watched without daring to interfere until Luo finally seemed to have found the information she wanted and gestured for him to come over. Only then did he quickly step forward to inquire about the situation. "What's going on? You thought of something." The original defect of the world bridge, the reason for the descent, failure 3,700 years ago. Luo's eyes shone with an unusual brilliance. She eagerly retrieved some data stored in the Blackstone Station database to show Yu Sheng, not caring whether he could understand it or not. Time and space. In the past, the world bridge lacked the anchor in time, which led to the loss of control during the descent to the boundary land, even puncturing the previous era of the boundary land, triggering the epoch transition event. Yes, 3,700 years ago, the world bridge not only punctured the boundary land space, but also its time. I find it hard to explain how exactly this happened. It's something that can't be fully described with natural language. A super system event? Yes, a super system event. When studying Zolda Blackstone, I found the anomaly, but I lacked a powerful enough energy source to simulate the complete operational process of the world bridge, so I couldn't pinpoint the root of the problem. Those hidden monastery sect filled in this gap. Their Gate of Eden, though unstable, surprisingly headed in the right direction. Damn it, how could those cultists get it right? By sheer guesswork. No, that seems unlikely. They must have other knowledge channels. Yu Sheng stood dumbfoundedly to the side, as the endless flow of things Luo said reverberated like waves continuously in his ears. Yet it seemed there was a thick barrier between his brain and the words. He couldn't understand, nor could he take them in. However, another kind of peculiar feeling was growing in his consciousness, something as if it had always been silent in his memory, now slowly awakening. The holographic projection above the data terminal was flickering, equations, numbers, textual records, and colorful graphics, all writhing, swirling, decomposing, and reorganizing in Yu Sheng's vision. He saw a towering tree, standing in the wilderness, rooted from the past to the present, from the present to the future, its branches reaching towards the sky, from this world reaching towards the old world and then extending further beyond. Those words and symbols continuously refreshing and reorganizing in the holographic projection transformed into the tree's roots and branches in Yu Sheng's vision, turning into a roaring in his mind, whistling across the sky of the soul wilderness, reaching the earth's ends. Upon the soul wilderness shrouded by a chaotic firmament, unnamed tall grass swayed like ocean waves in the wind, and the golden-haired girl Night awoke from prayer, stepped out of the silent chamber to the terrace, looking towards the cathedral's garden. She saw the brass knights also gathering under the corridor, everyone raising their heads. The crystal giant tree that covered the entire cathedral was emitting a soft sound, like wind chimes, melodious as the songs of mythical elves in the harvest month. Then the crystal giant tree began to glow with a faint and gentle light, and the unstable rifts traversing the tree branches started to grow again, with distant starlight pouring out from the rifts, painting a celestial tapestry within the crystal crown, like bountiful fruits hanging from the branches. Luo suddenly reacted in front of the terminal, swiftly calming from her excitement, stopping her rambling, an apologetic look on her face. "Ah, sorry, boss, I was just so excited. I should have thought first about how to resolve the time barrier over there for you." Yet Yu Sheng waved his hand. "You've already helped me solve it." Luo's huh. Yu Sheng took a gentle breath, raised a hand to rub his forehead, seemingly wanting those noisy and colorful pieces of knowledge in his mind to quiet down quickly, then smiled and said, "The defense system of the Gate of Eden is a part of the Gate of Eden itself." Luo's huh. Yu Sheng knew that the things he had just seen and understood would be difficult to explain to her, so he just waved his hand and then took out his phone from his pocket. He dialed Bailey Qing's number. As soon as the call connected, without waiting for the other side to speak, he said, "The Stargate will open soon, get ready." Bailey Qing on the other side was silent for 2 or 3 seconds, then replied in her usual calm tone, "Have you already found the Gate of Eden?" "Not yet. There's been a slight change in the situation. The gate is more troublesome than we anticipated. I suspect it is currently in some sort of operational state, which prevents us from approaching it by normal means. So now I need you all to start taking action in advance," Yu Sheng said. "I need you to put enough pressure on those cultists, which will force them to bring the catalyst into contact with the gate sooner, thus it will be exposed right before my eyes." "All right, I understand what you mean." After saying this, Bailey Qing ended the call decisively without asking a single question more. "The ironclad expression is quite straightforward," Aaron remarked, then quickly looked at Yu Sheng's phone nervously. "You hung up right." Yu Sheng laughed, raised his hand, and patted the head of the little puppet a couple of times, then casually pulled open a phantom door in the air. At the moment the door opened, the time barrier activated again. The coordinates he chose were the Saint Realm, yet the scenery on the other side of the door was still that deserted star wasteland from the holy calendar 11XX. But Yu Sheng stepped right in. "Let's go, let's give the roots of the Gate of Eden something potent." At the same time, the United Fleet in the boundary land was standing by in the high orbit of Shuji. The message of the impending action rapidly spread along the command link to every ship, as soldiers and commanders who had been preparing for this war for many days awaited the moment the door would open. In the command hall of the Mass Effect, operators were busily confirming the intelligence coming from each warship, and accurately transmitting the flagship's orders to every corner of the large fleet. Red stood on the high platform at the back of the command hall, watching the tense and busy scene below with her eyes closed. "It's really exciting," she said with a faint smile unhurriedly. "It feels kind of nostalgic." A voice came from behind her. "Are you sure you can still get excited, with your heart beating only once a day?" Red turned, showing her back to Bailey Qing standing to the side. "Take care of your own sister." "Zhu, get off Red's back." "Oh." A pair of phantom eyes floated over to the nearby railing, sneakily observing the surroundings from there. "Nervous?" Red tilted her head slightly, looking at those eyes on the railing. "What do I have to be nervous about?" Bailey Zhu's voice could only be heard by Red and Bailey Qing here. "I'm just here to watch the fun." "That's good," Red smiled softly. "This time it should be quite lively." Detected a massive space anomaly. "Attention all fleet, detected a massive space anomaly. Space rift is forming." Suddenly, continuous alarms went off, and everyone in the command hall instinctively looked up. At that moment, Bailey Qing suddenly remembered that day, when Yu Sheng first opened the door in the boundary land, the piercing alarms that echoed throughout the entire Special Service Bureau building. It felt like it had happened just recently, yet it also seemed to be a long time ago. A trace of a smile appeared on her face. Meanwhile, outside the large observation porthole in the deep dark space ahead of the United Fleet, an enormous rift slowly tore open. Beyond the rift, a faint glimpse of the colossal Stargate structure could be seen, along with the flowing energy light within the gate. Engines lit, the fleet moved grandly. Chapter 690, One War Ignites Among the Stars. The enormous space rift slowly opened in the star domain, like a gaping eye suspended in the sky over Shuji. Distant starlight and illusions around the Stargate flickered on the other side of this eye, and then the massive United Fleet ignited their engines. 6 special service bomber ships were the first to cross the Stargate passage, followed closely by shield ships equipped with wide-area shield projectors and several large arsenal ships. The flagship Mass Effect followed with the remaining battleships, accelerating through the immense passage. In the distant depths of the dark meteor domain, at the border of the hidden monastery's territory, a burst of energy beyond system limits instantaneously swept over the entire Stargate. The center of the ring-like structure surged with brilliance, red radiance roiling like blood inside the giant ring. A terrifying rift tore through the entire spacetime inside the primary ring, forcibly taking over and disrupting the originally normal Stargate transport task. The powerful energy accumulated on the inside of the primary ring instantly lost control, erupting into countless red arcs spanning thousands of kilometers. The dim corona of the brown dwarf star reflected this rapidly expanding red flash. The Stargate garrison had no time to react in those first few seconds, yet these initial moments were already their last chance to close this gate. After the brief release of energy and the spatial tearing, the first wave of attackers emerged from the ocean of red thunder. Like giant beasts surfacing from a sea of blood, Evil Spirit-class special service bomber ships entered the battlefield. Before the nearest hidden monastery warships could react, hundreds of graviton bombs were launched into space. These heavy bombs, equipped with micro-jump propulsion devices, instantly jumped to the rear of the Stargate garrison and began to violently collapse, creating a series of gravity collapse points that twisted distant starlight and dragged a large portion of the hidden monastery's fleet into a deadly vortex. As the explosion's flash lit up this part of space, the second wave of shield ships had already deployed a heavy protective force field in front of the Stargate and began sweeping away the small anti-aircraft guns set around the main ring of the Stargate with shipborne particle rapid-fire cannons. They also targeted the drones and near-defense floating cannons hastily launching from the ring. After the shield ships cleared a safe zone, the arsenal ships behind the protective force field opened all their torpedo launch ports. Heavy fortress torpedoes, like a school of sharks, leapt into space, accelerating continuously toward the most prominent armed star fort standing in space. It was not until the first wave of fortress torpedoes smashed into the armor of the armed star fort that the Stargate's defense forces finally fully reacted, beginning a desperate attempt to organize a counterattack amidst immense panic and chaos. However, the energy pulses created by the simultaneous explosion of hundreds of graviton bombs completely severed the communication between the star fort and the defense fleet at this moment. The energy impact released when the Stargate lost control had thrown the entire battlefield into extreme chaos from the very start. The electromagnetic environment was boiling. Various temporary gravity faults cut through the battlefield, storming through the communication channels with endless confusion and warnings, while distant outer defense units frantically inquired what was happening from the rear. The Stargate is under attack. The Stargate is under attack. An unknown fleet appeared at the center of the jump field. We're being bombed. It's not from outside. The enemy is behind us. The attack is coming from the direction of the Stargate. In the name of the saints, can't you see that flash? Starfort calling Mobile Fleet. Flank needs protection. We're hit with fortress torpedoes. Any unit, respond immediately. Oh saints, someone close that gate. Detecting new large warships entering. They're still jumping in. Repeat, the enemy is still jumping in. The Stargate is completely out of control. We're finished. Contact the home planet quickly. Where is the defense platform? What are our heavy turrets doing? Safety protocol locked down. Turret AI refuses to fire in the direction of the Stargate. Starfort authorization needed to unlock. Then why isn't the Starfort? A terrifying energy release swept over the entire battlefield, instantly filling the communication channels of the Stargate defense forces with massive noise and wailing. Chaotic calls and pleas for help were all cut off by this howling. Some hidden monastery fleet commanders seemed to realize something, immediately turning their gaze towards the armed Starfort standing near the Stargate. The middle lower section of the Starfort was slowly expanding into a blinding ball of light, like an overinflated balloon continuously swelling. The main reactor was hit. Millions of tons of macroelement fuel were undergoing chain reactions in the lattice. Silent sun erupted in the midsection of the Starfort. The remaining shield generators of the giant space station struggled futilely for a moment, a weak flash briefly covering its wound, after which those shield generators vanished along with half of the space station into the cold void. What's left of the Starfort's structure continued to be torn apart into countless, varied fragments in the impact, flying across the entire battlefield. A portion of the ejected debris fell within the capture range of the brown dwarf star, molten metal wreckage spinning in space and falling towards the dark red-hot spots on the substellar surface, along with the priests trapped in the safety cabins, screaming, while more debris was captured by the United Fleet's cleaner ships, pounded into smaller debris by subsequent concentrated fire. Large armed star forts all come with disaster modules, capable of ejecting several command-capable subordinates to maintain command networks on the battlefield in the event of the space station's disintegration. Thus, experienced commanders will at least perform 1 or 2 rounds of finishing on seemingly inert wrecks after destroying a star fort. A dark star cruiser drifted erratically in space. The flash of explosions illuminated its dark red bow, its stern trailing flames and thick smoke, gradually spreading into an indistinct cloud in space. Interwoven high-energy beams and missiles gliding over the battlefield formed a giant web of death over this ship, which seemed to have lost power, with debris of various sizes passing nearby, shrouded in destruction and death. "Kill the lights," the ship's commander said impatiently on the ship bridge. "Maintain current course, minimal engine output. Descend toward the hot spots on the surface of the brown dwarf star, full ship communication silence. No one will notice us." Enveloped in smoke and fire, the ship drifted towards the brown dwarf star at the edge of the battlefield at a relatively slow speed, its weak engine flares concealed by the flames spreading from the warship itself, making it appear almost identical to the surrounding debris already captured by the dwarf star's gravity. However, a warning from his spiritual intuition suddenly gripped his heart. The hidden monastery commander felt his blood stop flowing instantly, and amidst the intense pain from his heart, he instinctively lifted his head, looking towards the viewing porthole. Amongst the surrounding fire and smoke enveloping the ship, an unknown figure had appeared, a slender, pale girl standing on one of the near-defense cannons at the ship's bow, wearing a thin white dress, with the tips of her long black hair gradually tinged with a layer of blood red. Red kept her eyes tightly shut, a smile spreading across her face. Someone's heart is beating inside this ship. The girl's voice was as close as a whisper, directly penetrating every ear, and the ship's commander even felt that icy breath blowing on his neck. He retreated in terror, taking 2 steps back, catching a glimpse from the corner of his eye of part of the captain's seat suddenly becoming as clear as a mirror, reflecting the image of the pale girl. He never managed to turn around, a hand stabbed into his back, squashed his heart outright. The commander's body collapsed heavily onto the captain's seat, Red flicked her fingers, and the blood on her fingertips quickly evaporated into the air. Then she turned her head, smiling as she stepped towards the other hidden monastery sect members in the control hall. The terrified sect members launched their counterattacks. Spiritual power, spells, bullets, everything they could muster all fell upon Red. Yet the slender black-haired girl passed through all attacks as if strolling leisurely. Her form seemed to refract simultaneously in countless angled mirrors, each step revealing only an illusion conjured by some mirror. The enemy's attacks refracted or even reversed in the mirrored space around her, ultimately landing in the wrong direction. Thus, Red calmly advanced from one cultist to another, efficiently and mercilessly harvesting all lives, her smiling expression never fading, while her lips barely moved as she muttered to herself softly. "Control it, don't drink. Doesn't taste good, don't drink randomly. Either high blood pressure or high blood sugar, or maybe high blood fat, with infectious diseases. All low-quality blood, control yourself, don't touch it. Restraint, restraint, or else the old man will laugh at me. Would high blood sugar taste a bit sweeter? High blood fat might be thicker." Warm blood soaked her fingertips. Red tossed another cultist aside, lowering her gaze to look at her fingers. Her eyelids fluttered a few times, seemingly attempting to open. But she quickly shook her hand, letting the crimson evaporate into the air. "It's been too long since my last move. Self-control seems to have declined a bit." She muttered softly, "Monster, monster, this thing isn't human. Quick, quick, run." Terrified cries rang out from around her. The fear of death finally crushed the faith of the hidden monastery sect members, and the priests and believers still alive scrambled to flee from this place, but their clamor made Red frown. "Noisy." She raised her hand. Layers upon layers of mirrors appeared out of thin air, beginning to seal off the entire ship bridge. But the very next second, she suddenly paused, swiftly sidestepping, her figure instantly jumping through several mirrors floating in the air to one side. Almost simultaneously, a scorching beam of light pierced through the bridge's ceiling, blasting open a hole at the spot where Red had originally stood. A hazy figure surrounded by holy radiance, with wings extended, appeared amidst the light. Chapter 692 Seep. The red figure raised her right hand, placing it on her forehead. Although her eyes were never open, it seemed as if she was scorched by the figure radiating holy light, causing her to furrow her brow slightly. "Living saint," she murmured softly. The holy figure descending from the sky slowly turned around, its ethereal and hazy body floating about a dozen centimeters above the ground. The alloy floor of the ship bridge melted under its feet, emitting rolling heat waves. The semi-transparent, light-cast wings fluttered gently in the air as the powerful spiritual energy resonated joyously, producing a melodious sound like wind chimes. The hole piercing the ship bridge led to a gas leak. A gale swept through the hall, and a large number of lightweight debris was swept up by the airflow, instantly being sucked into space. But the automatic damage control system quickly activated. A layer of surging silvery white metal rapidly filled the hole in the roof, and then the gale subsided, with the nearby ventilation ducts emitting a hissing sound as they quickly replenished the air. The surviving hidden monastery sect members in the hall seemed to see the dawn of hope. Even though they were almost sucked out of the hall by the airflow a moment ago, they were now holding onto nearby fixtures tightly while joyously cheering. "Living saint! It's a living saint! Our protector has come!" The holy radiance surged in the hall, and Red's brow furrowed deeply, feeling the powerful force from the spiritual being. Her typically calm expression now showed a hint of seriousness, as she whispered cautiously, "Neither alive, nor holy, nor human." As soon as she finished speaking, the powerful spiritual being raised the light-cast giant sword in its hand. The dazzling holy light burned on the blade, as horrifying energy began to gather in the air. Red immediately tensed, with layers upon layers of illusory mirrors beginning to appear in the hall. Then she saw the being suddenly swing its sword in a sweeping motion. A searing white light swept across the hall, aimed at the cheering and clamorous hidden monastery sect members. The quickest ones could only widen their eyes in terror, letting out a brief scream before instantly dissolving in the blazing radiance. Red, a dazed expression appeared on the face of this boundary affairs figure for the first time. She looked at this scene in shock, unable to understand what had happened until the white light in the air gradually subsided, and she subconsciously murmured, "Not even your protector." The melodious sound like wind chimes gradually disappeared, and the floating living saint resolved the clamor in the hall, once again focusing its gaze on the vampire in front of it. And then came a long silence, with quiet enveloping the hall, aside from the sporadic buzzing of some system alarms echoing from unknown corners. The living saint seemed to have no intention of launching further attacks, but also showed no signs of communication, floating quietly there, which made Red not dare to act rashly, only able to maintain a tense stance, confronting it. This excruciating confrontation lasted for a good while, when Red suddenly heard Bailey Qing's voice through the earpiece. "Red, what's the situation over there? Yu Sheng sent a message asking us to help stabilize the Stargate state." Red. "I'm in a bit of a situation," Red mumbled softly. "I've encountered the hidden monastery's living saint." The earpiece went silent for 2 or 3 seconds. "Can you beat it?" Bailey Qing's tone noticeably turned serious, quickly saying, "Send your coordinates, I'll come find you." "No, the situation is complex," Red whispered, still vigilant of the spiritual being's actions in the distance. "It hasn't acted, but it just killed all the remaining cultists here." Bailey Qing. Just then, Red suddenly saw the living saint, across having made a move. It gently fluttered its wings and began floating towards her. "It's coming," Red quickly said while abruptly stepping back half a step. Layers upon layers of illusory mirrors suddenly appeared behind her. A chill, as if emanating from a grave, enveloped the surroundings, and her long black hair, as if soaked in fresh blood, began to swiftly dye a layer of crimson from the tips, while her fingers quickly turned a translucent, jade-like color, with her nails growing like blade edges. But just as she prepared to face this eerie, angel derivative, the anticipated attack did not occur. The living saint stopped several meters away from her and extended one hand towards her, the one not holding the sword. Red paused, looking at the hand formed of condensed holy light, half-transparent. In that hand was a handful of small shattered items, colorful and brilliant. It was a handful of colorful candies, semi-transparent candies with an ethereal texture, looking like some kind of spiritual creation. The living saint took another half-step forward, slightly leaning its upper body, continuing to extend its hand, seeming to carry some form of anticipation and a friendly probe. Red, how's your situation there? The voice in the earpiece started sounding a bit anxious. Tell me your location, Al. Red interrupted the other party. Ah, Ching, it gave me a handful of candy that can't be grasped. Bailey Ching, huh. Red opened her mouth, taking 2 or 3 seconds to organize her words before speaking. I don't know how to explain it to you, but... Just as she began her sentence, a sudden sound of spiritual energy resonance interrupted her actions. The next second, she saw the calm glow beside the living saint suddenly start to stir again, and before she could react, the other party abruptly spread their wings behind them. Accompanied by a sharp explosive sound in the air, this strange spiritual entity turned around and took off, crashing directly through a large hole in the ship bridge hall, vanishing into the boundless space. The control hall, just repaired by the damaged control system, now had another hole, even in the same location. A violent wind rose, air began to leak, the pressure balance system emitted a dying wail, and the damaged control nanomachines once again desperately tried to repair the damaged parts of the spaceship. Red stepped through the air amidst the fierce wind, reaching the bottom of the hole, looking up at the war-torn space outside, only to see a trace of sacred white afterglow disappearing into the darkness. And then the writhing silver-white nanomachines blocked her sight. Bailey Ching's voice came through the headset. Red, the radar detected a high-speed, high-energy reaction passing over the battlefield and disappearing into a space rift near the Stargate. We weren't able to stop it. Understood, Red said softly, pressing one hand to the headset. It's that bizarre living saint, but we can't deal with it now. Prioritize suppressing the defense forces around the Stargate. As for the rest, let's see how our angel hunter plans to pierce this starry sky. All right, also, when you get back, give me a good explanation of what that living saint was all about. Red gave a soft mem. Then a pair of blood-red bat wings suddenly unfurled behind her, and as the wings flapped, the black-haired girl shot straight toward the top of the hall. As her gaze fell, the ceiling of the ship bridge hall suddenly turned into a smooth mirror, reflecting the distant starlight near the Stargate. She flew into that mirror, her figure disappearing amidst ripples. Subsequently, the converted mirror began to spread outward with those ripples, and as it expanded, it quickly cracked piece by piece. The entire ceiling of the ship bridge hall shattered along with this disintegrating mirror into pieces amidst crisp and continuous sounds. Air leaked, pressure imbalance, and the howling wind swept away the corpses of those cultists and all the scattered items in the hall, and the rapidly cooling gas quickly condensed into a murky ice mist in space, with tiny mirror crystals erupting from the midpoint of the warship like a brilliantly sinister flower blossoming in space. The damaged control system finally failed completely. The surface lights of the scarred Dark Star cruiser flickered a few times, then it clumsily tilted and fell towards the brown dwarf star emitting a dim red light. Meanwhile, behind the slowly falling interstellar battleship, in the vast space with the entire Stargate as a backdrop, the raging fires of war continued to burn fiercely. The united fleet of the Special Service Bureau, jumping into the battlefield from the Stargate, had already completely destroyed that star castle and the disaster backup node pod splitting from it. The remaining Stargate Defense Force quickly moved towards total defeat amidst chaos, with a few fierce and steadfast hidden monastery commanders organizing several half-hearted counterattacks during this process. But the newly gathered small forces were almost instantly precisely killed by the light spear weapons of the United Fleet, turning into scorching debris in space. The United Fleet brought by Red and Bailey Ching already surpassed the local Stargate garrison in combat strength, and when such a fleet jumped directly into the defensive blind spot of the hidden monastery from the center of the Stargate, the outcome of the entire battle was already a foregone conclusion. And at the same time, St. Realm 11XX year. The toxic atmosphere was thick and heavy, cold and chaotic winds blew through mountain ravines, and on an open land at the intersection of mountains and plains, the silver-white nine-tailed demon fox stopped, looking up at the distant majestic mountains. Then she sneezed several times in a row, a storm of flying sand and rolling stones within 10 meters. This place still stinks. The big fox lifted a paw to rub her nose, then stuck out her tongue to lick the somewhat dry nose tip, grumbling in displeasure. Don't any of you feel it? Yu Sheng casually spoke as he got off Hu Li's back. I don't know, I've been holding my breath. This place's air is poisonous. Breathing it could kill you. Is that even a human sentence? Normal people would die from holding their breath too. The small puppet on Yu Sheng's shoulder piped up loudly, then quickly added, though I also haven't been breathing. Luna's figure landed nearby, pointing to herself. No such function. Can't you just hold your breath? Aaron turned to glance at Hu Li, since you can survive in a space environment anyway. Can't smell anything without breathing. Hu Li swished her tail. In such unfamiliar surroundings, not being able to smell makes me uneasy. Aaron thought about it, scratching her head. I don't quite get you cyber foxes. She then turned to look at Yu Sheng. Hey, we're back here again. Where do we head next? Yu Sheng squinted, gazing into the distance through the alien planet's murky atmosphere, then vaguely determined a direction. That way. The small puppet shaded its eyes with a hand. That way, what's there? The Gate of Eden. Huh, Aaron looked bewildered, even standing up to strain her eyes into the distance. You're joking. That's the Saint Realm from hundreds of years ago. Forget the Gate of Eden. The hidden monastery sect doesn't even know where they are digging rocks in the wastelands. Yes, this is the Saint Realm from hundreds of years ago. Yu Sheng smiled, stepping forward. But a time root of the Gate of Eden is rooted in this place. Chapter 693, Penetration. Aaron didn't really understand what Yu Sheng meant, but she was already used to it. Hu Li's curiosity, however, was evidently stronger than that of the little puppet. She shifted from a giant fox as big as 2 cars to a little fox over a meter long, following alongside Yu Sheng and looking up. Savior, do you mean we can directly affect the body of the Gate of Eden within this time barrier? Yes, Luo gave me an idea. Yu Sheng glanced down at the little demon fox prancing at his feet. She said the world bridge originally needed to root in a precise time-space structure. The failure of the descent 3,700 years ago was due to this loophole. Now the cultists of the hidden monastery have found a way to plug this gap regardless of how they did it. It's clear that the obstacles we're encountering here are related to this time anchor point. He raised his head, looking toward the expansive area at the foot of the mountain. The Gate of Eden sent us here, which means its power has already extended to this time and place. Do not simply think of it as a door, but rather as a tree. The soil in which this tree roots is the dual structure of time and space. Spatially, it roots on the planet of the Saint Realm. Temporally, its roots extend to the holy calendar year 11XX. We are standing right on its root. Hu Li tilted her head thoughtfully and muttered, so that's why they say the defense mechanism of the Gate of Eden is also part of it. Yu Sheng suddenly halted his steps. It should be around here. He squinted slightly, perceiving for a moment before speaking softly. Aaron craned her neck to look around, seeing only a wilderness scattered with rocks stretching from the mountain's foot to the horizon, with muddy, heavy clouds pressing down low overhead. Other than that, there was nothing. But she roughly understood that what Yu Sheng was looking for was invisible to the naked eye. At least at this point in time, it couldn't be seen with the naked eye. The Angel Catalyst is located somewhere around here. Yu Sheng raised his hand, pointing to a general area. It's still sealed within a force field box, isolated outside the Gate of Eden. Those cultists are very cautious. They might use a full set of rigorous testing protocols and rituals to ensure the catalyst's safety. This will take a long time, and during this process, the Gate of Eden will continue to grow. Its roots will dig deeper until it becomes a kind of permanent structure in the current space-time. By then, things will become very troublesome, Yu Sheng said softly, then took out his phone for a look. The phone couldn't receive any signal in this time-deep well, but Yu Sheng had a myriad of methods to communicate with the outside world. The simplest way was to open a channel to the real universe. Moreover, Aaron could also connect with her mass-produced bodies here, though it's unclear whether this ability of the little puppet came from the Omen goddess or from the Alice puppet. Clearly, her soul structure could also transcend time and space to a certain extent. The space-time defense of the Gate of Eden was gradually revealing more and more loopholes in front of the travel agency. And next, Yu Sheng was going to tear open the largest gap in this barrier. The fleet of Boundary Land has already launched an attack, and the news of the Stargate's fall will soon reach the Saint Realm, he said to himself softly, looking at the message log on his phone screen, estimating the passage of time outside and the battle conditions from Bailey Ching. Wait here. Just wait here. The connection established by blood sketched a vague illusion deep in his mind. Looking up, beneath the turbid sky, it was as if he saw a vast ring-shaped gate towering to the heavens, standing upright on the ground. He saw the gate growing in time and space, with its roots piercing deep into the ground of this deserted star, piercing into its history and future. Before the gate, many swaying figures gathered, devout, fanatical, joyous, waiting expectantly. Yu Sheng waited alongside them. They awaited the official start of the ritual, awaited the angel catalyst's final inspection to complete, awaited the holy order. Yu Sheng awaited the news from the boundary to reach the saint realm. Hu Li also came over, the little fox squatting beside Yu Sheng's feet, quietly waiting as well. The holy light gradually returned to tranquility. Cullender, under the dual effects of neuroinhibitors and spiritual power potion, once again fell into a semi-conscious spirit communication state, a satisfied smile on his face, with flames quietly burning in his eye sockets. The holy slowly stepped back half a step, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Everything seemed to be unfolding according to plan. Now it simply required some patient waiting for a period until the angel catalyst completed testing and adjusted to its optimal state. However, just then, a strong unease inexplicably arose in the spiritual intuition of many people. A small shuttle tore through the sky, descending from the clouds in the direction of the mountains, landing hastily and visibly on the docking platform near the Gate of Eden. A priest wearing a white short robe nearly tumbled out of the craft, his voice completely off-key. The border star gate has fallen, Boundary Land, the main force of Boundary Land's fleet. They've invaded. Like a frigid gust sweeping across the land, the sudden, turbulent, powerful spiritual energy fluctuations nearly pressed the priests near the Gate of Eden to their knees. The expression on the holy's face changed drastically for the first time as he swung his head to look at the messenger priest, eyes blazing in the air. Say it again, was it an attack or a fall? Fall, the messenger priest prostrated himself on the ground. The enemy suddenly emerged from within the Stargate, and the defense forces had no time to resist. The Star Castle was completely destroyed, and the living saint guarding the Stargate is missing. Now there's no news from the border, and that fleet has likely started infiltrating deep into the holy country. The terrifying news struck like doomsday thunder among the high-tier priests. After a brief shock, most of them simultaneously thought of the same thing. The Gate of Eden, Angel Catalyst. The glow in the holy's eyes flickered rapidly a few times, and many clues instantly linked together. He seemed to come to some decision and abruptly turned his head. Connect the catalyst. A great sage closest to the gate instinctively spoke. Holy, the catalyst is still undergoing final tests and adjustments, if it has. He hadn't finished speaking when another voice interrupted. Boundary Land's army is already at the doorstep. But, connect the catalyst. The voice of the holy came from the platform again, gentle yet carrying an undeniable authority. Yes, as you will. The priests immediately obeyed the command. Moments later, a holy object cabinet next to the Gate of Eden was opened, and technicians carefully retrieved the holy object, which had been securely protected by the force field box. Two priests stepped forward to take over, slowly pushing a floating platform towards the holy. On the platform lay a mysteriously glowing, black stone made of unknown material. The stone was protected by a layer of light blue energy barrier. Turn off the force field box. Yes. Yu Sheng suddenly looked up, his gaze landing on a nearby spot. He walked towards it, raising his hand as he went. Lu. A flash of a blade, and a long cut appeared on his palm. Yu Sheng glanced back, seeing the mechanical girl in the nun's dress gracefully lifting her skirt while standing on a nearby boulder. Thanks. Yu Sheng smiled and shook his head, then looked at the empty space in front of him, slowly reaching out his hand. The force field box was turned off, exposing the black angel catalyst to the air, where the suppressed contaminating power began to rapidly spread out, while unstable space rifts swiftly grew along the catalyst's surface. The priests holding onto the floating platform were visibly trembling, yet dared not let go. Relax, the gentle voice of the holy calmed the fear in their hearts. This is the normal power of the angel. He then personally reached out, pressing his palm above the catalyst momentarily to suppress its restless energy, and together with the two priests pushed the holy object towards the direction of the Gate of Eden. Below the gate, the ground's pale golden grooves began lighting up one after another, while a low and harmonious hum emanated from the grand circular structure. Yu Sheng gently closed his eyes, his perception guiding him forward. The wind of the alien wilderness seemed to carry a low hum, with a distant future's light shining on his face. He extended his hand forward, palm slightly clasping, as if touching something unseen to the naked eye. The blood from his palm slowly flowed out, yet did not fall to the ground. The crimson outline appeared and disappeared in the air, sketching the image on the other side of the space-time curtain. He slowly walked forward, heading towards the Gate of Eden standing tall after hundreds of years. Two trembling priests from the hidden monastery slowly moved forward, walking towards the doors of the new world at the platform's end. The holy placed his hand on the angel catalyst. For an instant, he seemed to feel a suspicious heat and turned his head slightly in bewilderment. He saw the side profile of the priest's bowed head, and further away, there were only mountains and clouds. Yu Sheng turned his head, looking at the illusion established by the blood connection before him. He slowly curved his lips, softly saying, "Hello." Together they walked forward, each holding the same angel catalyst, moving from different timelines towards the same goal. Upon reaching the platform's end, the holy heard a strange sound. He looked down and saw Cullender, who had been put to sleep by the potion, struggle unexpectedly. The great sage embedded in the spiritual ability observer was gasping, the fire crackling in his burnt-out eye sockets. He seemed to see something, his lips twitching violently as he desperately tried to speak, but suddenly. Yu Sheng extended his hand. In the crevice of the space-time curtain, he raised an index finger in front of Cullender. "SHH, don't tell him." Cullender quieted down. "What did you see?" the holy asked. However, Cullender seemed to fall into slumber once more, his consciousness lost in another timeline, showing no response to the holy's inquiry. The holy's brow furrowed slightly, his expression suddenly changed. "Something is wrong," the catalyst questions. But at that moment, he watched helplessly as the irregular black stone suddenly detached from the floating platform, seemingly pulled by an invisible force, and plunged straight into the unstable curtain of light of the Gate of Eden. Chapter 694 Connection. Everything happened in a flash, and that strange black stone, with eerie illusion light, had already fallen into the turbulent light screen at the center of the Gate of Eden. In fact, the two high-tier priests and holy, closest to the catalyst, had a chance to react and intercept it for such powerful spiritual ability users. Even catching a bullet was not a difficult task. However, they simply watched it happen. At this instant, the flow of time perceived by everyone seemed to be distorted. The fact that the angel catalyst fell into the gate felt like it happened in the distant past, and every person's perception of time in front of the Gate of Eden was stretched countless times in this moment. A great sage resting his hand on the podium slowly raised his head, trying to look at the sky. He felt the entire sky was gradually darkening. The clouds above the Gate of Eden were taking on a dirty and sticky texture. The wind suddenly became cold, and an unsettling low rumble was coming from the center of the light screen of the gate. Thoughts became sluggish, movements became difficult, the world tilted, and the light seemed to become a sticky, chaotic curtain. Something red was falling from the sky. Holy raised his head and saw that the inside of the magnificent circular megastructure was rapidly being stained crimson. The light screen at the center of the structure rippled like a blood-drenched liquid surface, accompanied by a strange low rumble. The top of the megaring first cracked open, blood seeped from the rifts, scattered by the wind in the clouds, and fell slowly like in a slow motion. The priests a bit further from the gate were less affected, watching this strange scene in horror. Then finally someone exclaimed, "The gate is going to crack open." With their exclamations, the Gate of Eden emitted a groaning sound, as if on the verge of disintegration. The entire megaring shook top and bottom. Bizarre blood continuously fell from the top of the ring, gradually like a curtain of rain, and the entire energy supply system connected to the megaring also suffered unknown strong interference. Continuous explosions began to echo from afar between heaven and earth. The support system of the rift generator was overloading. This gate standing on the plain was only part of the entire Gate of Eden system. While its larger control mechanism, energy facilities were deeply buried in the mountain, part of which was directly connected to the place where the shadowless skeleton was imprisoned, the deep well. Now everything was out of procedural control. The invader was usurping the control rights of the Gate of Eden. The high-tier priests in front of the gate struggled to think. In increasingly dull thinking, he suddenly felt this invasion seemed to have already happened, even felt it had lasted for centuries. And just at the instant when the world in his eyes was about to fall into darkness, a powerful surge of spiritual energy power suddenly swept across the entire platform. Holy's voice penetrated the ears of every priest present. "Withdraw." A brilliant pale gold halo erupted abruptly, spreading from the center of Holy to all directions wherever the halo reached. The time distortion caused by the Gate of Eden was quickly smoothed out. The priests who were too close to the gate and suppressed to immobility found their ability to think and move smoothly restored. And immediately after, they heard Holy's voice repeat again, this time with evident exhaustion. Withdraw away from the gate. The priests awakened as from a dream and hurriedly retreated towards the plain. And at that moment, another loud bang resonated as thunder exploded over everyone's head. Someone fearfully looked back, seeing the central light of the Gate of Eden had completely turned into a curtain of blood. The top of the ring, soaring into the clouds, was cracked open with countless terrifying fissures. Blood poured down like a torrent of rain, dancing with the wild wind in front of the blood curtain. And then, the center of the gate swelled rapidly as if something was about to emerge from inside. Something is coming out, a high-tier priest screamed in horror, but his shout stopped abruptly halfway, transformed into silent shock. A small figure flew out from the swollen blood curtain. Blonde hair, blue eyes, 66 centimeters tall, grasping a few golden threads dangling in midair, swinging back and forth, clawing ferociously. Several priests who ran too far couldn't even immediately see the small figure clearly. The sight in front of them was too bizarre, so much so that everyone was dazed in the first moment, and hence they didn't even notice countless small figures rapidly emerging from the gate's bottom. When the first torrential rain of scorching beams swept across the earth, there was finally a priest among the shots who exclaimed, "What are these things?" Countless black-haired, red-eyed puppets crawled out from the Gate of Eden, with vacant stares, agile movements, fearless of pain, spreading in swarms to all directions. A brilliant halo descended from the sky, and several mass-produced puppets running across the platform were caught unawares, instantly evaporated by the halo. Holy maintained the posture of pointing at the puppets with a raised finger, his face gloomy and pale. Suppressing the Gate of Eden's turbulence just now consumed a staggering amount of his power, but he was still strong, at least far stronger than these bizarre cursed puppets running amok. Those priests who had already retreated to a safe distance finally steadied their footing, and after the initial chaos, they quickly reacted, beginning to organize a counteroffensive. The mass-produced puppets, merely categorized as ordinary soldiers, had little advantage before a priest group with an average sage level. Yet at that moment, the Gate of Eden emitted another colossal roar. Amidst the violent energy impacts, the nearby priests instinctively looked up towards the direction of the roar. They saw a gigantic illusion, a mass of silvery-white illusion light. This radiance descended from the layer of blood mist, slowly blooming midair into a series of spread-out foxtails, with an intense ghostly blue flame fiercely burning at their tips. And above those gradually blooming foxtails, something seemed to be flowing within the center of that swelling layer of blood mist. Gradually, the flowing substance completed its reformation. They coalesced into a face, huge, standing between mountains and land. That face slowly lowered its gaze, observing the Holy on the platform from beneath the clouds. The Holy raised his head, the fierce wind whipping his robe, as magnificent spiritual energy formed a gigantic phantom behind him. He gazed at the face emerging on the Gate of Eden, his expression surprisingly calm. "Who are you?" "You may call me Yu Sheng," the face slowly spoke, its voice resonating through the clouds like thunder. "Leader of the travel agency, angel hunter of boundary land, star guardian of Shuji, patriarch of fairy tales, friend to many, and every cultist's collective living father." The next second, accompanied by incessant rumbling, the foxtails swept across the long sky, spewing fierce foxfire, launching a frenzied bombardment all around. A series of rapid gunshots shattered the silence as flashes from particle bursts lit up the dim corridors due to power failures. Marines in power armor quickly cleared the resisting forces in the corridor before continuing their advance. Occasional explosions sounded through the thick walls and ceilings, distant and muffled, with the rumbling accompanied by slight tremors within the building, indicating the fierce battle ongoing far away. More life signs appeared ahead. The AI assisting the power armor quickly reacted, marking the approximate position and the most probable movement of the enemies. The squad commander immediately raised his gun, but before firing, the corner at the end of the corridor was painted with a faded pale hue, a strange scene that vanished in a flash, with the enemy's signal disappearing. Friendly signals appeared in the identifier. The squad commander looked up to see several tall figures in heavy deep-dive power armor walking over from the opposite side. And among the soldiers in heavy armor walked a young woman with gray-white long hair dressed in a white suit. The commander lowered his gun, nodding in salute, Bailey Counselor. Bailey Ching nodded, briefly inquired about the situation, and then waved to the heavy-armored soldiers who followed her. A heavily armored deep diver approached, holding a strange device with many tubes, valves, and runes. It didn't appear to be a product of the Boundary Land Engineering Unit. The squad commander curiously watched the scene as he saw the soldier operating the strange device. After a few manipulations, its top components began to move. With a faint hissing sound, large flows of red mist rapidly gushed out from several outlets of the device. The mist smelled of blood. The blood mist, as if alive, did not scatter randomly but swiftly flew toward the nearby walls and ceiling, like a living thing swiftly burrowing into them. Bailey Ching quietly observed the scene, then raised her hand to her ear. Sector 12 has been cleared, the diffusion device has been deployed. How's the situation in other areas? Red's voice came through the earpiece. Just received news, the Stargate reactor still has vigorous resistance from guards. A group of fanatic cultists has occupied the only passage, sealing the corridor with intelligent turrets. They might be installing bombs in the reactor pool. Understood, I'll send a diffusion device over. Our soldiers don't need to force their way through. Just get the diffusion device to the engine room near the reactor, and soon those cultists will be assaulted by the reactor they are trying to protect. There was silence for a few seconds in the earpiece. Ah Ching, you can now say such travel agency-like words with remarkable calmness. I've gotten used to it, Bailey Ching said without any expression, so should you just get used to it. As she spoke, she ended the communication and turned her head back to the corridor. The blood mist emanating from the diffusion device continued to swiftly seep into the nearby building structures, but soon the mist began to diminish on its own. Then, a while later, as if receiving some remote command, the diffusion device stopped its operation automatically. Next, the character, Chinese letter, slowly appeared on the adjacent wall. Chapter 695, Battle at the Gate. The size of a Stargate far exceeds the imagination of ordinary people, not to mention the incredible advanced technology and complex engineering required to keep it running. Even with the nearby airspace defense forces cleared, seizing it is no easy task just from the perspective of scale. Its daily operations require thousands of technical experts and even more auxiliary personnel for maintenance, and its key facilities inside are guarded in segments by dedicated defense forces. Inside the main ring, there are hundreds and thousands of functional module sections, along with a labyrinth of piping and corridors connecting them. There are even high-speed highways and metro systems looping around the megastructure. Beneath the layers of shields and armored belts of the Stargate, dozens of large and small barracks and weapon factories are hidden, and on the surface of the giant ring, there are countless radar arrays, anti-aircraft gun setups, and drone warehouses. The most stubborn and elite defensive army guards at this gateway. Some were even born and raised in the residential ring within the Stargate. Generations continue their life mission of defending this place. The Stargate is everything to these fanatic defenders. Currently, these so-called Generation Guardians are engaged in their final and fiercest resistance within the main ring of the Stargate. The space battle has ended. The armed star fort of the Church Group has disintegrated, and the last ship of the Stargate Defense Fleet has turned into brilliant fireworks in space, its smoldering wreckage slowly descending into the hydrogen ocean on the surface of the brown dwarf star. Yet the collapse of the Space Defense Force seems to have zero effect on the morale of the internal garrison troops within the Stargate, or perhaps they don't seem to even have the concept of morale at all. Initially, this defense force was fighting on the surface of the Stargate, trying to use their limited anti-spacecraft firepower to resist the United Fleet in space. But soon Yu Sheng's power spread to several key anti-aircraft command nodes, and the Boundary Land's bombarding gunboats subsequently destroyed the radar arrays on the Stargate's surface, forcing them to retreat into the interior of the giant ring. When the Boundary Land's landing force landed on the main ring of the Stargate via shuttles, the Generation Guardians had already blocked off all passageways in the ring. Some of the ring's control systems lost control, and they used bombs to destroy all elevators and on-track transportation. Intense skirmishes were repeatedly fought in each module section, each factory, each corridor. By now, the resistance time of these fanatic defenders even exceeds that of the Space Defense Force that was defeated. A brief flash erupted on an armored belt of the main ring. A silver-white giant dragon emerged from the blaze. She swept across the sky like a gust of wind. The fading gray-white texture spread and flared behind her like a cloak. The giant dragon slightly raised her head to look into the distance, seeing the Stargate ring reflecting in her eyes like a steel plateau, while the dim star crown of the brown dwarf star hung inverted in the sky above this steel ground. The United Fleet's landing troops continually descended onto the main ring, occasionally spotting undestroyed anti-aircraft guns firing briefly, dazzling flashes streaking through the stars, only to be immediately silenced by bombs dropped from the United Fleet at those lit locations. Yet another few flashes fell from slightly closer locations. These were heavy landing pods manned by the deep dive team. Those cannonball-like landing pods equipped with thermal force fields at the bottom can directly penetrate into enemies' large structures during landings. The impact of this landing method is astounding. Even buffered by internal force field stabilizers, it's far beyond the tolerance limit of ordinary soldiers. Only those modified through surgery, nearly semi-synthetic deep divers can withstand it. Meanwhile, in farther locations, several large ships of the United Fleet can be seen hovering above the main ring of the Stargate. Besides the chief flagship Mass Effect ship, Bailey Ching also recognized the silhouette of the All Things Rejuvenate heavy aircraft carrier and the Zero Calculus Special Operations Support Carrier. Several other ships, large and small, were coming from afar. The fleet was regrouping, signaling preparations for a secondary jump. Red's voice reached her ears. "We seized the power furnace." The resistance of those fanatic defenders was intense. Even until the hatch opened, they were still trying to block the door with their bodies. Fearless of life and death, it's a pity their loyalty was twisted by cult ideologies, Bailey Ching remarked calmly. The time is nearly up. Her gaze swept across the main ring of the Stargate, sensing a familiar aura coursing and expanding within that steel terrain. The resistance from the hidden monastery guard army was indeed fierce and tough, but no matter how fierce the resistance, it can't stop the overall situation. The United Fleet perhaps couldn't bomb this crucial, strategic facility with heavy firepower, but another force was even more effective than the fleet's heavy firepower. Yu Sheng's complete takeover of the Stargate was accelerating. Bailey Ching could feel the process, because she underwent blood transfer, and observation was simultaneously her specialty. Initially, Yu Sheng only took over a small part of the Stargate's functions. To prevent being discovered by the defense force here, he merely opened the door when the United Fleet jumped into the scene. But even before that, he didn't touch the main structure of the Stargate. The real takeover started after the entire United Fleet entered the scene. Subsequently, the landing force from Boundary Land continuously landed on the Stargate to suppress the resistance inside. Bailey Ching led deep dive team to enter in person, delivering a large number of pre-prepared diffusion devices to the interior of the main ring, greatly accelerating the process. Now Bailey Ching could clearly feel that the Stargate was one of their own. This feeling was fascinating. Bailey Ching knew the Stargate was lifeless, its sprawling steel structure as cold as the vast cosmos. Yet at this moment, flying over that steel ground, she seemed to distinctly feel the cold metal gradually awakening. She could even sense the Stargate breathing, feel vitality flowing through its pipes and cables. It even seemed like the giant ring was slowly expanding and contracting in space, emitting a heavy and solemn heartbeat. She even felt the Stargate was greeting her. Bailey Ching lowered her head, seeing Yu Sheng's large face emerging on the outer armor of the Stargate ring. Bailey Ching. The Stargate really greeted her, JPG. A dozen seconds later, the giant white dragon rammed its head into the anti-aircraft position. Hong's surprised voice echoed through the communication channel. "Ah, Ching, what are you doing? That anti-aircraft position has already been taken down. You don't need to go personally." Bailey Ching struggled to crawl out of a pile of twisted steel wreckage. "Shut up, I want some peace." Dazzling burning rays intertwined into nets of fire on the plane. Fox-tail missiles streaked across the sky, spewing brilliant flames, while the fire rose from the ground, and blood mist rose above the Gate of Eden, transforming into rain and falling on the plains. But the battle situation is turning unfavorable. The high-level priests have steadied their stance, and as these powerful spiritual ability users recover from panic and start gathering strength, Aileen's army's assault immediately encounters resistance. Clouds are gathering, strong spiritual energy is burning in the atmosphere. A dazzling lightning bolt descends from the sky, accompanied by consecutive roars as it plows across the land. Wherever the thunder reaches, many mass-produced puppets' bodies suddenly transform into a twisted rift, disappearing in thin air from this planet. Puppets that didn't manage to teleport are struck directly by lightning, evaporating in an instant by the strong spiritual energy. A little blonde dwarf scurried around in front of the Gate of Eden, shouting frantically, "The situation is too disadvantageous for our warriors. I need to regroup my troops." Then a lightning bolt struck out of nowhere, narrowly missing her head and hitting beside her. The little creature let out a sharp scream, flying up cursing. A silver-white figure rushed over from nearby, catching Erin and tossing her onto its back. "Thanks, silly fox." The little puppet grasped 2 tufts of fox fur tightly. "But I think we can't win, and why are they getting more and more?" "We can't win," the big fox yelled, "so we should slip away, Tilda." Erin hesitated upon hearing that, quickly turning her head to look at the battlefield. The vision returned by thousands of mass-produced puppets allowed her to see every corner clearly. She saw those high-level priests who were recently fleeing in panic, now occupying several buildings at the mountain's foot. The strange buildings with pointed roofs are brewing dazzling lightning, and a lightning storm penetrates the clouds, continuously striking the plains. Shuttles and transport boats of various sizes pass through the clouds. Reinforcements from various holy temples are landing around the Gate of Eden. Disembarking from the flying machines are not only church group soldiers wearing power armor, but also brass knights surrounded by force field glory, as well as artificial saintesses shadowing through the darkness. The little puppet suddenly felt something was off. "Wait, where's that holy that looks so haughty? It disappeared just now. The last time I noticed, it seemed to be heading toward the mountain," Huli said while sprinting through the smoke and fire. Luna went chasing but didn't catch up. Abandoning his own men and running away, the little puppet's eyes widened. "That's wrong, they're clearly gaining the upper hand. Why's he running?" So Savior suspected something was wrong. He suspects that the holy is up to something. Huli said as she released 7 or 8 tails from behind, fox tails spewing fire toward the sky, spilling a barrage toward the distance, igniting a huge wall of fire on the plain, the spiritual energy in the fox fire momentarily obscuring the sky, while she dashed toward the gap on the other side of the mountain under its cover. "What about this Gate of Eden?" The little puppet shouted loudly on Huli's back. "Are we just leaving it?" Before she finished speaking, a phantom-like door suddenly appeared beside Huli. Yu Sheng's figure jumped out from the door. Huli skillfully wrapped her large tail around him and hoisted him onto her back. Luna also jumped out from the door with Yu Sheng, becoming a phantom shadow following behind Huli. "Who gives a damn?" Yu Sheng shouted. "There are 2. The little puppet was momentarily stunned. "Huh, what 2? "Gates of Eden." Yu Sheng stared with wide eyes, fiercely clutching the fur on Huli's back, too. "Erin, what the hell?" Chapter 696 coming for you. The mass-produced puppet army occupied the large platform in front of the Gate of Eden, delaying the church soldiers' counterattacks while methodically teleporting back to the valley. The flames left by Huli burned wildly on the plains, with fox fire driven by spiritual power rising into a fire wall over 10 meters high, creating an impressive spectacle. But by this time, Yu Sheng and the others had already taken advantage of the chaos and smoked to sneak across the battlefield, running up the mountain through a path unnoticed by anyone. Behind them, the Gate of Eden, standing on the vast plains, had already stopped operating. The enormous ring structure, daunting in scale, had been eroded by external forces and forcibly cut off from its energy supply. Before leaving, Yu Sheng had even shaken its structural foundation. At this moment, that great gate was swaying in the strong wind. Fractured structures continually fell from the cloud level, wrapped in flames and blood rain, crashing to the ground with a screeching sound that sent shivers down one's spine, while sparks from the loss of control of energy traveled along the entire giant ring. Not long after the puppet army retreated, those sparks ignited the entire platform, causing it to burn fiercely in the blood rain. Gale, blood rain, the tilting Gate of Eden, and the continuous lightning storm in the sky spreading flames everywhere. A scene right out of an apocalypse. Admittedly, this was not quite the secret infiltration Yu Sheng had initially planned. But things going beyond the plan was also part of the plan, and he was used to it. The 9-tailed demon fox transformed into a white shadow, darting through the depths of the mountain forest. Erin clung tightly to Yu Sheng's arm, lifting her head strenuously. "You said you sensed 2 rift sources. What's going on? Why are there 2? Was the second Dark Angel really wrapped in that grease-proof paper pack?" "The Dark Angel might only be 1, but I did indeed sense 2 energy focal points," Yu Sheng explained quickly while holding onto the small puppet to prevent her from falling off Huli. "I only sensed another rift's existence when establishing a connection with the gate on the plains, and its scale is even larger than this one. I even have reason to suspect that the other rift is the main point. The one on the plane is either a decoy or some kind of ignition device. The small puppet blinked, seemingly wanting to ask something, but before she could speak, a continuous thunderous roar suddenly swept over from the plains, interrupting her train of thought. The sound of thunder was mixed with the terrifying noise of huge structures fracturing and collapsing, accompanied by the unrelenting shaking of the earth. Aaron hurriedly looked back in the direction of the sound. At the same time, on the plain at the foot of the mountain, a fragmented black-skirted puppet lay in a crater, and then her body, which had already ceased functioning, suddenly twitched. She opened her eyes and looked towards the nearby distance. Mid the sea of flames and smoke, the magnificent giant gate was collapsing. The massive explosion of its internal energy units finally destroyed its last supporting structure, and the ring that pierced the clouds tilted beyond its limit, starting to fall entirely amidst a series of fractures. The blood rain descending from the clouds was swept by the gale, slapping onto the slowly falling gate. The bloated red light curtain within the center of the Gate of Eden contracted for the last time, and a few seconds of silence enveloped the plain, after which an unprecedentedly large explosion swept across the battlefield. The puppet's connections were severed. The mountains were quaking, thunderous rumbles came from the depths of the earth, rocks and soil crashing down, the distant sky shattered into pieces, and then dust and mist began to obscure the sky. Holy crap, that thing's completely finished. The small puppet instinctively leaned her neck back, nearly tossing her head off. Yu Sheng, the gate exploded. I know I controlled the explosion, and there's a second rift source. Keeping the one on the plane would only complicate things, so I shut it down, in advance to prevent any unexpected events. Yu Sheng said, pressing down on the small puppet's head. Take it easy, your neck just cracked a bit. Oh, Aaron held her head with one hand. Can you feel where the second gate is? Not sure, the permeation time was too short, and I haven't fully grasped how this system is structured, but I can vaguely sense it's underground. That energy source should also be underground. Underground? Aaron was momentarily stunned, then immediately turned her head and shouted, Silly fox, can you dig a hole? Yu Sheng interrupted her before the small puppet could finish speaking. I don't think it's a depth Hu Li can dig through, and the exact direction isn't even determined. Where would you dig? Aaron panicked. Then what do we do? The earth is quaking, the holy seat ran off. I feel this isn't good. Yu Sheng didn't immediately reply to her. He just squinted up at the sky. Plans can't keep up with changes, he suddenly said, but it's not a big problem, the timing is about right. The small puppet was confused. What's the timing? Before Aaron could finish her sentence, a sharp whistling from the clouds suddenly interrupted her thoughts, and then swift black shadows with black and red paint appeared above the forest. They were air assault crafts from the hidden monastery. Hu Li looked up and shouted, Savior, they've discovered we're running away. Aaron followed up with a scream. Damn it, cheating or what? We escaped with smoke and they tracked us from 800 miles away. The next second, those pursuing craft locked onto the nine-tailed demon fox running wildly through the forest, and with flashes of light, over a dozen high-energy particle beams struck towards Yu Sheng and his group. A furious roar filled with anger came through the communication link from a priest. These invaders will pay for desecrating the Saint Realm. Report, target's life signal has disappeared. Good, I didn't expect it to be this light. No, before the attack hit, the signal already vanished. A tall figure bathed in holy radiance strode quickly over the long bridge in front of the Supreme Temple. A living saint with wings emerged from the great hall, silently following behind the tall figure. The heavy psychic turbulence weighed down on the entire temple. The dense, almost tangible, oppressive aura made everyone lower their voices even as they breathed. For the first time, the figure crossing the bridge shed his usual gentleness, his eyes filled with anger, confusion, and a bit of unease almost imperceptible to ordinary people. Holy, a high-level priest stationed at the temple, stood at the door, immediately approaching as he saw the Holy cross the bridge. About the Gate of Eden. The gate has been destroyed. The Holy stopped, his voice colder and harder than usual but still restrained to maintain the bare minimum of calmness. We also lost some compatriots. They fought bravely in intercepting the invaders. The high-level priest's expression changed several times, his lips quivering. Unbelievable, actually. It's all right, what truly matters is knowledge and experience, and we have obtained the most critical data. The gate can be rebuilt. As long as I am here, there's nothing that cannot start over. The Holy glanced at the priest, his voice softening. What's important is that the invaders who entered the mother planet have been eliminated. Those comrades fighting on the plains will soon return. Next, we must quickly gather the troops. The United Fleet invading the boundary land is the real threat. We still can't determine the situation over at the border. All contact is completely lost. The high-level priest lowered his head. We received a final brief transmission from the internal garrison of the Star Gate several minutes ago. The content was very brief, just 3 words. 3 words? Yes, the content was, "It is alive." The meaning is unclear, but it seems ominous, and the generational guard mission to destroy the Stargate's power core seems to have also failed. Then let's proceed assuming the Stargate is completely under enemy control, and the United Fleet has acquired our route charts, the Holy said solemnly. The United Fleet has journeyed here, even with Stargate support. They cannot deploy many fleets into the Dark Meteor domain at once. We are fighting on home ground, as long as we can reclaim the Stargate. He suddenly stopped. A strong sense of foreboding was warning him through his spiritual intuition, as if indicating that something worse was about to happen. The high-level priest was stunned for a moment, then was about to inquire, when out of the corner of his eye he saw another priest hurriedly running towards them. The search team discovered traces of the invaders in the mountains, and then they vanished into thin air again. Hearing the message, the high-level priest widened his eyes, quickly turning his head in alarm. Holy, those invaders! He stopped halfway. A powerful psychic pressure was permeating. The oppressive force unintentionally leaked from the Holy seemed to choke him, rendering him speechless. The Holy tilted his head back, seemingly looking at the sky, lost in uneasy contemplation. Unease and increasingly intense unease and impending disaster. What was overlooked? How did the situation suddenly turn like this? What will happen next? Everything exceeded the plan, a series of unexpected events. The dramatic change at the Gate of Eden, the angel hunter, the bizarre invaders, the border attack. The Holy stood in front of the temple, perched above the clouds. Suddenly, as if something caught his eye, he stared intently at a direction in the sky. The 2 priests beside him instinctively looked up, glancing in the same direction. At the far end of the sky, a faint shadow seemed to be slowly emerging. At first, it appeared to be a hazy rift, as if something beyond the atmosphere was tearing space and time. Then the rift began to warp and twist, with some kind of enormous entity squeezing out of the rift, presenting a somewhat familiar silhouette. At first, the 2 priests couldn't discern what it was, as the shadow was too vague, and the immense distance made its size difficult to gauge. But gradually, they saw a ring-like structure emitting a dark red halo. A stream of energy tens of kilometers long was leaking from the opening at the front of the massive ring into space, illuminating the majestic and towering radar array and antenna system surrounding the ring. Everything became clear. Such a grand space megastructure, even if hanging in orbit, was enough to cast a shadow on the sky. The messenger priest finally opened his mouth, his voice squeezed out from deep within, sharply distorted. Stargate. Chapter 697, Orbital Bombardment. Yu Sheng was a kind-hearted person, unable to bear seeing others suffer. He knew that building a Stargate wasn't easy, and the hidden monastery must be heartbroken to lose such a strategic facility, and would definitely try to find a way to reclaim it. So he delivered the Stargate. Now the hidden monastery didn't need to consider dispatching a fleet to the border. The massive space structure was currently suspended in orbit over the Saint Realm, casting a colossal shadow over the planet's atmosphere from an almost dangerously high altitude. The massive silhouette was clearly visible from the surface, and you could even see the light streams emanating from around the Stargate. These were concentric wave patterns caused by large-scale spatial distortion, with starlight from distant space forming around the force field of the Stargate, making the whole structure look like an eye hanging over the home planet. Inside and outside the Supreme Temple, countless eyes witnessed this bizarre and terrifying scene, and most of them didn't even initially react to what was happening. After all, people had only heard of a car crashing into a toll station, not the toll station coming towards them. Moreover, a Stargate had a whole bunch of auxiliary facilities like gravitational anchors and acceleration bridges. It's like when the toll station crashes towards you, it also brings along an entire ring road and 2 gas stations. The high-level priest in front of the holy temple exclaimed in shock, and within just 2 seconds, he realized something even more terrifying than the Stargate jumping into the sky over the home planet. Fleet. As if to confirm this nightmarish thought, at the very moment the word fleet flashed into his mind, the high-level priest noticed countless tiny flashes around the massive space structure, dim but clearly visible. Those were the light explosions from large warships jumping into the universe from super space. The immense fear distorted his voice. "Holy, quickly seek shelter." "Get into the bunker," the voice of the Holy came from beside him, with a calm tone that quickly dispelled the fear and panic in the heart of the priest. "Sound the alarm for the home planet. Prepare to fight to the death with the invaders of the home planet." The voice of the Holy was like a cold, biting wind, clearing away the confusion in the mind of the high-level priest, filling his mind once more with powerful confidence and determination. Yes, the decisive battle with the heretics, the day to dedicate everything to the path of venerate saint. This day was bound to come, everyone was prepared for it, and today the day has arrived. The piercing sound of the air raid sirens echoed over the mountains and plains, and soon the warning was spread across the entire planet. From the supreme temple atop the mountains to the factories beside the river valleys, from the cold research rings at the poles to the equatorial space elevator command center, the message of the impending space strike swept through the Saint realm like a storm. All major cities and temples quickly raised their heavy defense shields, and the anti-aircraft cannons and missile silos hidden among the towering mountains and valleys were activated in haste. The home planet's defense radar adjusted its angles, trying to lock onto the targets of the United Fleet already in orbit. However, before these defense systems could get into position, the first round of orbital bombardment had already landed on the ground. Battleship torpedoes carved dazzling trails of fire through the atmosphere, heading for cities and factories with dense energy signatures. Continuous streams of high-energy particles beamed down from space, beginning to tear apart the planet's various large and small shield systems. Then, countless armed drones catapulted from carriers, diving into the thick atmosphere of the Saint Realm like a swarm of meteors, heading towards the direction of the temples. Hong and Bailey Ching stood on the ship bridge of the flagship Mass Effect, looking through the large panoramic window at the intersecting web of fire in space, and the planet with its thick atmosphere and blue-green facade in their view. Large and small flashes were erupting on the planet's surface. The planet was vibrant, even unnaturally vibrant. "This is the data just sent over from the Zero calculation." An intelligence officer came before Hong, transferring the data on the screen to a holographic projection. "Their radar array just did a rough scan of this planet and found they could only detect the surface layer. It seems there's some strong source of interference buried deep within the planet. Besides, they've analyzed this planet's ecosystem, and this part is even stranger." Bailey Ching's eyes fell on the constantly changing projection screen in midair, while Hong's voice came from beside her. "A lush shell covering an empty tomb." A slight commotion suddenly came from below, and someone at the control seat was pointing at the window in surprise. Bailey Ching quickly gathered her thoughts and looked up towards the direction of the window. Yu Sheng was standing outside the window, knocking on the glass. Luna stood beside Yu Sheng, while Aaron was stuck to the window like an octopus, curiously watching the busy scene in the hall with wide eyes. And behind them, a giant nine-tailed demon fox was floating in the cosmic space, paddling leisurely. "Bailey Ching." "Look," Hong gestured with his mouth, pointing outside, "your friends." At that moment, Bailey Ching really wanted to say she didn't know those bizarre creatures floating outside, but after holding it in for a long time, she finally sighed. "I'll go get them." She increasingly missed the days of working overtime at the Special Service Bureau. At least back then, the antics of Yu Sheng and his group were still limited to within the atmosphere. A moment later, Bailey Ching personally went outside and invited Yu Sheng and some of his comrades onto the ship bridge of the Mass Effect. "Wow," the little puppet lay on Yu Sheng's shoulder, eyes wide with excitement. "Is this the bridge of a space battleship? Is this the fleet command center? So many people. Hey, back on our ship there's usually hardly anyone, almost like it's haunted when Yu Sheng pilots it. Wow, Yu Sheng, look, the Saint Realm, weren't we just there? Orbital bombardment, it's orbital bombardment. Blow those jerks to bits. Hey, don't cover my mouth." As Yu Sheng frantically tried to hold down the chatty puppet, he grimaced at Bailey Ching and offered an apologetic smile. "She's a bit too excited, we just had quite the thrill down there. Hey, let go, let go." Bailey Ching's eye corner twitched by 3 pixels, and with an expressionless face he looked at the group before him. When he spoke, his tone was weary. "If you ever can't find the spaceship entrance next time, just message me." "Problem, no problem." Yu Sheng cheerfully waved his hand, still dangling the flapping little puppet, and then turned his head to glance in the direction of the Stargate. Part of its arc structure was currently suspended at the corner of the observation window, its heavy armor bathing in sunlight, and Boundary Land's battleships kept jumping into the battlefield through the transition passage. How does it feel to jump directly to the sky above the enemy's home planet from the border assembly point? Bailey Ching didn't reply as the voice of Hong interjected from the side. An impressive and astounding tactic. I think this will become an extremely unique page in the history of interstellar warfare. Hong came over with a faint smile on her face and continued speaking to Yu Sheng. Frankly, it exceeded any commander's wildest imagination, so much so that we didn't even have any tactics to match your actions. But fortunately, when jumping the fleet directly above the enemy's home planet, there wasn't any need for tactics. Yu Sheng looked curiously at the unfamiliar girl in front of him. Thin and frail, her skin pale to the point of being somewhat frightening, wearing a white long dress with black hair almost reaching her ankles. For some reason, her eyes were closed, though her face carried a friendly and appropriate smile. And in further perception, Yu Sheng noticed more. Her body temperature was very low, almost no heartbeat could be felt, nor any sign of a living person's breath. Hong tilted her head slightly, also curious as she observed the renowned angel hunter before her. In the first second after their gaze met, she found her heart starting to beat. In the second second, she felt something sprouting within her veins, and her blood began trying to flow. In the third second, her eyelids started to quiver. A terrifying urge that didn't seem to belong to her pushed her to open her eyes. Her heart pounded like a drum, blood boiled within her veins. A buzzing noise filled her mind, and the human standing in her vision quickly collapsed inwardly into an unobservable dark void. A pair of illusory eyes suddenly floated over from the edge of her vision, hovering in the air between Hong and Yu Sheng, and those eyes disturbed Hong's sight, jolting her awake. Is it pretty, looking more, haven't seen enough? Bailey Zhu's eyes drifted about in the air, circling Hong's head, repeating from left to right with an inexplicably joyous tone. For the first time, Hong didn't manage to suppress the little monster that had run out from Bailey Ching's illusion with her aura. She instinctively took a deep breath and stepped back a little before finally steadying herself, then resolutely cut off her spiritual vision. When she looked at Yu Sheng again, the unobservable void collapsed once more into a human shape. Bailey Zhu continued to float around her, seemingly pleased at a prank well done. Yu Sheng then raised his hand to greet those eyes floating in the air. Hey, little Zhu, long time no see. Bailey Zhu swayed in the air. Long time no see. Are you okay? Yu Sheng turned to look at Hong. Were you unsteady just now? Hong opened her mouth. No, I just... Before she could finish, Aaron jumped in. Looks like low blood sugar. Look how skinny this is. Look how pale she is. Hey, ironclad expression, your cafeteria must be terrible. I'm not ironclad expression. Aaron, so the cafeteria really is terrible. Stop, what a mess. Yu Sheng quickly interrupted Aaron's rambling digression, then glanced up and down at the slender girl in front of him. I just remembered when I contacted Bailey Ching earlier, it seemed she mentioned the one in charge of this operation wasn't her, but... Hong Boundary Affairs. Hong took a gentle breath, finally able to introduce herself normally. Nice to meet you, Mr. Angel Hunter, and everyone from the travel agency. Chapter 698 Observation. This was Yu Sheng's first time meeting Boundary Council members aside from Bailey Ching, and it was in a situation he had never imagined. The young girl who called herself Hong looked even younger than Bailey Ching, and her frail and sickly appearance almost made people suspect she had health issues. But it all seemed to be just a facade. Yu Sheng was nearly certain she was an alien species, and likely a part of some eternal species like Bailey Ching. This was not only because of her excessively low body temperature, almost stagnant heartbeat, and inhuman aura, but more so because of the subtle presence she occasionally showed when speaking. A presence of worldly experience, of having long held a position of power. Hong was also not unfamiliar with the members of the travel agency, and even though it was the first meeting, she could accurately call out the names of everyone beside Yu Sheng, indicating she had been paying attention to them for a long time. This was within Yu Sheng's expectations. He knew he and his team in the travel agency had caused quite a stir. If the council members didn't keep an eye on the travel agency, it would be odd. He just didn't expect. How should I say? The human presence within the Boundary Council wasn't as high as he imagined. Bailey Ching's gaze suddenly fell on Yu Sheng's face, suspiciously scanning him up and down as if she saw through his thoughts, but she refrained from speaking. Hong directly steered the topic back to the main issue. Now let's discuss the intelligence you have. We urgently need first-hand intel on the Saint Realm and the Gate of Eden. Yu Sheng quickly organized his thoughts and expression, speaking solemnly. Simply put, the biggest problem now is twofold. First, there's a suspected second energy reaction of the Gate of Eden underground in the Saint Realm, but we can't find the exact location. Second, the issue with the shadowless skeleton is still unresolved, and it might be the true mastermind behind the Venerate Saints Monastery. At this he paused, and Hu Li quickly added, "We encountered the head of the hidden monastery presiding over the ritual site when passing through the Gate of Eden. The priest on site called him holy, but halfway through, that holy vanished, which is quite suspicious." "Holy," Hong frowned slightly. "I have already understood the intel you sent to Bailey Qing before. Now you suspect that the essence of this holy might just be a puppet controlled by the Dark Angel." "Might even be part of the Dark Angel itself," Yu Sheng nodded. "In the time trap formed by the Gate of Eden, we found some clues, which likely are remnants left by the first batch of hidden monastery sect members landing on this planet centuries ago. Back then, they weren't hidden monastery, acting more like extreme pioneers judging by their remnants, but they started being influenced by a certain voice when landing on this planet." Yu Sheng then recounted to the Boundary Council all his experiences from his first attempt to approach the Gate of Eden until now, along with some of his thoughts and conjectures. Initially, Hong listened with a calm smile on her face, but by the end, she had unknowingly begun to frown. "So, if the notebook you found was left by the current holy, he might have been influenced by the voice of the Dark Angel for centuries. Enough to marinate a person from the inside out." Aaron, sitting on Yu Sheng's shoulder, nodded emphatically. "It might even replace him entirely. He's almost a derivative of the Dark Angel now, spouting tentacles from his mouth." Yu Sheng frowned and turned to the little figure on his shoulder. "Your metaphor is apt, but can't you use a different expression? Don't forget you're half a converted Dark Angel yourself." "My vocabulary is limited. What do you expect?" Aaron retorted. "Aren't you, as a writer, just as amazed when you first saw the Stargate?" Yu Sheng. But Hong didn't seem to mind the puppet's peculiar metaphor. Her eyes were still fixed beyond the large panoramic window not far away, seemingly gazing at the lush planet floating in the abyss of space. The United Fleet's orbital bombardment on the hidden monastery's home planet continued, and ships kept jumping through the Star Gate into the battlefield. Yet this battle that seemed to have a clear outcome wouldn't end quickly. Resistance from the Saint Realm was exceptionally fierce. As the home planet of the hidden monastery, this seemingly harmless garden planet was almost a fortress-like stronghold. Every major city and industrial complex on its surface was protected by powerful fortress shields and dense anti-air defenses, and the radar's last scan showed complex and nearly impenetrable underground barriers beneath these cities, with even larger fortress structures hidden inside the planet, each being a tough nut to crack. Apart from the orbital battle, although the spatial disturbance from the Stargate transmission destroyed numerous defense nodes in the planet's sky, many space defense platforms and armed satellites survived the impact, with maneuvering platforms on the planet's far side moving along the orbit towards this direction. These remaining space defense forces were resolute in their combat, matching the zeal of the generational guardians from the Stargate, already inflicting considerable damage on the United Fleet. In fact, if it were merely these defensive forces, Hong was confident her fleet could take down this fortress planet. She had conquered tougher fortresses before, in the most challenging battle, spending 12 years heating the atmosphere and oceans of a planet, until the feudal clique occupying it surrendered amidst catastrophic global weather events. The fleet's orbital dominance, and the Stargate beside it fueled her confidence unless Saint Realm could transport the entire planet away. Otherwise, she couldn't imagine what methods the cultists could use to win this battle. But the hidden Gate of Eden and the uncertain status of the Dark Angel introduced unacceptable variables into the situation. "We must quickly figure out where those cultists have hidden their things." She slightly turned her head. "Qing, we need to conduct a more comprehensive planetary scan on this planet, and we might need to use your eyes." "Understood," Bailey Qing nodded. "I'll go make preparations for the docking." Then she nodded to Yu Sheng and the others, made her greetings, and turned to leave the ship bridge. Bailey Zhu hurriedly floated and followed her up. "This ship is equipped with a powerful planet scanning array. Combined with Qing's power, we should be able to find the location of the Gate of Eden, or at least its general direction." Hong turned his head to look at Yu Sheng. "But the key is the shadowless skeleton connected to that gate." "Leave this part to me, just give me the coordinates when you find the gate," Yu Sheng said immediately. On such a large planet, your radar is definitely more effective than me slowly fumbling my way there. Hong nodded lightly, then suddenly seemed to remember something and quickly said, "Oh, there's one more thing, Ah Ching, and I thought you might be interested." Yu Sheng was somewhat curious. "Oh." "At the hidden monastery border, when I engaged with the Stargate Defense Forces," Hong slowly said, "I encountered a living saint, possibly the one you encountered before, but their condition was strange." Yu Sheng raised an eyebrow. "Strange." "They were in an unstable state, and upon appearing before me, turned around and killed all the hidden monastery sect present then, attempted to share a candy with me." Yu Sheng. Suddenly, Luna, who seemed to have been in a daze the entire time, turned her head sharply. Deep within the Mass Effect, a unique chamber known as the Observation Room had been activated. In the vast chamber, a low humming sound echoed, as circular spiritual energy amplifiers hovered high above, shimmering with flowing luminescence. Beneath the transparent floor, countless intersecting cables and crystalline conduits converged towards the center of the room, coalescing on the central platform. On that platform sat a chair, a throne that seemed out of place in the technologically advanced spaceship. It was cast from pure white metal, adorned with numerous dragon motif reliefs, the armrests meticulously carved into the shape of dragon claws, and the high backrest crafted into a majestic dragon head with its mouth agape. So large as to be somewhat unnecessary, the back of the chair even had a pair of ornamental dragon wings installed, wings that extended from both sides and folded in front of the throne like two imposing screens. This exaggerated, luxurious, and ostentatious throne stood high in the room, illuminated by a beam of light from the ceiling, exuding an air of flamboyance. Bailey Ching stood before the platform, her eyes twitching slightly. From the moment she entered the room to this point, every step she took forward felt weary and heavy. "Hong did it on purpose," she said, her face tense. "Yeah, last time you asked her, she admitted it." Bailey Zhu's eyes circled around her ear, producing a 360-degree surround sound. "Her original plan was to create a stereotypical cave in this room for you, piling half a ton of glass balls next to the chair, saying she wanted you to sleep in something shiny, because you loved shiny things when you were little." "Shut up. I don't have a mouse." Bailey Ching took a deep breath. Bailey Zhu instantly quieted down. Then Bailey Ching sighed softly once more, finally stepping towards the throne specially prepared for her, designed by Hong herself with a gate heavier than before. "Come on, let's see what secrets this planet holds together." Chapter 699. Her eyes. The planet scanning system of the Mass Effect is undergoing mode adjustments, with a vast antenna array pointed towards the Saint Realm, a place surrounded by the United Fleet yet still fiercely resisting, guarding countless secrets. Bailey Ching sat on the psychic amplifier, specially crafted for her, trying to temporarily set aside her subtle emotions. A low hum emanated from below the throne, and some crystallized circuit lines connected to the platform began emitting a faint glow. The enormous circular structure suspended above the entire hall resonated with a pleasant sound, then slowly descended, floating above the throne like a solemn halo. A pair of illusory eyes slowly settled in front of the throne, and Bailey Zhu's voice drifted into Bailey Ching's ears. "I'm waiting for you in the reality dimension." "Okay," Bailey Ching said softly, and before her words fell, she had already closed her eyes. The darkness lasted only a brief moment. In the next instant, all the radars and antennas of the Mass Effect transformed into extensions of her eyes. A pure white giant dragon drifted through space with consciousness, bathing in the distant starlight and the flashes of countless close-range artillery fire. Bailey Ching's gaze focused on the lush blue-green planet. The vision was distorting, the light was fading, and the whole world was silently collapsing in perception. The planet seemed to transform into a gigantic void, its deformed space-time structure surging towards her like an abyss. There was no time to react, and Bailey Ching felt herself falling into that infinite distorted abyss. Her mind was being torn by immense power, dragged into an endless vortex of memory and perception by the roaring knowledge. She struggled with all her strength to stabilize her consciousness, trying to discern what lay behind the chaotic space-time structure. For a moment she even felt her mind disintegrating, felt as if she saw the soul wilderness where cathedrals and crystal giant trees stood. But in the next instant, those voices booming in her mind abruptly vanished into nothingness. "Sister!" In the darkness, someone was calling her. Bailey Ching instinctively turned her head. She found herself trapped in a crystal constantly growing. The crystal stretched endlessly, origin unknown, direction unclear, as if all time and space had frozen at the end of the world, turning into this layer of transparent, colorless, hard ice. She heard distant rumbling and dying roars, something collapsing down, someone dying afar. Panic and fear surged, but it wasn't her current feeling. It's a deeply ingrained emotion from memories as deep as the soul itself, yet so distant it seemed to come from another world's life. Bailey Ching tried hard to turn her head, trying to look toward the direction of those rumblings and roars, but only saw endless transparent crystals, growing infinitely in space as if to submerge the world. Sister. Bailey Ching's vision blurred for a second. Her gaze refocused, and immediately she felt icy fingers trying to reach for her palm. She saw another figure, buried deep in the ever-growing crystal clusters. It was a young girl, with some resemblance in the brows and eyes, only a meter away yet separated by the unyielding crystals that continued to grow. From the crystal clusters, a long, blurry streak of gold red extended from behind the girl into the depths of the crystal. She seemed to have crawled from a very far place, now unable to move any further. Sister, the weak voice repeated by her ear, Bailey Ching feeling the fingertips at the edge of her hand growing even colder than before. Her body couldn't move. Those hard crystals unshakably imprisoned her, like death itself locking her entire being. She could only move her eyes within a limited range, struggling to look at that small figure, saw a strand of gray-white hair like her own, hanging on the girl's cheek. I'm sorry, the small figure apologized to her. They said the capacity is full, the cocoon can only take one person. But I miss you. I won't go forward anymore, won't take your place, but can I stay by your side? Intense emotion grew and surged. Bailey Ching tried with all her might to open her mouth, wanting to say something, wanting to call out the other's name, yet felt her consciousness locked in this endless crystal prison, unable to budge its confines despite all her strength. She saw the crystals continue growing. They gradually became a faded gray-white, and then kept multiplying, kept thickening. The crystal clusters crawled onto the girl's face, continuing to spread along her cheeks, piling up. Sister, I want to sleep, you should sleep too. That face was submerged in crystal, swallowed until only the eyes remained, and it seemed as if the crystal enveloped not just the face of the other person. In almost an instant, Bailey Ching forgot the appearance of that face, and in the next moment she forgot the sound of the other's voice. Heaviness akin to death-like drowsiness and exhaustion surged in, the vision rapidly darkening with the growth of the crystal, her eyelids heavy as if they weighed 1,000 pounds. Maintaining even this simple opening of her eyes felt like resisting the collapse of the whole world. Toward the end, Bailey Ching could almost see nothing. In the quickly descending darkness, the only thing she still remembered was the pair of pale gray, fading eyes in the middle of the overlapping crystal clusters that looked very much like her own. Only those eyes remained. Only those eyes were remembered. Sister. Bailey Ching suddenly opened her eyes wide. She saw a pair of illusion-like eyes frantically shaking in front of her. Those eyes darted around the throne as if they had lost control, seemingly anxious to come over and help with something, but she had no body nor hands. As a hallucination born of imagination, she couldn't engage in any real contact, apart from optical phenomena with her sister. Yet Bailey Ching had already regained consciousness. She broke free from the imprisoning force that seemed to spread from the depths of time and space, feeling her mind and the control over herself gradually returning to her body. I'm fine, she whispered, her voice carrying a hint of hoarseness she herself hadn't noticed. How much time has passed? A little while, 3 minutes, maybe 2, Bailey Zhu quickly said, her voice frantically anxious for the first time. But I couldn't see you just now, you were sitting right there, but I couldn't see you. Suddenly everything around turned dark, you just seemed like. I may have seen too far. Bailey Ching interrupted her, instinctively looking into Bailey Zhu's grayish eyes for 2 or 3 seconds, as if by instinct trying to retrieve something just lost in the dream realm from those eyes. But rationality and calm surfaced unreasonably, suppressing her emotional fluctuation. Bailey Ching instinctively reminded herself, this is just a monster born from the loss of control of her childhood abilities, a reality formed from hallucination, a nightmare that would reverse and replace her own reality with the slightest negligence. This danger was unrelated to the will of those very eyes, but was an inherent, characteristic present since her very moment of birth. What's the matter? The eyes shook midair, emitting a slightly uneasy sound. No, it's nothing, Bailey Ching forced herself to wave her hands spiritedly. She heard a distant, deep rumble, the low roar of the mass projector charging resonating inside the ship, as part of her senses remained connected to the ship's antenna array, and the iron and fire streaking through space, falling toward the planetary surface reflected in the depths of her consciousness. The battle wasn't over. There were still people waiting for her observation results. This planet... Bailey Ching turned around, her gaze crossing the thick walls of the observation chamber, and the overlapping corridors and armor outside, focusing on the home planet of the hidden monastery order. This planet is hollow. What the heck, hollow? Aaron stood on Yu Sheng's shoulder, utterly shocked. Even though the professional concept eluded her understanding, the phrase, the planet is hollow, was enough to stir a storm in her less-than-brilliant mind. You mean those cultists dug out the entire planet, and the second gate of Eden is the planet itself? What kind of technical prowess is this? Even Yu Sheng couldn't maintain his composure, but he immediately sensed something wrong. Wait, but that doesn't make sense. Luo's research on Zolda Black Stone has only been going on for a few years. Even if the hidden monastery started constructing the Gate of Eden synchronously from Luo's research, could they have hollowed out an entire planet in these few years? And with such a large-scale project, if it were completed recently, why on the surface is there no sign at all? So the greater possibility is that this planet has gradually been hollowed out over the past hundreds of years, Bailey Ching stated seriously. It has a lush shell, but only this outer layer is natural. Underneath is a layer of structurally complex and extremely durable support. Further in is the Gate of Eden. I think those cultists first hollowed out this planet, and then after the Gate of Eden project started, conveniently hid the second gate in the original center of the planet. At this time, Bailey Ching was still in the observation chamber, communicating with the ship bridge through the ship's communication system. Her figure hovered above the communications platform's holographic projection. For some reason, the background behind her seemed intentionally blurred, allowing only her upper body to be clearly seen. Yu Sheng speculated this might be due to some facilities on this ship belonging to technical secrecy, so he didn't think much of it. Anyway, the conclusion remains the same regardless of the process. Red slightly furrowed her brows, thoughtfully saying, "The second gate of Eden is the planet itself. Things aren't looking good." Chapter 700, Re-entering the Atmosphere. While Bailey Ching was completing the planet scan over there, the space bombardment of the Holy Realm continued, and the battle in orbit was almost over. The defense forces deployed above this planet suffered heavy losses when the United Fleet jumped into the battlefield. Although the fervent defensive army fought with great determination, with the Stargate blocking them, the hastily organized small fleets ultimately failed to change the course of the battlefield. After the orbital battle was basically over, 12 Destiny-class planetary suppression ships of the United Fleet passed through the Stargate and jumped into low Earth orbit of the Holy Realm. These specialized warships came equipped with powerful radar arrays that could monitor ignition signs from any engine corner on the planet's surface. Once such energy reactions were detected, they would immediately guide orbital bombardment for concentrated interception to ensure no other warship could take off from the surface of this planet. But no matter how strong the orbital bombardment, it could only intercept ships taking off from the planet's surface. It couldn't stop a planet that was about to evolve. The energy reactions inside the planet are intensifying, and the Gate of Eden is still growing. Bailey Ching's voice transmitted through the communicator. If we stall any longer, that gate might open before we take full control of this planet. Yu Sheng quickly made a decision. Whether we have time or not, I'll go down first to see what's going on. As he spoke, he glanced out the observation window at the space engulfed in fire, and the hidden monastery's home planet suspended in the center of the battlefield. Through a subtle connection established by blood, he could also sense something inside the planet gradually growing. But when he was on the foothill plains on the surface, he could only feel that the thing was underground, but he didn't expect it to be an entire hollowed-out planet. In a sense, the term underground wasn't wrong. Landing isn't the issue. The issue is, after landing on the surface, how do we get inside? Yu Sheng thought for a while and spoke with a frown. Although the Holy Realm is just a shell, I bet this shell isn't something Hu Li can dig through with claws. Your orbital bombardment couldn't blast it open. Was there any entrance found during the planet scan? Red immediately turned and asked Bailey Ching. The support layer structure is very chaotic, containing a large number of intertwined vascular structures and discontinuous fracture points, making it impossible to plan a feasible passage. But I found some suspicious energy focal points on the planet's surface, Bailey Ching immediately said. If I'm not mistaken, those energy focal points should be key to controlling the D-player Gate of Eden. Regardless, there should be some clues over there. Red nodded, mark them. Okay. The large holographic projection in front of the ship bridge control seat flickered a few times, and the global projection of the Holy Realm then appeared in the air. The energy reactions on the planet's surface and inside were dense, with several main energy flows highlighted in striking red light. Then Bailey Ching marked prominent signs at several energy convergence points within them. The largest energy focal point is here, located in the mountains. The radar array also detected a large structure of unknown purpose in this forest area. I suspect there might be some production or energy supply facility hidden within the mountain, Bailey Ching said in the communicator. The whole area is covered by a shield, but the previous orbital bombardment likely shattered part of its shield generators. There's a barrier gap at the position I marked in red. All right, that's it. Yu Sheng clapped his hands, turned around, and walked away. You guys prepare that accelerator thing, and we'll wait outside for your news. Red also lacked experience working with this group from the travel agency. Seeing Yu Sheng's sudden moves left her dumbfounded, she reacted quickly and hastily spoke up. Wait, I haven't arranged the landing shuttle for you yet. Before she could finish her sentence, she saw Yu Sheng push open a door beside the captain's seat and step out. The next moment, she saw a large white fox floating past the observation window. Yu Sheng, Luna, and Aaron were riding on its back, with the fox's 9 tails spreading out in space, spewing increasingly bright propulsion flames. Then the giant 9-tailed demon fox elegantly turned direction in space, took a step forward with 4 legs, and the propulsion flames on its tail suddenly expanded. Fiery flames surged, 9 tails blossomed like fire lotuses, and the propulsion flames illuminated the bow of the Mass Effect. The silver-white demon fox opened its steps, taking on a running stance in space, accelerating continuously toward the hidden monastery's home planet. The next moment, Huli lowered his head, preparing to ram the planet with his head. Red, what's going on? This is called Fox Radish Charge. Bailey Ching's voice sounded beside her, leisurely yet carrying some unspeakable joy. Yu Sheng introduced this move to me. Red's face twitched, turning to look at Bailey Ching. So you're trying to justify your years-ago atmospheric dive from outer space. Bailey Ching's joy abruptly ceased. Can you stop bringing that up? At the same time, on the surface of the Holy Realm planet, the orbital bombardment from outer space had completely shattered the former Beauty Fortress torpedoes had crushed the mountains. High-energy beams penetrating the atmosphere had evaporated the rivers. The once lush forests were now blazing in heavenly fires, and many stronghold points between plains and hills turned into scorched earth in a very short time span, while the remaining shield systems barely supported, protecting those more crucial temples and factories. The defensive army around the world is still relying on those temples and factories to fight stubbornly. They hide in fortresses, operating still-functioning anti-air cannons, trying to shoot down those heretics in low Earth orbit. Some are in the city ruins, engaging in fierce firefights with the drones of the United Army that have already entered the atmosphere, attempting to delay the planet's complete fall. The sky is stained with smoke, and the pervasive sunlight diffuses into vast, uneven dark red in the murky atmosphere. The high-energy particle beams heat up the atmosphere during the bombardment, causing numerous storms of various sizes to rise high in the sky. Those storms turn into countless terrifying vortexes in the sky, like deep chasms of the abyss displayed all over the heavens. Mid the storms and dim sunlight, the high-energy beams from low Earth orbit continue to sweep across the surface. The ear-piercing screeching of shields disintegrating echoed among the plains and mountains as heavy fortress torpedoes fell to the ground, with mushroom clouds rising further obscuring the sky. Various landing crafts pierced through the thick atmosphere, heading towards the sacred temples and palaces that once stood high, braving the remnants of faltering anti-air defenses in city ruins. The priests and believers hiding in the temples being dragged out one by one, executed on the spot among the scorched earth and wreckage. But in more places on the planet, intense battles are still ongoing. The shrill and piercing air raid sirens echoed through the mountains and forests. The energy impact from the fortress shield breaking ripped apart a nearby mountain, igniting raging fires in the forest. A fortress torpedo shot down from low Earth orbit had just exploded at the mountain's foot, with a horrific plasma storm instantly vaporizing the defensive bunker at the foot of the mountain. Taking advantage of this enormous chaos, a Marine Corps from Boundary Land made several incursions but was repelled by the defenders here each time, forced to retreat back to the plains. The last order from the Supreme Temple was to hold this ground and repair the shield system at all costs. At the very least, fix that dangerous gap above the spiritual furnace. Quick, 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 we're out of time. A hidden monastery priest in a white holy robe stood anxiously by a pile of ruins. The orbit is full of heretics, so are the planes. We must get the shields and anti-air cannons back online before the second fortress torpedo comes down. The spiritual furnace cannot fall. The howling wind swept over the hills, carrying the acrid smell of smoke. Unsettling flashes in the atmosphere approached relentlessly, with terrifying roars echoing from the distant hills. The ground trembled, and the nearly collapsed communication link was filled with distress signals and attack warnings. What's happening over at the Supreme Temple? Why is there no sign of reinforcements? Are support troops from other planets already on their way? Do the defense forces in the polar regions still have a chance to reclaim the orbital platform? The technical priests and engineers were pulling their hair out beside the heavily damaged shield generator, vainly attempting to connect the stalled energy core to a backup line. They knew that landing troops from Boundary Land could return at any moment, but getting the completely ruined shield generator back online seemed an impossible task. What about the artificial saintess and those knights? Another black-robed priest asked. Why did they retreat? They just repelled 10 times the number of heretics. Even the saintess and knights need to retreat back to the furnace for a rest, said the high-level priest in charge on site quickly. If reinforcements fail to arrive, we have no choice but to handle it ourselves. The black-robed priest's expression turned anxious. After a brief hesitation, he seemed to make a firm decision. If worse comes to worst, we'll have to reclaim those severely injured artificial saintesses and use their souls as fuel for the furnace. This might awaken the living saint in the stabilization chamber early. The expression of the high-level priest shifted slightly. That's damaging valuable church assets, those artificial saintesses. We can't afford to worry about that. The shield generator can't be fixed, and the heretics have already taken the skies. Without a living saint, we can't seal the breach here. Saintesses can be mass-produced anytime, but once the spiritual furnace is gone, it can't be replaced. The high-level priest gritted his teeth. All right, so be it. You take some people to the holy coffin chamber, awaken saintess numbers 4 to 10, and bring them to the furnace. Tell them they are going to defend the holy temple. Souls with firm beliefs burn longer. Understood. The black-robed priest bowed his head in acceptance. However, just as he was about to turn and leave, a strange flash suddenly appeared at the edge of his vision, interrupting his movement. He looked up in surprise, seeing a mass of blazing light burning rapidly and expanding in the atmosphere, seemingly carrying a world-destroying power. Among the bustling believers, some also noticed the situation in the sky. Raising their heads to look, they muttered in shock. What is that? Another orbital bombardment. It's heading our way.